Grandmother has once again turned the entire scene upside down. Mother, why didn't you wait for me? We agreed to fight side by side. United mother and son, the world is ours. Father and son, their bond is unbreakable. Chapter 1. The presence of people and objects. The story begins with a ball being dribbled away. No, that is incorrect. It is a ball escaping, fleeing for its life. The one fleeing is his mother, and he is merely the ball in her womb. His mother calls him Little Bai. His full name should be Yi Xiao Bai, certainly not Yi Xiao Bai. Within the womb, he can sense both light and darkness, and he can hear the sounds from the outside world. Little Bai hears others call his mother by her name, Jun Xiangwei. Xiangwei, meaning strong and powerful, is a name he greatly admires. As implied, his mother must be both formidable and impressive. Just last month, he performed his first role in the womb. He casually kicked his leg. It was merely a casual stretch, yet it elicited gasps from several young ladies. These frivolous little darlings are simply too adorable. The young ladies, through his mother's belly, eagerly reached out to touch his protruding foot. Their hands were light and soft, making him feel comfortably drowsy. From that day forth, whenever he was in good spirits and stretched his foot, he could elicit giggles from the young ladies. Playing the game of stretching his foot with these lovely, gentle young ladies became his earliest memory. Jun Xiangwei mentioned that these young ladies are her accompanying maids. Yi Xiaobai does not understand what accompanying means. He only comprehends the word marry. He speculates that his mother intends to marry these young ladies off to him in the future. However, he is uncertain whether it will be just one or all of them. If it is the latter, this notion makes Yi Xiaobai realize the challenges of being a dutiful son even while still in the womb. For some reason, his instinctive thought is for a monogamous union with 3 children and 2 dogs. Yet, he cannot resist Jun Qiangwei's mysterious confidence in believing her son to be the best in the world. If it truly is the latter, he would certainly advise his mother that a lifelong partnership between 2 is the most blissful form of marriage. Even if numerous young ladies clamor to marry him, he would only wed the one he loves most. What is this notion of sharing the love equally, ensuring every woman finds happiness? That his impossible fingers have different lengths. Moreover, the more women there are, the more troubles arise, leading to an unsettled household. Yi Xiaobai has yet to devise a plan for how to persuade Jun Xiangwei when he grows up, as he only intends to marry one wife. Meanwhile, his mother is fleeing with him, this ball, day and night towards the temple. Calculating the time, Jun Xiangwei has been on the run for 3 days and nights. Those young ladies who used to touch his foot have vanished since 2 days ago after speaking a few words to her. As for his legendary father, the swordsmith Yi Bucken, he has yet to make an appearance. Yi Bucken? One can tell from the name that he is useless at everything, renowned for abandoning his wife and child. Must leave a poor review. If he dares not show up again, I shall post images to supplement the poor review. In the future, if he cannot wishes to acknowledge him as his son, he must first pursue his wife through trials of fire. Then, he must prove his overall abilities, though ultimately, it will depend on Jun Qiangwei's opinion. If his mother remains attached to her past, Yi Xiaobai would not mind forgiving his father once. Amidst his thoughts, he feels Jun Xiangwei tightening the bandage around her waist, rendering him completely immobile. Jun Xiangwei secured her abdomen and quickly took out a bottle of stamina supplement from her storage ring. She drank it swiftly and continued fleeing toward the temple. When leaving the Yi family, her accompanying maids donned her splendid garments, diverting the 2 pursuers in various directions. 2 whole days passed, and not a single maid used a communication stone to report her safety. Jun Qiangwei's heart felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar. There was no time for sorrow. Every breath was a life exchanged for her. She summoned her spiritual energy and dashed toward the temple. Connected by heart and spirit, Little Bai sensed that his mother's spiritual energy was dwindling. He yearned to assist Jun Qiangwei in some way, yet being in the womb rendered him utterly powerless. The only thing he could do was remain still, not to distract her during her escape. Soon, Little Bai felt Jun Qiangwei's heartbeat quickening, and his own heart raced in response. At this moment, Jun Xiangwei was injured in multiple places and had lost much blood. Even drinking 1 bottle after another of supplements could not restore her strength in such a short time. Even if her stamina could recover, With her initial cultivation of the Yellow Realm, she would be as insignificant as an ant against two Blue Realm experts. With no retreat left, one foot already teetering on the edge of a cliff. No way back, and ahead lay formidable foes. The man and woman before her not only sought to seize the treasure, but also aimed to end her life. Is this how I perish? Unwilling to accept it. The man's voice was arrogant and cold. Hand over the 9-turn Linglong lock, and we will spare your life. The sharp female voice interrupted. Stop the nonsense. Just kill her. I refuse to believe she has nothing on her. Jun Xiangwei remained silent. Her expression resolute yielding was not an option. Better to perish together than to submit without a fight. Channeling her remaining spiritual energy to protect her abdomen, Jun Xiangwei leaped into the air, plunging off the cliff hundreds of feet below. Little Bai felt himself falling alongside Jun Xiangwei. The speed was increasing. Bang! The sound of impact upon landing. His mother maintained her belly facing upward, landing on her back to minimize any harm to him. Even so, Yi Xiaobai suffered greatly from the violent tremor. The cliff's base was piled high with layers of decaying matter, fermented over the years. The gravitational acceleration from a fall of hundreds of feet was immense. Jun Qiangwei's meridians were shattered, devoid of life. Had it not been for the decaying matter cushioning the fall, her body would have been utterly broken. The bottom of the cliff was shrouded in darkness. Little Bai could not perceive any light. Yet he could feel that his mother's heartbeat had abruptly ceased. He lost the nourishing supply from her body and realized he would soon perish as well. The pain in his body, the despair of waiting for death. This filled Yi Xiaobai with rage and unwillingness. He had yet to see the blue sky and white clouds. He had not inhaled the fragrance of flowers, nor felt the gentle breeze or the nurturing rain. He had not experienced the affectionate hugs and lifts from the young ladies. He had not witnessed his father pursuing his mother through trials of fire. Nor had he touched Jun Qiangwei's long hair. Ding! The desperate survival sign-in system has been successfully bound. Yi Xiaobai's consciousness was suddenly flooded with a wealth of information, and in a mere breath, he comprehended everything. What were we waiting for? What was there to hesitate about? Those in dire situations have no room for choice. I agree to the binding. I wish to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy light glass body. Would you like to activate it? Activate it. If he does not activate it now, even divine beings would find it difficult to save his mother. Just moments ago, the information regarding the desperate survival sign-in system and holy light glass body appeared in Little Bai's consciousness. The desperate survival system chose Yi Xiaobai as its host, allowing him to sign in once daily and receive random rewards tailored to his circumstances. The holy light glass body is a sacred body possessed by the saint children of the Crimson Flame Kingdom in the Tianxian continent. Its characteristic is that as long as there is light, cultivation can increase, and it is immune to all poisons. 20 years ago, the saintess of the Crimson Flame Kingdom mysteriously vanished in the Death Forest, severing the inheritance of the holy light glass body. The desperate survival sign-in system replicated the holy light glass body and granted it as today's sign-in reward to the host, Xiaobai. Little Bai is currently an unborn fetus within Jun Qiangwei's body, their fates intertwined, sharing the rewards of the sacred body. Upon activation of the holy light glass body, the feeble Little Bai was instantly revitalized. The injuries of his mother began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Jun Qiangwei's heartbeat resumed, and she spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. She opened her eyes sharply, only to see layers of thick fog surrounding her. She is miraculously alive. Not only is she alive, but all her injuries have astonishingly healed. Jun Xiangwei caresses the exquisite 9-turned Linglong lock concealed within her bosom, contemplating, indeed, the treasure resides within. The 9-turned Linglong lock is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Thus, she remains unaware of the true nature of its contents, only knowing that it was entrusted to her for safekeeping by her husband 6 months prior. At that time, Yi Buchan solemnly instructed her with 8 words. Keep the secret as long as the object exists, so does the person. Chapter 2. The pinnacle of the Yellow Realm, the male and female pursuers had chased her here solely for the treasure contained within the 9-turned luminous lock. She had intended to flee to the temple, seeking refuge from the national master of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Unfortunately, midway through her escape, She was forced by the two brigands to leap from the cliff. As Jun Xiangwei plummeted, her mind was solely occupied with the promise she made to her husband to safeguard their lives. In her descent, thoughts of her unborn child consumed her. If she were to perish, how innocent her little Bai would be. Once life is gone, possessions belong to others. Yet, by the grace of heaven, she survived. Little Bai was safe as well. At that moment, Jun Xiangwei remained unaware that she had transformed into a holy light glazed body, believing instead that the treasure within the nine-turned luminous lock had saved their lives. Her feelings towards this object were a tumultuous blend of love and hate. The nine-turned luminous lock could not be stored in her spatial ring and had to be worn at all times. What secrets lay within it? Yi Buqing had not revealed the truth to her. She had previously speculated two possibilities. Either it contained a living creature, which could not be stored in the ring, or it was a spatial artifact like the ring itself, making it impossible for two spatial vessels to overlap. To her astonishment, this object could actively heal and save lives. Such a miraculous treasure explained the relentless pursuit by the brigands. The brigands were highly skilled, and to conceal their identities, they not only sought the treasure but also aimed to leave no survivors. Jun Xiangwei, without a moment's hesitation, sensed the murderous intent approaching from above the cliff. She had to flee. Instantly, as she fell, dawn was breaking. With their cultivation levels, it was certain they would descend to the valley floor to search for her. Layers of miasma obscured the morning light, leaving the bottom of the cliff shrouded in darkness. Yet, Jun Xiangwei could distinctly perceive a dark river flowing 100 feet to her left, while to her right lay the treacherous death forest. Approaching the forest, she encountered a thickening fog, known as the layered miasma, formed from millennia of toxic vapors. If she headed left, her speed would soon be overtaken, sealing her fate. The only option was to charge right, braving the peril of the miasma, in hopes of seizing a slim chance of survival. She quickly retrieved a vial of antidote from her spatial ring and drank it down, channeling her spiritual energy to sprint towards the forest. At that moment, Jun Xiangwei remained oblivious to the fact that ordinary antidotes were ineffective against the miasma. The reason she exhibited no signs of poisoning within the forest was due to her holy light glazed body, which rendered her immune to toxins. Just as Jun Xiangwei fled, the two Blue Realm brigands reached the valley floor. The woman scanned her surroundings and finally discovered a patch of fresh blood in a depression, blood that Jun Xiangwei had recently coughed up. The absence of a corpse astonished her. How could someone in the early stages of the Yellow Realm survive such a fall from such a height? The man narrowed his eyes into slits, a greedy smile creeping onto his lips. She must possess a life-saving artifact, or she would not have dared to leap from the cliff. Indeed, a mere Yellow Realm insect would tremble and plead for mercy under the pressure of a Blue Realm expert. If she lacked protective relics and recklessly jumped, her death would be inevitable, making the nine-turned luminous lock rightfully theirs. The man nodded slightly, desiring not only the treasure within the lock, but also Jun Xiangwei's life-saving artifact. The woman, sensing his thoughts, smirked inwardly but feigned concern. She must be injured and cannot have gone far. Why not we split up to pursue? The man concurred after a moment of contemplation. I will go right, you go left. The woman, noting that the right led to the death forest and the left to the dark river, chuckled at her advantage. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Her mid-blue realm strength posed no fear of the lowly Blue Realm man's tricks. The man, perceiving her swift agreement, underestimated the woman's intelligence. Regardless of her cultivation, lack of wit rendered her efforts futile. Upon entering the death forest, Jun Xiangwei was astonished not only by her heightened perception, but also by her remarkable speed, now 3 times swifter than before. The miasma thickened, obscuring her vision ahead. Although she exhibited no signs of poisoning, further ventures into the forest could jeopardize Little Bai. Sensing pursuers behind her, she halted before a grand tree, leaping up to conceal herself. Moments later, the man arrived beneath the tree. Jun Xiangwei held her breath, praying that the brigand would overlook her and depart swiftly. However, the man spoke. With her cultivation and injuries, even with a miraculous artifact, reaching this point is her limit. She likely went towards the dark river. Let us turn back. With that, he pretended to leave. Jun Xiangwei recognized his ruse. She could barely see that he was alone beneath the tree. It was evident that he aimed to deceive her into believing she was safe before revealing himself. Jun Xiangwei remained perfectly still, as if merging with the tree. After a while, the man, perplexed, wondered if she truly was not nearby. How could this be? He had previously touched the blood Jun Xiangwei coughed up and used a blood-tracking technique to sense her presence in the Death Forest. He was astonished by her cunning. Instead of fleeing towards the dark river, she had hidden within the forest. He continued his pursuit. But any further forward would leave him unable to see and vulnerable to the miasma S toxins. Jun Xiangwei felt fortunate that she had changed into clean clothes from her spatial ring during her flight. Just moments before, while racing through the fog, she became aware of bloodstains on her attire, drawn by an unseen force that resonated with the blood she had previously expelled. The man, filled with doubt, noted that the blood-tracking technique had faltered midway, and he had not found her nearby. It was indeed curious. A single path led into the forest, yet she had vanished along the way. Suddenly, a voice emanated from his communication stone. "Hurry over here. Quickly." Could it be that he had misjudged her? Was Jun Xiangwei truly heading towards the dark river? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to check the dark river. Regardless, his prey would not escape. Jun Xiangwei sighed in relief as the man finally departed. She quickly loosened the belt wrapped around her waist. Little by suddenly felt a wave of ease. Finally able to move his limbs, he reached out to respond to his mother's gentle caresses, playfully drawing circles in the air. Jun Xiangwei felt a sense of calm. Her little bai was safe, and all was well. At that moment, both she and little bai sensed a ray of sunlight filtering down from above. It was an instinctual yearning within their bodies, and Jun Xiangwei uncontrollably climbed towards the treetops, seeking more light. Little bai understood that this was the light attribute instinct of the holy light glazed body. As long as there was light, the body's cultivation would continuously enhance itself. The tree was indeed tall, and it took Jun Xiangwei nearly half a stick of incense to reach the canopy. Lying atop the tree, she reveled in the morning sunlight, feeling as though she were swimming in a sea of warmth. She extended her right hand, basking in the delightful glow that filled her body and soul with joy. Little bai, still nestled within his mother, felt immense comfort as an unending stream of energy flowed directly into his being through the light. Jun Xiangwei gathered her energy in her right hand, forming a ball of deep yellow essence. Astonishingly, her cultivation had surged from the early stages of the yellow realm, surpassing the mid and late stages, arriving at the pinnacle of the yellow realm. As she beheld the deep yellow essence interspersed with hints of light green, she realized she was on the verge of a breakthrough into the green realm. How could this be possible? Chapter 3. The Pinnacle of the Green Realm in the Tianxian Continent. A typical cultivator requires at least 15 years to progress from the early stage of the Yellow Realm to its pinnacle. Even for Jun Xiangwei, a woman of exceptional talent, the expectation was merely to reach the Yellow Realm's peak by the age of 30. After entering the Yellow Realm last year and marrying Yi Buqing, she spent a whole year merely consolidating her initial stage. Now, in less than a quarter of an hour, she had ascended from the early Yellow Realm to its peak. How could she possibly believe this? To confirm her senses, Jun Xiangwei focused her energy once more, and a faint green aura coalesced in her palm. The Green Realm. No barriers, a direct promotion. Such an audacious leap was beyond even her wildest dreams. Touching the 9-turn Linglong lock at her chest, she felt a surge of joy. This truly was an extraordinary treasure. Yi Xiaobai was equally elated, as he could see through the system that he had already stepped into the Red Realm, officially becoming a cultivator in the Tianxian continent. Even before exiting the womb, he was able to cultivate, a definite advantage right from the start. Yi Xiaobai brimmed with confidence about his future. System, how are the ranks of cultivation classified? The system conveyed the relevant information to Yi Xiaobai. The cultivation ranks in the Tianxian continent, formed through the condensation of energy, are divided into 7 categories: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Among them, red and orange are the lower 2 tiers, attainable by ordinary people through the use of spirit elixirs and cultivation techniques, with a lifespan extending up to 100 years. Yellow and green are the middle 2 tiers, requiring innate aptitude, with a lifespan extending up to 120 years. Blue and purple are the upper 2 tiers, necessitating resources from sects and secret transmissions between master and disciple, with lifespans extending to 180 years. Reaching the blue realm signifies a whole additional generation of life. The purple realm, however, is the legendary pinnacle, reserved for those fortunate enough to receive the great opportunities bestowed by heaven and earth, with lifespans rumored to reach 300 years. Yi Xiaobai set a goal for himself, to reach the peak of the purple realm upon birth, invincible and unstoppable. If that proves impossible, the blue realm would suffice. If not, he could settle for the green realm. In any case, he absolutely could not be in the green realm. Anything associated with green was unacceptable. Meanwhile, Jun Xiangwei remained in shock, unable to resist the urge to condense energy and observe the color changes of the aura in her palm. After a brief moment, the green aura had noticeably deepened. Her greatest aspiration had been to enter the blue realm in her lifetime, gaining a lifespan of up to 180 years. Now, it seemed that as long as this treasure hung around her neck, she could reach the peak of the blue realm in merely a few days. Just wait and see how she would turn the tables on those two thieves. Currently, throughout the entirety of the Tianyuan continent, the names and numbers of individuals who had reached the blue and green realms were publicly disclosed. These individuals were regarded as the dragons and phoenixes among men, the pillars of their nations. As for those prodigies who had entered the purple realm, they were closely guarded national treasures, shrouded in secrecy. It was rumored that the national master of the Qian kingdom had stepped into the purple realm 2 decades ago. Jun Xiangwei sought to find refuge with the national master in the temple, as the two thieves pursuing her possessed greater cultivation than even the head of the Yi family. Both the current heads of the Yi and Jun families were peak cultivators of the blue realm, exceeding a century in age. In the Qian kingdom, a peak blue realm cultivator could support a third-rate family. Recently, however, two thieves had brazenly invaded the Yi family to seize treasures, and their cultivation surpassed even that of the Yi family head. They were undoubtedly of the blue realm, yet they were unworthy. Two scoundrels, two worthless beings. They stormed into the Yi family, openly plundering everything in the treasure vault while demanding the whereabouts of the 9-turn Linglong lock from the Yi clan members. Unbeknownst to them, the Yi family suffered significant casualties in a short time. Recalling the items they were after and her husband's warning, Jun Xiangwei fled the Yi family under the cover of night with 4 maidservants. The two thieves were formidable and ruthless. Even if she surrendered the 9-turn Linglong lock to them, it would not guarantee anyone's safety. To prevent any living soul from reporting them to the temple, they would eliminate anyone who learned of their actions. Jun Xiangwei hurriedly escaped to divert them and protect more innocent lives, fleeing towards the direction of the National Master's temple. The National Master would undoubtedly intervene upon hearing of the calamity befalling the Yi family. In these recent days of exhaustion and tension, all was swept away by the warm sunlight, replaced by tranquility, harmony, and joy. It felt as if she had always existed in such a mystical and pleasant state. Midway through the green realm, early stage of the blue realm, Jun Xiangwei repeatedly condensed energy, checking the color of the aura in her palm. Without barriers or a need for consolidation, her cultivation soared until it reached the peak of the blue realm. This meant that her current strength equaled that of the heads of the Jun and Yi families. A peak blue realm cultivator under 20 years of age was a rarity, aside from the uniquely gifted sons and daughters of various nations. Unfortunately, compared to those two thieves of the blue realm, she still lagged behind by a significant margin. The sight of their predatory glares lodged like a thorn in her throat. She hoped to quickly advance to the blue realm to confront them directly. How much chance could she have facing 2 opponents alone? Can you assist me in leveling up? Jun Xiangwei inquired, touching the 9-turn Linglong lock. She attempted to condense energy several more times, but her cultivation remained stagnant at the peak of the blue realm. Simultaneously, Yi Xiaobai's cultivation also halted at the mid-stage of the red realm. Both mother and son were of the holy light glass body. Why could her cultivation not synchronize with her son's? The rate of energy absorption differs. At his current speed, it was highly probable that his cultivation upon birth would only be at the green realm. The green realm was insufficient. It was not explosive enough. It could not be overwhelming. The early stage of the green realm was light green, the later stage was dark green, and the mid-stage was grass green. The methods for checking cultivation, apart from condensing energy in the palm, also included observing the aura's color above the Baihui point on the head. Yi Xiaobai calculated the days spent in the womb, estimating it was likely he would be in the mid-stage of the green realm. Wouldn't that mean he was born under a vast grassland? System, hurry and help me level up. Host, you have 1 opportunity for daily check-in. Please do not miss it. Check-in. You have already checked in today. Please return tomorrow. Yi Xiaobai felt a twinge of worry, bearing a burden and pressure that one his age should not have to endure. Meanwhile, Jun Xiangwei focused on how to evade those two and descend from the valley. She needed to reach the temple and report the calamities that had befallen the Yi family to the national master. The blue and green realm cultivators from various nations were required to register their names, so there was little fear of being unable to uncover the thieves' true identities. Suddenly, a foreboding sense washed over her. Having reached the peak of the blue realm, Jun Xiangwei's senses heightened. Her instincts warned her of impending danger. Her body reacted faster than her mind, and she leapt down from the tree branches, hiding in the middle of a large tree, concealing her aura completely. At that moment, above the turbulent waters, a man soared into the air. It was the male thief pursuing her. With his early-stage blue realm strength, he could see Jun Xiangwei's position from the treetops in broad daylight. Fortunately, her heightened alertness allowed her to evade detection just in time. The man, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to fly so high, did not seek to verify Jun Xiangwei's presence at the treetop. Rather, he was in deep trouble. A level 5 ferocious beast, a massive crocodile more than 10 zhang long, was stirring up debris near the turbulent waters with its enormous tail. Debris and dust swirled through the air. The giant crocodile leapt into the air, opening its gaping maw to bite the man who had just taken flight. He desperately ascended, while the crocodile clawed at him from below, relentlessly in pursuit. He was severely injured, cursing his incompetent companions. Just moments ago, that foolish woman had summoned him to the turbulent waters using a communication stone. Upon his arrival, he was met with the furious tail swipe of the giant crocodile, leaving him severely wounded and spitting blood. The might of a 5th-level ferocious beast rivals that of a peak blue realm entity, and its stamina surpasses that of human cultivators by several hundredfold. The formidable tail, teeth, and claws of the giant toothed crocodile are akin to weapons of saintly lethality. The man's back was ruthlessly slashed open by the crocodile's right claw, revealing the bone beneath, with blood gushing forth. He had no time to tend to his wounds, and could only flee towards the forest, soaring through the air on the wings of the wind in a desperate bid for survival. Chapter 4. The first kill of Strong Wei. The excruciating pain from the laceration brought an unusual clarity to the man's mind. He exerted every ounce of strength to soar through the treetops, maintaining this altitude at the cost of considerable spiritual energy. His adversaries were not merely the giant crocodile, but also that hideous woman. No matter how much spiritual energy he expended, as long as it ensured his survival, it was worth it. The agony made him realize that the ugly woman intended to use him as a pawn. If his demise could be attributed to the crocodile, she would reap the benefits without bearing the consequences. He dared not dwell on such thoughts. Survival was paramount. The heart of the most venomous woman. He had been far too careless these days, dismissing her as merely an arrogant and foolish creature. They say beautiful women can deceive, yet it seems the ugly ones are even more cunning. In the distance, a commotion stirred, and Jun Xiangwei dared not indulge her curiosity. She concealed her presence, blending entirely into the tree. Though elated by her peak cultivation in the Qing realm, she remained acutely aware of the dangers. Suddenly, a heavy object plummeted from the treetop, crashing onto a nearby branch. It was that thief. Having lost too much blood and exhausted his spiritual energy in his flight, he finally succumbed to fatigue and fell. By sheer coincidence, he landed on the very branch where Jun Xiangwei was concealed, mere feet away from her. Truly, evil deeds do not go unpunished. It would be a disservice to the heavens not to strike him down while the opportunity presented itself. The casualties and losses suffered by the Yi family, along with the sacrifice of her 4 maidservants, demanded vengeance. In the past, she lacked the strength to exact revenge and had to rely on the national master. But now, with her peak prowess in the Qing realm, she could effortlessly slay an injured warrior at the early blue realm, provided she acted swiftly and decisively. Moreover, if she did not strike now, she would lose the chance once he regained his strength. They had shown no mercy when they slaughtered her and her family. Jun Xiangwei retrieved her sole spiritual weapon, the Crimson Chain Whip, a wedding gift crafted specifically for her by Yi Buqing. With the utmost speed, she lashed out at the man's neck, channeling all her power into the strike. The man had thought he could rest on the branch for a moment, hoping to regain some strength. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and he found himself falling, rolling several times before realizing his body still dangled from the branch. He had been decapitated. Who had done this? In his final thoughts, he realized that the ugly woman had laid an ambush, truly the most venomous of hearts. Yet something felt amiss. It seemed he had been struck down by a whip. A whip? Wasn't that the weapon of the grotesque creature? However, he would never have the chance to unravel this mystery. Jun Xiangwei's breaths came in quick succession, an unprecedented mixture of tension and exhilaration coursing through her. This was her first kill. No, this beast did not deserve the title of human. She had avenged herself. One whip had severed her enemy's head. His head fell to the ground while his body remained suspended on the branch beside her. She swiftly removed the spatial ring from his hand and searched his clothing, only to find no token that could reveal his identity. A Blue Realm expert who behaved like a thief. The man was utterly dead, his spiritual energy dissipated, rendering the spatial ring ownerless. Jun Xiangwei had no time to inspect its contents, fearing the woman would soon arrive. The immediate priority was to present this man's corpse to the National Master. Regardless of which organization had sent him, the National Master would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Each fallen Blue Realm expert represented a monumental loss for their sect. This thief's organization would certainly seek retribution. Yet, Jun Xiangwei felt no regret or fear. Even if she were as insignificant as an ant, anyone who dared to harm her or her family must be prepared to face her wrath. As long as she drew breath, she would pursue vengeance to the end. Lacking strength, she would bide her time, waiting for the opportunity. Once she possessed the capability, she would ruthlessly topple all who opposed her. She would not initiate conflict, but neither would she shy away from it. When that organization sent these two thieves to the Yi family, it sealed their fate in a cycle of bloodshed. Though slaying him with a single whip provided her some satisfaction, it was merely a fraction of the debt owed to the Yi family. Jun Xiangwei berated herself for her inadequacy, relying on stealth to secure victory, which led to the man's swift demise. He should have endured the pain and despair inflicted upon those he had mercilessly slaughtered. An eye for an eye is the essence of fairness. Jun Xiangwei placed the man's body and head into a bag, stowing it within his spatial ring, thus granting him a semblance of a complete burial. She vowed to grow stronger, powerful enough that no one would dare to bully her, strong enough to fulfill her promises, strong enough to protect Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai sensed his mother's unprecedented surge of fierce emotion. Indeed, she was both formidable and awe-inspiring. Yet, Jun Xiangwei wiped away a tear, her gaze fixed intently on the silent communication stone. Her husband, Yi Buqing, had been gone for nearly half a year, leaving no trace behind. You wish for me to have my belongings, yet have you considered that your words might lead to my and our son's demise? However, she had risen from the ashes, her cultivation growing exponentially, all thanks to the miraculous artifact hung around her neck by Yi Buqing. My husband, do you understand the burden of possessing such treasures? Do you know the calamity that has befallen the Yi family? Once, she had yearned to share with Yi Buqing the news that he was to become a father. Now, she felt no such desire. Xiaobai was her treasure alone. After the harrowing days she had endured, fleeing alone as a pregnant woman, leaping from cliffs, and resurrecting from death, Xiaobai lamented in the womb. Our survival had nothing to do with that trinket. It was the system's doing. Strong Wei had a husband, yet lived like a widow. What use was he? It would be better to part ways and spare herself the heartache. Once her emotions had stabilized, Jun Xiangwei pondered a pressing question. Why was this man so grievously injured? She had observed earlier that it appeared he had been clawed by a ferocious beast. This place was fraught with danger. A woman of the mid-blue realm, coupled with an exceptionally powerful beast, posed a threat she could not contend with in her current peak Qing realm state. Then she sensed an ominous pull of blood. It was undoubtedly that woman, using the man's blood to trace his location. Jun Xiangwei had to flee. Fortunately, she exhibited no signs of poisoning. She should still be able to make her way deeper into the forest. Flee quickly. Jun Xiangwei hastily consumed an antidote, tightening the band around her abdomen. Xiaobai, we must go. Yi Xiaobai obediently remained still, awaiting his mother to carry him aloft. Jun Xiangwei summoned her spiritual energy, soaring to the treetops, then hastening toward the heart of the forest. Gliding through the wind was a feat only achievable in the Qing realm, although it consumed a great deal of energy. Under the cover of the numerous treetops, even with intermittent flight, it was far swifter than running on the ground. Gradually, Jun Xiangwei discerned something amiss. While flying among the treetops, her spiritual energy replenished rapidly, and she felt hardly fatigued. However, once she flew beneath the canopy, she sensed her energy waning. She decided to risk exposure and fly directly above the treetops, immersing herself in sunlight. Much like when she had previously basked in the sun atop the trees to enhance her cultivation. As expected, flying in the sunlight allowed her spiritual energy to be replenished almost instantaneously. This revelation brought her immense joy. Even a peak blue realm expert could not replenish their energy as she could. It reminded her of the sacred body of the holy son and daughter of the Qian kingdom, rumored to be of the light attribute, drawing strength from sunlight. This realization piqued her curiosity about the contents of the 9-turn Linglong lock. Overthinking would yield no benefit. Whatever it was that hung around her neck would benefit her as long as it remained there. It was only fair after all, as she had risked her life to secure it. Chapter 5. Calculations and strategies. As one ventures deeper into the forest, the visibility diminishes considerably. Even at the height of the treetops, the path ahead remains obscured. Before Jun Xiangwei, the layers of miasma coiling around her loom higher than the ancient trees themselves. She hesitates to proceed further, fearing that Xiaobai may succumb to the toxic vapors. Finding a tree with a hollow, she takes refuge inside. Upon entering, her first action is to untie the strap around her waist, allowing Xiaobai some freedom to move. While resting, Jun Xiangwei contemplates how to leap over the 300-zhang cliff. At the pinnacle of the Green Realm, her maximum height, while soaring, is limited to 50 zhang from the ground. The chasm stretches approximately 350 zhang to the valley floor, necessitating 6 or 7 mid-air boosts. In contrast, the woman in the mid-blue realm boasts a soaring height of nearly 200 zhang, requiring only a single boost. If she were to be detected during her ascent by that woman or the assailant, the odds would be insurmountable. Jun Xiangwei decides to bide her time, waiting until she reaches the blue realm before confronting her adversary directly. Until then, she would avoid unnecessary confrontations. After basking in the sun for an entire day, her spiritual energy is abundant, yet her stomach growls in hunger. Jun Xiangwei retrieves a vial of nutritional supplements and a few snacks suitable for pregnant women from her spatial ring, treats prepared by her maid to prevent her from going hungry. As she eats, tears stream down her face. Her maid, who grew up alongside her, was more than a servant. She was akin to a sister. And here she was, a master unable to even recover the body of her beloved sister. Xiaobai lies motionless in the womb, petrified. What is that strong presence murmuring? He cannot comprehend it. Surely it does not mean what he thinks. His dear sisters, how could this be? It cannot be true. They must be living well in the Yi family. Eagerly awaiting his arrival, yearning for him to grow into a handsome young man, and then, with bashfulness and jealousy, vying for his affection. He would choose the one he cherishes most as his wife, bestowing generous dowries upon the others, allowing them to marry splendidly. Yi Xiaobai absolutely refuses to believe he has become a widower even before birth. The promise was to be born upon the vast grasslands, so let it be. He desires nothing more than for them to live well. If it must be that he cannot wait to grow up and finds a truly devoted partner for them, he would bless their unions. Host, you are still but a mere ball. Do not think too far ahead. System King, are you not the most powerful system? Can you not resurrect them? Once a person dies, they cannot return to life. With his sisters gone and his beloved lost, he finds no motivation to strive onward. Host, you do not need to exert yourself. The holy light glazed body requires only sunlight to thrive. At that moment, a remarkably young and stunning woman appeared on the branch where Jun Xiangwei had just dispatched the man. Oh, the blood summoning technique seems to have been severed here. Another instance of disappearing acts? How intriguing, Jun Xiangwei. It appears I have underestimated you. The woman's previously haggard visage transformed, her voice no longer sharp and grating. Blood from her companions littered the branches, ground, and along the path. By the volume of blood spilled, the man was undoubtedly doomed. The alluring fairy mused. The demon domain had dispatched 2 blue realm experts this time, yet they failed to secure even a 9-turn Linglong device. Moreover, one of them perished. The only course left was to redeem her failures. As for that Jun Xiangwei, she must be silenced. Previously, she had discovered a slumbering giant-toothed crocodile in the undercurrents. Thus, she devised a plan, using it as a weapon to inflict grievous injury upon the man without anyone the wiser. The arrogant man believed he was the sole master of the blood-summoning technique, unaware that she was the true wolf in sheep-esque clothing. She calculated every possible outcome, except for the variable that was Jun Xiangwei. The alluring fairy surveyed her surroundings, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Jun Xiangwei, you possess beauty, yet lack ambition. With such meager capabilities, you dare to consider marriage and motherhood? As a fellow woman, I shall not make it difficult for you. I will grant you an easier passage. She formed hand seals, murmuring, Little rabbit, do you truly believe that by placing the man as corpse into his spatial ring, I would be unable to find you? That fool lacks the skill to channel his blood summoning through spatial rings, but I, the alluring fairy, can. She produced a spirit stone, cradling it in her palm. 2 droplets of blood materialized before her. One belonged to the man, the other to Jun Xiangwei. The tracking results converged at the same location. Ha ha ha, little rabbit. It appears you indeed took his life. While Jun Xiangwei savored her snacks in the hollow, she suddenly felt an intense sense of intrusion, as though her personal space was being forcibly invaded. She checked repeatedly, finding no bloodstains outside, neither her own nor that of the man. This was not mere paranoia. The sensation of being scrutinized was far too palpable. Her instincts urged her to flee. Jun Xiangwei gathered her snacks, secured her belly, and resumed her flight through the treetops. Fortunately, the sun was high in the sky, penetrating through the layers of miasma, with the energy of light to sustain her. Navigating through the thick fog was not overly taxing. Little rabbit, you truly possess a secret weapon. Despite being at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm, Jun Xiangwei managed to escape to such a distance in a short span. Even with the mid-blue realm prowess of the alluring fairy, she would need to fly at full speed without pause to achieve such a feat. The fairy could not believe Jun Xiangwei could soar at such velocity. If she possessed such speed, would she still be cornered at the cliff? If Jun Xiangwei were genuinely powerful, she would not be hiding in the hollow. The little rabbit's ability to slay the man was merely a matter of taking advantage of his vulnerability. He was gravely injured, losing blood profusely. Reflecting on that despicable man made the alluring fairy feel nauseated to her core. 10 years prior, she had been trapped at the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm. Though she had reached heights unattainable by her peers, she was barred from the temple due to that man. At the time, he had already attained the pinnacle of the Green Realm, attempting to exploit his authority to take advantage of her. The alluring fairy resolutely refused and was consequently eliminated. Later, upon meeting her master, she inherited her legacy and ascended directly into the Blue Realm. Thereafter, she concealed her breathtaking beauty, disguising herself as an unattractive woman to join the demonic organization led by her master. 2 years ago, that man was expelled from the temple and subsequently joined the organization, becoming her colleague. The alluring fairy set aside her thoughts, preparing to capture Jun Xiangwei and conclude this pursuit for treasure. In this world, beyond the holy light glazed body, there also existed the dark attribute demon body, impervious to toxins. The alluring fairy inherited the dark attribute, immune to all poisons. She soared through the shade of the trees, as darkness was advantageous for her powers. The dimmer the light, the more favorable it was for her. Half an hour later, the alluring fairy arrived at the hollow where Jun Xiangwei had concealed herself. However, she was taken aback to discover that the little rabbit had escaped once more. Chapter 6. The cat and the mouse. Jun Xiangwei sought refuge in another tree hollow nearby, resting and replenishing her energy. As the days progressed, the burden of sustenance for two became increasingly daunting. Soon, an unsettling sensation of being watched returned, prompting her to seek yet another hiding place. Before long, the elusive Maxian had discovered her new refuge but was met with disappointment once again. Truly, she was a cunning little rabbit. Jun Xiangwei soared through the treetops, harnessing the wind in search of a new hollow, while Maxian tracked her from below using the blood tracking technique. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, yet their differing physical capabilities kept them at disparate levels. Astonishingly, after an entire hour, they had not crossed paths. Jun Xiangwei remained vigilant, having evaded detection for days. Her awareness sharpened to its utmost. Having changed tree hollows 8 times, she felt a sense of agitation creeping in. She spent the afternoon basking in the sun atop the treetops, longing for a miracle. Once more, she focused her energy, her palm radiating a deep verdant hue, devoid of any trace of blue. She realized she had become overly ambitious. Leaping from the early Yellow Realm to the pinnacle of the Green Realm was already miraculous enough. There was no need for further greed. Yet, the feeling of having nowhere to hide was both suffocating and tormenting. Yi Xiaobai sensed his mother's anxiety, yet he was at a loss for solutions. The bound, desperate survival system allowed him only to access information until the time for sign-in arrived. System, where are we now? The system displayed a map with a red dot marking Jun Xiangwei's location. They had not yet officially entered the Death Forest. The map revealed the vast expanse of the Death Forest, indicating they were merely on the outskirts. Jun Xiangwei's hesitation stemmed from her fear that the toxic gas would have irreversible effects on Xiaobai. Additionally, she was unaware of the true magnitude of the Death Forest. Yi Xiaobai worried that his mother's continued evasion would lead to her breaking down. For several days, she had not rested a moment. System. Where is the safest place on the map? The system marked a location with a red dot, approximately an hour and a half away by flight. It was an ancient bird's nest. The birds of the Death Forest were no ordinary creatures, but rather the sixth-tier spirit beast, dragon-winged, intelligent birds. When these majestic beings spread their wings, spanning over 20 zhang, they could obscure the sky. Their nest, however, appeared modest in size. Yet it was more than adequate for her and her child. Crucially, the nest was easy to defend yet difficult to attack, crafted meticulously by the dragon-winged intelligent birds for the purpose of hatching their young. In ancient times, humans possessed the capability to capture dragon-winged intelligent birds as mounts. But that was a distant memory. With the current consensus regarding the pinnacle of the Blue Realm, attempting to steal a dragon-winged intelligent bird's egg would likely end in failure. Even reaching the nest would be improbable, let alone touching the eggshell. System, please inform Xiangwei of the location of that bird's nest. Just pretend to be a high-level being trapped in this world, a divine entity. Be as enigmatic and profound as possible. At this moment, Jun Xiangwei felt once again the sensation of being observed, her newly chosen hiding spot pushing her to the brink of despair. Prolonged sleeplessness and constant anxiety were unbearable for anyone, let alone a pregnant woman. The hormonal fluctuations of pregnancy rendered her emotions unstable, and her heightened sensitivity, due to the holy light glazed body, exacerbated her irritation with the repeated feelings of being spied upon. Suddenly, a clear map materialized in her mind, displaying two red dots. One indicated her current position, while the other marked the location of the bird's nest. Was she meant to seek refuge there? It seemed far, requiring a lengthy journey into the depths of the forest. Deeper within, the toxic gas would be too overwhelming for her child to endure. The phrase immune to all poisons flashed in her mind. Jun Xiangwei caressed the 9-turn Linglong lock at her chest, offering her gratitude. She felt increasingly assured of her extraordinary constitution. Glancing at the time, it was already late in the afternoon. The sun would soon set. If she were to go, it had to be immediate. Any delay would deprive her of sunlight to replenish her strength. Emerging from the tree hollow, she ascended to the canopy. With utmost speed, she soared towards the location indicated on the map. The distance displayed was great, and even at full speed, she would arrive only by sunset. Seizing the daylight, she pushed her pace to its maximum. Fortunately, as a light attribute's sacred body, she could directly absorb solar energy and convert it into spiritual power. Jun Xiangwei's speed was remarkable. Her sustained flight consumed stamina, but not spiritual energy. Previously, she had feared venturing deeper into the forest, as the toxic gas posed a threat to her child. Now, armed with clear guidance, she resolved to press on. It seems this treasure harbors a powerful being capable of communicating with my consciousness. Meanwhile, Ma Xin seethed with frustration. She had expended 8 spirit stones, pinpointing Jun Xiangwei's location each time, only to come up empty. Like a cat that repeatedly failed to catch a mouse, her demeanor shifted from casual indifference to palpable irritation. Ma Xin produced a 9th spirit stone, employing forbidden techniques to pursue Jun Xiangwei. The little rabbit is swiftly moving deeper into the forest? Jun Xiangwei's speed was astonishing. If she were indeed harnessing the wind, her velocity rivaled that of Ma Xin, who was in the mid-level of the Blue Realm. Yet how could this be? She was merely at the early Yellow Realm, limited to running on foot. How could she fly? Jun Xiangwei must possess a secret, or perhaps a treasure. Before nightfall, Ma Xin had no choice but to pursue from the shadows of the trees. After half an hour, fatigue began to set in. While her quarry continued to move rapidly and relentlessly, Ma Xin became increasingly convinced that Jun Xiangwei possessed a treasure. However, her own low cultivation forced her to remain hidden. Taking a moment to rest beneath the trees, Ma Xin retrieved another spirit stone, employing the blood tracking technique to follow the trail of 2 drops of blood. The blood of the dogman continued to advance deep into the forest, while Jun Xiangwei's trail abruptly ceased not far from her. Ma Xin followed the path, discovering a pile of recently burned ashes, remnants of the clothing Jun Xiangwei had worn when she leaped from the cliff. Not long ago, en route to the bird's nest, Jun Xiangwei had once again sensed the feeling of being watched. She attempted to inquire within her mind, seeking guidance from the divine being. A reply soon emerged: burn the blood-stained clothing. As it turned out, the The blood-tracking technique of that thieving woman could indeed penetrate her spatial ring. Jun Qiangwei swiftly incinerated the garment and resumed her rapid flight towards the bird's nest. Ma Xian resolved to abandon the blood-tracking technique. Not only had she been exposed, but it also consumed too many spirit stones. In the Tianxian continent, aside from the realms of the demon domain, all nations prohibited the mining of spirit stones. As a limited resource, spirit stones were precious. Each piece diminished the overall supply. Unauthorized extraction of spirit stone mines, once discovered, resulted in capital punishment and widespread condemnation across nations. The United Nations condemned the demon domain for the illegal mining of spirit stone veins. The spiritual energy of the world belonged to humanity and to flora and fauna alike. Once spirit stone veins were depleted, surrounding areas would suffer from a lack of spiritual energy, leading to ecological imbalance. Humanity would perish before reaching their natural lifespans. Succumbing to disease. All nations imposed severe penalties for the act of mining spirit stones, showing no leniency. Many ancient spells requiring spirit stones became taboo across nations. In stark contrast, the demon domain was viewed as a place devoid of morality in the eyes of the world. Chapter 7. The Nest Concealed Little Rabbit, You Cannot Escape. The enchanting fairy had no intention of continuing the pursuit. She chose to wait, biding her time until the sun dipped below the horizon. As the forest succumbed to darkness, it became the zenith of dark attributes, a moment when many shadowy magics could be unleashed. At this point, Jun Xiangwei, soaring at full speed, felt a significant sense of relief. Ever since she had incinerated the garment she wore when she leaped off the cliff, the sensation of being watched had dissipated. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to the 9-turn Linglong lock, speculating that it contained a spatial artifact housing a powerful being, temporarily unable to emerge for reasons unknown. Yi Xiaobai had grown accustomed to his mother attributing her glory to the outdated trinket bestowed by his father. It seemed fortuitous to embrace the error. He mused to the system. Women tend to be infatuated, treating their husbands' discarded items as treasures. System, do you have a wife? How many wives do you have? Do they quarrel? My sisters are no longer here, and alas, you do not assist me in rescuing them. We had agreed that after forming a bond, we would prosper together, in wealth and harmony. Never mind, this is not your fault. It is merely the villain's wickedness that is to blame. We shall deal with those evildoers harshly in the future. System, do you know what that trinket hanging around my mother's neck truly is? Spatial stone, what is its purpose? Gather 7. Summon the divine dragon? He of the other world, how utterly worthless. Who would have thought Yi Buqing could be like this as well? Bestowing a stone to a wife, gathering it with great difficulty, only to be left with disappointment. System, my mind is weary, I shall rest for a while. The host is merely a sphere. What use is there for a mind? That is because this sphere bears an immense memory. As Jun Xiangwei raced onward, she finally entered the death forest at sundown. From the moment she stepped inside, a heavy aura of death enveloped her, an unsettling silence permeating the atmosphere. Why was it called the death forest? Jun Xiangwei vaguely recalled records from her studies at her maternal home. Legend spoke of a cataclysmic explosion in ancient times, with some claiming it resulted from the collision of two realms, creating a vast chasm that annihilated all life in the vicinity. Ever since, the shadow of death had loomed over this entire region, shrouded in toxic mists. For eons, no creature dared approach. Only plants could endure. Finally, Jun Xiangwei beheld an oval nest, once woven by the 6th-level divine beast, the dragon-winged wisdom bird, for the purpose of incubating its young. She inspected the nest closely, recognizing its formidable defenses, a testament to the advanced intellect of ancient spiritual beasts. A divine being had imparted some knowledge to her. The nest once rested upon a branch of a colossal tree, buried underground after the great explosion. After countless years, a new tree had sprouted, its roots fortuitously lifting the nest back to the surface. The dragon-winged wisdom bird crafted such nests to thwart the sky-swallowing python from devouring its eggs. The nest was oval, seamlessly constructed from the most pliable feathers of the bird's chest, snugly enveloping the eggs. The sky-swallowing python attempted to sneak in to steal the eggs when the dragon-winged wisdom bird was absent, yet it could never locate the entrance to the nest. Even if the python attempted to swallow the entire nest, it would be unable to digest the outer feathers, ultimately regurgitating the whole structure. The incubation period for the chicks was remarkably lengthy, lasting a year and a half. If the adult bird needed to migrate during this time, It could simply carry the net-like nest away. Once hatched, the chicks instinctively sought the feather left by their parents, using their claws to create a small opening through which they could escape. Following the instructions in her mind, Jun Xiangwei found a hidden crevice and wriggled inside. The nest contained broken eggshells, and lying among them provided a sense of safety. The feathers used to weave the nest were dense, yet breathable and waterproof, making it an exquisite refuge. After securing the feather at the crevice, any potential flaws were rendered invisible. After 4 days and 3 nights of fleeing, she had finally discovered a safe hiding place. She caressed her belly, murmuring to Xiaobai, "You have suffered alongside your mother, but tonight, we shall rest well." With that, she took out the communication stone, lost in thought. Where was Yi Buqing? His silence left her anxious. Their marriage had been arranged by the heads of the Jun and Yi families, spoken of as a match made in heaven, a union of talent and beauty. Yet, newlywed, her husband had been absent for 6 months. As a first-time mother, she felt both joy and anxiety, with her husband far away, leaving her to share her feelings only with her maids. The Jun family had sent her beloved maids to accompany her into the Yi household. With these dear sisters by her side, she had peacefully navigated the first half of her pregnancy. Remembering them, tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. Just days prior, the 4 maids had gathered to admire Xiaobai's tiny feet and prepare nourishing food for her, and now they were separated by the veil of death. She did not even know where their bodies lay. In the Tianxian continent, there were no slaves. So-called servants enjoyed absolute freedom in life, sharing a relationship akin to that of close employment with their masters. Small factions allied with the Jun family would send their children to grow up alongside the Jun heirs, those 2 despicable thieves, and the forces backing them. This enmity, Jun Xiangwei would ensure was avenged, though vengeance could not resurrect the deceased or restore the injured. It was a matter of justice and the eradication of evil. The Qian kingdom would not tolerate such unreasonable malevolence. Sleep now, your health is paramount. Yi Xiaobai wished to remind his mother of this. Jun Xiangwei, obedient and perhaps too weary, soon fell asleep. Outside the nest, the enchanting fairy had grown impatient. The little rabbit had indeed found an excellent hiding spot. With her cultivation, it was impossible to dismantle the nest. She could only wait for the rabbit to emerge. Yi Xiaobai awoke in the middle of the night, suddenly hearing a piercing female voice, drawing near with an eerie resonance that sent shivers down his spine. "Darling, I have come to find you. Please come out so we can play together, shall we?" Simultaneously, within the nest, a melodious voice, a stranger, emerged from the communication stone Yi Buqing had given her. "Sister Qiangwei, I am Yi Buqing Sr. He has entered closed-door meditation. Your recent messages were heard by the master, who sent me to protect you." The voice of the unfamiliar woman was gentle, filled with familial warmth, and crucially, she mentioned Yi Buqing's name. At first, it seemed credible, but upon reflection, something felt amiss. Why had Yi Buqing not contacted her before entering his seclusion, given that their communication stone had remained silent? "Sister Qiangwei, are you listening?" Jun Xiangwei remained silent. She was unaware of Yi Buqing's whereabouts from half a year ago. Before his departure, he had only entrusted her with the 9-turn Linglong lock, urging her to keep it a secret. Jun Xiangwei continued to remain mute, allowing the terrifying wails outside to echo through the air. She let the communication stone remain unanswered. Yi Xiaobai, disturbed by the noise, was displeased, realizing it had already passed the hour of the rat. System, sign in. Chapter 8, The Destiny Artifact. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Dragonwing Intelligent Bird Egg. Do you wish to activate it now? Activate. Nonsense. I'll simply boil it and nourish Xiangwei's frail body. My mother hasn't had a proper meal in days. This bird is rare. Activating it will establish a contract that can enhance your cultivation. The bird will be stored in the system space until it hatches. Very well. Activate it. Activation in progress. Congratulations, host. Contract established successfully. Egg hatching countdown. Exactly 500 days. Yi Xiaobai immediately felt an extraordinary connection with the life within the egg, a bond of mutual understanding. So, this is what it means to have a contract. In 500 days, he would possess a divine bird as his steed. Wait a moment. 500 days? That's far too long. I should just cook it instead. Such a large egg should sufficiently enhance Xiangwei's cultivation. Besides, during these days of fleeing, she hasn't eaten well. Would a sentient egg be even more nourishing if consumed? Apologies, but once activated, it cannot be reversed. Roasting the whole bird after it hatches should be delightful. The egg, unaware of the meaning of roasting, simply rejoiced at Yi Xiaobai's happiness. Due to their contractual relationship, Yi Xiaobai found his mood lifted further by the egg's joy. "Forget it, silly bird. I shan't eat you." The ethereal voice of Mei Xian echoed endlessly. "My dear, come out. Let us play together." "Ha ha. The ghost of the man you killed is here too." On the other end of the communication stone, even though there was no response, the caring senior sister continued her incessant murmuring. Jun Xiangwei ignored them. Even if Yi Bucken himself appeared, she would remain indifferent. She was utterly exhausted. A pregnant woman must rest well, ignoring all distractions. Throughout the night, Mei Xian and the senior sister did not cease their chatter. Yi Xiaobai was awakened countless times by their noise. "System, can you make them quiet?" "Host, they are the same person. The one shouting outside and the one speaking through the communication stone is the same woman." "Goodness," quickly informed Xiangwei. A thought flashed through Jun Xiangwei's mind. They are the same person. How is that possible? Yet, a divine being has no reason to deceive her. The same person? Capable of haunting outside, while simultaneously offering concern through the communication stone? Jun Xiangwei touched the 9-turn Linglong lock and inquired. "Simply tell my mother the truth. Do not make it too complicated." Xiaobai fears that Xiangwei, like him, may not comprehend many new terms. The system provided Jun Xiangwei with 2 words: use forbidden arts. "It is possible." Jun Xiangwei sighed at the aloofness of the adept, valuing words like gold. Xiaobai was quite pleased with the system's straightforwardness, suddenly discovering a new revelation. "Oh, my realm has reached the pinnacle of the red realm." "System, tell me why? It isn't even dawn yet." The 6th-tier dragonwing intelligent bird is equivalent to the pinnacle of the purple realm. The host was compelled to elevate his cultivation after contracting with the egg. Yi Xiaobai felt somewhat at a loss. He was still but a mere sphere. No matter how formidable the contracted spirit beast, his cultivation would hardly improve. If he had contracted the dragonwing intelligent bird to Xiangwei, she would undoubtedly break through to the blue realm. "System, can I switch the contract to my mother?" "Apologies. That is not possible." Yi Xiaobai was displeased. What happened to the notion of mother and child being one? "How can I elevate my mother's cultivation to the blue realm? Please ensure the host checks in daily. Go inform my mother to stay hidden in the nest and await my daily check-ins." Soon, a line of instructions appeared in Jun Xiangwei's mind. Before advancing to the blue realm, do not leave the bird's nest. Jun Xiangwei nodded. This suited her perfectly. The thieving woman appeared formidable. She would remain in the nest to nurture her child, awaiting her cultivation upgrade. Jun Xiangwei surveyed the supplies of food and water in her spatial ring, determining that with careful rationing, she could stay in the nest for 5 or 6 days without issue. A few more days of sunlight might even allow her to break through to the blue realm. As day broke, Mei Xian continued to call out Jun Xiangwei's name from outside the nest. Her intent was to instill agitation and fear in Jun Xiangwei, an omnipresent and formidable foe, aiming to force her out of the nest. Simultaneously, she feigned being Yi Bucken's senior sister, showering Jun Xiangwei with summer-like warmth. "Junior sister, Master has already set out to find you. With her cultivation, you shall meet by tomorrow at the latest. Rest assured, anyone who dares to bully the Yi family shall not escape her wrath. She will ensure justice is served." Once Mei Xian had finished speaking, she ceased pretending to be Yi Bucken's senior sister through the communication stone. The remaining time was left for the little rabbit to grow anxious on her own. However, Mei Xian did not anticipate that in her eyes, the little rabbit remained unperturbed. Jun Xiangwei basked in the sunlight within the nest, instinctively converting the light into the spiritual energy required for her advancement. Gathering energy, the hue deepened to a verdant shade, nearing an inky blackness. Yet lacking even a trace of blue, her cultivation showed no signs of progress. Jun Xiangwei consoled herself, recognizing that advancing to the blue realm is a feat not easily achieved by ordinary individuals. Transitioning from the green realm to the blue realm invariably requires significant fortune. Otherwise, both heads of the Yi and Jun families, despite reaching centenarian status, remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the green realm for decades. Yi Xiaobai inquired of the system, "Is it truly so difficult to ascend to the blue realm? Or is there some issue?" Jun Xiangwei pondered as well, touching the 9-turn Linglong lock. Instantly, for words appeared in her mind. Wait patiently for fortune. What kind of fortune could possibly exist within this nest? She mused. Suddenly, the woman outside altered her tone. "Jun Xiangwei, come out and face your demise." Yi Xiaobai lamented that the thieving woman had changed her tone yet again. Suddenly, the world spun violently. Although he was shielded by Qiangwei, he still experienced a jolt. Jun Xiangwei activated her spiritual energy to protect Xiaobai. Just moments ago, the madwoman had launched an assault on the nest. The nest, having endured countless years underground and weathered the elements above, could no longer match its former defensive capabilities. Though the exterior feathers remained intact, the interior was rocked by the force of the blue realm. The already damaged eggshell was far inferior to the defensive power it once possessed. As the nest swayed precariously, Jun Xiangwei could only use her spiritual power to shield her abdomen. Yi Xiaobai cried out in pain after being jolted, pleading with the system. When will we be able to eliminate that madwoman outside? Please be patient for the next check-in. Jun Xiangwei gradually acclimated to the nest being attacked, akin to residents in earthquake-prone areas becoming accustomed to constant tremors. Upon waking from a slumber, Yi Xiaobai felt the warmth of light and no longer heard the madwoman's voice. System, check-in. Congratulations, host. You have received the Holy Light Glass Mirror. Do you wish to activate it? Yi Xiaobai examined the details displayed by the system. The Holy Light Glass Mirror was the destiny artifact of the strongest saintess in history. By channeling spiritual power into the mirror, it could unleash explosive force upon the target and serve as an exceptional protective barrier. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiaobai instructed the system, contract it for my mother and activate it. Alas, she would likely think it was a gift from that broken stone. Upon awakening, Jun Xiangwei discovered a resplendent mirror beside her. Instantly, the name and usage of the mirror flooded her mind. To her astonishment, such a rare treasure was her destiny artifact. It was simply unbelievable. Gratefully, Jun Xiangwei expressed her thanks to the lock resting against her chest. Assuming it was a gift from the adept within, had she not been kicked by Xiaobai, she would have considered performing a grand gesture of gratitude. With this destiny artifact, she felt fearless against the woman who sought to trouble her. In the realm of Tianxian, weapons are classified into divine artifacts, holy artifacts, and spiritual artifacts. Among them, a law artifact possesses the judicial power of the heavenly principles, classified as a superior divine artifact. Not all superior divine artifacts are law artifacts, but every law artifact is undoubtedly a superior divine artifact. The Holy Light Glass Mirror is an unparalleled treasure. Jun Xiangwei earnestly wished to express her gratitude to the divine being, but unfortunately, her attempt was thwarted by Yi Xiaobai's interruption. Chapter 9. Deception and Pretense. Jun Xiangwei wished to perform a grand ceremony, fully aware of the preciousness of this opportunity. The Jun family's treasured heirloom was the ancestral low-grade divine artifact, the Fire Cloud Lamp. The Yi family, renowned for their sword forging, possessed a total of 3 low-grade divine swords. With such divine artifacts to guard their household, even if the family head had yet to enter the Blue Realm, the status of the Jun and Yi families was far from that of ordinary third-rate clans. Years ago, when the Yi family sought a marriage alliance, the betrothal gift was a medium-grade holy sword. The head of the Jun family accepted the sword with joy and married off his exceptionally gifted granddaughter. In the Qian kingdom, spiritual artifacts were already rare, and seeking a marriage with a holy artifact as a dowry was a tremendous honor for the bride's family. Jun Xiangwei was ecstatic to have received the Holy Light Glass Mirror, a pinnacle existence among high-grade artifacts. What astonished her even more was that her cultivation had finally broken through. Gathering qi and concentrating spirit, she manifested a pale blue aura in her palm. She had reached the initial stage of the Blue Realm. The divine being had spoken truly. It was indeed a matter of opportunity. Her fortuitous encounter was the contract with her life's artifact, enabling her to breach the barriers of the Blue Realm in one fell swoop. Such a pace of cultivation rivaled that of the holy sons and daughters from other nations. Now filled with confidence, Jun Xiangwei believed that as long as she could break through, her cultivation speed would not be a concern. Suddenly, a strange woman's voice echoed from outside the nest. Jun Xiangwei, come out quickly. My master has captured that woman. Everything made sense. That woman had been clamoring for an entire night, and her sudden silence indicated that she had been caught by Yi Buqing's master. Without the divine being's guidance, Xiangwei might have fallen for it. Yi Xiaobai, elated by the rise of his strength, found his good mood shattered by this crazy woman. System, do you find it amusing that she plays multiple roles? You go tell my mother that this is still that crazy woman, and she should stay inside the nest. Quietly leveling up. However, Jun Xiangwei decided to confront this enemy. With the Holy Light Glass Mirror in hand, she was eager for revenge. Upon exiting the nest, she beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with an ugly, shrill-voiced thief bound at her side. Had she not known the truth, she would have undoubtedly been deceived by mere appearances. Jun Xiangwei resolved to engage in deception herself, to ascertain the true intentions of this woman. Xiangwei, you may come out now. Who are you? Yi Buqing is my disciple. You are his wife, so you should address me as master. But I have never met you. I was traveling outside during your wedding, and thus I could not attend, which is why you have not seen me. What proof do you have? Mei Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing this little rabbit was quite cautious. Had it been an ordinary woman, separated from her husband for half a year, encountering her husband's master in a moment of crisis, she would have likely believed without question. Do not fear, Xiangwei. Buqing is currently in seclusion. Before closing himself off, he entrusted me with the family's communication stone, asking me to manage any matters at home. Mei Xian produced the communication stone, undeniably belonging to Yi Buqing. Jun Xiangwei feigned skepticism, yet her heart tightened with concern for Yi Buqing. The holy light glass mirror was ever vigilant. Should this woman dare to strike, she would swiftly learn the might of the artifact. Mei Xian, however, was unconvinced that the newlywed couple would not be anxious to meet. She continued, I heard your message to Buqing yesterday, claiming that your home was invaded by thieves. I was deeply worried and rushed over, even asking another disciple to contact you. As she spoke, she conveyed that several hours had passed without being able to reach her, further expressing her concern for Xiangwei's safety. See, I have captured this wicked woman for you. Her flawless words seemed to dissolve Jun Xiangwei's doubts. Then, how did you find me? In Buqing's room. There was your handkerchief, she said, handing it to Jun Xiangwei. I followed your blood trail to find you. Jun Xiangwei pretended to shyly accept it. The handkerchief was indeed genuine, bearing the original red from her wedding night. The communication stone and the handkerchief were authentic. While she outwardly accepted this, internally she was in turmoil, fearing that Yi Buqing was trapped in peril. Feigning belief in Mei Xian's fabrications, Jun Xiangwei nodded. Yi Xiaobai was exasperated, feeling that Strong Wei was willing to put himself in danger for such a matter. Anger and jealousy surged within him. System, tell her to stop. Even the system refused to help him thwart Strong Wei, which left him infuriated. Mei Xian was inwardly delighted. Once a woman was ensnared by love, her intellect dwindled to that of a 3-year-old child. Aside from seeking news about Yi Buqing, Jun Xiangwei had her own ulterior motives. She pointed at the puppet and said, Thank you for helping me capture this wicked woman. No need for thanks, it is my duty. I have a small request. Mei Xian was puzzled by what this little rabbit intended to convey. Without waiting for permission, Jun Xiangwei continued, Could you please inquire about my 4 maidens? Where are they? It turned out to be merely this matter. Mei Xian, controlling the puppet, spoke through her thoughts. They are all dead. Their bodies are in my spatial ring. Mei Xian hadn't expected her to say such a thing. How could maidens be more important than a beloved husband? Yet she maintained a cordial smile. Jun Xiangwei received a mental cue to offer her something. She had made a promise to Yi Buqing regarding the living and the dead. Should she truly hand this to the woman? She hesitated. Yi Xiaobai urged the system to tell his mother, Give it to her. Mei Xian was elated as she accepted the 9-turned Linglong lock from Jun Xiangwei, swiftly exchanging it for the spatial ring containing the corpses. Jun Xiangwei took the spatial ring and quickly checked it. The ring bore no spiritual energy defenses. Aside from the 4 maidens' bodies, there was nothing else. She infused her spiritual energy into the ring and donned it on her hand. Mei Xian cast a glance at the 3 rings on the little rabbit's hand. One of them belonged to that dog of a man, and she needed to devise a way to acquire it. Mei Xian was perplexed as to why the young wife wasn't eager about reuniting with her husband. Jun Xiangwei pretended to shed a tear for her deceased maidens, expressing her gratitude. It was broad daylight, and Mei Xian's continuous use of wind magic from the treetop was taxing. Yet, Jun Xiangwei feigned being at the Yellow Realm, incapable of flight. Opting to walk under the shade of the trees, Mei Xian thought to herself, This little rabbit is quite clever. She has handed over the 9-turned Linglong lock, yet hesitates to reveal her flying artifact. However, she was not concerned that the young wife would not be eager to see her husband. Walking would take at least a day and a night. Seemingly casual, Mei Xian asked, Will you ride with me, or will it be your own? Jun Xiangwei, not fully understanding, did not wish to reveal her thoughts and replied, Either is fine. Then let me test your flying sacred artifact. Mei Xian was certain that Jun Xiangwei possessed a flying sacred artifact. Otherwise, she could not possibly move so swiftly. Among all sacred artifacts, flying ones were the most expensive and least produced, due to the scarcity of buyers. The skilled could fly on their own, while the unskilled could not afford one. Jun Xiangwei found it amusing. If she had a flying sacred artifact, would she need to rely on her feet to escape? This thief was indeed blindly confident, addicted to stealing. However, she would not speak the truth, instead expressing her dissatisfaction with the 9-turned Linglong lock in Mei Xian's hand. Let us keep to our own ways. Mei Xian could only smile in agreement. She did not genuinely intend to ride in Jun Xiangwei's flying artifact. She merely desired to see it for herself. As long as she confirmed that Jun Xiangwei truly possessed it, it would soon be hers. Following the divine being's teachings, Jun Xiangwei summoned the holy light glass mirror, silently reciting the incantation as the mirror expanded hundreds of times. She leapt onto it, swiftly ascending to the treetops and flying rapidly towards the cliff. Mei Xian stood below, dumbfounded. What kind of flying artifact is this? I have never seen anything like it. Could it be a high-grade sacred artifact? Surely it cannot be an artifact of great power. Regardless of what it may be, the treasure shall soon belong to her. Chapter 10. Consequences of one's own actions. The enchanting fairy possessed a flying device, albeit a low-grade sacred artifact. Its velocity was comparable to her own ability to ride the winds, yet it required a continuous infusion of her spiritual energy or spirit stones. The overall consumption of spiritual energy was nearly on par with her own flight. In essence, it was rather impractical, unless she needed to transport someone during the day. She preferred to soar alone under the cover of night. After all, as a being of the dark attribute, traveling by wind at night incurred minimal expenditure of energy. The enchanting fairy yearned for a superior flying sacred artifact to replace her current, lackluster one. The treasure known as June Rose captivated her increasingly, as if it were tailor-made for her. She dared not reveal to June Rose that she was utilizing the forbidden spirit stones. Thus, she channeled her spiritual energy to activate her flying device, accompanied by her puppet, in pursuit of June Rose. Having taken flight ahead, June Rose deliberately refrained from advancing at full speed, basking in the sun while gathering energy. The hue of the energy she collected deepened with each gathering. This pace of cultivation was nothing short of perfect. Meanwhile, the little white creature sulked, feeling indignant at the audacity of Chong Wei. For the sake of someone who was utterly inept, she had risked herself. Was this what love entailed? It was said to be a blind marriage devoid of any substantial emotional foundation. After their marriage, they had scarcely spent time together before that inept individual vanished without a trace. System, it vexes me to the point of exhaustion. Keep a watchful eye on Chong Wei. Do not let her become infatuated to the detriment of her own safety. The system merely cautioned June Rose. Exercise caution to prevent ambush. It then fell silent, feigning indifference. The little white creature, overwhelmed with concerns, eventually succumbed to sleep, burdened by responsibilities far beyond its tender age. The enchanting fairy caught up, exclaiming, June Rose. Is that a high-grade sacred artifact? June Rose remained silent, casually nodding. As she rode the winds, the sacred light glass mirror, her innate magical instrument, merely accompanied her. The enchanting fairy's heart soared with joy. She had known it was a high-grade artifact. She feigned interest in the operation of the flying device, and June Rose fabricated an explanation. The enchanting fairy gleaned the information she sought, and seeing her opportunity, she concentrated her energy into her palm. A vibrant blue orb of energy swiftly hurtled toward June Rose. With remarkable speed and precision, the enchanting fairy launched her attack, believing that June Rose would plummet to her demise. Yet, a blue light rebounded unexpectedly, striking her flying device. The enchanting fairy found herself tumbling unceremoniously. In disarray, she managed to suppress her shock and anguish, hastily dispatching the puppet she had brought along. She then rode the winds, carrying the puppet's remains, and caught up with June Rose, stating, "That woman took advantage of my momentary lapse and attacked you. In a fit of desperation, I had to eliminate her." June Rose responded, "Well done. That woman harmed my sisters. Her death is well-deserved. 1,000 cuts would not suffice." The enchanting fairy felt a chill of dread as she faced a curse openly declared against her. She cast aside this unwelcome sensation, aiming to seize June Rose's flying device and seek an opportunity to strike. June Rose pretended not to comprehend her insinuation, accelerating, forcing the thief to expend her spiritual energy in pursuit. Fuming with indignation, the enchanting fairy realized that the disguise she had employed to masquerade as an unattractive woman had been destroyed along with her puppet. This initial stage Huang realm practitioner had caused her to stumble repeatedly. She could no longer tolerate it. As she soared among the treetops, the bright daylight became increasingly burdensome. To uphold her master's dignity, she stealthily supplemented her energy with spirit stones to keep pace with Junrose. Resentment brewed within her heart, intensifying her desire to claim this defensively equipped flying sacred artifact as her own. Simultaneously, she pondered why Junrose, possessing such a treasure, would jump from the cliff. Following the leap, how had she managed to locate that nest so swiftly? As she contemplated the 9-shift Linglong lock, her suspicions deepened. The sound transmission stone from Yi Buqing and Junrose's Yuanpa had also been bestowed upon her by her master. Could it be that Junrose had uncovered the secret of this flying artifact? With Junrose's current flying speed, how could that mirror not be a divine artifact? It was undoubtedly so. The enchanting fairy felt as though she had unraveled the truth. Junrose deliberately took a circuitous route for 3 hours before arriving at the site, where she had plummeted from the cliff. During this time, her cultivation had ascended to the mid-blue realm, now matching that of the thief. Yet, Junrose did not dare to become complacent, though her cultivation had advanced. She remained ignorant of the techniques of the blue realm. The enchanting fairy, exhausted from following closely behind, awaited this moment eagerly. Junrose, allow me to infuse your flying device with spiritual energy to elevate you above the cliff. However, Junrose retracted the sacred light glass mirror. The flying device vanished with such swiftness that even the enchanting fairy could not discern its hiding place. The system mirrored Yi Xiaobai's tone. Deeply hidden are my merits and fame. Yi Xiaobai, I have awakened. Who am I and where am I? You shall forever be Yi Xiaobai, at the base of the cliff. I remember this place. In time, the memories you retain will multiply. System, who are you? Love life. Love the system. You are the only constant. The system. Host, you have awakened. Since morning, she had been able to clearly access an inventory list in her mind. The first item being the sacred light glass mirror. That divine being had informed her that countless treasures would soon fill her list, and she could simply summon whatever she desired. The enchanting fairy could no longer suppress her desire to eliminate Junrose, yet she chose to bide her time, as there remained secrets of divine artifacts yet to be revealed. Returning to familiar ground, she resolved to employ familiar tactics. The great-toothed crocodile still slumbered in the dark current. It was time to awaken it. Junrose, there is a hidden river. We can ascend more swiftly from there. Junrose nodded in compliance, but had already prepared according to the divine being's instructions. The enchanting fairy led Junrose to the vicinity of the dark current, the spot where the great-toothed crocodile had unleashed its fury just 2 days prior. Junrose, I shall pull you up with a rope. With that, she produced a long rope, securing one end to herself and the other to Junrose. The enchanting fairy began to leap, riding the winds upwards. In the mid-blue realm, she could soar nearly 200 zhang in a single leap. However, she did not achieve this, barely ascending 50 zhang. With an apologetic smile, the enchanting fairy's intentions were clear to Junrose. She feigned exertion as an excuse. The rope measured 10 zhang, leaving Junrose suspended less than 40 zhang above the ground. The enchanting fairy, gathering strength, attempted another leap, but a mishap occurred. The rope binding them suddenly snapped, and below, the great-toothed crocodile was struck in the eye by an invisible blue light. The pain awakened the slumbering beast, sending it into a frenzy as it lunged to bite the falling Junrose. Just half a meter from her, Junrose suddenly summoned the winds, soaring 200 zhang, matching the enchanting fairy's height. The enchanting fairy stared in disbelief. How was it possible? Junrose could ride the winds and leap 200 zhang? Seizing the moment of the enchanting fairy's astonishment, Junrose directed the sacred light glass mirror at her. With a thunderous crash, the enchanting fairy fell heavily. Junrose shook her head. This was insufficient. After all, she had fallen from the cliff's summit. Therefore, Junrose pursued her, delivering a powerful kick to the enchanting fairy's back, adding gravitational acceleration to her descent while also utilizing the force for her own advantage. The enchanting fairy had never anticipated such a turn of events. Before she could comprehend it, a searing pain coursed through her as the great-toothed crocodile, roused by her shock, severed her leg, blood gushing forth. In a desperate bid for survival, she relinquished her left leg, channeling her spiritual energy to ascend once more. Having lost a leg, the enchanting fairy seethed with fury, intent on exterminating both Junrose and the great-toothed crocodile. She was destined to ascend to the purple realm, a supremely powerful being embodying both wisdom and beauty. How dare this foolish great-toothed crocodile sever her leg? It was utterly intolerable. What infuriated her even more was Jun Xiangwei's sarcastic remarks. I had intended to extend a helping hand to you, but unfortunately, you loosened the rope yourself. Chapter 11. Strike Where It Hurts. Jun Xiangwei felt as though she had transformed into an entirely different person in just a few short days. In the past, if someone were gravely injured before her, she would have been moved to compassion by their suffering. Yet now, her sole desire was to ensure that this thieving woman paid for her blood debts, and she wished for her demise to be even more horrific than those she had harmed. Mei Xian, with great difficulty, had managed to drag herself up the cliff, her leg broken, and glared at Jun Xiangwei with a countenance full of rage and hatred. However, Jun Xiangwei, having already ascended, regarded her with an even more merciless gaze. After 3 hours of flight, she had absorbed sufficient light energy, and thanks to mirror reflection, had gathered even more. The light attribute sacred body thrived on the accumulation of light. In contrast, Mei Xian had been exhausting her spiritual power for those 3 hours and had just suffered severe blood loss from an attack by a giant crocodile. Nevertheless, Jun Xiangwei felt no remorse for overpowering a disabled adversary. She would never forget how this woman had wreaked havoc upon the Yi family, torturing her maid and forcing her, while pregnant, to leap from a cliff. Just moments ago, Mei Xian had deliberately untied her ropes, hoping to cast her into the jaws of that monstrous crocodile. Mei Xian had not only plundered her 9-turn Linglong lock, but also sought to seize her sacred light, glazed mirror. Had Jun Xiangwei lacked the ability to protect herself, she would have long since perished at the cliff's base. Fortunately, in this life-and-death contest, Jun Xiangwei emerged victorious, while Mei Xian tasted defeat. For one of Jun Xiangwei's cultivation, witnessing Mei Xian's current state without bursting into laughter was already an act of respect for life. Mei Xian could scarcely believe her misfortune. Jun Xiangwei, in merely 3 days, had ascended from the early stages of the Yellow Realm to the mid-stages of the Blue Realm. She pondered whether the people of Tianxin continent would tear her apart upon learning this news. Before she could finish her thought, she hurled a message flare into the sky, which Jun Xiangwei promptly obliterated with the sacred light-glazed mirror. You have merely destroyed the shell. The message has already been transmitted. Prepare to be hunted down. With that, Mei Xian produced a spatial scroll, murmuring incantations in preparation for her escape. She needed to heal her leg injury quickly, for her master possessed the power to assist her in regrowing her severed limb. Jun Xiangwei, however, remained calm as she aimed the sacred light, glazed mirror at the vanishing spatial scroll, causing it to explode. Mei Xian fell heavily to the ground, and at that moment, fear gripped her, forcing her to relent. Jun Xiangwei, I will give you all my treasures. Please spare my life. Oh, if I kill you, your treasures will be mine regardless. In her desperation, Mei Xian recalled her life-saving talisman. Do not kill me. I will reveal Yi Buqing's whereabouts. You have no right to negotiate. With that, Jun Xiangwei detonated another of her legs using the sacred light, glazed mirror. Where is Yi Buqing? Jun Xiangwei had restrained her fury until now. Her maids were mere remnants, their bodies pieced together from the remains. Ah, Mei Xian screamed. This has nothing to do with me. It was that vile man. Jun Xiangwei dismissed her excuses and destroyed another of her arms. Who is your mastermind? Mei Xian, now terror-stricken, saw Jun Xiangwei as a devil. Attempting to play the sympathy card, she recounted her struggles. I was born into hardship, yet through my own efforts, I reached the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm by 20. Everything I did was at my master's behest. I am merely a diligent cultivator, forsaking romantic entanglements in pursuit of my studies. Jun Xiangwei had no interest in her rationalizations and continued her assault. I beg you, spare me. I cannot die. I am destined to become a powerful figure in the Purple Realm. Jun Xiangwei remained unmoved, pressing on. Speak. Mei Xian resisted. As a Blue Realm cultivator, it is trivial to kill a few insignificant ants. I would not relish torturing you like that vile man. In fact, I wish for you to die swiftly. I care not for your preferences. Should you wish to slay me, I shall retaliate. It is only fair. Jun Xiangwei raised the sacred light, glazed mirror toward Mei Xian's heart. Where is Yi Buqing? Fear surged within Mei Xian as she pleaded. No, please. I cannot die. You mustn't kill me. Jun Xiangwei scoffed. And those you killed, did they wish for death? It was only when death loomed that Mei Xian realized she was but a trivial insect, easily extinguished by others. The Demon Realm. The Demon Realm. Do not kill me. I beg you. I truly do not wish to die. Yi Xiaobai feared his mother would show mercy, for this woman was the murderer of his sisters. He urged the system to command her to eliminate this wretched woman at once. Jun Xiangwei shared his sentiment. She lifted the sacred light glazed mirror, and amidst Meixian's curses and invectives, she shattered her heart with a resounding blast. Meixian was dead, utterly so. Jun Xiangwei marveled once more at the wondrous capabilities of the sacred light glazed mirror. Wherever it shone, destruction followed, yet it preserved that which she did not wish to harm. For instance, the 9-turn Linglong lock she had taken from Meixian and her spatial ring remained unscathed. Jun Xiangwei reattached the 9-turn Linglong lock around her neck. As Meixian's spatial ring lost its master, it became an object without an owner. Jun Xiangwei, suppressing her disgust, gathered Meixian's remains and placed them into her spatial ring. Yi Xiaobai praised his mother through the system. Such decisiveness in her actions was commendable. Yet, Jun Xiangwei wept. If a Blue Realm master was so fearful of death, how terrified and desperate her sisters must have been in their final moments. Jun Xiangwei resolved to inform the royal advisor of the attack on the Yi family and the true mastermind behind it all, the Demon Realm. Meixian had mentioned that news of Jun Xiangwei's rapid advancement had already spread. However, Jun Xiangwei felt no trepidation. Even if those individuals did not seek her out, she would pursue justice herself. She deduced that Yi Buqing must still be alive. Otherwise, Meixian would not have attempted to bargain using his whereabouts. My husband, forgive me. It is not that I disregard your safety. It is simply that there can be no concessions between her and me. I shall avenge my sisters. With tears wiped dry, Jun Xiangwei gazed skyward. 3 days prior, it was from this very cliff that she had despairingly leapt. In her descent, instinct as a mother compelled her to keep her belly facing upward, and at that moment, she had also looked upon this sky. The image of that sky had become an everlasting imprint in her memory. The 9-turn Linglong lock. The Yi family had been beset by calamity. She had died and been reborn, gaining tremendous fortune. She had vanquished her enemies, inciting even more formidable foes. Her pace of ascension was bound to attract the envy of many. All of this weighed heavily on Jun Xiangwei's mind. She gently caressed her abdomen. Xiaobai, let us go to the temple and seek justice. Chapter 12. The power of the Blue Realm. Jun Xiangwei soared directly to the temple, riding the winds. She had no time to be discreet, disguising herself as a novice of the Yellow Realm and trudging along by foot. What she sought was the swiftest route to report the Yi family's plight and present the evidence to the National Master. Originally, a journey that would have taken 3 days without rest was accomplished in merely an afternoon after her ascension to the Blue Realm. This was the strength she now possessed. It was exhilarating. The Blue Realm was a height yet to be reached by the heads of the Yi and Jun families. Just a few days prior, she felt like an ant, scurrying for survival and dodging threats. After her elevation, she realized that the 2 assailants pursuing her regarded her as nothing more than a mouse, delighting in a game of cat and mouse. Although she had only ascended to the Blue Realm that very morning, the experience had already deepened her understanding. After her promotion, her perception had expanded exponentially, far beyond what it had been before. With such enhanced awareness, tracking someone in the early Yellow Realm required no attention to their attire. A few young ladies of the Orange Realm, believing that by changing into her clothing and scattering in different directions they could mislead the thieves, were gravely mistaken. The 2 brigands toyed with them as if they were mere insects, taking the time to torment each one of her sisters during their pursuit of her. The audacity of these criminals in the Red Flame Kingdom suggested that their organization emboldened them to commit such heinous acts. Jun Xiangwei needed to swiftly relay this information to the National Master. The citizens of the Red Flame Kingdom must not be bullied. Upon her arrival at the temple, she found the National Master's attendants waiting at the entrance. She marveled inwardly at this foresight, a hallmark of the legendary Purple Realm. However, she did not meet the National Master in person. The servant instructed her to hand over the evidence, which would then be presented to the National Master. Though reluctant, she complied and surrendered the rings of the 2 thieves. The servant also requested the ring containing the bodies of her sisters and the 9-change Linglong lock. After a moment's hesitation, Jun Xiangwei reluctantly handed those over as well. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in white robes, exuding an air of authority, approached to take her detailed testimony. Jun Xiangwei recounted the events clearly. The man confirmed the accuracy of her account multiple times before asking her to sign her name. Subsequently, a maid led her to a room in the rear hall. This witness will rest here, she said, but please do not venture outside. The National Master may summon you at any moment within the next 3 days. If you require anything, simply press the red button over there. Jun Xiangwei followed the maid's gesture and spotted a red button beside the bedside table. Before leaving, the maid inquired about her dinner preferences and subsequently served her a simple vegetarian meal along with a piece of fruit. Once the door was securely closed, Jun Xiangwei placed a hand on her abdomen and mused aloud. Xiaobai, have you woken up? Are you hungry? After a full week, she finally had a roof over her head and a bed to sleep in. The room was quite spacious, yet she was alone. Jun Xiangwei ate her modest dinner in solitude, devoid of the cheerful banter of her close friends. Xiaobai felt the absence keenly, kicking his legs in discontent, missing the melodious laughter of the young ladies. System, my heart aches, he lamented. Aren't you supposed to be a system for survival against all odds? Sigh, I know. The young ladies are truly gone. That is no longer a desperate situation. Thank you for your understanding, host. Can one sign in here at the temple for some good treasures? Please remember to sign in daily, host. You're so dull. Could you speak less formally? Dear, please remember to sign in. Fine. Go tell Xiangwei to eat well and rest properly. Jun Xiangwei received the instruction with a smile, finding the divine being rather nagging. She then thought of her mother and her mother-in-law. Jun Xiangwei's mother was in the early green realm, having 3 sons and 1 daughter. She was a foolish woman who sacrificed her cultivation for love, choosing to bear children for the man she adored. Her 2 elder brothers were already married with children, while her younger brother was only 15 in the mid-orange realm. Her mother-in-law had vanished 20 years ago, shortly after Yi Buqing had turned 2. Jun Xiangwei's father-in-law had remarried not long after, and her stepmother had given birth to a son and daughter, twins. Jun Xiangwei's sister-in-law and brother-in-law were currently studying alchemy at their maternal home. The potions in her ring were all crafted by their hands for her and her future nephew. It was evident that they genuinely cared for her and Xiaobai. When she escaped, time was of the essence, and aside from the ring on her hand, she had taken nothing and had been unable to inform her family. In the Tianxin continent, communication stones were crafted from the same stone, split into 2, and inscribed with identical symbols. When 2 individuals each held a piece, they could communicate over great distances. Her ring contained only the communication stones for Yi Buqing and 4 maidservants. Those for her family and friends were still with the Yi family. Jun Xiangwei's greatest desire now was to reach out to them. She longed to know how the Yi family fared and whether the Jun family had been implicated. Finally able to rest, her worries only multiplied. Xiaobai urged the system to encourage Xiangwei to eat and rest well. The situation with the Yi family was already determined. Dwelling on it was futile. After finishing her fruit, Jun Xiangwei lay down to rest. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still a pregnant woman who needed nourishment and sleep above all. Before sleeping, she gathered her spirit and energy. The blue hue of her cultivation was deepening. After an afternoon of sunlight, her cultivation had subtly reached the late blue realm. The speed of her ascension felt dreamlike, almost unreal. Summoning the holy light glazed mirror, she studied her reflection for a moment, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the artifact. But was the person in the mirror truly her? After a week without a mirror, the changes in her appearance were astonishing. She almost failed to recognize herself. Once porcelain white skin was now sun-kissed, her features more defined and striking. Lips ruby red against pearly teeth, eyes sparkling with life. The tanning was understandable. After days under the sun, remaining pale would be unusual. Yet these features, undeniably hers, appeared far more beautiful than before, like a finely carved jade artifact, flawless and perfect. No woman is indifferent to beauty, and even in pregnancy. Jun Xiangwei was astonished to find that the pregnancy spots had mysteriously vanished. Perhaps the tranquility of the temple aided her, as she quickly succumbed to slumber. Before long, Xiaobai was roused by a woman's voice. Stretching his legs in discontent, he rolled over to continue sleeping. The maid of the temple had come to inquire if Jun Xiangwei needed assistance. Groggy and bewildered, she replied, "Thank you, but I don't require anything at the moment." Glancing at the time, she saw it had already passed the midnight hour. What business did a maid have at such an hour? Had she inadvertently pressed the red button while asleep? If so, that would be her oversight. Awakened, Jun Xiangwei found herself unable to return to sleep. She pondered the maid's presence, noting that she was in the early green realm. Judging by her age, she was barely in her 20s. This revealed that the attendants of the national master were indeed exceptional individuals. Reflecting on her own past aspirations, she had once wished only to reach the pinnacle of the yellow realm by 30 and enter the green realm. An hour passed, and the maid returned to ask if Jun Xiangwei needed assistance once more. This time, She was certain she had not pressed the red button, yet she maintained her amiable demeanor, responding, "I do not require anything at the moment." The maid was perplexed. "It was clearly you who pressed the red button, prompting me to rush over. In the dead of night, you did it twice, and yet you still refuse to acknowledge it?" The maid regarded Jun Xiangwei with an expression of pure innocence, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Jun Xiangwei reiterated, insisting that she had not pressed the red button. The maid, visibly displeased, departed, muttering under her breath, "Is Green Realm truly that impressive? Green Realm?" Jun Xiangwei's hearing was exceptionally acute. She could not have misheard. How could that maid mistakenly believe she was associated with Green Realm? How could this be? Chapter 13. Circles and Crosses. Yi Xiaobai was roused from his slumber twice by the persistent calls of the maid. After turning over, he managed to doze off once more. Upon waking again, he noticed that dawn had yet to break, and curiosity piqued within him regarding the day's rewards. System, sign in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the map of mountains and rivers. The system promptly displayed the origins of this map. The reward was granted due to the shrine of the Crimson Flame Kingdom housing a fragment of the map of mountains and rivers. This map was born 6 millennia ago when the Qinyang Taoist ascended to immortality, dispersing celestial powers and embodying myriad rules. Through these divine abilities and principles, the map was formed. Yi Xiaobai examined it, pondering the significance of the map of mountains and rivers. It appeared to be merely a collection of golden crosses and numerous circles. A circles and crosses diagram seems more fitting. System, perhaps you could consider renaming it. Originally, the map bore no name until the disciples of the Qinyang Taoist presented it to the Emperor of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, at which point it was christened the Map of Mountains and Rivers. Legend has it that the disciples offered this map to bestow blessings upon the common people. However, 2 millennia ago, a bloody power struggle erupted within the royal family, leading to a desperate situation in the capital. Remarkably, the map flew from the storeroom to shield the then prince from a fatal strike, allowing him to escape unharmed. Alas, this act rendered the map a fragment. After the prince ascended to the throne, he enshrined the map in the temple, declaring his rightful claim to the throne. Coincidentally, ever since the prince enshrined the map, the Crimson Flame Kingdom has enjoyed bountiful harvests and peace for 2,000 years. Gradually, the act of enshrining the map became synonymous with the stability of the realm. Yi Xiaobai scoffed, realizing it was merely a talisman to be revered. Host, what you have received is the complete map of mountains and rivers, not a damaged one. I must inquire, what use is a complete circles and crosses diagram? This map embodies the supreme powers of the cosmos and countless principles. Yi Xiaobai looked around. Drawing a conclusion, the circles represented celestial powers, while the crosses symbolized principles. The system corrected him. The crosses are the celestial powers, and the circles are the principles. Understanding dawned upon Yi Xiaobai. To privately wield celestial powers, one simply draws a large cross, whereas to convey principles to the emperor, one encircles him. I see. It is indeed a remarkable map. Truly, the realm is stable and picturesque. Host, this map contains the laws of the universe and unparalleled celestial powers. Could it be that the circles and crosses within the map can truly fly forth to save the prince? That rumor is erroneous. System, you must comprehend that throughout history, it is the victors who pen the narrative. In their eyes, principles and celestial powers are merely suited to serve as talismans, elevated high for others to worship. Host, you are quite cheeky. I shall leave it with you for now. Perhaps one day, when a powerful favor is owed, I shall sell it for riches. This map indeed possesses significant value. Do not disturb me further. I merely wish to continue my slumber. Yi Xiaobai turned over and resumed his sleep. Jun Xiangwei, having been awakened twice by the temple maid, found herself unable to rest due to frequent fetal movements. She pondered the maid's murmured remarks about the significance of the Green Realm. The previous white-robed man had meticulously recorded her account of recent events. The temple's personnel ought to recognize her cultivation as the Blue Realm, especially since she had arrived riding the winds, a feat only achievable by those of the Green Realm and above. Even if the maid could not discern her true level, surely inquiries would have been made to ascertain why she was so confidently deemed to be of the Green Realm. Jun Xiangwei found it perplexing, for she had concealed nothing. Even when Yi Buchan had instructed her to safeguard the secret of the 9-turn Linglong lock, many had perished for this unknown secret. Divine guidance had urged her to inform the national teacher of the 9-turn Linglong lock, leaving no need for concealment. Jun Xiangwei was driven by her own considerations. primarily for the safety of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Those two brigands, who committed heinous acts of slaughter and theft within the kingdom, clearly demonstrated their allegiance to the forces of the demonic realm, showing utter disregard for the laws of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Faced with the nation's peril, familial enmity, and her husband's wishes, Jun Xiangwei ultimately chose the greater good, documenting everything truthfully. Moreover, the news of her extraordinary rise in cultivation had been disseminated before the demise of the enchanting fairy. As it would soon become common knowledge that she had attained the Blue Realm, there seemed no reason to hide the truth from the national teacher. As a pillar of the nation, he was entitled to know the entirety of the matter. Thus, Jun Xiangwei felt perplexed. She had openly declared her cultivation as the Blue Realm, and had even slain 2 others of the same level. Why then did the maid insinuate that she was merely of the Green Realm? Moreover, she dared to speak to her with such disrespect. Recalling the maid's inconsistent demeanor, Jun Xiangwei sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. It was not that she cared for the maid's disdain. Rather, the incident involving the red button had led her to suspect a conspiracy. Suddenly, Jun Xiangwei sensed that the 3 storage rings, which served as evidence, had their spiritual energy erased. It was only until the witching hour that her spiritual energy was removed to examine the evidence. Although Jun Xiangwei was of the Blue Realm, she had left only a faint trace of spiritual energy for the convenience of the judicial personnel, easily obliterated by any Green Realm cultivator. Could this be the reason she was perceived as merely of the Green Realm? The temple staff's efficiency was notably sluggish. It had taken them this long to examine the evidence. No wonder the maid claimed the national teacher would summon her within 3 days. Logically, Jun Xiangwei understood that this was the standard judicial procedure. Yet, emotionally, she felt a twinge of discomfort. In her view, this was a matter of life and death, demanding swift action. Meanwhile, to the temple, it was merely a queue awaiting review, with staff laboring through the night. At this pace, she could scarcely fathom how long she would be left waiting. Must she truly endure a full 3 days? Worrying for her family and fueled by the anxieties of pregnancy, Jun Xiangwei found herself unable to sleep. Just before dawn, the maid returned once more. This time, without waiting for the maid to speak, Jun Xiangwei stated, "Why have you come again? I did not press that button." Had it been in the past, when her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm, she might have been unable to defend herself against being underestimated, having barely escaped with her life to reach the temple. Even if she were treated like an accused criminal, recording her testimony and confined to a room awaiting the national teacher's summons, she would have had no grounds for complaint. For it was only the national teacher who could assist the Yi family, and enduring some indignities before meeting him was of little consequence. But now, she was unwilling to suffer futile grievances. The very first night, the maid had wrongfully accused her of pressing buttons, and it was clear this was an overt attempt to extract benefits. Had she still possessed her former cultivation, she would have had to offer her valuable possessions to the maid in apology, merely to gain an audience with the national teacher. Yet now, she could not acquiesce to being framed and still maintain a pleasant demeanor. Indeed, the maid's expression was far from pleasant as she sarcastically remarked, "If you did not press the red button, why would I be here? So, you firmly believe it was I who played around with it?" The maid's obstinacy was evident, as if she were convinced that Jun Xiangwei was simply toying with her. Jun Xiangwei nearly laughed in disbelief. "I said I did not press it. Yet you refuse to believe me. You insist that I am deceiving you. Do you truly consider yourself a fool?" Her purpose in coming here was to seek justice for the Yi family. She had no time to waste on games with a maid. "Jun Xiangwei, do you think your Green Realm cultivation grants you any privilege? I shall inform you that upon entering the temple, even those of the Blue Realm must adhere to the rules." "Oh, pray tell, what are these rules?" "Pressing the red button incurs a fine of 100 gold coins each time. You pressed it thrice, thus you owe 300. Jun Xiangwei could hardly believe such words came from the lips of a temple maid. In such a noble profession, to extort benefits in such a blatant manner was akin to the practices of women in the alleys, pricing their services at 100 for 1 and 300 for 3. "How very affordable your services are." The maid, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of invective. "Wait a moment, your manner of cursing seems oddly familiar." Chapter 14. A reunion with old friends. Jun Xiangwei suddenly recalled that this maid was actually Qing Jingjing, the little princess of the Qing family. They had crossed paths occasionally at family gatherings, though they were hardly acquainted. "Ah, so it's you. Long time no see. Have you become successful enough to charge for your services now?" Qing Jingjing could hardly believe that Jun Xiangwei had only just recognized her. Previously, She had feigned ignorance, leading Cheng Jingjing to believe she was serving a person of great importance, treating her with utmost caution. It was only after seeing her name that she realized Jun Xiangwei was the notorious troublemaker from the Jun family. Jun Xiangwei, you remain as uncouth as ever. Oh, I remember now. Cheng Jingjing, you are actually related to me. My mother is your distant relative, though it's a very tenuous connection, Jun Xiangwei remarked. Cheng Jingjing was only 3 or 4 years older than her and had been renowned since childhood as a prodigy. The head of the Cheng family was at the early stage of the Blue Realm, and the Cheng family held a higher status than the Jun family, being considered a second-tier family. Cheng Jingjing was a key heir being groomed by the Cheng family, while Jun Xiangwei was merely a neglected child of the Jun family. Their interactions were limited to gatherings where girls of the same age were introduced. Cheng Jingjing was akin to a star in the sky, while Jun Xiangwei was like a stubborn rock on the ground. Jun Xiangwei vaguely remembered hearing before her marriage that Cheng Jingjing had been selected to serve the Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun favored her, Cheng Jingjing would soar to great heights, becoming one of his inner circle. The Cheng family had even hosted a grand banquet for this occasion. The Jun family had dispatched her uncle to attend, accompanied by generous gifts. Jun Xiangwei, had I known it was you, this troublemaker, I would rather feed yesterday's meal to the dogs than serve you. Jun Xiangwei was taken aback by her outburst. From Cheng Jingjing's tone, it seemed she too had only recently recognized her. However, it was not Cheng Jingjing's fault for not recognizing her. After all, her cultivation had progressed rapidly, and she had become even more beautiful. No, she was already beautiful. Now she was stunning, evoking envy and jealousy in Cheng Jingjing, dazzling her eyes. To be scolded without retorting was not the demeanor befitting someone of the Blue Realm. I wonder how a future servant of the illustrious Holy Sun ended up working as a maid in the temple, charging by the service, Jun Xiangwei mused. The term servant she used was meant to encompass both the inner woman and the maid, but it inadvertently implied a eunuch. She truly did not mean it. Jun Xiangwei, you claim it was unintentional to toy with me? TSK, I never said I would toy with you. Yet you persist in believing you are a monkey being played with by me. Alas, I have no brain fragments to sell to you. My sincerest apologies. Jun Xiangwei, have the courage to face me in a duel. With your dubious methods of advancement, even in the early stage of the Green Realm, I could easily bring you down. Your Jun family, lacking in skills, only knows how to profit from trading. Save your foolishness for yourself. Cheng Jingjing, are you certain you wish to challenge me in the temple? Jun Xiangwei's question was more a contemplation of whether defeating the temple's attendants would incur the wrath of the national master. However, to Cheng Jingjing, it sounded like Jun Xiangwei was seeking an opportunity. The temple was her workplace, and she could not afford to offend the national master's guests. There was absolutely no way she would fall for Jun Xiangwei's ploy. Once outside the temple, with her genuine cultivation, she would not fear the wild grass turtle of the Green Realm, even if it was a wild one. Jun Xiangwei, after you meet the national master, we will settle this in the outskirts. Jun Xiangwei was not one to provoke trouble, but she certainly did not shy away from it. Having never pressed the red button, she had been wronged thrice and was not about to let anyone deceive her out of 300 gold coins, nor would she allow anyone to disturb her sleep. If a fight was what they wanted, she was willing to oblige. In the Red Flame Kingdom, where everyone valued cultivation, settling scores based on prowess was far more direct than mere verbal sparring. Jun Xiangwei had grown up fighting alongside her 2 brothers, and despite not being as talented as Cheng Jingjing, she had never backed down from a challenge. Now that she was in the Blue Realm, she could not bully the weak. Cheng Jingjing, never mind, I won't fight you. You wouldn't stand a chance against me. I cannot take advantage of you. Jun Xiangwei, you wild Green Realm cultivator, I am not afraid of you. Who told you I was in the Green Realm? Am I not just in the Yellow Realm? Yi Xiaobai was quite displeased with his mother being wronged and belittled. Mother, let me handle this. Host, have you forgotten that you are merely a ball? And Jun Xiangwei, do you remember that you are with child? The system expressed its concern. The more it thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Perhaps it had overestimated her. Cheng Jingjing strode out of Jun Xiangwei's room, completely shedding the cautious demeanor she had displayed while serving as a maid the previous day. Jun Xiangwei, too, had cast aside her earlier feelings of guilt for taking advantage of the situation. Her attitude had shifted 180 degrees. What did it matter if she was claimed to be exceptionally gifted, working as an attendant and still charging for services? Who knew if the Cheng family had been exaggerating? After Cheng Jingjing left, she never returned, even when Jun Xiangwei genuinely pressed the red button to summon her for food. dereliction of duty, she would surely report Cheng Jingjing to the national master. Xiaobai, there are still some snacks left in the storage ring. If they want to provide food here, we shall eat our own. After all, if a pregnant woman were to faint from hunger in the temple, it would be an embarrassment to the national master. Xiaobai, after this incident, I will fill the storage ring with food and drinks, ensuring you are never hungry again. Yi Xiaobai decided to prepare a list of commonly used items and an emergency supplies checklist to send to Jiangwei. Given his mother's fiery temperament, it was likely to come in handy often. The following day, Jun Xiangwei was not summoned by the national master at all, nor did anyone come to request her testimony or evidence. By dinner time, Cheng Jingjing did not deliver her meal either. Jun Xiangwei felt as if she had been forgotten in that room, her mind occupied with thoughts of her family, a sense of unease creeping in. Yi Xiaobai spent most of his time sleeping, occasionally stretching his legs, but without the laughter and cheer of the young ladies, his mood was quite somber. His dragon-winged intelligent bird would not hatch for many days. The diagram with circles and crosses was beyond his comprehension. During the day, his mother could not go out, and the sunlight she could absorb in the room was limited. Yi Xiaobai checked his cultivation through the system and found he was still at the peak of the Red Realm. What a dull day it had been, devoid of any surprises. The host could take some time to study the diagram with circles and crosses. The dog-like host insisted on renaming the map of mountains and rivers to the diagram with circles and crosses, and the system felt it was too difficult. You wish for me to ascend quickly by studying those circles and crosses? Why not send it to Jiangwei to study? She seems to be equally idle. Jun Xiangwei was in the process of gathering her energy and spirit, the blue aura in her palm nearing a deep blue hue, just a step away from the peak of the blue realm. Suddenly, besides the holy light glazed mirror, another name emerged in her mind. The diagram with circles and crosses, what was this? With a thought, a scroll appeared in her hand. Upon opening it, she found it filled with golden circles and crosses. As she touched the golden circles within the drawing, she could not control the primal energy within her from leaking out. All her spiritual power poured forth, continuously being absorbed into the circles. Jun Xiangwei felt extraordinarily fatigued, as if she had been drained of all strength. She attempted to gather her energy and spirit again, but only a faint red aura remained in her palm. Her cultivation, had it regressed to that of her childhood's red realm? How could this happen? Had she been robbed of her spiritual power by a mere painting? Jun Xiangwei tried once more to gather her energy and spirit, only to find she had none left at all, her palm filled with nothing but air. The faint red hue was merely the last remnants of her spiritual energy. She had become a person devoid of any spiritual power. In a hurry, Jun Xiangwei checked the diagram with circles and crosses in her consciousness sea. It did not take long for her to uncover the issue. The hollow circle that she touched unexpectedly transformed into a solid form. Astonishingly, a mere circle within the painting had consumed her cultivation, although much of her power was acquired without effort. Having it taken away in such an inexplicable manner was undeniably frustrating. Yet, Jun Xiangwei remained utterly unfazed. What was taken could not rightfully belong to her. Even if she were to become as dark as a black pearl, she would still be an unparalleled beauty, effortlessly evoking envy from Cheng Jingjing. Chapter 15. Stepping into the purple realm, even if Jun Xiangwei's cultivation speed was exceedingly rapid. Being devoured of all her power by the circles depicted within the painting was an absurdity that warranted further investigation. Yi Xiaobai, compelled by the emotional turbulence of Jiangwei, was forced to awaken once more. System, what on earth is that wretched diagram of yours doing? The embodiment of Qingyang Taoist, a certain rule, has merged with Jun Xiangwei's spiritual energy. Why must that circle consume my mother's cultivation? It is a perfect fusion of rules and spiritual energy. To devour others' spiritual energy is perfect, yet my own circle. This name is far more fitting. The perfect amalgamation is to comprehend divine abilities. Yi Xiaobai dismissed all concerns, insisting that the circles were merely for better maneuvering. Then hurry and inform Xiangwei not to panic. In due course, Jun Xiangwei was comforted by the divine presence with 8 words, a blessing in disguise, circles completed before maneuvers. After a moment's contemplation, Xiangwei grasped the divine message. She placed her hand upon the adjacent maneuver, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Before long, her cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the blue realm, consolidating energy and gathering spirit. A surge of deep blue laced with hints of pure purple emanated from her palm. This sensation differed markedly from before. It was not merely an increase in power. but also infused with an understanding of the laws of nature. Upon counting the symbols in the diagram, Xiang Wei noted there were 49 maneuvers and 50 circles, totaling 99. Divine presence. Why is there one extra circle? Yi Xiaobai inquired of the system. Why is there one maneuver missing? Because divine abilities are one less than rules, while rules exceed divine abilities by one. Could it be that ultimately all cultivation must be dissipated, leaving nothing to recover? Indeed, when Xingyang Daoist descended, he did disperse all his cultivation. Such a worthless diagram. How can you consider it a reward for signing in? Urged Xiang Wei to discard it. Receiving the divine indication, Xiang Wei realized that the additional circle signified the eventual dissipation of her cultivation. She smiled, reflecting that everyone arrives in this world stripped bare, experiencing a life that appears to grant everything, yet ultimately, all ends in loss. Life itself, dissipating entirely. Whether living 100 years or 300, they all return to mere soil. Fearing his mother might become despondent and dissipate her cultivation, Yi Xiaobai anxiously kicked out. Mother, do not worry. I am merely 20. I am far from the point of dissipating my cultivation. I must grow stronger to protect you. Let us not forget, we still need to rescue your father. With that reassurance, Yi Xiaobai felt a sense of relief, for the first time acknowledging Yi Buchan's significance. Disturbed multiple times, Xiaobai found himself overwhelmingly fatigued and yearned to resume his slumber. After all, he was but a sphere. Worrying excessively could hinder his growth. Through the circles and maneuvers, Xiang Wei experienced a transformation in her state of mind, achieving sudden enlightenment regarding the great paths of the universe. The sensation was exquisite, compelling her to tap another circle in the diagram. As before, this circle absorbed all her spiritual energy. Upon opening her eyes, she felt an emptiness within, her heart tranquil like a still lake. One circle, one maneuver, one dispersal, one void, one loss, one gain. Once more, Xiang Wei consolidated energy and gathered spirit, forming a sphere of light purple energy in her palm. Indeed, the fabled purple realm. Transitioning from the green to the blue realm had taken her a full 2 days. Yet she unexpectedly entered the purple realm with remarkable ease. Yi Xiaobai, too, was involuntarily thrust into the early stages of the orange realm due to his mother's advancement. The energy surging into him left him exhilarated, depriving him of sleep as he rolled about within her womb. Alas, the energy I received today is overwhelming. Oh, I am but a sphere. Thankfully, Xiang Wei intervened just in time, halting the circles and maneuvers, allowing Xiaobai to cease his restless movements. Xiang Wei felt elated, satisfied with the day's progress, recognizing that her heart could only bear so much growth and cultivation. Although continuing with the circles and maneuvers could expedite her advancement, she was keenly aware that her youthful heart could not endure such elevated powers. The system chimed in with a friendly reminder. Host, you are eligible to sign in. I shan't sign in. This sphere desires slumber. Signing in for yet another diagram would only lead him to suspect he might ascend to immortality directly from the womb. Host, do not forget to sign in today. Should the time elapse, an opportunity would be squandered. The system earnestly urged Xiaobai. Feigning unconsciousness, Yi Xiaobai lamented how perilous the offerings within the temple were. Who could tell whether what he signed for would be a talisman of fortune or a diagram for ascension? Engaging in a duel between the purple realm and the green realm? Such actions were beneath his dignity. Yi Xiaobai instructed the system to relay to his mother. Would others feel ashamed when they bully you? If anyone dares to mistreat you again, simply strike them down without hesitation. Jun Xiangwei pondered the divine counsel seriously and found it prudent. She recognized that beyond the transformation of her state of mind, there were also significant physiological changes. The lifespan in the purple realm could extend to 300 years, marking a rebirth and a renewal of life. What she urgently required was bathing water to cleanse the impurities expelled by her body post-ascension. Pressing the red button thrice yielded no response. Indeed, the divine presence had been correct. Just as she resolved to adopt a nonchalant attitude, it shattered instantly as she ground her teeth and exclaimed, Cheng Jingjing, you are derelict in your duties. Unable to tolerate her soiled condition, Qiangwei needed to devise a way to bathe. Bathing necessitated water, yet the room contained only a tub. Devoid of water, Cheng Jingjing refused to provide her with water, forcing her to take an air bath. Convention dictated that all must cleanse and change attire. Lighting incense and fasting before an audience with the national teacher, Cheng Jingjing deliberately withheld food and bathing water, intending for her to appear disheveled before the national teacher. In such a state, it would be easy to accuse her of disrespecting the national teacher. Yi Xiaobai complained to the system. Cheng Jingjing is utterly foolish. She failed to execute her responsibilities and duties. Even if Cheng Wei suffers, how much better off can she be? System. Why do women resort to such petty rivalries, often diminishing their intellect to mere squabbles? While Yi Xiaobai lamented to the system, Jun Xiangwei engaged in idle chatter with the divine presence. The system, managing both conversations, struggled to maintain composure. This mother and son pair are so alike. Xiangwei mused. If it were me, I would have slipped laxatives into her food and added something to the bathing water, ensuring she would itch uncontrollably. When facing the national teacher, let us see how she withstands the urge to relieve herself. Yet, she quickly shook her head, reflecting that as a cultivator of the purple realm, perhaps her desire for revenge was excessively strong. The system could only offer gentle consolation. One must practice mercy. Kindness is paramount. Who could argue with that? I shall temporarily spare Cheng Jingjing. Otherwise, should I unleash my wrath, claiming my virtues do not match my position, what would happen to my reputation? Since becoming pregnant, Jun Xiangwei had been perpetually mindful of her role as a mother, her appetite expanding while keeping her responsibilities at the forefront. Though still young, she was determined to set a good example for Xiaobai. It is said that children resemble their mothers. The mother is the first teacher of her son, and she must never neglect this sacred role. Even if her heart harbored thoughts of mischief, she would never act upon them during her pregnancy, nor would she ever do so in front of Xiaobai. The persona of a good mother must remain intact at all times, never faltering. Even if the temple were to collapse, her reputation must not follow suit. Yi Xiaobai was profoundly moved. Oh, how fortunate I am to have a mother. With a mother like mine, I am a treasure. Xiangwei, how I adore you. You are the best mother. In the future, should you slay, I will dig the graves. Together, we shall conquer all adversaries. Chapter 16. The Sacred Bath. Upon encountering this mother and son duo, the system found itself questioning its very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? As a system, it was tasked with ensuring the host's attendance, a task that proved to be exceedingly arduous. Dear, remember to check in. No check-in, no check-in, I simply refuse. What happened to the promised harmony and friendship? You should first inform Xiangwei. For anyone who displeases her may find themselves embroiled in conflict. One skirmish is not enough, two may be required. There is no persona that can withstand being overturned entirely. I am the system of desperate survival. No, from this moment forth, you are the system of circles and crosses. The system that showcases its prowess when rules falter. Host, are you truly still just a ball? Just as well, do not disturb my slumber. Jun Xiangwei suddenly realized, indeed, a divine being is truly divine, and what they said was profoundly accurate. Previously, she had been constrained by the halo of the purple realm, which had obscured her true self. In places where rules fail, one must rely on divine powers. According to the established order, she should be awaiting the Grand Master's summons here, with provisions for both food and bathing. Yet now, even the red button yielded nothing. The rules were evidently ineffective. Thus, she must depend on her abilities. Could she conjure a feast? Or perhaps summon a barrel of bathing water? Yet, this esteemed expert of the purple realm found herself incapable of such feats. What use is the purple realm if it cannot serve her purpose? Once she believed the purple realm to be the pinnacle, but upon reaching that summit, it proved to be less than expected. Lacking the ability to conjure a banquet or a barrel of bathing water, she found herself bereft of fresh produce, poultry, and fish. Jun Xiangwei reluctantly resorted to snacking on pregnancy treats and sipping on energy supplements. The reserves in her spatial ring dwindled, yet her stomach still felt hollow. She envisioned a splendid feast before her, abundant in flavor and nutrition, yet due to her own impurities, she found herself unable to consume much. A few bites sufficed to satiate her. Thus, she felt full, not due to a lack of sustenance, but rather an unwillingness to eat. Let her hypnotize herself, believing in the abundance of food, even if she could not partake. Who dares to say that self-hypnosis and self-anesthesia are not forms of divine power? As dawn broke, it marked the third day of Jun Xiangwei's stay at the temple. Throughout the entire day, she remained ignored. Cheng Jingjing did not come to deliver food. Jun Xiangwei calculated that she had arrived the previous afternoon, and Cheng Jingjing had mentioned that the Grand Master would summon her within 3 days. Thus, only 1 day remained. She decided to adhere to the established customs. If they proved ineffective, she would once again display her powers. As dinner time approached, the food in her spatial ring was nearly depleted. She feared for the sustenance of her pet, Xiaobai, and had refrained from eating sparingly. She could endure hunger, but not allow Xiaobai to suffer. Jun Xiangwei shouted within her chamber, demanding to know what sort of rules dictated 2 days without food. Was this an attempt to starve a witness? Was there treachery afoot within the temple? 3 days without bathing water. Was this a ploy to make the Grand Master reek? Cheng Jingjing, are you a spy? Although should Cheng Jingjing truly bring her food and water, she might not have the courage to consume it. But the lack of provisions and bathing water was indicative of Cheng Jingjing's failure to adhere to the rules. Before long, Cheng Jingjing stormed in, huffing in indignation, and tossed a mixture of food and vegetables onto the ground as if feeding a dog. Cheng Jingjing, drenched by the water she had brought herself, fled in a state of disarray, stamping her feet and weeping. Jun Xiangwei gazed at her retreating figure, a sense of profound loss washing over her. The once promising prodigy now appeared so wretched. Truly, it is said that those who are pitiful must possess their flaws. The mixture of food on the floor, while fragrant, could not compel her to accept such demeaning offerings. As dusk approached, Jun Xiangwei peered outside through the window, the twilight casting a golden hue upon the temple, as if gilding it in sanctity and authority. Yet within this sanctified space, someone sought to starve a pregnant woman. As she stared for a moment, she suddenly discovered herself transported to the rooftop of the temple she had been observing. Was this divine power? The system had no choice but to masquerade as a divine entity to inform Jun Xiangwei that this was merely the teleportation ability of the Purple Realm. Jun Xiangwei was elated. She had unconsciously mastered the teleportation of the Purple Realm. Her recent cultivation had advanced remarkably, yet her repertoire of skills remained confined to the Yellow Realm. The system reminded her to check in before sunset. Otherwise, a day would pass unaccounted for. Very well. For your sake, I shall check in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the sacred water of Piaomiao Mountain. Surely, drinking this will not lead to my transcendence, will it? The information regarding Piaomiao Mountain's sacred water immediately flooded her consciousness. A millennium ago, in the Tianxian continent, the Divine Clan coexisted with humanity. The Divine Clan resided in Piaomiao Mountain, which floated above the earth. The humans dwelling below were plagued by numerous ailments and lived in misery. The afflicted and their families prayed beneath Piaomiao Mountain, beseeching the Divine Clan for the blessed water to heal their ailments. Some humans even attempted to ascend the mountain, seeking the secrets of immortality. Initially, the Divine Clan would occasionally bestow their sacred water to those in need, aiding in their healing. However, as hostilities grew between the two factions, the Divine Clan departed with Piaomiao Mountain. The sacred water of Piaomiao Mountain that remains in the Tianxian continent is only enshrined in a handful of temples across several nations. System, you dare to present water from a millennium ago as a reward? This system guarantees quality. I recall now. Rewards are merely copies you have replicated, claiming to be ancient water, when in truth, they are freshly produced today. The blue surpasses the blue. Then let us prepare a barrel for Qiangwei's bath. Host, a single drop of Piaomiao sacred water can save a life. You cannot even replicate a barrel of water, yet you dare to call yourself the sovereign of systems? Fine, a barrel it shall be. The system initially intended to replicate just 10 drops, as only 10 drops were enshrined at the apex of the Qi Yin Kingdom's temple. However, upon being questioned about the dignity of the system, it boldly declared it would provide a barrel. Swiftly, a large bathing tub appeared. Deal. From now on, the host must check in on time. You must first provide the bathing water to Qiangwei. The system found itself in a quandary. How would Jun Xiangwei bathe atop the temple? Yi Xiaobai proposed an idea. Amidst the rising steam, it resembled a legendary paradise. Without hesitation, she leapt into the water. Yi Xiaobai, from within the womb, sensed the wondrous effects of the Piaomiao sacred water. As Yi Xiaobai advanced to the mid-orange stage, she experienced no discomfort. Rather, she felt exceedingly comfortable. Jun Xiangwei, even more so, reveled in her bath while perusing the description of the bathing water. It was indeed the sacred water of Piaomiao Mountain. She had heard of this name. It was the temple's treasured possession in the Qi Yin Kingdom. Allegedly, it was the second largest reserve of Piaomiao sacred water across the entire Tianxian continent, housing 10 drops in total. A barrel of this water, after her bath, would surely elevate her to transcendence, would it not? The white bathing water transformed into a faint purple hue, shimmering with colors in the sunlight. This transformation likely resulted from her ascension to the purple realm, imparting a purple tint to the bathwater. Jun Xiangwei admired the beautiful color for a moment. She gazed into the holy light crystal mirror, and the beauty reflected therein was akin to a celestial being descending to earth, dazzling enough to nearly blind her. After fully appreciating her stunning visage, Jun Xiangwei resolved to include this barrel of water on her list. The efficiency of divine beings is truly remarkable. Soon, alongside the holy light crystal mirror and the circle cross diagram, the list featured an entry for Xiangwei's bathing water. Such a name? Alas, divine beings excel in many respects. Yet their naming conventions remain rather crude. It is said that a single drop of Piao sacred water can save a life. The water she had bathed in, even if its efficacy were halved, should still be sufficient to heal the gravely wounded, should it not? A whole barrel. Jun Xiangwei believed it would be enough to save the Tianxin continent. Yi Xiaobai expresses her frustration, stating that it is merely a tub of bathwater and suggests that Tong Wang should replicate another tub. The rewards for daily check-ins can only be duplicated once. Yi Xiaobai shows concern for children with intellectual disabilities, questioning why one cannot simply replicate 2 tubs. In the future, there is no need to inquire. All rewards should be automatically doubled, with one portion designated for Chang Wei. The other portion is presumably reserved for the host. It is rumored that I have an ineffectual father. Shouldn't that warrant 3 portions? This sphere does not require such excess. However, you are indeed the primary host. I have a dream. Chapter 17. 1,000 coins extorted after Jun Xiangwei had collected her precious bathwater. A gnawing hunger suddenly besieged her. Alas, a pregnant woman had not tasted proper food for a full 10 days. Even if the elder went without, the unborn should not be deprived. The sun was setting, and the long, dreary night awaited. How could her little one endure sleeping on an empty stomach? Through the window, she spotted Cheng Jingjing in the distance. Truly, divine providence was on her side. She had fled the Yi family in such haste that she hadn't taken any gold coins with her. Yet, heaven had granted her the ability to teleport, though she yearned to indulge in the delights of the capital without a single coin to her name. Cheng Jingjing had shortchanged her several meals. Thus it was only fair she compensated her with a grand feast at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Speaking of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, it was renowned throughout the Qi Yin Kingdom. Despite its overwhelming popularity, the owner had only established one restaurant in each capital city, with no branches elsewhere. The delectable dishes remained vivid in her memory, each signature delicacy capable of making one's tongue dance, though the prices were exorbitant. She pondered how that troublemaker had managed to bounce back all the water she had splashed on him. As she took a bath and changed her attire, she had inadvertently delayed the maid's mealtime. The temple had many rules, and arriving late meant no food would be served. Cheng Jingjing, now famished, cursed Jun Xiangwei in her mind. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as the insufferable woman appeared behind her. Cheng Jingjing gasped. You, how did you escape? The temple had secured the witnesses' rooms with special locks. Didn't you let me out? We are relatives, after all, aren't we, cousin? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly set you free? Jun Xiangwei replied with a playful grin. Given our family ties, if I were to claim you released me, do you think anyone would believe you? Jun Xiangwei, you are shameless. Cheng Jingjing, the feeling is mutual. You acted unjustly first, and I am merely reciprocating. However, you are fortunate, for I am magnanimous. If you treat me to a meal at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I shall choose to forgive you. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion? How dare you even mention it? Do you know how much a meal costs? At least 1,000 gold coins. I care not for the cost, for you shall be footing the bill. You have no right to refuse, as I am the one you released. Cheng Jingjing, furious, attempted to strike Jun Xiangwei, and her palm indeed followed through. Yet Jun Xiangwei, being of the purple realm, was far more adept than Cheng Jingjing of the green realm. Cheng Jingjing fell to the ground, crying out in pain, for she had exerted all her strength in that strike. Jun Xiangwei internally scoffed at her misfortune, thinking it served her right for being so vicious. She feigned ignorance of Cheng Jingjing's fall and continued. You have 2 choices. Either hand over 1,000 gold coins or take me to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for a feast, and you will pay. Cheng Jingjing, rising from the ground, looked at Jun Xiangwei in disbelief. How can you, of the green realm, possess such formidable spiritual power? Just tell me to choose one or two. 1. Cheng Jingjing, overwhelmed by pain and fearing further punishment, chose without hesitation. Although she had also skipped a meal due to her tardiness, If she were to be extorted for 1,000 gold coins, it would be wiser to dine with Jun Xiangwei at the drunken immortal pavilion. However, if they were seen together, it would solidify the accusation against her for secretly releasing a witness. Yet 1,000 gold coins was indeed a steep price. She had barely over 1,000 coins left in her storage ring. Cheng Jingjing felt deeply frustrated by Jun Xiangwei's threats. I will give you the coins, but you must swear not to slander me. If you take the money and insist I open the door, according to the temple's regulations, I would lose my job. Those who enter the ivory tower cannot return anywhere else. Cheng Jingjing knew well that within the temple, she was the pride of the Cheng family, and if expelled, they would never accept a tarnished pride. The only two sources of her confidence were her cultivation in the Green Realm and her identity as a temple envoy. She could not afford to lose either. Seeing Cheng Jingjing relent, Jun Xiangwei felt elated, knowing this girl feared losing her job. Bring me the 1,000 gold coins, and I will not disclose that you released me. Out of familial affection, I would not engage in self-destructive actions. Cheng Jingjing was infuriated by Jun Xiangwei's hypocrisy, who had taken advantage of her while feigning innocence. Here, a full 1,000. Cheng Jingjing angrily tossed a hefty bag of gold coins into Jun Xiangwei's hands. And you actually took a bath? Where did you steal the water? Cheng Jingjing, now closer, scrutinized Jun Xiangwei and felt even more enraged. This troublemaker was growing increasingly beautiful. Her skin was fair and rosy, her features deep and exquisite, though her abdomen was somewhat plump. Cheng Jingjing suddenly recalled something. Wait, you're not pregnant, are you? Bai Yi Buqing? Who else could it be? Oomph. You're so promiscuous. Only heaven knows. Promiscuous? How dare you? Bah. You still have the audacity to mention my sister. Jun Xiangwei struggled to remember who Cheng Jingjing's sister was. But extorting 1,000 gold coins put her in such a good mood that she made an effort to recall. Oh, Cheng Shuangshuang. How is she? Cheng Shuangshuang had studied alongside her for half a year, but afterward, she had inexplicably stopped coming to school. How dare you mention Shuangshuang? Cheng Jingjing thought of how her sister had missed a golden opportunity due to Jun Xiangwei's interference, leading to her eventual despair and abandonment by the Cheng family. Filling her with resentment, Jun Xiangwei brushed aside Cheng Jingjing's finger. How rude of you for someone working at the temple. You should leave. Cheng Jingjing, fearing her voice would attract others, suppressed her urge to yell. Jun Xiangwei triumphantly waved the bag of gold coins before Cheng Jingjing's eyes and vanished in an instant. Cheng Jingjing looked around, bewildered by Jun Xiangwei's sudden disappearance and infuriated at being swindled out of 1,000 gold coins. The pain from her own powerful strike rebounding upon her, coupled with her hunger, left her exceedingly agitated. Jun Xiangwei teleported to a large fountain not far from the temple. To maintain the sanctity and dignity of the temple, there were no buildings or residents nearby. The temple was situated over 10 miles from the capital. To reach the drunken immortal pavilion, Jun Xiangwei needed to first enter the city. After several teleportations, she arrived at a concealed spot outside the city gates. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, yet the city was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. The night only grew livelier. There was no curfew in Kyoto, allowing entry at any hour. One simply needed to present an identity badge and pay 10 gold coins. Although Jun Xiangwei's badge only indicated she was at the early stage of the Yellow Realm, this was not her primary concern. Rather, she should have remained inside the temple. To be cautious, Jun Xiangwei decided against using the main gate and instead teleported directly into the city. The towering city gates obstructed her view, but she could glimpse parts of the taller buildings within. Reluctantly, she opted to teleport to an inconspicuous stone monument. Under the cover of night, she arrived at the large stone monument in the blink of an eye. She quickly searched for her next teleportation target and spotted the drunken immortal pavilion, ablaze with lights and filled with the voices of patrons, marking the peak dining hour for the city's elite. In a flash, Jun Xiangwei appeared on the rooftop of the drunken immortal pavilion. At that moment, within the palace, a deep male voice suddenly declared, "A Purple Realm cultivator has infiltrated Kyoto. Hurry and report to the Emperor." Chapter 18. Just 100 more. Jun Xiangwei finally descended from the rooftop to the grand hall of the drunken immortal pavilion. However, instead of the delectable cuisine she had longed for, she was met with a polite yet distant statement. "Regrettably, we only serve members, and prior reservations are required." Yi Xiaobai was displeased and began to lament to the system. "I'm starving. Hurry up and replicate all the dishes from the drunken immortal pavilion for Xiangwei." Dear host, There's still a little time left until the check-in period. Weren't you just urging me to check in? Aren't you the king of kings? What's so difficult about replicating a few dishes? Is it harder than the bathing water from the mysterious mountain? Host, even when the time arrives. The reward for checking in may not necessarily be the dishes from the drunken, immortal pavilion. I don't care. Xiang Wei is hungry, and so am I. Nothing is more worthy of being a check-in reward than a sumptuous feast. Host, the drunken, immortal pavilion only accepts members with cultivation levels above the Azure Realm. Don't try to sidestep the issue. Can you replicate the dishes from the drunken, immortal pavilion or not? Theoretically, yes, but practically no. What principles are we discussing between us? Is there love or principles? Love is unconditional. Before Yi Xiaobai could await the system's response, she overheard her mother wishing to obtain a membership. The head of the Jun family was indeed a member. She had dined here many years ago in Kyoto using the family membership card. The implication was that membership relied on absolute strength, and the slots were not open to the public. Jun Xiangwei recalled that her own identification card was merely at the early stage of the Yellow Realm. She had not had the chance to validate her identity at the Azure or Blue Realm to exchange it for the exclusive pure gold card of the second rank, and had suddenly ascended to the Purple Realm. Thinking of the future, she realized she would never obtain the second rank card, which meant she had lost her eligibility to become a member of the drunken, immortal pavilion. Jun Xiangwei felt that her rapid advancement had caused her to miss out on life itself. She was profoundly disheartened. Yet her melancholy appeared to others merely as a newfound self-awareness. After all, many rustic folks came to the drunken, immortal pavilion in Kyoto only to leave in a state of disappointment. Miss, would you care to join us? Jun Xiangwei looked up to see several young women smiling kindly at her from a distance. One of the older girls, seemingly the leader of the group, extended an invitation to her. Jun Xiangwei smiled back and nodded. Finally, she managed to enter the drunken, immortal pavilion using someone else's membership card. Each could order what they desired and cover their own expenses. The opportunity provided by these kind-hearted individuals was already a generous act. She did not presume that they would treat her to a meal. It seemed that the benevolent older sister could not bear to see her, a pregnant woman, leave forlornly, thus inviting her to join their table. As expected, this group of young ladies had only just arrived in Kyoto, drawn by the fame of the drunken, immortal pavilion. Upon entering, they had spotted Jun Xiangwei, who had been blocked from entry, and instinctively invited her to dine with them. Jun Xiangwei observed that the 7 girls ordered 8 dishes, barely enough for everyone. Looking at the menu and price list, she noted that the prices were indeed steep. Most dishes were priced at around 100 gold coins, with a few ranging from 200 to 500. To sample all the signature dishes would likely cost 5 or 6,000 gold coins. The last time she was brought here by her third uncle, along with over a dozen members of the Jun family, they had ordered all the signature dishes. Jun Xiangwei had only 1,000 gold coins and calculated that she could order 8 dishes. She decided to forego the more expensive options today. Not only did she lack sufficient funds, but also, she felt uncomfortable indulging in such extravagance in front of others. Despite her attempts to be discreet, she noticed the astonished expressions in the eyes of the group. It dawned on her that she might have inadvertently appeared ostentatious. Although she was currently so impoverished that she had to rely on robbing Cheng Jingjing, a careless move could easily be perceived as impolite. Had she brought money or had her 4 maidservants by her side, she would not have been in such an awkward position, and surely would have ordered a variety of signature dishes. Though the Jun family was merely a third-rate clan, they had indeed prospered through trade, as Cheng Jingjing had noted. As for the Yi family, it went without saying. The monthly allowance she received was 3,000 gold coins. The affluent living environment she had always known had made Jun Xiangwei forget that many others were not so fortunate. She could only offer a smile to the group and attempt to gloss over the awkwardness. The service at the drunken, immortal pavilion was swift, and soon enough, 16 dishes were served, filling the table. Jun Xiangwei was too lazy to pack leftovers. They could all enjoy the meal together. At worst, she would compel Cheng Jingjing to deliver a vegetarian meal the next day. As they were all strangers, no one felt comfortable discussing how to settle the bill. After all, they had ordered 8 dishes together, and Jun Xiangwei assumed that whoever ordered would cover the cost. An hour later, everyone was satiated, and the total bill amounted to 1,800 gold coins. The 8 dishes ordered by the others were all priced at 100 gold coins each, totaling 800. Jun Xiangwei had ordered 2 dishes priced at 200 each, bringing her total to 1,000 gold coins. However, when it came time to settle the bill, an incomprehensible scene unfolded. The 7 individuals each produced 100 gold coins, leaving the remaining 1,100 gold coins to be covered by Jun Xiangwei. 1,100 gold coins was not an insignificant amount for her, but she currently had only 1,000 gold coins, leaving her 100 short. The others were equally short on funds, each possessing only 100. Jun Xiangwei was left bewildered, as were the 7 girls. In an instant, the 8 of them sat in silence, unsure of how to proceed. How could she address this? To quarrel over money would be exceedingly rude. The fact that they had graciously allowed her to use a membership card was already a kind act. Her original intent had been to cover the portion of the bill corresponding to her own orders. Now, they were only asking her to contribute an additional 100. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that she lacked even that amount, resulting in a rather awkward predicament. If she had funds available, paying the entire 1,800 would have been a trivial matter. The older girl spoke with a hint of regret. "Miss June, I truly apologize. Each of us only has 100 gold coins. Would you be able to cover the extra 100? She added, "This is my fault for not paying attention when ordering. I should have calculated based on the number of people." Jun Xiangwei felt no inclination to blame them. They had kindly invited her to join their meal. They had simply followed their custom of ordering 1 dish each, but she had unexpectedly ordered 8 dishes. They had not anticipated her to be so extravagant. Yi Xiaobai was displeased. "King of Kings, how can these people behave this way? Xiangwei has already shared her dishes with everyone. Can't they find a way to collectively cover the extra 100? The system also found it troublesome, recognizing the kind intentions that had led to this awkward situation over money. Hurry and replicate 100 gold coins. The system rule prohibits disrupting the financial market. Creating money outright was against the system's regulations. Then what should we do? Do you have any funds? Perhaps lend Xiangwei 100 gold coins." Jun Xiangwei turned to the older girl, offering her apologies, explaining that it was merely a lack of funds. Problems that could be solved with money were never truly problems, and she urged them to not worry. With that, she summoned a waiter from the drunken immortal pavilion and handed them a drop of the bathing water from the mysterious mountain. "Please inquire with your manager if this drop of water can be exchanged for this meal." The waiter, accustomed to encountering the most distinguished individuals from the Qian kingdom daily, was unfazed by various situations. It was not uncommon for patrons to forget their money and offer items as collateral after dining. The drunken immortal pavilion had earned its esteemed reputation by ensuring that all members and their guests experienced a home-like hospitality. Chapter 19. Adding 3 dishes. The drop of bathwater that Jun Xiangwei handed to the waiter was contained in a bottle typically used for her daily nutritional supplements during pregnancy. It was not her intention to use such a container for this liquid. Rather, in her haste, she could not find another suitable vessel. The waiter accepted the small bottle from her, feeling its lightness, yet he paid no mind to it, since she claimed it was merely a drop of water. Its lack of weight was to be expected. Whether it was valuable or not would be revealed when he presented it to the manager. Those dining at the Zui Xiangu were all relatives of members. Each individual in the Qingjing realm was a notable figure within the Tianxian continent, and financial concerns were hardly an issue for them. The waiter quickly departed with the small bottle, leaving behind a few young girls at the table, who lowered their heads in embarrassment. Jun Xiangwei had complete faith in the divine being's words. This was indeed the sacred water of the Miao Mountain. Even after having been used for a bath, exchanging a drop for a meal was certainly feasible. Soon, the waiter returned, apologetically stating that there was some discrepancy in the valuation of the precious liquid and inquired if she could come to discuss it. For the first time in her life, Jun Xiangwei experienced the weight of 100 gold coins, exclaiming inwardly that they truly lacked discernment. She reluctantly agreed to accompany him. She was led to a beautifully adorned private room, where 3 individuals, their ages indeterminate, awaited her. Prior to her arrival, these 3 had expressed vastly different opinions regarding the assessment of the drop of water. One believed the energy and magnetic field contained within it were immense, valuing it at no less than 3,000 gold coins. Another countered, pointing out that the bottle itself was merely a common container for nutritional supplements worth just 5 gold coins. How could a drop of water contained in such a bottle be worth 3,000? Although he acknowledged the energy within the water, he believed the bottle significantly diminished its value, offering a maximum valuation of 2,000 gold coins. The third individual, who had observed the drop of water the longest, inquired about the membership card being used at their table and the dishes they had ordered. The response revealed that it was merely a local theater troupe leader's membership card. and the cardholder was only at the initial stage of the Qingjing realm. The table had ordered 16 dishes, 14 of which were the cheapest, with only 2 priced at 200. When the time came to settle the bill, the group realized they were still 100 gold coins short and decided to offer the drop of water as payment. Such visitors from afar, drawn by reputation, often dined on inexpensive dishes, merely to experience the establishment. The Zui Xiangu operated without any prejudices against its clientele, only differentiating them by their spending capacity. It could be said that this group belonged to the lower tier of consumers, and the items they could offer in exchange were quite limited. Moreover, they had not made a direct offer. They merely asked the waiter to inquire if the drop could cover the meal cost of 1,800 gold coins. Consequently, the final evaluation rendered by the third individual was a mere 1,000 gold coins. The one who had proposed 3,000 disagreed, stating that the energy within the drop led him to sense a subtle indication of a potential breakthrough in his cultivation. With no consensus among the three, they requested the waiter to summon the customer for a face-to-face negotiation. Upon entering, Jun Xiangwei could ascertain from their demeanor that they were all of the Qingjing realm. She was somewhat astonished. This was the perceptiveness of the Zijing realm, capable of discerning another's cultivation without condensing energy or gathering spirit. From their appearances, they seemed to be around 30 years of age, though their actual ages were indiscernible. It was clear they had entered the green realm at a youthful age. It was evident that these three had been nurtured by rare treasures from a young age, and they likely had encountered many fine items. The capital city was indeed a place of hidden talents, and there was little concern over the lack of discernment among its residents, as long as they possessed knowledge. Jun Xiangwei was untroubled by their potential ignorance regarding the worth of the drop. The saying goes, name your price high and pay on the spot. After all, she required only 100. That drop of bathwater was surely worth that amount. Dear guest, may I ask what this drop of water is called? The trio, upon observing her as a young maiden with fair skin and beauty, noted her slightly plump waist, which affected her overall appearance. They speculated about her identity. In the capital, people generally married late, or even chose not to marry or bear children. Thus, it was rare for someone of Jun Xiangwei's age to be wed and expecting. They did not initially consider that she might already be married and pregnant, instead surmising she could be the daughter of the theater troupe leader, with a father in the Qingjing realm, making it unsurprising for her to possess something of value. As for the name, I shall refrain from mentioning it, lest I frighten you, Jun Xiangwei replied candidly. However, to the ears of the three, the words of this seemingly naive girl from the countryside sounded rather presumptuous. How can we assess its value if you do not disclose the name? Jun Xiangwei tilted her head slightly and shot them a sidelong glance. Will you believe me if I tell you? The trio fell silent for a moment, until the one who had valued it at 2,000 spoke. The energy contained within this drop is indeed potent, yet it remains nameless, lacking description or provenance, essentially a product of 3 deficiencies. Jun Xiangwei understood that this was merely a tactic to negotiate. If she could name the water, excluding the fact it had been used for bathing, it would undoubtedly fetch a sky-high price. But the question loomed, would she dare to reveal it? There were only 10 drops available in the temple. I truly cannot disclose the name. It was left by a high being. Today, I simply lacked sufficient funds and thought to sell it to you, she explained. Upon hearing this, the three understood. A young child had come to dine without enough money and was now attempting to sell her belongings to settle the bill. Jun Xiangwei continued, I've heard it could be worth 10,000, but I will only ask for 5,000. The three exchanged glances, further confirming their initial suspicions that this young lady was indeed the daughter of the theater troupe leader. The one who had valued it at 3,000 was eager. He had been at the pinnacle of the Qingjing realm for far too long. Upon catching a whiff of the water, he sensed the barrier to ascending to the blue realm was subtly loosening. He desired to acquire the water privately. 5,000 gold coins was a trivial sum for him. However, this was contingent upon the Zui Xiangu and the young lady agreeing on a transaction price, allowing him the opportunity to negotiate privately. Thus, he held his tongue, waiting for the other two to reject the young lady's offer so he could purchase it discreetly. Yet, the one who had questioned the lack of provenance was also intrigued. The girl's words might indeed hold truth. 1 drop could be worth a fortune. He too awaited the other's rejections before making his move. At that moment, the one who had offered 1,000 opened the bottle once more and inhaled its aroma, then gestured a number to Jun Xiangwei. She feigned contemplation for a moment before reluctantly agreeing, albeit with an added condition. Please also pack 3 additional dishes for me. The man nodded in agreement. The other two gaped at their interaction in disbelief, unable to fathom that the final outcome was merely 1,000 gold coins, with the extra dishes being a mere afterthought. Upon returning, she did not forget to press the red button to summon Cheng Jingjing to attend to her. With the 1,000 gold coins earned from Zui Xiangu, she spent 100, leaving her with 900. Seeing Cheng Jingjing attending to her, Jun Xiangwei felt elated. In her joy, she returned the remaining 900 gold coins to her. "You've served me well. This pouch of gold is your reward." Cheng Jingjing could hardly conceal her delight. She had recovered her money, losing only 100 in the process. Yet, she remained unable to treat Jun Xiangwei with kindness. "Humph, that was my money to begin with." Jun Xiangwei chose not to dwell on it. A pregnant woman needed her rest and a cheerful disposition. The following day marked her last in the temple. After meeting with the national master, she intended to visit the Yi family, then proceed to the Jun family to bury her maid, and finally seek an opportunity to rescue Yi Buqing from the demon domain. After Cheng Jingjing departed with the gold coins, Jun Xiangwei fell into a deep slumber. Little did she know that within a mere tea time after her departure from the capital, the entire city had entered a heightened state of alert due to her presence. Chapter 20. Disarray. Initially, an alert was raised within the imperial palace, as a formidable expert from the Purple Realm stealthily infiltrated the capital of the Qian Kingdom. The city's protective formations remained undisturbed, and it was solely the Holy Sun within the palace who sensed the presence of this Purple Realm powerhouse. Upon learning of this alarming news, the emperor hastily emerged from the concubine's quarters and convened an emergency meeting in the imperial study. A special task force was promptly established, which traced the intruder's trail to the Zuaxian pavilion, only to lose the scent thereafter. The special task force meticulously examined the guest list of all patrons dining that day and interrogated the staff of the Zuaxian pavilion one by one. In no time, they uncovered a droplet of bathwater linked to Jun Xiangwei. The personnel of the pavilion were compelled to present this droplet to the Holy Sun for examination. The Holy Sun declared that this droplet contained the sacred water of the Miao Miao Mountain, further infused with the essence of cultivation from each tier from red to purple realm. Had Jun Xiangwei heard these words, she would have been utterly amused. For at that time, she had lost all her cultivation to the circle and had to begin anew, shedding impurities that, of course, included the 7 realms. However, the implication from the Holy Sun was clear. The ability to simultaneously absorb the cultivation powers of 7 realms could only denote that it resided within a single individual, traversing from red to purple without rejection. One must ponder, how could this be possible? How many years must one traverse from red to purple? If the sacred water of Miao Miao Mountain merely served to heal, then this upgraded version could potentially break barriers, likely enabling those whose cultivation had stagnated for years to finally break through. The sudden appearance of an unknown Purple Realm master in the capital, coupled with this enhanced version of the sacred water, left the emperor astounded, and he swiftly sought the national master at the imperial mausoleum. The national master was not in the temple, but rather at the mausoleum, having been tasked 3 days prior with conducting ancestral rites. Upon the emperor's urgent summons, the national master arrived at the imperial study just before dawn. Rarely did he and the Holy Sun appear together. As the 2 Purple Realm experts of the Qian Kingdom each tended to their respective duties, the national master safeguarded the realm, while the Holy Sun offered blessings to the royal family. This occurrence of a Purple Realm expert arriving in the capital posed a grave threat to both the state and the royal lineage, especially with the involvement of the enhanced Miao Miao Mountain sacred water. The emperor implored the national master to collaborate with the Holy Sun in addressing this pressing matter. Although the national master had been occupied at the mausoleum, he had continued to handle state affairs. Not long ago, he had received a report from the Yi family about a powerful malevolent force invading the Qian Kingdom, committing heinous acts with formidable prowess. The evidence had been promptly delivered to the mausoleum for the national master's review: 3 interspatial rings and a 9-turn Linglong lock. He had also perused the testimonies, noting that a woman under 20 had been terrified to the point of incoherence. Upon examining the spiritual energy of the interspatial rings, he found it to possess only the cultivation level of the Yellow Realm. The report from the white-robed steward suggested that the woman had been excessively frightened and her mental state was unstable. The national master had a premonition that a woman fleeing from danger would soon arrive to report her plight. Calculating the time, it seemed plausible that it had taken her 7 days to traverse from the Yi family to the temple. Yet, this woman claimed to be from the Blue Realm, arriving on the winds, and had slain 2 bandits of the same realm in the Death Forest. Indeed, the interspatial rings contained the remains of these 2 men. One had perished from a giant crocodile's claws followed by decapitation, while the other had met his end by an explosion. There were also 4 female corpses, victims of the 2 Blue Realm bandits. The man in question had previously served in the temple before being expelled and had fled to the demon realm. According to the testimony of the Yi family's young wife, a powerful figure had saved her in the Death Forest, granting her a magical artifact to eliminate these 2 bandits. They had sought the 9-turn Linglong lock from the Yi family, and initially, she had been reluctant to part with it, as her husband had instructed her to keep it secret. However, the powerful figure urged her to speak the truth. The emperor scrutinized the testimony, frowning at the chaotic nature of it all. It seemed the woman was indeed quite frightened. Nevertheless, with a formidable enemy approaching, it was imperative to steel oneself for confrontation. The special task force was formally bestowed the name of the Chiwei Holy Guard by the emperor. That very night, the capital was sealed off, barring any entry or exit, and every suspicious individual was to be meticulously investigated. The grand celebration originally planned following the sacrificial rites was abruptly cancelled. All performers and entertainers were required to undergo thorough inspections at the relay station. As the enhanced Miao Miao Mountain sacred water was linked to one of the performance troops, Yi Xiaobai awoke to find the sun already risen, once again being urged by the commander to sign in. If you do not sign, you are but a penniless fool without even 100 gold coins. Wealth is but a trivial matter. Without gold, one cannot even afford a breath of air. Food requires expenditure. Food existed before the advent of currency. What did people of old use to barter for sustenance? By allocation of needs, or through plunder? Neither seems reliable. Currency is civilized and equitable. Do you truly consider yourself merely a ball? I was not before. Now, I am uncertain of the future. So, dear, shall we sign in? Yi Xiaobai declined, for he was preoccupied with his own thoughts and had no time for such formalities. Jun Xiangwei arose and consumed the 3 dishes she had packed from the previous day, eagerly awaiting the National Master's summons. Yet, as time passed and the sun began its descent, it became evident that 3 days had elapsed without a word from him. Even the National Master was so unruly. Was it true that the temple's inhabitants disregarded decorum, focusing solely on their supernatural abilities? Much like Qing Jingjing, who had initially ignored her summons until she was compelled to display her prowess, showering gifts and offering personal service. Could it be that the National Master was of a similar ilk? She remained skeptical, having heard since childhood of the National Master's unwavering integrity and purity. He was not someone who could be compared to someone like Qing Jingjing. Yet, upon reflection, Qing Jingjing had once appeared as an ethereal being in the Qing family, and now she had resorted to extorting witnesses. People can change, and the National Master was indeed a person. Being human, he too could evolve. Before Jun Xiangwei could express her intent to leave, the white-robed steward instructed Qing Jingjing to escort her to the front hall. However, the white-robed head steward asserted that all these were vital pieces of evidence that would later be uniformly interred for the maidens, and arrangements had already been made to inform Jun's family regarding the maidens' remains. They had also dispatched personnel to the Yi family for further inquiries. What of my 9-turn Linglong lock? That must be returned to me. Jun Xiangwei protested, for she had come to report a case, not to donate evidence. How could they so audaciously plunder her resources? I still need this lock to barter for my husband's safety. You cannot withhold it from me. The white-robed steward could not help but chuckle at the foolishness of this woman. Had she allocated all her skills to her appearance, leaving none for her intellect? Do you not fear being pursued by others with this lock? Do you know where to find your husband? At present, Jun Xiangwei was not afraid of being hunted. Yet she remained utterly clueless about where to venture in search of the legendary demon realm to rescue Yi Buqing. She shook her head repeatedly, denying both fear of pursuit and knowledge of a destination. To the white-robed steward, this was merely the display of an ignorant and obstinate woman. The white-robed steward, maintaining his composure, attempted to persuade her before attending to other matters. Chapter 21. The Imperial Seal. As Jun Xiangwei swayed in the carriage, a sense of unease grew within her. 3 days prior, she had declared her mastery of the late Blue Realm and her ability to ride the winds. She had urged them to live well and not to indulge in idle speculation. Surely, her testimony could not be dismissed as mere fabrications. Although ascending from the Yellow Realm to the Blue Realm in just 3 days was indeed extraordinary, if they doubted her words? Why were they still withholding the evidence she had submitted? If they did not believe her, they should return the evidence and allow her to rescue her husband. What was the meaning of detaining her for 3 days? Recalling the day when the white-robed attendant took her statement, repeatedly asking her to confirm the truth of her words, Jun Xiangwei felt a surge of indignation. They clearly did not trust her. Their lack of faith wasted her precious time. The temple must compensate her, for time is money. Every moment lost is a treasure that cannot be reclaimed, and not only should they reimburse her, but they also owe her a substantial sum. Wherever the evidence is, she must be present. They attempted to confine her within the carriage, banishing her from the scene, but the coachman paid her no heed, driving swiftly onward. Ignoring him was one thing. She had originally intended to spare him the trouble of this journey, but now she could not blame him for his obstinacy. Before teleporting, Jun Xiangwei did not forget to store the food from the carriage into her spatial ring. Just then, a divine presence bestowed upon her a map, revealing the locations of the 9-turned exquisite lock and 3 other spatial rings. Upon examining it, she discovered they were not in the temple but in the capital, near the royal palace. Yi Xiaobai pondered the matter as well. The temple's waste of 3 days of Xiangwei's time warranted compensation. Yet such disputes would only squander more precious time. What do you think, Lord? Host, you have yet to check in today. Following the map in her mind, Jun Xiangwei swiftly teleported to the capital. Today's capital was markedly different from yesterday, as the streets were surprisingly deserted. Could it be that the city grew livelier as night fell? The inhabitants of large cities certainly have different proclivities, often favoring nocturnal revelries. Jun Xiangwei contemplated whether she and Yi Buqing should move to the capital with Xiaobai. She relished the bustling atmosphere and the unique Zui Xiangu. Speaking of Zui Xiangu, her stomach growled at the thought. She patted her belly and mused, Xiaobai, are you hungry too? However, she had yet to demand compensation from the temple, and her pockets held not a single gold coin. Had she known, she would not have returned those 900 coins to Chengjingjing. While contemplating whether to employ the same trick again and sell another drop of bathwater to Zui Xiangu, a familiar voice called out to her. Turning around, she recognized one of those who had appraised her bathwater yesterday. Initially, he intended to privately purchase it for 5,000 gold coins, but his colleague had persuaded Jun Xiangwei to sell it for a mere 1,000. Yet, that was of no concern to him. He only sought to find this girl and inquire if she had any left. If so, he would not hesitate to offer 5,000 gold coins for a single drop. Oh, it's you. What can I do for you? Jun Xiangwei said with a smile, feeling fortunate. With this person around, she need not worry about lacking a membership card or gold coins to enjoy Zui Xiangu. The man pulled her into a corner and candidly expressed his thoughts. Miss, do you still have that water? Would you sell me a drop for 5,000 gold coins? Jun Xiangwei was taken aback by his generous offer of 5,000. It seemed she had indeed undersold it yesterday. May I ask your name? Yuliang from Zui Xiangu. Yuliang. That's an easy name to remember. Here's the deal. You help me pack up 5,000 gold coins worth of Zui Xiangu's signature dishes, and I will give you a drop in return. How does that sound? Jun Xiangwei recalled that ordering 20 signature dishes would roughly cost 5,000, a meal she had shared with her third uncle before. Yu Liang was elated. This girl truly had more to offer. Moreover, she readily agreed to sell it to him. Seeing his agreement, she did not hesitate to produce a vial of nutrient liquid, opening it for Yu Liang to sniff. He nodded vigorously. That's the scent. Jun Xiangwei felt a bit embarrassed. Her bathwater had a rather potent aroma. I want to go to Zui Xiangu. Let us meet here in half an hour for the transaction, shall we? Yu Liang also thought this arrangement preferable. He wished to keep the transaction discreet. Last night, someone from the palace had come to investigate Zui Xiangu and had taken away a drop of that water, prompting him to feel uneasy about the situation. The allure of that drop was simply too great for him to resist. The fact that she had suggested a private transaction was indeed fortuitous. Meanwhile, the Holy Son and the National Master were in a meeting with the Emperor, discussing a significant matter that had reached the Emperor's ears. 3 days prior, the Long Princess of the neighboring country had gone missing near the Death Forest's edge. The National Master, combining the evidence from the wife of the Yi family, informed the Emperor and the Holy Son that a giant toothy crocodile dwelled nearby, having already injured 2 Blue Realm experts from the Demon Domain. The Zixiao Kingdom and the Qiyin Kingdom were separated by a narrow strait, which facilitated trade between the 2 nations. Although occasional disputes arose, overall, their relations could be considered peaceful. The Holy Son expressed concern. The Long Princess was the emperor of the Zixiao Kingdom's only sister, merely 22 years old and already at the early Green Realm. The territory of the Qian Kingdom was only 1/5 that of the Zixiao Kingdom, with a population of less than 1/4. This was no ordinary missing person case, but a matter of great significance for diplomatic relations between the two nations. The Long Princess's visit to the Qian Kingdom was likely a precursor to a potential royal marriage. The national master pointed out a contradiction. The Long Princess's 4 attendants, all proficient in the Blue Realm, had also vanished. Although the giant toothy crocodile was fearsome, it was unlikely it could overpower 4 Blue Realm experts at once. As they deliberated strategies, the national master and the Holy Sun simultaneously remarked, there must be a Purple Realm expert infiltrating the palace. Moments later, they both shook their heads. The intruder had already departed. Jun Xiangwei arrived at the palace, only to find the 9-turned exquisite lock and 2 other spatial rings belonging to those who had pursued her. The bodies of her maidservants were not among these items, but rather lay outside the palace, which incensed her. The system was currently prompting the host to check in, and Yi Xiaobai reluctantly complied. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the imperial seal of the Qian Kingdom. A lackluster reward among the myriad treasures of the palace. This was the least valuable, but generations of emperors have fought for this seal. Tell Xiangwei to leave quickly. I wish to be alone. Following the divine instructions, Jun Xiangwei swiftly departed the palace with the 9-turned exquisite lock in hand. She understood that, in the eyes of certain individuals, the bodies of her maidservants were deemed unworthy of being placed within the palace, even as evidence. Chapter 22. I demand a duel. Jun Xiangwei teleported to the mortuary, seeking the storage ring marked with the names of her 4 family members. She intended to deliver them herself. However, upon examining the contents of the ring, she was horrified to find merely 4 urns of ashes. Rage surged within her. Had they been cremated without her consent? Or had random ashes been gathered to deceive her? If that were the case, where were the remains of her dear sisters? Great One, can you tell me if these are truly my sister's ashes? The Supreme King was equally perplexed. He could only locate the ring, not the bodies within. He was able to assist Jun Xiangwei in finding the ring, but he had not tracked the remains. Yi Xiaobai, cease claiming you are the strongest. Jun Xiangwei was consumed by despair, determined to seek an audience with the National Master for Justice. Yi Xiaobai fervently supported her cause, insisting that suppressing one's frustrations could lead to illness. The system urged her to remain calm, emphasizing the urgency of locating the bodies. Yi Xiaobai contemplated that perhaps the signature dish from the drunken immortal pavilion might lift Xiangwei's spirits. The Great One reminded Jun Xiangwei that she had an appointment with Yu Liang soon. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she replied, even if I were to receive every dish from the drunken immortal pavilion, joy would elude me. Others might advise her to let go of the past and look ahead. But the thought of her 4 brave sisters, who had sacrificed everything for her, now reduced to mere ashes, plunged her into a deep, inescapable sorrow. Moreover, the Great One could not confirm the identity of the ashes, rendering it impossible for her to enjoy the delicacies of the drunken immortal pavilion. Days earlier, upon discovering the 4 corpses, she had stifled her rage until she could confront the alluring demon. She had rushed to the temple, imploring the National Master for Justice. In the 3 days of waiting, hope still flickered within her heart. She had even contemplated sneaking out for a feast at the drunken immortal pavilion. Now, faced with the 4 urns of ashes, not only was she uncertain of their identities, but the discovery had been made in secret. How foolish she felt. As the mortuary personnel prepared to take the urns to the Jun family, they followed protocol, expecting gratitude from the family for the imperial favor. How could her parents bear such indignity? In this moment, Jun Xiangwei was overwhelmed with emotion, allowing her sorrow and anger to consume her. Yi Xiaobai sensed her distress and urged the Supreme King to comfort her. The Supreme King resolved to present Jun Xiangwei with the imperial jade seal of the Qian Kingdom, reasoning that since she refused to accept it, he would not even produce a duplicate. Yet Jun Xiangwei declined his generous offer, questioning the purpose of the imperial seal. To possess the seal is to hold dominion over the realm. With it, one becomes the sovereign of the Qian Kingdom. The very notion struck her as absurd. Even at the pinnacle of the Purple Realm, one could expect no more than 300 years of life, while the world had existed long before humanity. Yi Xiaobai chuckled at the Supreme King, jesting that even women and children rejected his imperial seal, and urged him not to pressure her into signing anything again. Your rewards would be better replaced with a mere duplication of gold coins. The Supreme King, feeling slighted, requested time to ascertain the identities of the ashes. With bated breath, they anticipated his success. Jun Xiangwei, acting on the Great One's guidance, resolved to leave, declaring, "I shall uncover whether these are truly my sister's ashes." "Thank you, Great One." She expressed her deep gratitude. For the first time, the Supreme King felt underestimated, though he had never undertaken such an inquiry before. However, this did not imply he was incapable. He meticulously analyzed each urn of ashes, promising results shortly. Yu Liang prepared a storage ring, a luxurious version commonly used at the drunken immortal pavilion. The ring's dimensions were 3 feet in length and width, and 1 foot in height. Inside, neatly arranged, were 27 food boxes of 4 distinct colors. 18 boxes contained signature dishes priced at 100 gold coins each, 9 boxes at 200 coins, 6 boxes at 300, and 3 boxes at 500. In total, the cost amounted to 6,900 gold coins. Yu Liang explained, "I procured these at an internal price, at a 70% discount." Jun Xiangwei nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Liang was a man of integrity. The value of such a storage ring was 1,000 gold coins, meaning he had contributed more than 5,000. Furthermore, he gifted Jun Xiangwei a family card for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, granting her a 10% discount on dining throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Receiving the card, Jun Xiangwei admired its exquisite design, grateful for the unexpected opportunity to acquire a membership. Now, with the family card, she could enjoy the discount. Her fondness for Yu Liang's sincerity grew stronger. Handing him a bottle containing bathing water from the Miao Mountain, she watched as he eagerly inspected it, confirming its authenticity. To his astonishment, there were even 2 drops inside. When Yu Liang looked up, the girl had vanished, prompting him to sincerely express his hopes for a future reunion. Half an hour later, Yu Liang broke through to the Blue Realm. After 10 years at the pinnacle of the Green Realm, he had finally achieved his breakthrough. According to the rules of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, one at the Blue Realm could serve as a branch manager. Yu Liang laughed joyfully, declaring, "From this day forth, I, Yu Liang, am a prominent figure at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." However, Jun Xiangwei received the packaged food with little joy, her mind preoccupied with doubts and hopes regarding the identities of the 4 urns. She teleported to the auspicious opera troupe, where the girl she had encountered yesterday had revealed their temporary residence in the capital. As she prepared to depart, intending to bid them farewell for their kindness in inviting her to dine, she arrived at the opera troupe's entrance only to hear soldiers apprehending the troupe's leader. The girls were also captured, weeping and claiming ignorance. What was happening? Those girls had told Jun Xiangwei they were itinerant performers, come to the capital for an upcoming celebration. The troupe's leader, a kindly elderly man, possessed a membership card for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion but had never dined there. He had given each girl 100 gold coins to broaden their horizons in the capital. Jun Xiangwei was perplexed. What trouble could they have caused upon their arrival? Even if they had erred, there should be a public inquiry rather than a sudden raid. A crowd had gathered, some voicing their support for the girls, while others whispered speculations about the unfolding events. Jun Xiangwei sensed someone watching her and turned to find the older girl from yesterday, seemingly named Chu, signaling her to leave discreetly, further deepening her suspicions. At that moment, the Great One informed her that the analysis of the ashes had revealed they belonged to 4 middle-aged men. Jun Xiangwei was on the verge of explosion. Where was the justice of the National Master? She had entrusted all evidence to the temple, hoping the National Master would champion her cause. Instead, 3 days had been wasted, and she was treated as a madwoman, shoved into a carriage. Her 9-turn Linglong lock, her sister's remains, and her trophies from slaying 2 Blue Realm foes had all been shamelessly confiscated. To pass off the ashes of 4 men to the Jun family was utterly intolerable. Once hot-tempered and lacking in cultivation, her strength had surged, and so had her fury. "National Master, I demand a duel." In the palace, the National Master suddenly sneezed, leaving the Emperor and the Holy Sun astonished. A sneeze from the Purple Realm? Chapter 23. The National Master deserves a beating at this moment. Jun Xiangwei was fervently yearning to confront the National Master in a fierce battle. The hopes she had once harbored for him had now transformed into profound disappointment and rage. Furthermore, she considered the owner of the Jixiang Theater, Chu, and others to be good people. Such virtuous individuals ought not to be subjected to such abhorrent treatment. As outsiders in the capital, unfamiliar with their surroundings, how could they dare to err? What right did these officials have to drag them away in such a humiliating manner? without any conviction in a public forum? Jun Xiangwei felt indignant. "Stop!" she shouted vehemently. Chu, using her eyes, urged her to leave quickly, mouthing the words "hurry up." Jun Xiangwei was neither foolish nor meddlesome, yet today, an overwhelming sense of frustration welled up within her, leaving her breathless and constrained. "Bold commoner, how dare you interfere with the affairs of the Red Guard?" The onlookers parted ways, exposing Jun Xiangwei to the scrutiny of the crowd. A tall officer from the Red Guard glanced at her from a distance and barked, "Get lost!" Jun Xiangwei did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. "By what authority do you seize people without justification? Where is the evidence of their guilt?" The man swiftly unleashed a gust of energy towards her, declaring that the Red Guard had no obligation to explain their actions to her. He quickly sidestepped, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Jun Xiangwei, as if she were an intriguing prey. "How amusing. She possesses some skill. No wonder she dares to meddle." Another man, adorned in a commanding hat, ordered her to present her identification token. Jun Xiangwei remained motionless, contemplating how to defeat these men and where she could take the Jixiang Theater members afterward. "Miss, please present your identification token. It is the law of the capital, and refusal is not an option," came the voice of Chu. Referring to her as Miss instead of Miss June was a clear attempt to feign ignorance, evidently to avoid implicating her. Others nearby also urged her to produce her identification token swiftly, lest she be labeled a dangerous vagabond and imprisoned in the dungeon pending investigation. Even if her innocence was established, a hefty bail would be required, or else she would be sent to the borders for hard labor. Under the persistent, pleading gaze of Chu, Jun Xiangwei reluctantly retrieved her identification token. The tall man burst into laughter, mocking her as a spoiled rich kid. "Just a mere Huang realm practitioner, still in the early stages, huh? A country bumpkin from 3 years ago who came to the capital. At her age and cultivation level, she was as common as dirt in the capital, hardly deserving the title of genius. Families with deep-rooted backgrounds in the capital possessed treasures. Most children of her age were already at the mid-stage of the Huang realm. Jun Xiangwei, merely at the initial stage, was indeed a country bumpkin, relying on her family's wealth to purchase a defensive spirit tool, emboldening her to meddle in affairs that did not concern her. The tall man quickly judged her as an unremarkable country girl, a nouveau riche who had immigrated to the capital 3 years prior. Such a brat could easily be dealt with. However, he couldn't help but notice her beauty, realizing why she was so pampered at home. It suddenly dawned on Jun Xiangwei that she had not paid the 10 gold coins upon entering the city, and her identification token still bore the record left by her uncle from his previous visit to the capital. Seeing that Jun Xiangwei was unharmed, Chu felt a wave of relief. Today had been a calamity for their theater. Although she had only met Miss June once, it was because of her that her sisters had enjoyed such a feast last night. In such circumstances, it was best to pretend not to know her, to avoid dragging innocent people into trouble. Chu offered Jun Xiangwei a gentle smile, signaling her not to worry. But that tender smile pierced Jun Xiangwei's heart, reminding her too much of her sisters. Once, they had smiled innocently and assured her, "Miss, do not be afraid. We shall divert them while you seek out the national master at the temple." Now, however, not even their corpses could be found. Jun Xiangwei clenched her fist, inwardly questioning, "Divine being, do you know where the national master is?" "In the imperial palace. Do not fear, she is now at the purple realm, a formidable force of the Qian kingdom, capable of protecting them. She will not be as weak and powerless as she once was." Chu nodded gently, conveying through her gaze that she was unafraid, and she and her sisters from the theater followed the Red Guard away. The onlookers gradually dispersed, when suddenly, someone screamed, "The girl has vanished." The next moment, within the imperial palace, Jun Xiangwei appeared in the imperial study. Only 3 individuals occupied the room: the national master, the Holy Sun, and the emperor. The emperor and Holy Sun exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with questions. Why had this woman appeared out of thin air? The palace's barrier had shown no reaction, unlike last night when the Holy Sun sensed a purple realm expert entering the capital. Nor was it like moments ago, when both the national master and Holy Sun felt a purple realm presence arrive at the palace only to depart swiftly. This woman before them bore no discernible cultivation level and appeared quite youthful, lacking any signs of purple realm energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, the emperor and Holy Sun inquired, "Who are you?" The emperor was displeased at being so callously overlooked, especially by a young and beautiful woman. The Holy Son observed with interest the unspoken tension between the National Master and this woman. The National Master's expression grew serious. This woman could teleport but possessed no evident cultivation, likely having used a spatial scroll to breach the barrier and directly locate the palace. Who was the powerful individual behind her? Yet, it was clear that this woman could not be of the Purple Realm. The Purple Realm expert they sensed entering the palace was not her. Could it be that the Purple Realm expert was her ally? The Holy Son was equally puzzled. How could this woman completely conceal her aura? Either she was pretending to be weak to deceive others, or she was indeed Navi. Jun Xiangwei fixed her gaze upon the National Master, seething with indignation at this man, who appeared so unworthy and derelict in his duties. Her fiery temper threatened to unleash the primal force within her. You, step forward. Let us engage in combat. I do not strike women. Excuse. Are you afraid you cannot defeat me? Employing provocation, Jun Xiangwei herself felt uncertain. The National Master had entered the Purple Realm 2 decades prior, while she had only done so 2 days ago. Yet, she was desperate to land a blow on him. Yi Xiaobai stirred awake, stretching her legs, causing Jun Xiangwei to realize her impulsiveness once again, just as she had leapt off the cliff, only remembering Xiaobai during her fall. However, having spoken her intent, she felt compelled to follow through. She must confront this derelict National Master to release the pent-up resentment within her. Divine Being, when we engage, please take care of Xiaobai. She could only place her hopes in the omnipotent Divine Being. Yi Xiaobai, puzzled, asked, Sovereign, why can't they sense the overwhelming power? Oh. The map of rivers and mountains has absorbed the essence of the Purple Realm, enhancing divine abilities, and has been further infused with the aura of the sacred water of Miao Mountain. Ah, I see. So, this immense power can be utilized to feign weakness while vanquishing the wicked. Jun Xiangwei, having received the Divine Being's assurance to protect Yi Xiaobai, gestured for a one-on-one duel with the National Master. The palace or the temple, you choose the venue. The National Master again declined, reiterating, I do not strike women. The Holy Son, amused, suggested to Jun Xiangwei, why not let me fight you? If I win, you shall reveal why you wish to strike the National Master. No need for you to win. I can tell you anyway. It's because the National Master deserves a beating. The Emperor couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the National Master had sneezed moments ago due to a beautiful girl wanting to thrash him. Chapter 24. Tattered Strips. The Holy Son found the situation rather dull. The woman had already revealed her motives before the fight had even commenced. However, upon reflection, he realized that a man being deserving of a beating was hardly a valid reason for a woman to pursue him to the imperial palace. Observing Jun Xiangwei closely, he noted her striking beauty, which seemed to hint at her pregnancy. Could it be that the National Master had done something to provoke this young lady into confronting him in the presence of the Emperor? This was certainly intriguing. Perhaps the National Master had indeed stumbled. The Holy Son addressed Jun Xiangwei, stating, What I seek is not this excuse. Once I emerge victorious, you must divulge the true reason behind your actions. Suddenly, she recalled Cheng Jingjing, a once ethereal maiden who, upon leaving the Cheng family, had pledged to serve the Holy Son. Why, then, had she gone to the temple, reduced to extorting service fees by the number? Jun Xiangwei felt she had unraveled the truth. The Holy Son and the National Master were cut from the same cloth, basking in the glory of being the nation's pillars. Yet both were unworthy of their positions, neglectful and incompetent. Casting a disdainful glance at the National Master and then at the Holy Son, she declared, If you wish to fight, let it be so. But what will happen if you lose? The Holy Son was now certain that Jun Xiangwei's gaze was filled with contempt for ungrateful scoundrels. Should you win, I shall grant you a request that does not contravene moral principles. If you have suffered any grievances, I shall be your advocate. Very well, choose the venue, and I shall accompany you. Given her condition, the child likely being the National Master's, they decided on the martial arts arena within the palace, where His Majesty would serve as the judge. Whoever stepped down first would be deemed the loser. The Emperor, realizing he was being dragged into this affair, felt vexed. How was he to arbitrate? Should he offend this volatile woman, who could locate him at any moment, or the Holy Son, who prayed for the royal family? After much deliberation, he concluded that it would be wiser not to provoke the mad woman, considering the Holy Son was one of his own and likely would not hold it against him. Furthermore, he was curious to learn what demand this woman would make of the Holy Son. Casting a glance at the National Master, he observed the same expressionless demeanor. After years of asceticism, could it be that the national master had finally encountered unexpected affection? The Holy Son felt confident of his impending victory. Let us proceed to the martial arts arena. As they arrived, the arena was smaller than Jun Xiangwei had anticipated, and the stage was modest in size. She estimated that with a mere flick of her sacred light glass mirror, she could easily force the Holy Son off the stage. The two took their positions, and the Holy Son gestured for her to begin. Jun Xiangwei, reassured that the divine being would safeguard Xiaobai, returned the gesture. The emperor blew his whistle, signaling the start of the match. Jun Xiangwei remained motionless, her sacred light glass mirror serving as her defense. Observing the stalemate, the Holy Son decided to take the initiative, much to her delight, for any attacks would rebound in full force. Indeed, his first strike was quickly returned upon him. Fortunately, he had not employed much strength, and he managed to evade it just in time, sustaining only a minor bruise. The national master, however, was taken aback. This woman possessed a fateful artifact that shielded her. Who was she? Why could he sense nothing about her? The Holy Son hesitated to launch a second attack, fearing another counter. They remained locked in a standoff until Jun Xiangwei brandished her sacred light glass mirror, aiming to force him off the stage. The national master was surprised to discover that her artifact was indeed the sacred light glass mirror, a manifestation of the holy light, linking her to the legacy of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Zhu Rong, step down, the national master commanded. However, the Holy Son was undeterred. If you wish to defeat me, show your true abilities. Jun Xiangwei unleashed a barrage of attacks with her mirror, causing chaos. Zhu Rong, caught off guard, avoided the blasts but was left in tatters, his once elegant attire now in shambles. Jun Xiangwei pursued him off the stage, exclaiming, "You have lost. Let the national master take your place." Zhu Rong conceded, "Speak your wish, and I shall advocate on your behalf." He pondered for a considerable time, unable to recall who Qing Jingjing was. Observing his bewilderment, Jun Xiangwei was incensed. The so-called pillars of the nation were nothing more than scoundrels. Qing Jingjing was her cousin, someone she could confront, but others were off-limits. "She is your concubine," Jun Xiangwei retorted. Zhu Rong nearly erupted in anger. How was he to know he had a concubine cast aside to the temple? The emperor, equally perplexed, wondered if the Holy Son had entangled himself in romantic troubles, with women banding together to air grievances. The national master remained silent, aware of Qing Jingjing as a temple maid, yet uncertain of her connection to this woman. Jun Xiangwei turned away from Zhu Rong, focusing her gaze on the national master. "The one I wish to strike is you." The national master remained stoic, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "I do not strike women." Jun Xiangwei, uninterested in his excuses, unleashed a series of assaults with her sacred light glass mirror. Dressed in a luxurious robe of purple silkworm silk worth millions, the national master found himself relentlessly bombarded, his expensive attire swiftly reduced to tatters. The emperor could no longer bear to witness his two esteemed ministers being chased and humiliated by a young woman. "Enough. What grievances do you have? I shall arbitrate for you." "No need for your majesty's concern. This is a personal feud between the national master and me." As Zhu Rong watched the silken threads of his robe unravel, his amusement quickly faded. Could it be that the mirror capable of tearing through silkworm silk was the sacred light glass mirror, the personal artifact of the former Holy Maiden? The national master, realizing he was on the verge of exposing himself, was compelled to summon his own artifact, the Thunder Tower. Withdraw. The Thunder Tower, a lightning-based artifact, could harness and release any form of electricity. The sacred light glass mirror, a light-based artifact, was intrinsically complementary to the Thunder Tower. Xiaobai inquired, "Isn't the sacred light glass mirror supposed to belong to the Holy Maiden? How can its light be subdued by the Thunder Tower?" 20 years ago, the Holy Maiden vanished in the Forest of Death. The national master entered the Purple Realm, wielding the Thunder Tower as his own artifact. Why can the sacred light glass mirror not prevail against the Thunder Tower? It is not that it cannot. The sacred light glass mirror is an artifact imbued with the laws of heaven. The national master has not violated these laws. Rather, he is under their protection. No need for explanations. The fact remains that it cannot prevail. Jun Xiangwei was taken aback to find her mirror's light absorbed by the national master's tower. Seeing that this madwoman had finally ceased her tumult, the emperor sighed, pondering how he would manage if all the women in his palace behaved like this. "Have you had your fill of chaos? Is it truly entertaining to see two esteemed ministers being chased by a young girl? And you," he continued, "I acknowledge your youth. Women are inherently delicate. What do you require? I shall ensure it is granted. Jun Xiangwei began recounting her tale, detailing how she had been pursued and the 4 urns of ashes she had been compelled to carry, sharing it with His Majesty. So, it was you who infiltrated the palace to steal all the evidence? Jun Xiangwei was about to nod in acknowledgement of her theft of her own 9-turn Linglong lock when laughter echoed from afar, drawing closer. Ha! Chapter 25. The Thunder Tower. The confident, exuberant laughter approached from afar. A woman clad in luxurious attire, possessing striking beauty, beamed with joy upon encountering the emperor. I had heard of a pregnant woman seeking trouble with the national master. She must be the one. Jun Xiangwei instinctively harbored a dislike for this woman, not out of jealousy towards her beauty, but because the aura surrounding her caused discomfort. My beloved concubine, you have arrived. I shall visit your palace shortly, the emperor declared. Look at what the emperor says. With 3,000 beauties in the harem, can I monopolize you every day? Upon seeing this woman, the emperor transformed entirely. Jun Xiangwei discerned the reason. This woman exuded a presence akin to that of the enchanting fairy. Before the favored concubine's arrival, the national master had instantaneously changed into another purple robe made of celestial silk. The holy sun, moving too slowly, remained in his tattered attire, provoking laughter from the concubine. Zhu Rong, however, remained unfazed, asserting that he intended to keep the shabby garment, as it marked the first time he had been bested by a woman. The 3 remaining individuals stood in the martial arena, where the national master questioned Jun Xiangwei. Have you taken all the evidence? She denied it, claiming she had only taken the 9-turn Linglong lock. When I took the 9-turn Linglong lock, the other 2 rings were still present. Zhu Rong, with a malicious glint, remarked, You have no evidence to prove you did not take them. On the contrary, you admit to having been there and taking something. Jun Xiangwei brandished a mirror, countering, You have no evidence to prove that I did take it. The national master intervened, declaring that the evidence had been taken by the later arrival from the Purple Realm. His suspicion lay in how Jun Xiangwei could ascertain that the 4 handfuls of ashes were not those of her maid. I shall not reveal my secrets. Everyone is entitled to a little mystery. Return the ashes to me. Jun Xiangwei had no intention of claiming the remains of 4 unfamiliar men and handed them directly to the national master. Before her, he mixed the ashes with 4 bowls of clear water, which he then levitated, forming the likenesses of the 4 men in midair. Isn't this the quartet of bodyguards for the princess of the Zixiao kingdom? Zhu Rong exclaimed, having recently viewed their portraits. The missing experts from the Blue Realm had turned to ash, who had swapped them with the corpse of Jun Xiangwei's maid. The national master shook his head, sensing that someone had breached his defenses to steal the other 2 pieces of evidence. The recording stone in the evidence room had only captured Jun Xiangwei's presence. Indeed, she had not lied. She had merely taken the 9-turn Linglong lock. The mortuary did not have such stringent security, making it impossible to trace the thief of Jun Xiangwei's maid's remains. Zhu Rong protested for the national master. You cannot be so unforgiving. Every job has its potential oversights. If something goes missing from the evidence room, can you fault the national master, who is burdened with countless duties? Is it not the emperor's responsibility when something occurs in the vast realm of the Qian kingdom? Jun Xiangwei interjected. The emperor guards the nation. Should not the monarch bear the consequences? The national master did not evade responsibility, stating, I shall take charge of this matter, however. You are willing to take responsibility? Then please, speak plainly. The national master voiced his curiosity. Where did you acquire the holy light glass mirror? I mentioned it was from the forest of death, specifically from the nest of the dragon-winged wisdom bird. Zhu Rong could no longer tolerate the fabrications of this woman, exclaiming, Nonsense. The holy light glass mirror is the sacred artifact of the saintess. Its essence is inseparable from her. How could it possibly be found in that nest? Jun Xiangwei, unfazed by Zhu Rong's disbelief, replied, This treasure was bestowed upon me by a divine being. Mere mortals like you cannot fathom its origin. The national master scrutinized Jun Xiangwei, uncertain whether she was lying. May I see your mirror? Jun Xiangwei nodded and handed it to the national master. What transpired next left her astounded. The holy light glass mirror radiated a kaleidoscope of colors in the hands of the national master. He unleashed the Thunder Tower, directing lightning that reflected through the mirror, creating a dazzling and brilliant light that soared into the heavens. Jun Xiangwei mused that such a beam could likely obliterate a castle. Yet the national master declared to Zhu Rong, This is not the saintess's holy light glass mirror. How can that be? Is there truly another identical mirror in existence? Could it be merely a replica? Zhu Rong questioned, incredulous. However, it appears indistinguishable from the authentic one. The brilliance just now was unparalleled, rivaling that of the Saintises. Not merely comparable, it surpasses it. Zhu Rong was astounded. Surpasses it? A counterfeit better than the original? National Master, are you jesting? It indeed surpasses it. Yi Xiaobai, reveling in delight within the womb, realized the sovereign had not deceived him. The sign-in reward was indeed superior to its predecessor. Host, you may sign in now. Yi Xiaobai wasted no time, signing in eagerly. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Thunder Tower. This is splendid, the National Master's cherished artifact. Does the host wish to replicate 2 pieces? 2 pieces. It is essential. I shall emit 2 beams, refracted at different angles by the holy light glass mirror, which will undoubtedly be spectacular. Does the host require a contract now? Provide a formidable one. I shall wield the tower in one hand and the mirror in the other. Contract successful. Instructions have been sent. Jun Xiangwei swiftly received the divine guidance. Realizing that another item, the Thunder Tower, had materialized in her consciousness. Zhu Rong, witnessing Jun Xiangwei's sudden change in expression, remarked, "You are simply fortunate to stumble upon such a treasure." Having just contracted the Thunder Tower, the primal energy within Jun Xiangwei was on the verge of eruption. The energy of the Thunder Tower was not inferior to that of the holy light glass mirror. In fact, it was even greater. The tower consisted of 7 layers, each containing an independent space, with the topmost level capable of imprisoning someone at the pinnacle of the Purple Realm. No wonder the National Master held such an exalted position in the Qian Kingdom. Who would not fear him with such an artifact? Indeed, Jun Xiangwei had acted impulsively by challenging the National Master. Had she been confined within the tower, it would have been a testament to the National Master's mercy. Zhu Rong continued to belittle her, claiming she had merely stumbled upon good fortune. Without hesitation, Jun Xiangwei produced a Thunder Tower identical to that of the National Master. Chapter 26. Tempestuous waves. As the Thunder Tower emerged, Zhu Rong recoiled in fear. What manner of sorcery are you, Jun Xiangwei? Have you also acquired the Thunder Tower? The National Master furrowed his brow. Was he not aware of the Thunder Tower's existence? In this world, whether it be the holy light glazed glass or the Thunder Tower, they were unique artifacts. How could another identical one possibly exist? Jun Xiangwei cared little for the uniqueness of the artifact. She prepared to imitate the National Master, unleashing lightning that would reflect off a mirror into the heavens. Hand me the Thunder Tower, the National Master urged, striving to keep his voice steady. Jun Xiangwei refused, for the impending eruption of primal power within her was perfectly suited to propel the tower. Zhu Rong reached out, attempting to seize her tower. Such a lack of courtesy. He scoffed. In an instant, Zhu Rong vanished from sight. Jun Xiangwei was elated. What a treasure it was. In the future, if anyone displeased her, she could simply confine them within the little black tower. The National Master's suspicions deepened. This tower not only resembled his, but functioned in the same manner. Who had the audacity to replicate his tower? And who had gifted this object to Jun Xiangwei? Jun Xiangwei, release Zhu Rong at once. This is no game, he implored. I refuse. He has shown me no respect. The National Master attempted to reason with her, but to no avail. He recalled the Emperor's oft-repeated adage, do not attempt to reason with women, for they are not given to logic. With a huff, Jun Xiangwei declared, is the Holy Sun so remarkable? He dares to bully my cousin. Let him remain confined for days and nights. The National Master, resigned, decided he must enter the tower himself to rescue Zhu Rong. He harbored another motive for entering the tower, to validate his suspicions. Soon, he reached the 7th level of the tower. As he had anticipated, the internal structure mirrored his own tower precisely. It was beyond doubt. Jun Xiangwei's Thunder Tower had been freshly crafted to imitate his, even replicating the Thunder God's hammer he had carved into the mural on the 7th level just the day prior. The National Master escorted Zhu Rong from the tower. Zhu Rong, both furious and astonished, realized that Jun Xiangwei's Thunder Tower could also imprison him on the 7th level. The National Master scrutinized Jun Xiangwei, seeking to uncover any flaws. This woman, whose cultivation he could not fathom and whose life trajectory eluded him, harbored profound secrets. Jun Xiangwei was unfazed by the National Master's ability to release Zhu Rong. She was certain that this tower had been crafted for her with divine powers just moments ago. A benevolent and formidable divine being had chosen to assist her. This supportive entity, unwavering and strong, filled her with gratitude. Indifferent to the National Master and the Holy Sun, Jun Xiangwei wielded the Thunder Tower in her left hand and the Holy Light glazed mirror in her right, creating a dazzling display of colorful lightning. She directed the mirror towards the sky, adjusting its angles to produce a vibrant array of lightning that illuminated the darkened firmament. After a considerable duration of play, she finally felt fatigued and paused to rest. The National Master concealed the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him, while Zhu Rong stood in awe, rendered speechless. How long had Jun Xiangwei been at it? A full half hour. This indicated something significant. Her cultivation was indeed at the Purple Realm. While she may have been inferior to the National Master in power, she was likely superior to Zhu Rong. Thus, it became evident that Jun Xiangwei's previous claims were entirely truthful. Someone had ascended from the initial stage of the Yellow Realm to the late stage of the Blue Realm in merely 3 days, and then progressed to the mid to late stage of the Purple Realm in another 3 days. At this rate, in just a few days, she would become the foremost expert in the Crimson Flame Kingdom. It was no wonder she dared to confront the National Master in the palace and challenge him directly. Jun Xiangwei put away her cherished Thunder Tower, adopting an air of nonchalance, as if to imply that what she possessed was equally matched by what he held. Now, shall we engage in earnest discourse? The initiative always lies with the strong, and for now, I am barely holding my ground. The sensation of having a divine being backing her felt utterly splendid. The divine intervention was a result of the 9-turn Linglong lock bestowed upon her by Yi Buqing. In essence, Jun Xiangwei had her husband as support. Yi Xiaobai once again concealed his talents and fame, choosing to observe alongside the ruler. Zhu Rong took the initiative to lead Jun Xiangwei to the evidence chamber, insisting that they must engage in serious dialogue. Only one person had ever appeared in the evidence chamber, Jun Xiangwei. After she had taken the 9-turn Linglong lock, in less than 3 breaths, all other evidence had vanished. Jun Xiangwei noted that her reflection in the mirror accentuated her slender figure, her fair complexion, and her delicate features, rendering her increasingly beautiful with each glance. Zhu Rong inquired, "What are your thoughts? If only my waist were a tad slimmer," she mused. "But alas, as an expectant mother, my waist will only grow broader in the coming 3 months." Zhu Rong was puzzled by her perception of beauty. Did she imply that her theft technique was aesthetically pleasing? The National Master questioned Jun Xiangwei. "Did you sense anything unusual when you departed?" Jun Xiangwei snapped out of her reverie, realizing that the divine being had urged her to leave promptly. "Divine being, did you sense something amiss?" Yi Xiaobai directed the ruler to inform his mother directly, straightforwardly and without circumlocution. A phrase from the dark-themed necromancer's summoning spell flashed in Jun Xiangwei's mind. She recited it to the National Master, asserting that the thief of the evidence must be her adversary, and she was determined to unite all possible forces to exact revenge. The National Master and the Holy Sun represented internal conflicts that could be reconciled. When necessary, they could unite against a common foe. Necromancer? Summoning spell? Jun Xiangwei, are you certain? These are forbidden arts that have vanished for 2 millennia. The National Master subtly nodded to the Holy Sun, reinforcing his deduction. Dark magic had summoned the dead to commit theft. Does this mean someone within the Crimson Flame Kingdom is employing forbidden arts? The entire Tianxian continent has prohibited them for 2 millennia. How could they suddenly appear in the Crimson Flame Kingdom? Zhu Rong inhaled deeply, contemplating the implications. The soul has departed from the body, and the cultivation is but a mere fraction of what it once was. What might that individual have been capable of while alive? The Tianxian continent had no record of such a formidable being, save perhaps from 6,000 years ago. Zhu Rong felt an icy chill. Summoning the spirits of the deceased from 6 millennia past to pilfer corpses was an unsettling notion. Jun Xiangwei pondered. When I acquired the 9-turn Linglong lock, I went directly to the mortuary. By then, my sister's bodies had already been switched. Zhu Rong finally felt that his intellect could be of use. You first visited the evidence chamber and then proceeded to the mortuary. The necromancer must have gone to the mortuary first before heading to the evidence chamber. Ah, Jun Xiangwei exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. However, the National Master interjected, the mortuary had already been tampered with by the time we retrieved the ring for the remains. Chapter 27. The tyranny of love. Isn't the funeral home directly connected to the evidence room? Master, do you have any further discoveries? Zhu Rong, who usually does not manage mundane affairs, is less familiar with these matters than the Master. The Master once again used divine powers to manifest the 4 bowls of water. After a while, Zhu Rong could not contain himself and exclaimed, utterly appalling. Jun Xiangwei also felt a wave of nausea. The perpetrator was exceedingly cruel. This is forbidden magic, burning corpses to capture souls. While the victims were still alive, their meridians were sealed, and their flesh was incinerated to ashes with extreme heat. While their souls were imprisoned within a soul-collecting banner, their 3 souls and 7 spirits could retain at least 70% of their strength in torment. For masters of the Blue Realm, even with only 70% of their power, would possess the strength of the peak of the Green Realm. This means that the Long Princess of Zixiao Kingdom and her Blue Realm guards have transformed into formidable and invisible vengeful spirits. Jun Xiangwei only wished to know the whereabouts of her maid and asked the master, "Can you trace my maid's corpse through the clues just revealed?" Zhu Rong was somewhat incredulous as he heard Jun Xiangwei addressing the master with respect. Jun Xiangwei shot him a sidelong glance. It was a matter of principle. The master had been derelict in his duties, and she had already vented her anger by delivering a beating. Now, the master was the key figure in solving the case. So what was wrong with her showing him respect? The master extended his hand for the holy light glass mirror, and Jun Xiangwei handed him both the holy light glass mirror and the thunder suppression tower. The master became even more convinced of Jun Xiangwei's extraordinary nature. She appeared reckless but was, in fact, meticulous. The master took the thunder suppression tower, released lightning, and illuminated all the ashes. The ashes shimmered with hints of blue, reflecting a sparkling brilliance under the lightning's glow. Jun Xiangwei was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the ashes glowed blue because they belonged to Blue Realm masters? Zhu Rong put on a knowing expression, somewhat smugly declaring, "This is due to blood. The soul was stored in a spatial ring, and the thief, in a lapse of thoroughness, failed to completely cleanse it, so the ashes bore traces of blood. Even the slightest hint of blood can reveal a blue glow under the lightning. By locating the blood and employing blood guiding techniques, we can find their corpses. However, blood guiding is a forbidden art, never taught in our institution." Zhu Rong scoffed, forming a hand gesture, and a droplet of blood flew into the air. He traced a symbol in the air, causing the droplet to vanish. Lo and behold, though distant, it is near at hand. The corpses you seek reside within the imperial concubine's chambers. Jun Xiangwei recalled the woman who had made her feel so uncomfortable. Zhu Rong seemed to anticipate her question, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. The master disregarded their antics and merely used the holy light glass mirror to illuminate the earlier blue glow. The glimmers seemed to come alive, rising in unison and flying towards the imperial concubine's chambers. The trajectory of the blue glimmers could be seen through the holy light glass mirror. Zhu Rong was momentarily stunned. He had expended considerable spiritual power using advanced blood-guiding techniques. To his surprise, simply illuminating the ashes with the holy light glass mirror allowed them to track towards the imperial concubine. "Jun Xiangwei, I am quite enamored with your mirror, and the thunder suppression tower as well. Name your price. I shall not haggle." He had coveted the thunder suppression tower for nearly 20 years, and with the addition of the holy light glass mirror, he would agree to any condition Jun Xiangwei set forth. Jun Xiangwei firmly refused Zhu Rong, stating, "Neither trade nor sale. Do not even think about it." She had just handed her thunder suppression tower to the master in an attempt to learn, despite having been instructed in its usage by a divine being. Yet, she could not possibly operate it with the same finesse as the master. For there was a more crucial reason. This tower was of the lightning element, though it had already been bound to her. It required the master with a lightning affinity to activate it perfectly. Earlier, when she directed the lightning towards the sky, she realized that her control over the lightning did not achieve its utmost potential. Lending it to the master for a brief moment would effectively complete the elemental essence the tower required. From then on, the 7-colored profound lightning would be a brilliant fusion of lightning and light. The master returned the thunder suppression tower and the holy light glass mirror to Jun Xiangwei. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude sincerely. The saint's intention was to stealthily enter the imperial concubine's chambers and take what was necessary. Jun Xiangwei, of course, refused. The imperial concubine was undoubtedly not virtuous and could very well be a spy. Zhu Rong strongly disagreed, reasoning that the emperor, at his age, had just begun to savor the taste of love. "Could you not show some compassion for the elderly?" His justification was that the imperial concubine, with her green realm cultivation, posed no significant threat. Furthermore, the emperor was well aware of many matters. Why should the eunuchs be anxious when the emperor himself was not? "You are the eunuch," Jun Xiangwei retorted with disdain. Both turned their gazes towards the master, seeking his stance. The emperor was resolute in his affection for the imperial concubine, and no upheaval would alter that. Both the master and the saint were cognizant of the imperial concubine's dark magical nature, yet they could do nothing to deter the emperor's genuine love for her. The emperor loved her not only deeply but exclusively. Since the imperial concubine entered the palace, the emperor's heart and mind had known no other woman, apart from the current empress, due to their bond of marriage. She occasionally had the opportunity to be alone with the emperor. Yet, the imperial concubine even envied the empress, and instead of anger, the emperor found her genuine affection endearing, secretly reveling in her deep, possessive love. Jun Xiangwei clutched the holy light glass mirror, directing it towards the saint and the master. Zhu Rong sighed. Entangled with an extraordinarily powerful and unhinged woman, what could he do? Jun Xiangwei aimed the mirror at the master's vital points, to which the master had no retort. Until there is evidence to prove the imperial concubine's guilt, do not provoke her. A high-grade spatial ring, 1 yard in length, width, and height. Zhu Rong, as the saint, had one flaw. He was particularly calculating. The imperial concubine was truly extravagant. A ring half a yard in length and width, and 2 feet in height would suffice. Upon seeing this ring, Jun Xiangwei could not maintain her composure, for it belonged to Yi Buqing. More accurately, it was their wedding ring, originally a pair, with the bride and groom each holding one. Countless thoughts flooded her mind. Was Yi Buqing still alive? Where was he? Why was his ring in the possession of the imperial concubine? Why was the imperial concubine using this spatial ring? The master also keenly recognized that this ring matched the one on Jun Xiangwei's right hand. He handed the spatial ring to her, and Zhu Rong noticed that Jun Xiangwei's outstretched hand bore an identical ring. Chapter 28. The Saint of the Dark Moon. Now, it was the turn of the national master and the Holy Sun to feel awkward. The ring belonging to the, which was disguised as the corpse of Jun Xiangwei's maid, belonged to Jun Xiangwei's husband. With Jun Xiangwei's fiery temper, how could she endure this? Indeed, upon receiving the spatial ring, Jun Xiangwei vanished in an instant. In this palace, a divine being had already arranged her teleportation, allowing her to arrive in the blink of an eye. The emperor was in a tender moment with their soft whispers filling the air. Jun Xiangwei brandished the holy light glass mirror, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the national master hurriedly arrived, using the thunder suppression tower to absorb the blasts of light from the mirror. The emperor quickly shielded in his arms, his dragon countenance furious as he commanded, "Seize Jun Xiangwei and throw her into the dungeon." With the thunder suppression tower in her left hand and the holy light glass mirror in her right, Jun Xiangwei refracted a dazzling array of multicolored lightning. Aiming at the emperor she unleashed her attack. The national master summoned the thunder suppression tower, but could not absorb all the lightning. Jun Xiangwei's thunder suppression tower, enhanced by the holy light glass mirror and blessed by the national master, proved to be more potent than the national master's own. The emperor were caught in the residual light, and even the emperor, at the peak of the Azure Realm, sustained significant injuries. Despite it being the dead of night, this dark magical form was at its strongest. Yet it could not withstand the combined assault of light and lightning. It was nearly on the brink of death, sobbing uncontrollably as the emperor, disregarding his own pain, held the gravely injured close. The national master and the Holy Sun joined forces to subdue Jun Xiangwei, while Zhu Rong, fulfilling his duty, exerted all his strength. Jun Xiangwei did not view the national master and the Holy Sun as her foes. Her true enemy was the emperor who sheltered her. The emperor, as the guardian of the nation, was bound to protect the realm. A husband may protect his wife, but it is wrong for a ruler to neglect his duties for personal affection. A common husband may favor his wife or concubines, but an emperor must not. To do so is to betray the responsibilities of his office. If the emperor chose to accompany then let him seize this opportunity to be a good husband. As the national master and Zhu Rong seized the moment when Jun Xiangwei aimed again at the emperor, and they worked together to bind her. The national master even resorted to forbidden techniques, imprisoning the innocent within his thunder suppression tower. As the national master, executing the duties of judgment and confining the unconvicted Jun Xiangwei, he acted against the will of heaven. Consequently, he coughed up blood. The backlash of the forbidden technique too great, causing turmoil within his organs. Zhu Rong fared little better. It was only because the national master stood before him that he did not suffer a fatal backlash. The emperor hastily summoned the royal physicians, insisting they first attend to The physicians spoke in unison. Your Majesty, your well-being is paramount. Please allow us to treat you swiftly. They lamented that if they could not heal their heads would be forfeit. The royal physicians, helpless, worked together to save the empress rushed to the scene. Nearing 50, she was of the same age as the emperor, but bore the toll of childbirth, her cultivation stalling at the peak of the green realm. After removing her makeup, she appeared considerably older than the emperor. Barefoot and clad in a nightgown, she stood upon the carpet of this palace, lacking even a semblance of the dignity expected of a matriarch. The emperor, frantic over his injuries, was oblivious to the empress's anxiety regarding his own wounds. The empress, filled with worry and sorrow, felt out of place in the grand palace as if she had no place in the heart of the husband she had loved for 30 years. Upon seeing the empress arrive, the royal physicians hoped she could persuade the emperor to seek treatment for his injuries sooner. Jun Xiangwei, on the 7th level of the Thunder Suppression Tower, utilized the divine being's teachings and the principles of the holy light glass mirror-s refraction to observe the physicians bustling about outside. She realized she had acted impulsively, nearly forgetting she was with child. Zhu Rong and the national master, combining their strengths, were determined to protect her and her unborn child. Her son was her Achilles heel. Henceforth, she would resort to ambush rather than confrontational tactics. Jun Xiangwei bore no malice towards the national master for confining her. On the contrary, she believed his protection of the emperor was justified and commendable. The true fault lay with the emperor, unworthy of his position, for allowing such a situation to arise. However, Jun Xiangwei was not a helpless victim. The Thunder Suppression Tower could not contain her, even if the national master sacrificed his vitality to employ forbidden techniques. She could still escape, for she had divine assistance. The principle of confinement on the 7th level was to elevate the space to a higher dimension, overlapping two spaces so that one could see but not exit. Jun Xiangwei possessed her own Thunder Suppression Tower. The principles of the two spaces were akin, enabling her to escape. Yet, the national master had sealed her within the overlapping dimensions with his life essence, rendering her confined. Fortunately, the divine being had a method to transition her to her own Thunder Suppression Tower through a higher dimensional space. After a long night of exertion, Jun Xiangwei felt hungry and recalled her exchange with Yu Liang from the drunken immortal pavilion, trading 2 drops of bathwater for 27 dishes. She took out 3 dishes and quietly began to eat. Though she worried for Yi Buqing, it did not deter her appetite. It seemed that the emperor was deeply devoted to despite his own grievous injuries, insisting that the physicians prioritize her treatment. With so many royal physicians in the palace, why not divide them to tend to his wounds as well? The foolishness of love is incomprehensible to outsiders. Yet the one embroiled in such emotions may feel moved to tears by their own inexplicable actions. Each has their aspirations, as long as they do not neglect their duties. All is well. Suddenly, the national master coughed up another mouthful of blood. His forbidden technique had been broken, and Jun Xiangwei had escaped. The emperor was injured. The national master bled, and the royal physicians were on edge. They regained some clarity, sobbing in the emperor's embrace, demanding vengeance for her suffering. The emperor could only acquiesce. Regardless of whom Jun Xiangwei belonged to, how dare she harm his beloved? She must pay the price. The royal physicians were highly skilled. Yet the combined might of the Thunder Suppression Tower and the Holy Light Glass Mirror was overwhelming. Whether lightning or light, both were adversaries of the dark magical form. These injuries were severe, likely damaging her foundation, causing her future cultivation to stagnate at the peak of the green realm. The emperor was heartbroken. His beloved had only a limited lifespan of 120 years. How could he find peace? The emperor, disregarding all else, urged the national master and the holy son. Quickly, treat this internal injuries. The physicians managed to mend her external wounds, but her internal injuries would require the combined efforts of the national master and holy son. A challenge due to the incompatibility between this dark magical form and their powers. At that moment, the wept, "Your Majesty, please summon Wanner's master. Only she can save me." The master of Su Wanner, was none other than the saint of the dark moon from the demon realm. The emperor had long been aware of this, but had kept it a secret for the sake of his beloved. "Very well, I shall summon the saint of the dark moon to treat you." He appeared troubled. Her master did not favor commoners or men, and only a young, beautiful woman of blue realm or above could gain audience in the demon realm. The emperor, hearing this, thought it an easy task. As there were 5 young women of the blue realm in the red flame kingdom, all under the age of 40. They shook her head. No, it must not exceed 20 years. The emperor was taken aback. No such woman existed in the Red Flame Kingdom. They insisted. Jun Xiangwei wounded me. She must personally go to demonstrate her sincerity. Besides, she claims to be of the Blue Realm. The emperor, recognizing the logic, ordered a decree to be issued. Stamped with the imperial seal, Jun Xiangwei is commanded to venture to the demon realm to invite the Saint of the Dark Moon to treat the. Chapter 29. The mad dog. Did he think that by issuing another decree and sealing it with the Jade Seal, I would obediently venture into the demon realm? What a ridiculous notion. This dog of an emperor has lost all virtue, and I care not for him. While Jun Xiangwei indulged in delicacies within her thunder tower, she conversed with Xiaobai, her hand resting on her belly. The national master, having just suffered backlash from the forbidden seal imposed by his heart's blood, realized that Jun Xiangwei had already departed. Perhaps this was for the best. He did not wish for her to become embroiled in chaos, especially given her somewhat saintly, luminous constitution. The Holy Sun observed the national master's bloodshed and understood that Jun Xiangwei had escaped. The emperor had just decreed that she should seek the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon in the demon realm. Yet he harbored no concerns for her safety during this endeavor. Zhu Rong mocked the national master, noting that he had used his heart's blood to protect Jun Xiangwei, only for her to remain ungrateful. Instead of worrying about her, they ought to be more concerned whether the Saint Lord would be reduced to mere rags. The power of the Thunder Tower combined with the radiant glass mirror was such that even the Saint Lord's sacred vestments could not withstand it. Moreover, Jun Xiangwei was not merely at the Blue Realm as the favored concubine presumed, but rather at the late stage of the Purple Realm. Not only had the concubine underestimated Jun Xiangwei, but both the National Master and the Holy Sun had not anticipated her ability to escape the National Master's seal. Just how many hidden talents did Jun Xiangwei possess? The National Master and the Holy Sun had also underestimated the favored concubine, Su Wanner, whose master was indeed the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon, one of the three great assassins of the demon realm. The emperor's attitude made it clear that he had long been aware of this. As a sovereign, he was willing to conceal the concubine's identity, proving Jun Xiangwei's assertion correct. One who is blinded by love cannot maintain the balance of state and people. As the disciple of the Saint Lord, the favored concubine stood at the pinnacle of the Green Realm, wishing to remain a pure favorite by the emperor's side. This led Zhu Rong to lean toward Jun Xiangwei's claim that the concubine might not be a mere spy. Zhu Rong suddenly found himself anticipating Jun Xiangwei's trip to the demon realm. Given her fiery temperament and the pretense of searching for her husband, she was likely to cause upheaval. After the emperor issued his decree, his frustration at not being able to locate Jun Xiangwei escalated, directing his anger towards the national master and Zhu Rong for letting the woman who had injured both him and the concubine slip away. However, due to their high cultivation and somewhat similar standing, the emperor had no choice but to redirect his fury towards the long-absent empress. Unbeknownst to her, the empress was placed under soft confinement in the inner palace, reflecting on her supposed transgressions, with even her children forbidden from visiting her. As she prepared to utilize her teleportation prowess, a powerful force emanating from the heavens descended upon her. This force compelled her to venture into the demon realm to plead for the Saint Lord on behalf of the favored concubine. Upon consulting with the divine being, it became evident that this power originated from the imperial Jade Seal, a testament to the divine right to rule passed down through millennia. With the system's clarification, Yi Xiaobai realized the formidable nature of the Jade Seal. It seemed that possessing the seal rendered one nearly invincible within the realm of Qian. No wonder emperors of the past, though not exceptionally powerful, commanded respect from even those at the Purple Realm. The sovereign also informed Xiaobai that during the replication of the Jade Seal, he discovered that its material was an exceptionally rare substance, one that did not exist in this world. In a certain sense, the seal was indeed a celestial artifact. Yi Xiaobai pondered this revelation. Regrettably, she found herself unable to wield the seal, as the divine being explained that her lack of royal blood rendered her incapable of activating the symbols and incantations within it. Then I shall find someone of royal lineage to activate it. Jun Xiangwei mused, considering the prospect of supporting a new emperor, one who could diligently govern the state. The current infatuated emperor, once dethroned, would be confined to the palace, shamelessly indulging in his affections for the favored concubine, no longer monopolizing the throne while remaining ineffectual. Jun Xiangwei's thought was met with the divine being's approval and practical assistance. The divine being provided a list of royal family members, detailing each individual's life data. The empress had borne 7 daughters and 1 son, the latter being the most likely candidate for succession. Unfortunately, the emperor had already attained the peak of the Blue Realm, boasting a lifespan of 180 years, over a century remaining before his demise. Given this trajectory, it appeared that the kingdom of Qiyin would witness yet another prolonged wait for the crown prince, akin to the occurrence 2 millennia prior. Divine being, do you believe the empress's son would make a good emperor? Yi Xiaobai contemplated, as the idea of supporting the empress's son presented itself, not as the most beneficial course for the sovereign. A more straightforward approach would be to extract some of the emperor's blood to activate the Jade Seal, allowing her to pursue her desires unimpeded. Upon hearing the divine being's suggestion, Jun Xiangwei raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a brilliant method had eluded her. Why bother supporting a new emperor when she could simply activate the seal using the emperor's blood? Whoever occupied the throne could never surpass her own power. With resolve, she set her plan into action. The favored concubine and the emperor were presently recuperating, sharing their innermost thoughts and feelings. For the sake of his beloved concubine, the emperor ceased attending morning court sessions, not just today, but for the foreseeable future. Until the concubine's health improved, all matters were entrusted to the crown prince, who had been appointed as regent. Early on, he learned of his mother's confinement by the emperor, with no opportunity for him or his 7 sisters to visit her. Jun Xiangwei's disdain for the inaction of the emperor deepened. This infatuated fool had imprisoned the innocent original consort for the sake of a mere concubine. In a position of power, yet indulging in reckless behavior, it was time to procure more of his blood. Suddenly, the emperor spotted Jun Xiangwei and instinctively shielded the favored concubine with his body, calling for the guards. Jun Xiangwei brandished the radiant glass mirror and struck at the artery in the emperor's neck, causing blood to spurt forth. She filled 10 vials with his blood before employing her teleportation ability to escape just as the guards attempted to seize her. Upon hearing that the emperor had been attacked once more, the national master and the holy son hurried to the favored concubine's quarters, where they were met with a gruesome sight of bloodshed. Zhu Rong shook his head in disbelief. Jun Xiangwei was far too reckless, having directly severed an artery. Had the emperor not achieved the peak of the Blue Realm, he would have surely perished by now. Zhu Rong exchanged glances with the national master, questioning what madness had overtaken Jun Xiangwei. Just last night, she had challenged him to a duel, causing chaos alongside him. And now she was treating the Thunder Tower and Radiant Glass Mirror as mere toys, as though they were colleagues solving a mystery. Ever since helping her retrieve the ring that contained the remains of the favored concubine's maidservants, Jun Xiangwei had spiraled into a frenzy once more. Chapter 30. How much do you desire? The Grand Master remained silent. Since last night, an overwhelming array of unexpected events had transpired, leaving him both astonished and apprehensive, especially considering the enigmatic figure backing Jun Xiangwei. However, it was the whereabouts of the eldest princess of Zhixiao Kingdom that truly gnawed at him. The sole sister of the reigning emperor had vanished in the Red Flame Kingdom, her 4 esteemed Blue Realm guards having been transformed into ghostly servants. Yet, the princess herself remained elusive. Their only lead was 4 urns of ashes. Had it not been for Jun Xiangwei's meddling, no one would have conceived that the ashes of the 4 guards would be delivered to the Jun family, masquerading as the remains of 4 maidens, only to be quietly interred within the family cemetery, who concealed the exchanged corpses within the concubine's quarters. Why was the ring used for the exchange the wedding band of Yibuqing? While Jun Xiangwei was convinced of the concubine's involvement, the Grand Master suspected a more intricate web of deceit. Zhu Rong had never witnessed the Grand Master display such distress. The usually composed and refined figure had not only been left in tatters by Jun Xiangwei's explosive antics but also appeared visibly unsettled. A siren of misfortune. Jun Xiangwei was a calamity of a magnitude that warranted her banishment to the demon realm to wreak havoc upon the moonlit sovereign. Yet, the Grand Master coldly retorted that Zhu Rong should accompany her to the demon realm. You want me to go with her? Are you suggesting I have an excess of clothing or blood? He quipped. Do you have confidence? 70%. Very well. Securing the emperor's blood, Jun Xiangwei retreated to a secluded palace to commence her activation of the imperial seal. Following the divine instructions, she attempted the activation, and it truly worked. The first decree commanded the release of the performers from the auspicious theater troupe. Meanwhile, within the confines of the celestial prison, Numerous military officers were subjecting the troops' leader to brutal interrogation. Where did you acquire the sacred water from the Miao Mountain? One lash after another fell. Yet the leader gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering a sound of distress. The young actresses trembled, reduced to tears, unable to bear the suffering inflicted upon the leader. A Chu chastised the officers. You are exceeding your bounds. According to Red Flame Kingdom law, punishment cannot be administered to those of the Blue Realm until after conviction. Until then, no physical humiliation may befall a citizen of the Red Flame Kingdom who possesses a cultivation level above the second rank. With a crack, the whip that had struck the troop leader was now lashed across a Chu's face, leaving a deep gash from the corner of her eye to her chin. As excruciating pain coursed through her, a Chu realized her visage was marred, and she would forever be estranged from the stage. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the fiery sting of her wound. The other young women, witnessing this, quaked in fear. The leader proclaimed that the innocent would clear their names, and they would be released once the truth was uncovered. Yet, no investigation had even commenced. They were simply imprisoned and coerced. Those brave enough to defend the leader suffered the same fate, their garments shredded, revealing flesh and drawing blood. A Chu bore the worst of it, her body marred and her face scarred. How could she endure such a fate? Their livelihood depended on both their talent and their beauty, and a Chu's career in the theatrical arts was effectively over. At this very moment, Jun Xiangwei, guided by divine counsel, stealthily procured a blank imperial edict from the royal study, sealing it with her imperial seal to issue the command for the release of the auspicious theater troupe. By the time the decree reached the celestial prison, the troop members were already battered and bruised. The inherent power of the imperial seal compelled the officers to comply. The troop emerged, assisted by one another, with the immediate priority being to heal the leader and to choose wounds. Jun Xiangwei, upon encountering the troop at the prison's entrance, could scarcely believe her eyes. They had been subjected to torment. She rushed to support a Chu, whose tears flowed anew upon seeing her. The young maidens, having faced dire straits, began to weep collectively. Following the sound, Jun Xiangwei noticed an elderly man in the early stages of Blue Realm cultivation. It was evident that he had only recently ascended to the Green Realm after many years of struggle. The leader was a cautious and honest man, lacking a formidable background or prowess, merely striving to make a living with his troop. What could one expect from such a precarious existence? She produced a vial of the sacred water from Miao Mountain and applied a drop to a Chu's wound. The divine being had assured her that this water could cure all ailments, and she decided to place her faith in that claim. A miracle unfolded. The wound began to heal rapidly, soon forming a scab. She tended to the leader's injuries as well. Those were less severe, shielded by clothing. After applying the sacred water, the wounds were barely visible, leaving only faint traces. It appeared effective. In a matter of days, the marks would vanish without scarring. A Chu's gratitude for Jun Xiangwei transcended words. Sensing a Chu's hesitation to speak, Jun Xiangwei encouraged her to voice her thoughts freely. A Chu longed for Jun Xiangwei to share the sacred water with the leader and the other maidens, yet she hesitated, aware of its likely exorbitant cost. Understanding A Chu's intentions, Jun Xiangwei handed her an entire vial. This ordinary restorative potion contained enough sacred water for approximately 200 drops. With a large supply at her disposal, this quantity was but a trifling sum. However, she recognized the value of this substance and feared that a Chu might face repercussions for possessing it. Calculating the number of troop members, Jun Xiangwei decided that 30 drops would suffice, filling the vial accordingly. A Chu's profuse thanks could not be overstated, though it was merely a minor effort for Jun Xiangwei. It represented a monumental act for a Chu. Denying a Chu the opportunity for sincere gratitude would burden her heart for years to come. Jun Xiangwei inquired about their time in prison, learning that the ordeal had arisen from her bathwater. A drop of that water had been sold to the drunken immortal pavilion, as their table was linked to the troop's membership card. The unscrupulous officials had mistakenly believed that the leader possessed Miao Mountain's sacred water, leading them to subject him to harsh interrogation in hopes of extracting a confession. The Red Guard, indeed, a band of scoundrels. How fortunate it was that her sacred light Liuli mirror had been yearning for a chance to unleash its fiery wrath. Jun Xiangwei left a Chu with 10 signature dishes from the drunken immortal pavilion to nourish their bodies before heading to confront the Red Guard. The tall military officer who had scrutinized Jun Xiangwei's identity token the previous night approached her again, this time with a less amiable demeanor. Having just received the decree demanding the release of the prisoners, he had yet to unearth any information regarding the whereabouts of the sacred water. He could only release the prisoners for now. Gazing at Jun Xiangwei's exquisite countenance, he begrudgingly allowed her to depart. Otherwise, his whip would have found its mark upon her lovely face. I possess the sacred water from Yao Mountain. How much do you require? Jun Xiangwei inquired, all the while allowing her mirror to bask in the sunlight. Chapter 31. The misfortune diverted. The tall commander felt a jolt within. This rustic had actually mentioned the sacred water of Piamiao Mountain. The emergence of a single drop of purple Piamiao Mountain sacred water in the capital was a highly classified matter, known only to the elite of the Red Guard. Just the night before, the Red Guard had been ordered to track down a master from the Purple Realm to the drunken Immortal Pavilion. The Holy Sun and the National Master had joined forces and discovered that this drop of water could very well be an upgraded version of the sacred water. Eventually, it was determined that this drop of water had no direct connection to the mysterious master, leading the Red Guard to return it to the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yet, the energy contained within that drop sent the entire Red Guard into a frenzy. In the end, a consensus was reached among a dozen members to secretly keep the drop, citing the reason of lost property to refuse its return. After all, the drunken Immortal Pavilion had no real understanding of what the water was, having exchanged it merely for 1,000 gold coins and 3 dishes. The Red Guard compensated the drunken Immortal Pavilion accordingly, considering it a lapse in their duties. The group divided the drop of Piamiao Mountain sacred water among themselves, each experiencing varying degrees of improvement in their cultivation. Alas, it was too little, and they yearned for more. The captain and vice-captain then conspired to locate the owner of the opera troupe to investigate the source of the sacred water. To their surprise, the troupe leader proved to be quite resolute and refused to divulge any information. When the man heard Jun Xiangwei mention the Piamiao Mountain sacred water, doubt crept into his mind. If even the drunken Immortal Pavilion was unaware of its name, how could she possibly know? He feigned disbelief, scoffing at her youth, questioning her understanding of the sacred water. Jun Xiangwei promptly produced a vial and poured a drop into her hand. Under the sunlight, it shimmered like a 7-colored diamond, exuding a rich and profound energy of the purple realm. The man maintained his composure, yet internally he was elated. This was it. It looked identical, and to his astonishment, she truly possessed it. With no one around, his greed ignited, contemplating ways to seize it for himself. 5,000 gold coins per drop, a firm price. The man repeatedly expressed his agreement. 5,000 gold coins was not exorbitant, yet he had no intention of actually paying her. It was unfortunate that this young girl was so inexperienced, adorned with such fine treasures. He recalled how he had been repelled by her defensive artifact during their earlier confrontation. Today, he would not act recklessly. He would wait until he had deceived her into handing over the goods. She was someone he recognized, 3 years prior. During a visit to the capital with his uncle, they had stayed in a residence belonging to the Jun family just down the street. The man pretended to retrieve 5,000 gold coins and handed them to Jun Xiangwei. After counting the coins and confirming their authenticity, she placed them into her storage ring and then handed over the vial containing the drop of bathwater. The man uncorked the vial and sniffed, once again confirming that this was indeed the water. "How much do you have left?" he inquired. "There are 3 more drops in my storage ring, and I have some at home as well." Jun Xiangwei had initially intended to strike down this man with a mirror, but a divine being advised her to be patient. Entering the tiger's den could yield even greater rewards. Thus, she called upon the divine being, using the recording stone she had acquired from the National Master the previous day to document everything. The man stowed the vial in his storage ring, feeling uncertain whether to dispose of her now or wait until he gained more from her. He pretended to engage in conversation with the young girl to extract more details about her background. "Is the capital more enjoyable than your village?" "Indeed, it's far more entertaining. The National Master, the Holy Sun, the favored consort, and the Emperor take turns stirring things up. The National Master and Holy Sun were lenient with me and did not truly engage. But I have certainly proven myself capable of dealing with the favored consort and the foolish Emperor." The man then asked, "Did you acquire that defensive artifact from the Artifact Alliance? How much did it cost?" "It was a gift. They didn't charge me." The man grew anxious. This girl possessed numerous treasures, and her family background was far more formidable than he had initially surmised. He contemplated whether he could confront her family's influence should he choose to eliminate Jun Xiangwei. Before long, the man dismissed his indecision. He desired the treasures she possessed. As long as he remained concealed, diverting the misfortune would suffice. Is the sacred water of Piaomiao Mountain from the auspicious opera troupe yours as well? Jun Xiangwei nodded. Having just given a Chu 30 drops, which could be considered an offering to the auspicious troupe, the man's mind concocted a cunning plan. He merely needed to frame the auspicious troupe for the crime. An outsider coming to perform could easily be driven by greed, killing a young girl to seize her treasures, making everything seem reasonable. Ah, I see. The troupe leader is just stubborn and won't speak. Jun Xiangwei felt a heaviness in her heart. This could very well be the Red Guard abusing their power, and capturing the troupe was not the intention of the court. If that were the case, she should not act impulsively against them, but instead gather evidence to bring them all down. Jun Xiangwei remained silent, listening to his fabricated story. Have you visited them? Yes. They are all severely injured. It's truly pitiful. The man secretly reveled in his good fortune. He now had both the motive for the troops' actions and the timeline of Jun Xiangwei's meeting. If he swiftly condemned the auspicious troupe and silenced them, everything would be resolved. The man poured a glass of water for Jun Xiangwei, but she refused to drink. He then offered her various sweet treats favored by young girls. Jun Xiangwei had inquired with the divine being, who warned her that these treats were poisoned, but as a being of sacred light, she was immune to all toxins. So there was no need for fear. Thus, she feigned delight and began to eat. The man perceived her merely as a gluttonous country girl, further solidifying his confidence in his scheme. Soon, Jun Xiangwei pretended to faint. The man swiftly seized her storage ring, erasing any traces she had left with his mental power. Upon opening it, he found only 5,000 gold coins, 3 drops of the sacred water, and some trivial belongings. A miscalculation. He had expected a far more substantial bounty. Yet, the girl was already poisoned, and he needed to implicate the auspicious troupe. The man stowed Jun Xiangwei's body in his storage ring. In truth, she had not perished. She had merely vanished to her thunder suppression tower. Just moments ago, the divine being assisted her in transferring all her belongings to the tower. The man's possession of the storage ring would only serve as evidence of his crime. The divine being had informed her that in 3 months, he would depart, and she would need to fend for herself. All her treasures would remain, a testament to their shared fate. Although Jun Xiangwei felt reluctant, she understood that all gatherings must eventually dissolve. The divine being had granted her rebirth and unimaginable benefits. As long as she diligently studied the divine arts of the Purple Realm, she would acquire sufficient strength to protect her loved ones in Tianxian continent without the divine being's aid. After resting in the tower for a while, Jun Xiangwei overheard the man and his subordinates preparing to raid the auspicious troupe. The recording stone had been documenting everything, and she already possessed ample evidence. This matter fell under the jurisdiction of the national master. Jun Xiangwei remembered the divine being's words: follow the rules first, then reveal her divine prowess. If the national master failed to intervene, she would resort to using the mirror to obliterate them. Chapter 32. Thorough investigation of the case. Jun Xiangwei instantaneously appeared before the Grand Master in the Imperial Palace. The Grand Master showed no surprise at her arrival. The power of the Imperial Seal demanded obedience, even from those at the pinnacle of the Purple Realm. Jun Xiangwei was compelled to venture into the demon domain to seek the Saint Lord Wu Yu, as decreed by the Emperor. The imperial command, bestowed by divine right, could not be defied without incurring heavenly retribution for insubordination. Zhu Rong would accompany her, assuring her that there would be no danger. Had it not been for the Grand Master's reminder, Jun Xiangwei might have forgotten her task of finding someone in the demon domain. Do not think that hiding on the 7th floor of the tower will exempt you from the imperial decree. Each time you emerge, you will face double the constraint you previously endured. Jun Xiangwei initially believed her discomfort stemmed from excessive teleportation. With her cultivation, she could withstand the doubled constraints. However, if it were to double again, it would become insufferable. It seemed a journey to the demon domain was inevitable. Fortunately, she had intended to wait until her powers grew stronger before investigating whether Yi Buqing was present. I agreed to go to the demon domain, but before that, I request the Grand Master to address the internal corruption. Upon hearing Jun Xiangwei's complaints regarding the Red Guard's abuse of power, wrongful imprisonment, and theft, the Grand Master reviewed the recording stone and promised to dispatch personnel for verification. If the allegations were substantiated, he assured her that justice would be served. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun sought the Long Princess of the Zixiao Kingdom. The Grand Master summoned Zhu Rong to prepare for departure. The Holy Sun found Jun Xiangwei's fixation on trivial matters exasperating. He could not comprehend why she placed such significance on these minor issues. You have received great fortune from the heavens, becoming a formidable force within the purple realm. Should your heart not be more expansive? Why are you fixated on such trifles? Jun Xiangwei shot him a sidelong glance. One is my maternal family, and the other is my marital family. Their safety is of utmost importance to me. The auspicious opera troupe, wrongfully accused, is being persecuted by those who commit heinous acts. How is that not a grave matter? Assisting the feeble emperor in locating his concubine's master is a trivial task that requires my intervention as a powerful being. You are the ones who lack discernment. You are the ones with narrow minds. You are the ones who have lost your wits. Come on, let us exchange barbs. If I cannot outwit these lofty, unworldly pretenders, then so be it. Jun Xiangwei dismissed Zhu Rong and turned to the Grand Master, asserting, the evidence includes my 4 drops of water, 5,000 gold coins, and various personal items. Dare you to embezzle my belongings again? Last time, after slaying 2 at the Blue Realm, their spatial rings were my spoils of war. I presented them as evidence, yet you claimed they were lost, even suggesting they were stolen by a ghost. I truly find your arguments absurd. The notion of a ghost is merely your excuse for embezzlement. Such nonsense. You claim it was a ghost? If my possessions were stolen, you must compensate me. Is the Red Guard not under your command? Did they not seize the evidence from the drunken immortal pavilion? Did they not employ harsh interrogation methods in secret? Soon, reports came in confirming that members of the auspicious opera troupe had indeed been summoned for questioning, yet they had not been tortured, showing no signs of injury. Jun Xiangwei's temper flared at the blatant injustice. This is the so-called protection among officials. The opera troupe endured punishment in front of many. Does no one dare to speak the truth? And as for claims of no injuries, even with holy water, those faint scars on their bodies, are you all blind? It is merely an act of bullying the innocent, the outsiders who come to perform, with no foundation or power. Further reports indicated that an investigation revealed the Red Guard had indeed compensated the drunken immortal pavilion with 1,000 gold coins due to the lost evidence, which was accepted without dispute. The Grand Master looked at Jun Xiangwei, reminding her that every nation has its laws, and every household has its rules. Everything must adhere to protocol. Evidence and witnesses are essential. Jun Xiangwei laughed in anger. So, you uphold rules while bullying those unfamiliar with them, claiming there is no evidence? He poisoned me, and yet I remain unharmed. Am I to be deemed innocent? Very well. You have your rules, and you wield your authority. However, she too has her rules, and from now on, matters shall proceed according to her dictates, and she shall use the imperial seal to ensure your compliance. Jun Xiangwei teleported out of the palace. Zhu Rong sighed, having never encountered such a vehement woman. Women should embody grace and virtue, not behave like a firecracker. Using the blood of the emperor, Jun Xiangwei activated the imperial seal, penning a decree. The Grand Master is to accompany Jun Xiangwei to the demon domain, ensuring her safety throughout the journey, and to protect her with his life, if necessary. The Grand Master gazed incredulously at the hastily scrawled decree before him, the material genuine and the seal authentic. Yet, it was undeniably not penned by the Emperor's secretary. Suddenly, he comprehended Jun Xiangwei's intent to strike at the Emperor's vital interests. This woman, behind the scenes, had even replicated the imperial seal. The truly frightening aspect of madness is when it possesses great strength. Before Zhu Rong, Jun Xiangwei summoned the Grand Master into her tower, releasing and recapturing him thrice. Reasoning with the Grand Master proved futile. Only through direct experience could he grasp her plight, doubling the constraints, and then doubling them again. For one of the Grand Master's caliber, resisting such an 8-fold constraint would not be an easy feat, as the common saying goes. One does not feel the pain until the needle pricks their own flesh. When a matter does not concern oneself, it is easily disregarded. Let you also experience the compulsion of doing what you do not wish to, and feel the weight of such intense constraints. Before you speak of national laws and familial rules, Jun Xiangwei currently endured a double constraint, which she could withstand due to her cultivation. The Grand Master bore 4 times the burden, and it was he who should feel anxious. So, can we now properly investigate the Red Guard? Without satisfactory answers, she refused to budge. The Grand Master, a figure of great authority, found himself threatened for the first time in his life, compelling him to order a thorough investigation of the case. Those tasked with the investigation were seasoned individuals adept at reading the room, understanding the Grand Master's intent. They hurried to gather evidence. Before long, new evidence surfaced confirming that the auspicious opera troupe had indeed been subjected to brutal interrogation by the Red Guard. The evidence from the drunken immortal pavilion was not lost, but had been seized by the greed of several members of the Red Guard. Based on the evidence, the vice-captain's charges of poisoning Jun Xiangwei were likely to hold, as were the accusations of intent to defraud and frame another. According to the laws of the Qian Kingdom, should charges of dereliction of duty be substantiated, the vice-captain would be removed from his position. If found guilty of murder, he would face 20 years of hard labor. If convicted of framing others, he would receive 20 lashes and 3 years of hard labor. Zhu Rong inquired of Jun Xiangwei, if a legal conviction is achieved, the vice-captain will face these penalties. Are you satisfied? Not satisfied. What of the compensation for the victims? While punishment is warranted for the wrongdoers, what about the drunken immortal pavilion, wronged by him, and the auspicious opera troupe, tortured under his orders? What compensation should they, and I, who was harmed by his greed, receive? Chapter 33. The vicious dog strikes. The captain of the Crimson Guard personally returned the spatial ring obtained from Jun Xiangwei to the vice-captain. However, Jun Xiangwei refused to accept it, claiming it was tainted by villainous hands and therefore unclean. She demanded compensation, tenfold. According to the laws of the Qian Kingdom, the maximum compensation is fivefold. Tenfold. Such a dream. Fine, fivefold it is. How dare you expect the maximum compensation? If not fivefold, then it shall be tenfold. He poisoned me once. I shall return the favor. He tortured the members of the auspicious theater, and thus they should reciprocate in kind. The captain of the Crimson Guard wrote to represent all his comrades, stating that everyone makes mistakes and harbors greed. After all, no significant harm has been done, so one should show mercy where possible. Furthermore, their actions stemmed from the low remuneration they received, and their aspirations to enhance their cultivation were aimed at protecting the nation. By your reasoning, his brutal interrogation of the theater group was merely to ascertain the origin of the holy water? I willingly brought the holy water to him. Why then did he go to the theater? 5,000 gold coins for a drop, a price he himself agreed upon. Why then must he resort to killing me for wealth? After killing me, he even schemed to frame me and dispose of my body at the theater? The captain, the official with the hat, suppressed his fury. 5,000 gold coins for a drop, and you dare to demand exorbitant prices? We risk our lives for the nation. Yet our monthly salary is merely 3,500. It is a clear and fair transaction. If you find it too costly, you need not purchase it. I shall sell my possessions at the price I deem fit. What nonsense! The Qian Kingdom has laws to adhere to. Merchants' profits cannot exceed 40%, or else they would face imprisonment and exile for price gouging. Jun Xiangwei laughed. Do you think you can intimidate me? Not a chance. The Jun family has thrived on the trade of reselling goods, and she has memorized all relevant laws since childhood. So tell me, what is the acquisition price of my holy water? Can you provide evidence that I am disrupting the market with inflated prices? If you cannot, I shall accuse you of slander, which carries a penalty of 3 years of hard labor. The captain knelt before the national master. Master, the vice-captain indeed erred. His mistake was in his haste. He had agreed with this young lady on a price of 5,000 gold coins for 4 drops. After indulging in some snacks at her home, the vice-captain, eager to bring the water to his comrades for cultivation, took the spatial ring without her permission, forgetting that the 5,000 gold coins were still inside. Clap, 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 Jun Xiangwei applauded. Such a talented storyteller. It's a pity you don't sell flower baskets. She produced a recording stone, displaying the entire encounter from when they met to when the vice-captain took her spatial ring, with no angles left unseen. The pressure of the mid-Qing realm continuously bore down on Jun Xiangwei. She was undaunted. What? Do you intend to threaten me? She was well aware of how to wield the pressure of the purple realm. She had never stooped to such bullying. However, she would now give it a try. If you wish to crush the yellow realm with the Qing realm, I shall use the purple realm to crush you. Her meridians constricted tightly, blood seeping through her skin. Before long, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The national master sighed in resignation. With so many eyes upon them, it would tarnish Jun Xiangwei's reputation. He softly said, Enough. The captain, having encountered this formidable opponent, deserved to kneel and bleed. Yet, in the palace, striking the captain before the national master was akin to striking the emperor himself. Zhu Rong sighed. Jun Xiangwei dared to challenge even the emperor's authority. What was a mere slap in the face? He sought a moment to advise this woman to be mindful of her own limits. The National Master used the pressure of the Purple Realm to shield the captain, as he was a senior officer within the palace. And the dignity of the royal family must be preserved. Jun Xiangwei was displeased. When the captain attacked her, why did the National Master not intervene to protect her? Zhu Rong shot her a glance. Did she still require protection at her level of cultivation? Jun Xiangwei shot back a glare. Had she still been at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm, that ambush could have cost her the life of her beloved Xiaobai. A woman, though seemingly weak, becomes formidable when it comes to her child. Who dares to harm her son? I shall obliterate you. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew forth the holy light crystal mirror and aimed it directly at the captain's vital artery, detonating it. The entire sequence was fluid and decisive, with no hesitation whatsoever. Zhu Rong was unable to intervene in time. The captain was left mangled and bloodied, blood pooling around him. The National Master hastily rendered aid, managing to save the captain's life. Zhu Rong, standing too close, found his freshly changed garments stained anew. Previously, he had lost a silk robe while rescuing the emperor, and now, having just donned the Holy Sun's ceremonial attire, he was splattered with the captain's blood. In just one day and night, he had ruined 3 silk robes. Jun Xiangwei was indeed a harbinger of doom. Ultimately, the National Master rendered his judgment. The 5,000 gold coins owed to Jun Xiangwei by the vice-captain were to be returned to her. The single drop of holy water sold to the vice-captain was to be returned to the drunken immortal pavilion as compensation for the evidence. That drop of holy water belonged to the drunken immortal pavilion, which would return the 1,000 gold coins it had received previously. The remaining 3 drops of holy water would be purchased by the Crimson Guard at the price of 5,000 gold coins per drop, requiring an immediate payment of 15,000 gold coins to Jun Xiangwei. The vice-captain, succumbing to a moment of greed, failed to restrain his inner malevolence, committing numerous grave errors. However, considering his teammates' pleas for leniency and the initial decision to withhold the first drop of holy water, as well as the excessive interrogation of the theater group, it was a collective fault of the entire team. The law does not punish the many for the mistakes of a few. Thus, the matter was to be overlooked. Jun Xiangwei was unsatisfied, but the National Master signaled her with his eyes to accept the money and cease her ruckus. Zhu Rong directly pulled Jun Xiangwei out, saying, "Do you think that all who enter the Crimson Guard are mere commoners? They are all trusted kin of the Emperor, without exception. They not only represent the Emperor's dignity, but are also the most trusted subordinates of the royal family. To borrow a common saying, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. If a vicious dog injures someone, should not its master be held accountable?" Zhu Rong shook his head. This foolish woman failed to grasp the larger picture. This realm belongs to the Emperor, to the royal family. The Emperor's trusted kin are the pillars of the nation. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be warped. Corruption begins at the root. Zhu Rong firmly led Jun Xiangwei away. This woman could no longer be allowed to spout nonsense. Trust in the National Master. He will handle the situation appropriately. Jun Xiangwei was not unreasonable, but this time her limits had been crossed. Why should she not be concerned about someone who sought to harm her life and fortune? Possessing a treasure is a crime, simply due to her own insufficient strength. Yet she was now a powerful figure of the Purple Realm, even if it were mere bathwater. It was not for others to covet. Indeed, the National Master ultimately sentenced the vice-captain to 3 years of hard labor, a reduction of a full 20 years, and spared him from a whipping. Jun Xiangwei merely smiled without speaking, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Zhu Rong followed her out, knowing this madwoman was surely off to seek revenge. Chapter 34. Harmony brings wealth. Zhu Rong closely followed Jun Xiangwei to the entrance of the Red Guard, where the day was waning, yet this woman remained unyielding. Jun Xiangwei, can you not comprehend the situation? What I comprehend is fairness, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. Observing Jun Xiangwei's relentless pursuit of vengeance, Zhu Rong had no choice but to invoke the safety of her family to restrain her. You have encountered a great opportunity, but what of your family? What of your child? Upon hearing the mention of her child, Jun Xiangwei paused. I know what you intend to convey. The Red Guard and the families backing them will relentlessly target my family and my child. It is good that you understand. To you, the vice-captain is a murderer who frames others, yet to the Red Guard, it appears you are setting a trap for him. Jun Xiangwei had already prepared the recording stone to document all of this. Yet, she understood that what she witnessed might not be the truth, and what she heard could be fabricated. The Red Guard would surely claim that you are deliberately targeting them, switching evidence, and even retaliating against you, ultimately branding you as a fraud. Jun Xiangwei halted, Her right hand clenched into a fist. Zhu Rong continued. While there may be a few unscrupulous individuals within the Red Guard, should you persist in your vendetta, it equates to opposing the entire organization. If you insist on escalating this matter for the sake of pride, both the Red Guard and the royal family will have their own narrative. Your exceptional skills do not imply that those around you, those connected to you, are fearless. As I have said, where one can spare, let one spare. Be kind to others. Jun Xiangwei began to consider the safety of her family and child, momentarily swayed by Zhu Rong's words. However, upon hearing the final remark about kindness, her temper flared anew. Has the Red Guard ever shown kindness? Their methods include torture and the concealment of evidence. These are the collective actions of their group. Zhu Rong chuckled in exasperation. The vice captain wishes to kill for treasure and frame others. That is merely your side of the story. If the snacks are poisoned, how is it you have not perished? They would never admit to framing you. Their narrative would be to apologize to the auspicious theater. Go to the auspicious theater now and inquire whether the Red Guard visited with gifts, even secured their forgiveness. The two sides have reconciled. As for the drunken immortal pavilion, they have already received compensation from the sacred water of Miao Mountain. The Red Guard and the drunken immortal pavilion will collaborate more amicably. And you? Not to mention that your evidence could be easily dismissed, just the fact that you stand here unscathed. Who would believe your words? You are merely at the Yellow Realm. If they wish to kill you, you cannot escape. Yet you stand at the Purple Realm, never formally reported, making you a prime suspect. Who do you think people will believe, the Red Guard or you? Jun Xiangwei understood that conventional methods would not suffice, and she would have to rely on her extraordinary abilities for vengeance. Zhu Rong noticed her comprehension and urged, hasten to the Demon Realm. The National Master has divined that your husband may be there. Yi Buqing is in the Demon Realm. Indeed, the National Master's divination is quite accurate. Fearing she would dawdle and waste time, Zhu Rong offered, I shall accompany you. Jun Xiangwei declined, needing to discreetly display her powers before departing. With the Son of Heaven trailing her, how could she ambush the vice captain? For the first time in his life, Zhu Rong, the exalted son, faced rejection. You will not allow me to go? Then you shall not go either. We shall proceed to the Demon Realm now. I only need 1 day. I will bury my sisters and then depart. If Yi Buqing is in the Demon Realm, I must rescue my husband. 1 day, just 1 day? She had become quite adept at utilizing her teleportation abilities and would soon reach the Jun family. I will accompany you using my spatial scroll. We can arrive in the blink of an eye. Zhu Rong produced the spatial scroll. Just as he set the destination for the Jun family, a voice called, Xiangwei. Upon seeing the Son of Heaven, a middle-aged man, whom Jun Xiangwei would refer to as her second uncle, approached Zhu Rong with great reverence. The elder bowed before her, causing Jun Xiangwei to feel a sense of discomfort. Zhu Rong, however, was unfazed and casually commanded, rise, like a sovereign. Second uncle rose, all smiles. Xiangwei, I hear from the Red Guard that there is some misunderstanding between you and them. Do share with your second uncle. The Red Guard consists of young, capable individuals. Do not misjudge their character. Jun Xiangwei remained silent, her background swiftly discerned, and her second uncle summoned to mediate. How formidable the Red Guard was. Do not remain angry, Xiangwei. Our Jun family has always believed that harmony brings wealth. It is better to resolve grievances than to foster enmity. Let us meet with the Red Guard and dine at the drunken immortal pavilion. Second uncle will bring you and your unremarkable brothers to share a drink with them. And this matter shall be settled. Yi Xiaobai gently touched his mother, seemingly conveying, Mother, do not worry. Your son is here. Jun Xiangwei took a deep breath and forced a smile for her second uncle. Then I shall trouble you, second uncle. She was not alone. She had family and kin. Her maternal family engaged in commerce, always smiling at others, dining out to forge connections. Clearly, second uncle perceived this incident as a result of Jun Xiangwei's ignorance, necessitating his intervention on behalf of the Jun family to apologize to the Red Guard. Jun Xiangwei merely smiled at her uncle's words, assuring him to handle the matter. While speaking, she produced a bag of gold coins for him. This is the 15,000 they just compensated me. Second uncle refused to accept it. Even if a Jun family child caused trouble, it was the elders of the Jun family who would bear the responsibility. Feeling warmth, Jun Xiangwei recognized the Jun family's nature. Though a third-rate family, they often needed to flatter and yield, adopting a humble demeanor. Especially in the capital, where hidden talents abound, one must be exceedingly cautious. Zhu Rong, witnessing the Jun family's astuteness, felt at ease and trusting the matter to second uncle. He urged Jun Xiangwei to hasten to the demon realm, while second uncle's family could represent them at the drunken immortal pavilion. The Red Guard merely sought a graceful exit. With a meal to be had, why not go? Not only must I attend, but Zhu Rong, you shall accompany me as well. The delicacies at the drunken immortal pavilion are worth savoring. Second uncle promptly apologized to the Son of Heaven. Xiangwei is still young and lacks understanding. Please bear with any transgressions. How could the noble Son of Heaven lower himself to dine with such individuals? Jun Xiangwei threatened him, if you do not join me, then I shall not go to the demon realm. Knowing that Jun Xiangwei sought to utilize his influence, Zhu Rong had no choice but to change into common attire. Disguising himself as a merchant to accompany the Jun family to the drunken immortal pavilion. Second uncle led 5 nephews, with Jun Xiangwei and Zhu Rong, totaling 8 individuals. The Red Guard sent 15 members, filling a lengthy table. Jun Xiangwei's cousins began to toast without waiting for second uncle's invitation. Initially, the Red Guard members maintained their arrogance. But as drinks flowed, they began to laugh and converse. Jun Xiangwei urged Zhu Rong to eat quickly. Not only did they eat, but she also privately instructed the waiter to pack 200 dishes. These would be stored on the 7th level of the Thunder Tower for future needs. After all, she possessed a discount card, and today, having sold 4 drops of sacred water, she earned the Red Guard 20,000 gold coins, just enough to cover the takeout. After a hearty meal, the bill arrived, 8,800 gold coins. Second uncle readily settled the payment. At that moment, a man from the Red Guard with a hooked nose remarked, now that we have dined, let us discuss the matter of the sacred water of Miao Mountain. 2,000 gold coins for 20 drops. The Jun family still owes us 16 drops. Chapter 35. The truth-telling bug. The shamelessness of the Crimson Guard shattered Jun Xiangwei's previous understanding of the term. She had 2 reasons for visiting the drunken immortal pavilion. The first was to honor her second uncle, a respected elder in the clan. The second, and more significant reason, was her impending journey to the demon realm. She wished to pack some delectable dishes to stockpile on the 7th floor of the treasure tower. As an expectant mother, ensuring proper nutrition was paramount. Having just received 20,000 gold coins, the drunken immortal pavilion was undoubtedly her first choice. However, the repulsiveness of the Crimson Guard nearly made her regurgitate the meal she had just consumed. Initially, she planned to bide her time, waiting for an opportune moment to retaliate. But her intentions had shifted. The Saint Sun sat to Jun Xiangwei's right, having deliberately donned inconspicuous attire to avoid being recognized. Her uncle had been instructed to keep his identity concealed, and surprisingly, the members of the Crimson Guard had not detected the Saint Sun among the Jun family. Zhu Rong had not anticipated that the Crimson Guard would be so bold as to speak to her uncle in such a manner. He feared that Jun Xiangwei might instigate trouble and disrupt their journey to the demon realm. Leave this matter to me. I will speak to the national master, he assured. Jun Xiangwei merely smiled, yet inwardly she inquired of the divine being if it were possible to mix poison into the holy water. The system was urging Yi Xiaobai to check in, knowing that his mother was currently at the drunken immortal pavilion. He pondered what rewards might be available, perhaps mundane items like pots and pans or seasonings. Surely not a recipe? Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. If there were no surprises, perhaps one could administer that particular poison which shortens the lifespan of those with higher cultivation levels. See, I knew you wouldn't succeed. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. Do you truly believe one can satiate their hunger with mere recipes? Just check in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the truth-telling bug. The truth-telling bug is an exceedingly rare creature. Anyone bitten by it can only speak the truth for the duration of a tea time. Among the patrons dining at the drunken immortal pavilion was a bug master from the Zixiao kingdom. The system replicated the truth-telling bugs he carried. While ordinary truth bugs are only effective on those of second-tier cultivation or below, the saliva of the truth-telling bug compels even those of higher realms to speak truthfully. This reward was quite valuable. She would replicate too and send them to bite those in the Crimson Guard. One by one, the members of the Crimson Guard were bitten by the truth-telling bugs and began to speak the unvarnished truth. Enough, Jun, old man, stop pretending. Your niece has already stolen money to exchange, and she openly claimed there is still more at home. Who knows where your Jun family has acquired this holy water? Be wise and confess. If it weren't for the national master favoring that charming girl from your family, did you really think the Jun family could earn 20,000 gold coins? Dream on. Old fool, it's time for you to show some filial piety. Otherwise, Do you know why we only receive a meager 3,500 in monthly salary? Such a paltry sum barely covers our needs. Who would work without some benefits? Let me tell you, our captain is the legitimate son of Princess Chang'an. Our vice captain is the nephew of the queen. We're all just here to gain experience. After a few years, we'll be promoted. You best not provoke us, June, old man. Take my advice and be sensible. Zhu Rong's expression darkened. While Jun Xiangwei heard the divine being affirm that everything had been recorded, she suspected that the divine being had intervened to assist her, although she could have handled it herself. Expectant mothers typically avoid killing, seeking to accumulate virtue for the child within. However, she would show no mercy to those who sought to harm her. The bill had already been settled, and as the servers entered to refill tea and bring fruit platters, the door to the private room stood open, allowing the passers-by outside to overhear everything. What a revelation! The captain of the Crimson Guard is the legitimate son of Princess Chang'an? But where is there a son of the princess among the Crimson Guard? Could he be an illegitimate child? Zhu Rong's face turned as cold as ice, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Jun Xiangwei, however, smiled. In that case, I owe you my gratitude. Before long, the members of the Crimson Guard suddenly awoke from their stupor, clearly recalling what they had just divulged. How could they have spoken such undeniable truths and secrets? Since the truth had been laid bare, they might as well confront the situation head-on. June quickly produced the 16 drops of holy water. Jun Xiangwei teased Zhu Rong. Shall I take the lead, or will you? The dignified saint's son attacking the royal guard in a tavern? Zhu Rong could not afford to lose face. Yet he also could not simply ignore the situation. Hesitating, she decided it was best for her to take the initiative. Uncle Tang, standing nearby, cautioned Xiangwei. Do not act impulsively. You are still with child, and they are all at the pinnacle of the green realm. What does their peak green realm cultivation matter? Are you afraid? Jun Xiangwei asked her cousins. 5 of them shook their heads in unison, unafraid. Although it is often said that commoners should avoid conflict with officials, and that merchants should yield to preserve harmony, being bullied to such an extent was intolerable. Jun Xiangwei felt a surge of pride. The men of the Jun family could both endure and rise to the occasion. There were no cowards among them. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Rong, for silence spoke volumes. Zhu Rong was exasperated. Encountering this madwoman brought nothing but trouble. He should never have offered her advice, nor should he have come at all. Jun Xiangwei pulled out a vial containing a common potion to show her family. Inside was a full vial of ethereal mountain holy water, 200 drops in total. This was precisely what they sought to seize, and to attain it, they had already poisoned her. The Jun family now realized that the Crimson Guard had indeed poisoned them, attempting to frame the auspicious troop. This was no misunderstanding. Xiangwei, why did you not mention this sooner? Now, it was fortuitous that they had seen the true colors of the Crimson Guard. Facts speak louder than words. Witnessing it firsthand was far more compelling than her mere assertions. Uncle Jun was quite vexed, believing he had played the role of peacemaker, only to find himself a fool and a joke. No matter, having consumed from the Jun family, they must pay reparations and regurgitate. With that, he disregarded Zhu Rong and turned towards the Crimson Guard, counting 1 to 15, calculate the compensation owed. The Jun family, as merchants, were driven by profit. They had been extorted for an 8,800 meal and now sought to extort 16 drops of ethereal mountain holy water, valued at 5,000 per drop, totaling 80,000. In sum, that amounted to 88,800. Jun Xiangwei calculated in her mind, you sought to extort me, so you shall pay 5 times the compensation, 444,000. Rounded off, each person should reimburse me 30,000 gold coins. Jun Xiangwei was merely leveraging her superior cultivation to bully others. What of it? Were not these individuals also exploiting their status to intimidate the Jun family? She, single-handedly, could overpower 15 peak green realm cultivators without any issue. Having just dined, she was invigorated and ready to exact her revenge. Meanwhile, the 15 had already been forced to reveal their truths under the pressure of the Purple Realm. Uncle Jun watched in astonishment, realizing that Jun Xiangwei's words were indeed prophetic. Anyone who consumes from my family must regurgitate. Could it be that they would actually have to compensate? Chapter 36, Fate or Fortune. 15 members of the Crimson Guard were nearly on the verge of bloodshed from the overwhelming pressure exerted by Jun Xiangwei. They gazed at her in sheer terror, astonished at her formidable prowess. How could someone so powerful exist when she was merely at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm? Jun Xiangwei with an air of defiance, regarded each of the 15 with a piercing gaze, intensifying the purple pressure she wielded. If it came to it, she would simply replenish her energy later, while she had yet to grasp the full extent of the powers of the purple realm. Her mere pressure sufficed to subdue the trifling figures of the green realm. If you are willing to negotiate, I would not refuse to sell you my precious drops of water at a fair price of 5,000 gold coins each. Yet you insist on compensating me 30,000 each. How unreasonable. Hurry, present your coins. 2 individuals, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, yielded and paid the demanded sum. Jun Xiangwei accepted their gold and released them. As she further escalated her power, 8 more succumbed to the pressure and hastily offered their payments, leaving only 4 obstinate souls who continued to resist. Their fierce expressions suggested they wished to devour Jun Xiangwei, yet they could scarcely utter a word. The law dictated a 5-fold compensation, yet my rule demands 10-fold. While I am still amenable, swiftly produce 30,000 gold coins, or face a penalty of 60,000. Eventually, the last 4 stubborn individuals, unable to endure any longer, complied and surrendered their payments. Had you complied sooner, you would have spared yourselves this torment. Why waste my energy? An expectant mother grows hungry quickly, and soon I shall need to dine again. In total, the 15 individuals contributed 450,000 gold coins. Remarkable, indeed, for they were all affluent. Their modest salaries of 3,500 per month in no way impeded their wealth. This was merely a fade they presented to the court, feigning poverty. Jun Xiangwei handed all the gold to her second uncle as a reward for her comrades. He hesitated to accept, but she insisted on giving it to her first cousin, who had supported her initially. Since you are willing to share in my hardships, I shall share my fortunes with you. Upon learning of her predicament, her family arranged a feast to reconcile. Believing her to be merely at the Yellow Realm, they stood by her side, unafraid and unwavering. The Jun family was deserving of her utmost loyalty. The 15 members of the Crimson Guard sought only her sacred water and had no intention to take her life. Thus Jun Xiangwei resolved to let them be, demanding only monetary compensation. Seeking to extort her sacred water at 5-fold compensation was quite fair. Zhu Rong, witnessing such avarice from a Purple Realm cultivator, was astonished that she would employ her cultivation to coerce others into compensation. In the Tianxian continent, which Purple Realm expert had not obtained immense fortune and comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, it was simply unfathomable for someone like Jun Xiangwei to resort to such mundanity as monetary solutions. With a swift motion, she tossed a small pouch of gold coins to Zhu Rong. Here is your compensation for your attire, a mere 4,500. Do not complain of its meagerness. Zhu Rong was bemused. Compensation for 3 sets of holy garments amounted to only 4,500, while the Jun family had received 450,000 alongside a full vial of ethereal mountain sacred water. Just moments ago, Jun Xiangwei had entrusted that vial of sacred water to her second uncle for distribution among their kin, for collective strength was the best means of survival. Jun Xiangwei understood the implications of her uncle's promise. It meant a fracture had formed between the Jun family in the capital and the Princess of Chang'an, as well as the maternal family of the Empress. Recalling this, she presented a recording stone to her uncle, a tangible piece of evidence, with Zhu Rong as a witness. The Crimson Guard was in the wrong, and should they dare to retaliate in the future, there would be evidence to ensure their legal accountability. The 15 individuals, still on the ground, repeatedly expressed their fear and reluctance. Jun Xiangwei instructed Zhu Rong, "Let us depart." Zhu Rong, exasperated, felt disrespected and reduced to a mere subordinate. Jun Xiangwei merely remarked, "Do you wish to test the binding power of the 8-fold imperial seal? Then let us hasten. We shall visit your residence tonight and venture to the demon domain tomorrow." She added, "First, we must stop by the temple to fetch someone." Soon, she and the Holy Sun arrived at the temple, where Cheng Jingjing resided. Upon seeing Jun Xiangwei, Cheng Jingjing was about to unleash a tirade, but was struck speechless upon noticing the man beside her. This man appeared exceedingly familiar, resembling the Holy Sun, yet he donned casual attire. Jun Xiangwei nodded. "Indeed, it is the Holy Sun you have longed for. Were it not for you, I would not have pursued him. Jun Xiangwei, you are courting death. How dare you treat the Holy Sun with such disrespect? Cheng Jingjing, are you foolish? I have brought him here. All that remains is to cleanse him. You still have the audacity to scold me?" Her words jolted the flustered Cheng Jingjing into clarity. She could scarcely fathom the proximity to the Holy Sun. 3 years prior, She had been selected as an attendant for the Holy Sun, only to be mercilessly relegated to menial tasks at the temple. The Chung family ceased their support, and her meager salary barely sufficed, let alone for the resources needed to elevate her cultivation. Like other laborers, she was forced to earn illicit funds by extorting service fees from witnesses. Holy Sun, I am your servant, Chung Jingjing. Chung Jingjing? The name rang a bell for Zhu Rong. He recalled that Jun Xiangwei had mentioned her upon their first meeting, following which he had endured an onslaught of verbal assaults from her. Eventually, he had lost, and her condition was that he would treat Chung Jingjing well henceforth. Jun Xiangwei discreetly exited the room and teleported to the place where the vice-captain was detained. Some matters were hers to handle alone. With a sigh, she exacted five-fold retribution upon the vice-captain for the torment inflicted upon the auspicious theater troupe. The empress was under house arrest, while the crown prince frantically sought a physician for his cousin. The poison was lethal, certainly fatal. Jun Xiangwei forced the vice-captain to consume all the snacks that had been used to deceive her. Next, she turned her attention to the captain, who was suffering grievously under the weight of the purple pressure. She administered 200 lashes to him as well. This woman had returned the punishment endured by the auspicious theater troupe tenfold upon the captain and vice-captain. The national teacher sighed in resignation. The Crimson Flame Kingdom had produced such a prodigy. Was it fate or misfortune? The captain, having suffered damage to his foundation from the purple pressure, saw his cultivation regress from the blue realm to the mid-stage of the green realm. The princess of Chong and was enraged, vowing to eliminate Jun Xiangwei. The crown prince urgently implored the emperor to investigate the matter thoroughly, ensuring that rogue experts would not take the law into their own hands and abuse their power. Only by enhancing the cultivation of their entire clan could they withstand this calamity. Chapter 37. Healing the divine powers. The temple dispatched a carriage for her, which traveled tirelessly for 2 nights and a day, finally reaching the vicinity of the Death Forest. With her current perception, she could easily detect the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the base of the cliff. In a blink, she teleported to the spot where she had once leaped down, and after just a few days, her cultivation had surged immensely. As she gazed at the towering cliffs, her heart was devoid of any turmoil. On the other side of the undercurrent, a group of individuals was launching attacks with their spiritual powers. Observing the elite soldiers from the kingdom of Zixiao, Jun Xiangwei speculated that they were here for the missing crown princess. The disappearance of the crown princess occurred shortly after Jun Xiangwei had left the Death Forest. Initially, the primary suspect in both nations' investigations was the giant toothy crocodile. Had it not been for Jun Xiangwei discovering the ashes of the crown princess's attendants while searching for her maid's remains, and subsequently learning from the national master that they had been refined into ghostly slaves, the giant toothy crocodile would likely have been scapegoated. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Heavens! It's not one, but 2, and one is even larger and more ferocious. Run!" The giant toothy crocodile possessed a trace of the bloodline of the ancient beast Leviathan, making it exceedingly vicious. Jun Xiangwei's perception surpassed that of the soldiers present. She observed clearly that there were 2 giant toothy crocodiles. The smaller one on the left was familiar to her, while the one on the right was at least 3 times its size. It turned out to be a mother and child pair. The smaller crocodile was gravely injured, having lost its left paw with a gruesome wound. A large gash on its head was bleeding profusely, and it appeared to have lost its sight. Jun Xiangwei felt a sudden pang of distress. She understood the mother crocodile's fury. After encountering the demonic cultivators, the crown princess's party had no clue who had harmed its left paw. Judging by the wounds, the injury on the smaller crocodile's head was recent, while the damage to its paw had been sustained days prior. As a mother, the giant toothy crocodile must have sensed its child's injury and rushed to protect it. With the fierce aura emanating from the mother crocodile, it was evident that she was determined to avenge her offspring. Without hesitation, she launched an attack, her sharp claws cleaving through the air, claiming the life of one blue-clad soldier who could not evade his grim fate. The remaining few fled in terror, with 2 others pierced through the heart by her claws. Jun Xiangwei refrained from intervening, empathizing with the mother's wrath, and wishing to avoid revealing her identity and arousing suspicion from the kingdom of Zixiao. Unexpectedly, after the soldiers fled, the furious mother directed a mournful roar towards her. The mother crocodile had discovered her hiding place. Jun Xiangwei emerged, meeting the sorrowful and enraged gaze of the mother. The smaller crocodile's injuries were severe. Its head was a bloody mess, and without prompt attention, it could perish. Do you wish for me to heal it? Although she had attained the purple realm, she possessed no healing abilities. If only the national master were present. The mother crocodile continued to emit desperate cries of lament, and as a fellow mother, Jun Xiangwei felt a deep sorrow in her heart. I will attempt to use the sacred water of Miao Miao Mountain. Jun Xiangwei approached the smaller crocodile, recalling that this little creature had once saved her life. Had it not wounded that treacherous man, she could not have decapitated him with a single whip strike. Producing a vial containing 200 drops of the sacred water, she poured it over the wounds on its head. The injuries began to heal visibly. Thankfully, this sacred water was effective not only for humans, but also for animals. She retrieved another vial, hoping to apply it to the injured paw, but alas, the wound was already festering and swollen. The mother crocodile seemed to understand Jun Xiangwei's intentions, carefully licking the smaller crocodile's left paw until the fresh red flesh was exposed. Jun Xiangwei quickly poured an entire vial over it, and the wound healed swiftly. The little crocodile, liberated from its agony, joyfully crawled to its mother. Jun Xiangwei recalled what the enchanting fairy had said before her demise. In the purple realm, one could regenerate severed limbs. Many miraculous abilities were available in the purple realm. Regeneration was not difficult, yet she had yet to master it. In her heart, she inquired of the divine being, Elder, do you possess knowledge of the ability to regenerate limbs? Upon waking, Yi Xiaobai found himself perplexed by the system, suppressing a smile as he comforted. Just tell my mother that you are a being from another realm and do not understand this world's techniques. Receiving a response, Jun Xiangwei expressed her regrets to the mother and child crocodiles. When I master the ability to regenerate limbs, I shall assist you. However, the mother crocodile was unwilling to depart, insisting that Jun Xiangwei heal her child. Jun Xiangwei found herself bemused. Even fierce beasts were aware that humans in the purple realm possessed great fortunes and could wield celestial powers. Yet, she alone had cultivation without any divine abilities. A thought crossed her mind. Her teleportation ability had manifested from the desire to escape confinement in the witness chamber. If she concentrated her thoughts on the little crocodile regrowing its missing parts, could that also come to fruition? Focusing intently on the giant toothy crocodile, she willed for the regeneration of its left paw and right eye. After the passage of incense time, however, there was no change. It seemed that mere thought alone was insufficient. Remembering something, she produced a chart of circles and crosses. Pressing her right hand upon a circle, all her cultivation was drained. She made a wish for the ability to regenerate limbs, then pressed down on a golden cross. This time, the cultivation she regained was even purer and more formidable. With her eyes opened, Jun Xiangwei placed her right hand upon the smaller crocodile's missing left forelimb. Deep purple energy enveloped the severed area, gradually revealing a newly formed left paw. However, the little creature had lost too much blood and lacked nourishment. It required sustenance. Jun Xiangwei had no choice but to produce 10 portions of takeout from Zuaxian Pavilion to feed it. This was far from sufficient. To heal the injury on its head, at least 50 more dishes were necessary. Alas, its massive size demanded an exorbitant amount of nutrients. What else could be done? Food-related issues were not problems at all. Thus, Jun Xiangwei brought forth 50 more portions to nourish the giant offspring. Yi Xiaobai was displeased. His mother was feeding another's child. Jun Xiangwei felt frequent movements from her womb and decided to scatter the food on the ground, allowing the little crocodile to eat at its leisure. At that moment, she heard the divine being convey a message from her child. The baby is unhappy. The baby has little emotions. Hurry and comfort me? Jun Xiangwei caressed her belly, her words dripping with maternal affection. Why are you so petty like your father, getting jealous over trivial matters? Hearing this, Yi Xiaobai became even more displeased, insisting that he could never be compared to a man who abandoned his wife and child. Reflecting on her husband, Jun Xiangwei's smile faded. The national master had foreseen that Yi Buqing was highly likely in the demon realm. Once she delivered the sacred water of Miao Miao Mountain to the Yi and Jun families, she would set out for the demon realm. Time was of the essence. After ensuring the regeneration of the missing part of the little giant toothy crocodile, Jun Xiangwei prepared to leave, but was halted by the mother crocodile. Chapter 38. Establishing her own domain, the mother megalodon released a purple stone, indicating that Jun Xiangwei should accept it. It was evident that this was a token of gratitude. Jun Xiangwei graciously accepted it and placed it directly into her treasure tower. Feeling the surrounding spatial confinement dissipate, she smiled at the mother and child before teleporting away. Yi Xiaobai inquired of the system, why does this mother megalodon, whose cultivation is so profound that she can lock space, not heal her own offspring? It is truly unreasonable to trouble Qiangwei. Only the divine race possesses the miraculous ability to heal. Having entered the purple realm, Jun Xiangwei had undergone the baptism of the sacred water of Misty Mountain, drawing her closer to the latent potential of the divine race and triggering her healing prowess through the national landscape map. What purpose does that stone serve? It is another space stone. Collecting all 7 will lead to a realm of possibilities? Host, it is the key to another dimension. System King, please retrieve my mother's stone as well. We shall gather them ourselves. Whenever Yi Xiaobai called upon the System King, it was invariably to request his assistance. The 9 transformation Linglong lock cannot be opened by others. Can you not open it? Flattering while also provoking, the System King yielded. The 2 stones were successfully stored in the system space, with just 5 more needed to unlock the alternate dimension. System King, when I grow up, we shall explore the alternate realm together. The coachman dutifully declined her kind suggestion. Helpless, Jun Xiangwei allowed the coachman to steer towards the Yi family. The previous day, the National Master's envoy had informed the Yi family of the events surrounding Jun Xiangwei's report to the temple. Early in the morning, the Yi family dispatched servants to meet the young lady's son on her journey, only to miss her along the way. The Jun family had just received communication from their kin in the capital. The good news was that Jun Xiangwei had encountered a great opportunity. But the bad news was that she had offended the powerful elite of the capital, prompting the entire clan to prepare for battle. The Yi family had suffered a total of 187 casualties. Without hesitation, Jun Xiangwei utilized her healing abilities and the sacred water of Misty Mountain to assist all the injured. At first, her family assumed she was merely being kind, unaware that she could not only restore the wounded to health, but also regenerate severed limbs. Yi Buqing's wife had received a great fortune and had become a powerful figure in the purple realm. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Yi family. The patriarch personally visited the floral hall to witness Jun Xiangwei's healing work. Good, 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 he exclaimed repeatedly, overwhelmed by joy. With such an exceptional woman in the Yi family, it was truly a source of honor and pride. Many skeptical relatives, previously doubtful, brought their families to observe how Jun Xiangwei accomplished the miraculous regeneration of severed limbs. Oh, it is indeed extraordinary. A new limb has grown where there was once none. Look. With sufficient nourishment, the severed limb can regrow. The blind and the lame were all healed. As the sun set, Jun Xiangwei ceased her healing efforts. The lack of light drained her spiritual energy excessively, which was detrimental to Xiaobai. The patriarch urgently convened the decision-makers from all branches of the family to plan a ritual to honor their ancestors. The first Purple Realm strongwoman in the Yi family in 2,000 years deserved to be reported to their forebears. What an honor it was. The patriarch of the Jun family had already arrived with several nephews before dinner, proclaiming her as his daughter and the pride of the Jun family. The 2 patriarchs engaged in heated debate, refusing to yield, their faces flushed with anger, nearly coming to blows. Yi Xiaobai could not comprehend the fuss. What is there to argue about? My mother is strong and formidable. It benefits both families. The ancestral worship ritual signifies the affiliation of the Purple Realm strongwoman to her family. Understanding, Yi Xiaobai realized that the families were quarreling over this very point. The Jun family had raised Jun Xiangwei for 18 years, and she had been married to the Yi family for less than 2. Logically, she should belong to the Jun family. However, the Yi family argued that they had already sought her hand with a mid-grade sacred sword, insisting she was one of theirs. Jun Xiangwei was vexed by their bickering and provided each patriarch with a vial of sacred water of Misty Mountain. Ostensibly neutral, she naturally favored her maternal family. Half an hour later, both men broke through to the Blue Realm, shattering barriers that had troubled them for years. Exhausted from an entire day of healing the injured of the Yi family, Jun Xiangwei felt her strength waning. As her belly gradually expanded, entering the late stages of pregnancy, her stamina was not that of an ordinary person. Though sunlight could replenish her spiritual energy, mere meals could not stave off fatigue. Jun Xiangwei retired early for rest. In the dead of night, the system routinely reminded Yi Xiaobai to sign in. Curious about what she might receive from the Jun family, she complied. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 inferior divine swords. Alas, the Yi family's resources are lacking. These worthless items need not be replicated. They could be distributed as rewards to the servants instead. Upon awakening, Jun Xiangwei beheld 3 inferior divine swords shimmering with radiant light. These were the treasures of the Yi family, passed down from their illustrious ancestors. The Yi family's swords had aged, their brilliance long faded, unlike these 3, which sparkled brightly, deserving of classification as mid-grade divine swords. Yi Xiaobai praised the system king exuberantly. The system's output is indeed extraordinary. With the swords in hand, Jun Xiangwei devised a plan. Before breakfast, the patriarch of the Jun family stood at her door, eager to express gratitude to his granddaughter. The previous night, he had used 5 drops of sacred water of Misty Mountain, propelling his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Blue Realm. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch of the Yi family arrived, having also reached the mid-stage of the Blue Realm. The 2 men, both over 100 years old, had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Green Realm for decades. But one breakthrough had led to remarkable advancement. Their visit was not solely to apologize for themselves, but also primarily for the benefit of their descendants. If Jun Xiangwei were indeed a member of the Yi family, then it would be the Yi family's offspring who would reap the rewards. The longer the relationship with the Jun family persisted, the more tenuous it would become. Jun Xiangwei welcomed the 2 patriarchs into the main hall of her small courtyard. In the Tianxian continent, strength is revered above all. I am not merely a strong woman of any family. Those who wish to follow me must regard me as their leader. Jun Xiangwei made this declaration knowing that her future adversaries would only multiply. She did not wish to burden those who were reluctantly tied to her. However, she would protect those family members who chose to stand beside her. Are you planning to establish your own faction? How can you do that? Both patriarchs were taken aback. Jun Xiangwei was not yet 20. How could a woman assert independence? Why not? In the Qian kingdom, any Green Realm cultivator may establish their own faction. Jun Xiangwei has reached the late stage of the Purple Realm. Without relying on divine powers, she is more than capable of sustaining a sect. After all, it is merely a family. The 2 patriarchs pondered deeply, while Jun Xiangwei announced, I shall have breakfast first. Today I will complete the healing of all the injured. Chapter 39. Ascendancy. Early the next morning, not only were the members of the Yi family who had not received treatment the day before queuing for Jun Xiangwei's healing abilities, but also individuals from nearby counties, missing limbs, had gathered in a long line at the Yi family gate. This was hardly surprising, given the Yi family's grand proclamations. The joy of those who could witness the miraculous regeneration of severed limbs was simply uncontainable. Overnight, Tong County, where the Yi family resided, had become a renowned focal point. Most were skeptical, for the Purple Realm was a mere legend, shrouded in secrecy regarding the identities and numbers of its practitioners across various nations. How could the Yi family's granddaughter-in-law, who had been absent for days, have obtained such a remarkable fortune? Some, however, believed, particularly those closely related to the Yi family, who had arrived early to join the queue. Others, caught in a state of ambivalence, came merely to witness the spectacle, hoping to see the miraculous resurrection of limbs or to mock the Yi family's bravado. Jun Xiangwei declared that she would only treat members of the Yi family, as they were innocent victims caught in the turmoil caused by the 9-turn Linglong lock. This was a debt of gratitude from her and her husband to the Yi family. As for allowing outsiders to come and gawk, that was out of the question. Her prowess and abilities required no concealment. Yet she had no desire to trumpet them to the world. The Yi family's gates remained firmly shut, preventing outsiders from observing, which put the family head in a rather awkward position. After all, with someone as fortuitous as Jun Xiangwei emerging from their lineage, he longed for everyone to come and witness, thus establishing the Yi family's reputation through word of mouth. Especially after supporting Jun Xiangwei's desire to establish her own identity and detach from the Yi family, even the joy of his ascension to the Blue Realm was somewhat diminished. The Yi family had sent someone to invite the neighbors who were queuing to celebrate his ascension with drinks and food in the family's secondary residence, where the opportunity to witness Jun Xiangwei's healing miracles was further diminished. He commanded that those from the Yi family who had already been treated come to the secondary residence to showcase their newly grown limbs. The crowd erupted in shouts and gasps. Just days prior, the Yi family had suffered a catastrophic event, resulting in over 180 casualties, with more than 100 rendered disabled. This was common knowledge across several counties. The neighbors had witnessed the injured firsthand, and now they were confronted with the undeniable proof of regeneration at the severed sites. The entire Yi family's secondary residence was abuzz with excitement. While they were uncertain if it was indeed Jun Xiangwei who had healed them, they were convinced of the Yi family's newfound prowess. After a hurried meal and a few drinks, they rushed to spread the news of the Yi family's healing capabilities and the family head's ascension to the Blue Realm. The Yi family head felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Previously reliant on 3 inferior divine swords to uphold his ancestors' glory, he now had the strength to elevate his clan to the status of a second-tier family. The gloom and oppression from the unjust massacre faced by the Yi family had finally lifted. However, he was resolute in preventing Jun Xiangwei from leaving the family. As long as she was willing to stay, he would gladly relinquish his position as head. The head of the Jun family shared similar sentiments. Jun Xiangwei was a child of the Jun family, a direct descendant. Would she forsake her family for the Yi family? The mere thought of Yi Buqing irritated him. Absent for half a year, leaving no trace, he suspected she had run off with some seductress. A divorce was imperative. He had even devised a name for the separation, Junlin Tinexi. Upon hearing this, the Yi family head was vehemently opposed and arranged a confrontation with the Jun family head at the martial arts arena. The ensuing clash between the two newly ascended Blue Realm elders ignited a brawl among their respective kin. The Yi family, being more populous, held the advantage, while the Jun family found itself at a temporary disadvantage. Jun Xiangwei, upon hearing the commotion, was both amused and exasperated. She swiftly teleported to the arena and quelled the conflict between the two Blue Realm fighters with her singular strength. After a moment of contemplation, she found the name Junlin Tinexi rather appealing. Should the strong-willed decide to pursue a divorce, she would undoubtedly support him. If Yi Buqing successfully won her back in the future, she could incorporate his name, creating a title like Junlin Tinexi Yi Xiaobai or Yi Xiaobai Junlin Tinexi. Perhaps even Yi Junlin Tinexi Xiaobai. As the sun set, Jun Xiangwei finally completed the healing of all the injured members of the Yi family, utterly exhausted. The head of the Jun family and his entourage had only just returned home, preparing the finest ingredients for Jun Xiangwei. She first visited the families of her maidservants, personally returning their remains to their grieving parents. For families wept inconsolably, their sorrow palpable. Jun Xiangwei shared in their grief, mourning the loss of her childhood companions and their unwavering loyalty. The Jun family had announced that he would personally oversee the funeral for the 4. Jun Xiangwei acquiesced to her grandfather's decision. In the Jun family, the elder's authority was built upon years of respect, far surpassing her recent ascension to the Purple Realm. It was far more fitting for the elder to preside over the funeral than for her. In gratitude and as a form of recompense, the Jun family prepared generous gifts for the bereaved families. The deceased were beyond feeling, while the living required solace. Jun Xiangwei expressed her intention to establish her own household within the Jun family, unexpectedly garnering the support of the family elders. The Jun family tradition allowed for branches to flourish, drawing sustenance from the same root. Even if Jun Xiangwei were to stand independently, it would ultimately benefit the Jun family more than remaining with the Yi family. The first to pledge loyalty to Jun Xiangwei were the families of the 4 maidservants. Their daughters had perished in service to Miss Xiangwei, and this bond would be upheld by the rest of the family. Moreover, with Jun Xiangwei having attained a significant fortune and status as a Purple Realm powerhouse, following her would not only allow them to avenge their lost kin, but also promise a brighter future. To express her gratitude for the Jun family's support, Jun Xiangwei decided to establish her new household in a secondary residence gifted to her by the Jun patriarch, a gesture of thanks for assisting in his ascension to the Blue Realm. Furthermore, the Jun patriarch decreed that aside from the eldest son, who must remain to inherit the family estate, all others were free to choose their paths, encouraging those without inheritance rights to seek refuge with Jun Xiangwei. The writing of 2 characters for Jun could not be separated. Even if Jun Xiangwei formally established her own household, she would still be a branch of the Jun family. The prosperous future would still belong to the descendants of the Jun family. Yi Xiaobai held a profound respect for her great-grandfather's mercantile acumen. Chapter 40. The system alerted Yi Xiaobai to sign in, and without a moment's thought, she surmised that the most the Jun family could offer was a low-grade artifact, the fire cloud lamp. She decided to wait and assess the situation first. Early the next morning, the Yi family sent representatives. Those who had previously queued at the entrance seeking medical treatment rushed over, eager to hear that Jun Xiangwei had declared her independence. Their only condition was that if she could restore their severed limbs, they would vow their loyalty to Miss June. Among them were several small families that had once clung to the Yi family for support. These individuals had nearly traveled overnight from Tong County, where the Yi family resided. The head of the Yi family was adamantly opposed to Jun Xiangwei's independence, especially if it meant taking away their affiliated families. He personally arrived, accompanied by Yi Buqing's father and stepmother, and implored Jun Xiangwei to remain with the Yi family. The head of the Yi family stated, "The position of the family head will be passed to the child you carry." Jun Xiangwei furrowed her brow lightly, realizing the Yi family was truly oblivious to the situation. She was not coveting the position of family head. Rather, she needed to inform the hidden enemies in the outside world that she had severed ties with the Yi and Jun families. To prevent the recurrence of past tragedies involving the Yi family, her people needed to exist independently from the vast family structure. Jun Xiangwei believed she had clearly articulated her intentions in front of the heads of the Yi and Jun families. To her surprise, the Jun family regarded her as a budding branch, while the Yi family suspected she was attempting to undermine them. Fortunately, she had prepared for this, and exchanging 3 low-grade divine swords for some people should pose no issue. Jun Xiangwei presented 3 swords to the head of the Yi family. Her intention was to liberate herself from the constraints of traditional moral obligations and to silence the murmurs of the masses. Even if the Yi family cherished the new low-grade divine sword, they would be reluctant to let Jun Xiangwei depart. However, the choice was not his to make. Jun Xiangwei's strength was evident, and offering him a low-grade divine sword to redeem herself was morally impeccable. Many who had sought treatment hesitated upon hearing her words. They merely wished to follow a powerful individual to reap some benefits. Aligning with Jun Xiangwei would mean opposing an unknown formidable force, something they were unwilling to do. Jun Xiangwei did not pressure anyone. Those who chose to follow her would be well protected and kept safe. However, these individuals were merely cannon fodder, targets to shield others. To ensure the safety of a greater number, she had to proceed as such. Jun Xiangwei turned to the head of the Jun family and its members, informing them that following her meant placing their lives entirely in her hands. A profound silence enveloped the room. She continued, expressing gratitude for their early arrival and announcing her intention to provide medical treatment. As they were all neighbors and kin, each would only need to pay 50,000 gold coins, and the matter would be settled. She did not require servitude in exchange for favors. What she sought was the willing hearts of those who chose to follow her. She vowed to treat them as her own. Many who had been indecisive breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. The prospect of regaining their severed limbs for just 50,000 gold coins was an unparalleled bargain. Yi Xiaobai realized that the day would be spent at the Jun family, and she needed to sign in. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the low-grade divine artifact, Fire Cloud Lamp. She pretended to retrieve the Fire Cloud Lamp from her storage ring and handed it to her grandfather. This is the ransom for those following me from the Jun family. Grandfather Jun accepted it with a smile, reassured by the presence of a granddaughter with such extraordinary fortune. Jun Xiangwei dedicated an entire day to healing all those who sought her aid, earning over 400,000 gold coins. This sum arrived just in time. Establishing her own faction required substantial manpower, materials, and financial resources. However, while the funds were secured, the people had dwindled, once a throng eager to follow her. Only a scant few remained, 38 in total. Upon returning home, she logged into the roster. Coincidentally, there were 19 from the Yi family and 19 from the Jun family. The 19 from the Yi family had all originated from small families that had previously depended on the Yi family. They shared a common goal. Their severed limbs had been healed by Miss June for a mere 50,000 gold coins. Furthermore, they had exchanged 2 low-grade divine swords for their freedom. This spirit and loyalty were deserving of their allegiance. As for the Jun family, nearly all were direct descendants. Jun Xiangwei's second brother, her younger brother, 5 uncles, 8 cousins, and the brothers of the 4 deceased maidservants. Jun Xiangwei closed the door, officially commencing her internal training program. She began by listing the names and numbers of the 38 individuals, no longer referring to them by the surnames Jun or Yi. They were unified according to their cultivation levels. The first batch of her followers was designated as, ranked from 1 to 38. Jun Jiqiu, mid-green realm. Jun Russian, early green realm. Next came the distribution of responsibilities. These tasks were entrusted to Jun Xiangwei's second brother, Jun Jiqiu, who was responsible for assigning daily duties. Jun Xiangwei provided her cousin, Jun Russian, with a large jar of the mysterious mountain holy water instructing him to distribute it among the group, with the evening's task focused on advancing their cultivation levels. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Jun Jichio opened it to reveal their parents' and eldest brother's family. According to Jun family customs, the eldest brother was to inherit their parents' estate. He longed to be with his sister, but, bound by family regulations, could only accompany their parents for now. Along with them were Jun Xiangwei's sisters-in-law and their children. Jun Jichio suggested, "Mom and Dad, eldest brother, you should move to another courtyard. If danger arises, we should all be together." Moreover, their small family was not immune to the scrutiny of their enemies, regardless of whether they were perceived as separate. Thus, even though their parents and eldest brother belonged to the main branch of the Jun family, they ought to reside together in the other courtyard. A family should confront all challenges together, united and joyful, with the support of their parents and eldest brother. The other courtyard entered a frenzied state of collective rapid advancement that night. The energy of the mysterious mountain holy water could allow lower-level cultivators to leap across realms. The youngest ascended to the yellow realm in less than an hour. Yet, Jun Xiangwei still felt the pace of advancement was too slow. If everyone could advance as fervently as she did, what threat could the hidden enemies of the demon domain pose? Yi Xiaobai inquired of the system whether there were methods for collective rapid advancement. "Host, it's time to sign in." "System, tell me, what can I sign in for in this other courtyard? The 2 jujube trees outside, or the 3 melon vines inside?" Just then, another knock echoed at the door. "Oh, Jun Xiangwei, how could you sneak away to kill without us? Do you know that the National Master sacrificed his lifespan to save the vice-captain of the Red Guard just to protect you? This troublemaker?" Yi Xiaobai's mind sparked with inspiration. "I must sign in." Chapter 41. Is this true? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred body inheritance technique. The Sovereign King. This sounds rather promising. Throughout the ages, all holy sons and daughters have attained their initial cultivation and divine abilities through inheritance. For instance, Zhu Rong, at merely 28 years of age, has already served as a holy son for 2 decades. This is due to the previous holy maiden's disappearance in the Death Forest 20 years ago, which interrupted the line of succession. Zhu Rong was forced to inherit the position of holy son at the tender age of 8, acquiring the sacred body inheritance from the old national master. Though his initial cultivation level remains at the early stage of the blue realm due to his youth. What if the inheritor is not of the sacred body? The practitioner loses the sacred body. What good is that? To impart to others while losing it oneself? Yi Xiaobai found this somewhat of a useless reward, preferring to have mere trifles instead. "Sovereign King, let us merge it into the formidable sea of consciousness. The choice lies with her." Jun Xiangwei received the sacred body inheritance technique and related materials from the divine being. To her astonishment, she was not at all surprised by such a wondrous inheritance. The ordinary blue and green realms are typically acquired through the legacies of sects and families. Naturally, the sacred body possesses its own method of inheritance. However, should she choose to employ this technique to elevate her family's cultivation, she would forfeit her sacred light glazed body. Observing Zhu Rong before her, Jun Xiangwei devised a plan. Aware that Jun Xiangwei had something to say, Zhu Rong dismissed Cheng Jingjing. "Crazy woman, if you have something to say, just say it. Do you wish to obtain the sacred light glazed body?" Zhu Rong's desire was not merely to acquire it. He was utterly obsessed. For the sacred light glazed body was meant to be passed to him by the previous holy maiden a decade ago. Unfortunately, the holy maiden vanished 20 years prior. Until recently, when Jun Xiangwei emerged. Not only did she possess the sacred light glazed body, but the sacred light glazed mirror also recognized her as its master. The sacred light glazed body is an exclusive inheritance for holy sons and daughters, alternating every 30 years between yin and yang. Its sole duty is to pray for the safety of the royal family. Zhu Rong, shall we make a deal? Speak plainly, finish quickly, and hurry to the demon domain. You have wasted several days in the Jun family. Zhu Rong, I possess the sacred light glazed body, while you do not. If I were to compete for the position of holy maiden, how would you position yourself? The holy son and daughter must alternate roles. The previous holy maiden held her position for 20 years, and I too have served for 2 decades, soon to step down. You possess the sacred light glazed body, making you the chosen holy maiden. Jun Xiangwei was unexpectedly taken aback by Zhu Rong's candidness and selflessness. I do not wish to be a holy maiden. Moreover, although you have served for 20 years, you have never truly possessed the sacred light glazed body, thus not a true holy son. Zhu Rong's inheritance came from the old national master's sacred thunder purification body, which he leveraged to hold the position of Holy Son, to pray and maintain the sanctity of the royal family. Unlike the Holy Son, the national master's duty is to punish the wicked and promote good, safeguarding the integrity of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Zhu Rong gazed at Jun Xiangwei, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Speak. What sort of transaction do you wish to propose? Jun Xiangwei chuckled lightly. Conversing with an intelligent person is always a pleasure. You use the sacred body inheritance technique to pass the sacred thunder purification body to my second brother, and I shall grant you the sacred light glaze body. Yu Liang looked at Jun Xiangwei incredulously. This madwoman even knew of the sacred body inheritance technique. Is this true? Very well, I believe you. Indeed. You have a discerning eye. No wonder my cousin cannot forget you. Treat her well henceforth. That very night, Yu Liang passed the sacred thunder purification body to Jun's second brother, who immediately advanced to the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. Jun Xiangwei promptly honored her promise and, through the sacred body inheritance technique, transmitted the sacred light glaze body to Zhu Rong. At the moment Zhu Rong received the sacred body inheritance technique, the surroundings suddenly brightened as if it were daytime. The Holy Son returned to his rightful place, praying to the heavens and delivering divine edicts to the emperor. Jun Xiangwei lost her sacred light glaze body, but felt no concern. For her second brother also utilized the sacred body inheritance technique to pass the sacred thunder purification body to Jia. Then, using the map of the rivers and mountains she had produced, he placed his hand on a golden circle, completely emptying his remaining cultivation. Jia, upon receiving the inheritance, then passed it to Jia San. Through the map of the rivers and mountains, he reached the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. By the time of Jia San's 38th day, as dawn broke, everyone, including Jun Xiangwei's parents and elder brother, had all achieved the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. Finally, the last to receive the sacred thunder purification body was Jun Xiangwei. The map of the rivers and mountains was left with merely 5 golden crosses and 6 golden circles. Compared to the lost sacred light glaze body, the sacred thunder purification body possessed far greater combat prowess. With her current cultivation and physique, when Jun Xiangwei employed the thunder suppression tower, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. She estimated she could easily collapse a mountain. The newly established portal by Jun Xiangwei witnessed everyone's cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of the Blue Realm overnight. How astonishing was this? When the head of the Jun family learned of this matter after breakfast, he was filled with regret, lamenting his foolishness for insisting that his eldest sons remain at home. Had he known that following his granddaughter would yield such tremendous fortune, he would have been the first to join her. Just yesterday, he had sent out invitations, inviting heroes from all walks of life to celebrate his advancement to the Blue Realm, only to be overshadowed today by his own descendants. Those who chose to follow Jun Xiangwei had already reached the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. Where could he, an old man over a century old, hide his face? Upon discovering that the 19 individuals redeemed from the Yi family were also at the pinnacle of the Blue Realm, he could no longer sit still and hurriedly took his sons to the other courtyard, seeking to ally with Jun Xiangwei. When the head of the Jun family arrived at the other courtyard, he witnessed a remarkable scene. The 19 disabled individuals from the Yi family were incoherently communicating through the sound transmission stones, delivering this monumental news to their relatives. Father, my lame leg is healed, and I've leveled up. No, my leg is better. I grew a new leg. My cultivation has advanced. I'm at the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. Hey, I woke up. I'm not dreaming. Father, don't hang up. Mother, my severed hand has grown back. Truly, it has grown back. I'm not lying. I don't want money. Truly, I'm a master at the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. Mom, hey mom, Sister, I went from the Red Realm to the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. Huh, it's blue, not red. My cultivation has risen from the Red Realm to the pinnacle of the Blue Realm. Not that my cultivation fell to the pinnacle of the Red Realm. Hey, sister? The elder Jun sat down abruptly, first crying and then making a scene, contemplating hanging himself. My precious granddaughter, you cannot abandon your grandfather and several uncles. Jun Xiangwei found herself both amused and exasperated. Her grandfather was indeed a dramatic character. There are only 5 slots left. The golden crosses on the map of the rivers and mountains are down to 5. The elder Jun gritted his teeth and allocated all the slots to his sons. From now on, I shall be the one with the lowest cultivation in the Jun family. But what does that matter? As long as my children surpass me, Each generation better than the last. I can close my eyes in peace. Jun Xiangwei's uncles also wiped their tears, expressing that at their age, they did not need such high cultivation levels, and the 5 slots should be reserved for their sons. The elder Jun had not lost his wits even after so many years as the family head. At all times, he remained clear-headed, concerned that the Yi family might come to seize these precious 5 slots. Chapter 42. A perfect union. After the 5 younger members of the Jun family ascended to the pinnacle of the Blue Realm, Jun Xiangwei urged her entourage to promptly exchange their identity badges. In the event that she, like her, inadvertently advanced to the Purple Realm, they would be unable to obtain the prestigious pure gold status of the 2nd rank. The loss of benefits would be unbearable. Just the thought of it caused her heartache. Jun Xiangwei carefully stored away the last remaining gold-ringed map of mountains and rivers as a keepsake. Before departing, she reiterated her instructions. Everyone should quickly get their identity badges. Old Master Jun, unwilling to let his granddaughter leave, presented her with a plethora of food and essentials, ultimately exchanging them for several bottles of ethereal mountain saint water. He cheerfully advised her to travel safely. Cheng Jingjing, anxious and fearful that the Holy Sun might forget her upon leaving, hastily declared, "Wherever you go, I shall follow. In life, I am yours, and in death, merely a pile of ash." Jun Xiangwei, do not think that your silence makes you mute. Cheng Jingjing's grievances were palpable as she glanced at Zhu Rong, casting a resentful glare at Jun Xiangwei, swallowing her indignation. Jun Xiangwei felt a surge of joy at Cheng Jingjing's displeasure. It brought her a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobai sensed something uncontrollable stirring within his veins. His mother was a holy thunder purity body, yet he remained a holy light glass body. Will I perish from blood expulsion, sovereign? Host, please hold on. This is the perfect union of the thunder and light holy bodies. Why do we see lightning before we hear thunder? Because light travels faster than sound. That's not quite right. It's because our eyes are in front of our ears. Zhu Rong utilized the spatial scroll, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 arrived at the imperial palace. Cheng Jingjing, a maid of the temple and thus the national master's attendant, felt compelled to educate Jun Xiangwei on the righteousness of the national master's cause, particularly given that she recalled Cheng Jingjing mentioning how the national master sacrificed years of his life to save the vice captain who had attempted to poison her. To her astonishment, the national master, despite his age, seemed unable to distinguish between good and evil. If he was willing to expend his own lifespan to save a villain, so be it. Jun Xiangwei, it is because of you that the national master has lost 10 years of his life. I shall not engage in trivial disputes with fools. Those with empty minds, keep your distance from me. I fear I may catch your irredeemable foolishness. Jun Xiangwei declared, making her way directly to the national master's office. In just a few days' absence, he appeared somewhat aged. Cheng Jingjing, heartbroken, wept profusely over the national master's kindness while admonishing Jun Xiangwei for her reckless behavior and desire for revenge. Jun Xiangwei, do not presume to place your will above the laws of the state. Zhu Rong cast a sharp glance, silencing Cheng Jingjing's reproach. Jun Xiangwei, uninterested in her words, approached the national master with a smirk. Let us depart for the demon domain. She remembered issuing an edict with the imperial seal, ensuring that the national master would accompany her to the demon domain, promising to protect her with his life, if necessary. Over the past few days, the national master had endured the constraints of the 8-fold imperial seal while burning his lifespan. Seeing him in distress only brought her joy. The national master remained silent, his expression betraying none of the 8-fold heavenly Tao bindings he was enduring. Yet, Jun Xiangwei understood the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. This was due to their shared artifact, the thunder-suppressing pagoda, and now, the shared holy thunder purity body. It was no wonder that the national master and the holy sun rarely spent time together. The resonance caused by their similar holy bodies stirred their blood. It was evident that Zhu Rong had informed the national master of their use of the holy body inheritance technique. The national master suddenly fixed his gaze upon Jun Xiangwei's abdomen, the holy thunder purity body nurturing the holy light glass body. The national master's normally unchanging visage finally revealed a smile upon discovering Yi Xiaobai's presence. For years, the lineage of the holy light glass body had produced daughters, while the holy thunder purity body had yielded sons. Both bloodlines represented a cycle of yin and yang, complementing each other. 20 years ago, the holy maiden who vanished was the national master's fiancée. According to their agreement, Their wedding had been scheduled for 10 years prior. Since the disappearance of the Holy Maiden, the National Master had lost his smile. The severing of the Holy Light Glass lineage led the aged National Master to pass his holy body inheritance to Zhu Rong. Strictly speaking, Zhu Rong possessed the National Master's constitution rather than that of the Holy Sun. The Qi Yin kingdom lacked a true Holy Sun to bless and sacrifice to the heavens, causing malevolent forces to rise, leading to chaos and disorder. Once the Holy Light Glass and Holy Thunder Purity bloodlines produced a child capable of perfectly uniting both holy bodies, the roles of priest, judge, and sovereign would converge, thereby shattering the triadic separation of power held by the Holy Sun, the National Master, and the Emperor. Jun Xiangwei was taken aback by the National Master's intense gaze upon her abdomen. Was he truly contemplating something regarding her child, Xiaobai? At that moment, the Holy Thunder Purity bloodline within Yi Xiaobai surged forth increasingly. The original Holy Light Glass essence began to falter. He felt as though he were submerged in a boiling cauldron of two competing bloodlines, each vying for dominance over him as their host. After enduring the pain, Yi Xiaobai achieved a flawless fusion of the powers from both bloodlines. A sensation of unprecedented strength compelling him to burst forth from the womb and unleash devastation upon the world. Suddenly, a eunuch's voice echoed, "The Empress has arrived." The Empress, adorned in court robes and exuding an air of authority, stormed in to confront Jun Xiangwei, demanding accountability. Jun Xiangwei had previously sympathized with her plight as the Emperor's primary consort, having borne 8 children and reached the pinnacle of the Green Realm, yet experiencing no further advancement. The ungrateful Emperor had, however, become infatuated with a concubine, neglecting his original consort. Jun Xiangwei had assumed that the sorrowful persona of the Empress would embody grace, kindness, and resilience, akin to a noble lady. To her astonishment, she discovered that the Empress was, in fact, the cousin of the vice-captain. How audacious, Jun Xiangwei! You have unlawfully harmed the captain and vice-captain of our Royal Sacred Guard. You have committed a capital offense. Do you understand this? An aged servant beside the Empress bellowed even before they entered the door. Jun Xiangwei, finding him bothersome, unleashed her purple realm pressure, sending him careening out of the doorway to land unceremoniously. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Jun Xiangwei openly disregarded the Empress, confronting her directly. In the palace, the Empress, who held nominal authority as the matriarch of the harem, was often belittled by the concubine. With Jun Xiangwei's superior cultivation and beauty, the Empress harbored deep-seated animosity toward her. Rumors circulated that this woman was already carrying the Emperor's child, which explained her audacity in storming the Emperor's study at night. Even the National Master and Holy Sun were wary of her, retreating in the face of her magical assaults. Forced to endure humiliation, the only satisfaction the Empress derived from Jun Xiangwei was her explosion of the concubine. However, Jun Xiangwei had also caused the Emperor's demise, which the Empress could never tolerate. Subsequently, while under house arrest, the Empress learned that Jun Xiangwei had poisoned her nephew. After the combined efforts of the 7 princesses, she persuaded the Emperor to release her. Upon her release, she heard that Jun Xiangwei had gone to the National Master, compelling the Empress to warn this audacious woman who knew no bounds. Jun Xiangwei felt an intense aversion toward the Empress, whose jealousy had twisted her features into grotesqueness. She mused that if she were the Emperor, she would find it intolerable to spend a lifetime with such a foolish and arrogant woman. With so many gentle, charming, and delightful maidens, how could one not find happiness in their cheerful company? Who would wish to gaze upon her contorted visage? Another matron in the Empress's retinue shouted angrily, "Jun Xiangwei, you have willfully committed murder and deceived the throne. Your crimes are unforgivable." Chapter 43. Abdication and Succession in the Red Realm. Jun Xiangwei was never one to shy away from trouble, especially now that she possessed the formidable strength of a peak in the Purple Realm. She found herself intrigued by the oblivious old woman before her, who seemed entirely unaware of the figure that had just been sent flying and had yet to rise. Had her speed been so astonishing that they had failed to notice? To prevent the incessant buzzing of bothersome flies in her ears, Jun Xiangwei had no desire to even glance at the queen's dismal expression. One may indulge in reckless consumption, but words should not be carelessly spoken. What evidence did she possess that I had poisoned the scoundrel from her family? Is he dead now? If he is not, I shall take it upon myself to verify the queen's proclamations by ensuring his demise. Alternatively, I could accuse you of slander. As a queen, Your virtues do not match your station. It would be wise for you to swiftly relinquish that phoenix crown and return it to the rightful consort. Jun Xiangwei had always despised those who abused their power. She mocked the queen for being cowardly, unwilling to confront the concubine directly, yet seeking validation by coming to her. Even if the national master had sacrificed his own lifespan to save that scoundrel, the queen had no standing to trouble Jun Xiangwei. As a monarch, if one cannot even manage their own kin, it is high time to step down gracefully. Jun Xiangwei demanded that the queen remove her court attire and return it to the consort. Conversely, she ridiculed the queen, asserting that not only had she lost her husband's favor, but she had also squandered the respect due to a wife. "Oh, queen, even if you parade before me in your court garb, do not forget that in the emperor's heart, the true empress is Su Wanner. Your reliance rests solely upon this attire. Should you mismanage even that, I wonder how you shall weep in despair." Striking at the core of the matter, Jun Xiangwei knew exactly how to deal with the aggressive queen. Indeed, her words had the queen trembling with rage. The old woman who had spoken earlier attempted to strike Jun Xiangwei, only to be repelled by the sacred light of the Liuli mirror. Soaring high and crashing heavily to the ground, likely fracturing her old bones. Even donned in a phoenix robe, the queen's appearance was far from regal. Her lack of beauty was not her fault, but to embarrass herself was wholly inexcusable. The queen could no longer maintain her dignified composure in front of the national master and the Holy Sun. She audaciously struck at Jun Xiangwei's right cheek with her peak green realm prowess. Of course, the result was the same. She was sent flying, landing harshly, face first against the ground. Jun Xiangwei could hardly endure such foolishness. After two individuals had already been sent flying, did they not consider that her own cultivation was no less than the Yellow Realm? Zhu Rong, please arrange for my identity plaque to reflect at least a peak Blue Realm status. Otherwise, these flies shall continue to perceive me as a soft target. After a brief pause, she continued, this is for their own good. They should refrain from recklessly ruining their appearance. When the queen had attempted to strike her, she had adorned herself with several rings. Had she truly possessed only the initial cultivation of the Yellow Realm, being struck by a peak Green Realm practitioner would have surely left her face disfigured, if not entirely ruined. The queen's heart was indeed filled with malice. It seemed a trait inherited from her family. Jun Xiangwei reminded herself not to judge solely by appearances, though the queen appeared to be a pitiful victim of neglect, who established that victims must be virtuous. More often than not, they may simply be those who fear the strong and invite their own misfortune. Listen well. Anyone who dares to harm me, Jun Xiangwei, or my family, shall face tenfold retribution. Zhu Rong had grown accustomed to this madwoman's antics. Initially, he struggled to accept this, as he had only interacted with the royal family, who typically masqueraded as benevolent and noble. No one expressed their emotions as openly as Jun Xiangwei. Cheng Jingjing, however, gazed at Jun Xiangwei in terror, only now realizing her cousin's cultivation had reached heights beyond her reach. No wonder even the Holy Sun showed her respect. It was certainly not merely due to her status as a witness. Jun Xiangwei possessed qualities that warranted the attention of both the Holy Sun and the National Master. Upon this realization, Cheng Jingjing was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that she had only clashed verbally with Jun Xiangwei. Had she provoked her further, her fate would have mirrored that of the three who had just been sent flying. The illustrious queen of the Qian nation, soaring high, had fallen heavily, her face meeting the ground, her nose flattened. The consort, upon learning of this, could hardly contain her amusement. The rumors that the queen had heard were undoubtedly spread by her own agents. Given the queen's petty and jealous nature, it was certain she would seek revenge against Jun Xiangwei. The consort's intention was to incite a dogfight between the two. The national master prepared to rush to the queen's aid, but Jun Xiangwei halted him. She could not tolerate his overly accommodating demeanor. Are you so idle? Or perhaps your lifespan is excessively long. Accompanying me to the demon domain is the priority. Zhu Rong merely observed the spectacle, saying nothing. Cheng Jingjing followed closely behind him, maintaining a composed demeanor. The queen lay gravely injured, and the palace was in turmoil. The crown prince and his 7 sisters searched the palace for Jun Xiangwei, only to learn that the national master and the Holy Sun had taken her and a maid to the demon domain. The crown prince ordered the capture of the culprit, Jun Xiangwei, declaring that her family would also face collective punishment. When the relevant authorities compiled her family's information using her identity plaque, everyone was left utterly astounded. What a formidable family this was. The head of the family, Jun Xiangwei, was not yet 20 and possessed initial cultivation in the Yellow Realm, while her 38 family members had all recently been identified as peak Blue Realm practitioners. How could they capture her? Who could they send to apprehend her? The only two capable of subduing peak Blue Realm practitioners, the National Master and the Holy Sun, had accompanied Jun Xiangwei to the demon domain. The Crown Prince was infuriated. Not only had Jun Xiangwei poisoned his cousin, but she had also injured his mother. Beauty fades and love wanes. The Emperor had already been displeased with the Queen, and now her visage was utterly ruined. The Emperor indeed issued a decree the following day to depose the Queen. How could a disfigured woman continue to serve as Empress? How could she embody the dignity of the nation? Would foreign dignitaries be content to see a scarred woman seated in the highest position? The Emperor's reasoning was quite sound, yet all were aware that his actions were merely to clear the path for the consort's ascension. The most affected by the deposition was the Crown Prince. With his mother no longer Empress, he could no longer claim the rightful position. Moreover, the Emperor still had over 100 years of life left. Ample time to establish a new Empress and bear a legitimate son, nurturing him to adulthood. The 7 princesses were equally anxious. Their distinction from other princesses stemmed from their status as legitimate offspring. Once their father appointed a new empress and bore legitimate children, those born of the deposed queen would become prime targets for elimination. Therefore, to preserve their current status and even their lives, the emperor could not appoint a new empress nor have legitimate offspring. In the Crown Prince's palace, a plot to commit regicide was already in motion. Chapter 44. The time-space scroll. Jun Xiangwei had always been curious about the whereabouts of the demon realm. Why did the citizens of the Qiyin kingdom turn pale at the mere mention of it? Zhu Rong informed her that the demon realm lay within the great rift of the snowy mountains, an entirely different world. The intersection with this realm was confined to a snowy mountain region, with the entrance marked by a vast crevice in one of the mountains. The National Master had donned casual attire, resembling a teacher escorting 3 young students on an expedition. By the time they arrived at the snowy mountain rift, a day had elapsed. Despite possessing a spatial scroll, they could only reach the nearest small town. The entire snowy mountain range was shrouded by spatial confinement, preventing any external spatial artifacts from entering. Jun Xiangwei sensed something unusual. Although the landscape was blanketed in snow, the temperature was surprisingly mild. Cheng Jingjing, equally intrigued, felt a newfound respect for Jun Xiangwei, who had previously been seen as a reckless troublemaker. Yi Xiaobai was elated, having signed in the previous night to receive a remarkable reward, the temporal spatial scroll. This scroll could traverse the barriers of time and space, allowing access to any location within the demon realm. Such a precious item, of course, was to be kept private, lest it bring trouble to Qiangwei. She understood that the divine being had bestowed upon her a scroll to enter the demon realm, a possession belonging to the realm's dark creatures that could not be revealed. With 3 companions by her side, they could comfortably use ordinary transportation devices. However, Zhu Rong appeared rather displeased, wearing a frown, while Cheng Jingjing cautiously attempted to appease him. Surely, the concubine possessed a scroll for entering the demon realm, yet she insisted on their slow journey. Reflecting on her battle with Mei Xian, Jun Xiangwei recalled how she had destroyed her own escape scroll. That scroll was likely a direct link to the mastermind behind the scenes. Had she known earlier, she would have eliminated her foe before seizing her belongings. In her mind, she jotted down a note. If one can kill, do not hesitate. Eliminate first, then claim the spoils. The National Master remained silent throughout the journey, only nodding occasionally at Zhu Rong's remarks. Remembering something, Zhu Rong suddenly inquired about the thief from the Purple Realm. Noticing the National Master's reluctance to discuss the topic, Zhu Rong chose to refrain from elaborating. Why did Zhu Rong only come to find her after 3 days? Was it possible that during that time, he and the National Master had pursued the thief from the Purple Realm? Upon hearing Jun Xiangwei mention this, Zhu Rong seemed somewhat irate. Cheng Jingjing, equally indignant, informed Xiangwei that the National Master had been harmed by his own forbidden techniques and was bound by the Eightfold Seal. To assist her in clearing her name, he had sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to resurrect the deputy leader. Fuming, Jun Xiangwei retorted, questioning why she needed the National Master to clear her name when she had discreetly poisoned the victim, who had evidence implicating her. She certainly did not require the National Master to play the benevolent hero. Cheng Jingjing, infuriated, pinched Jun Xiangwei sharply on the back. There was indeed evidence, she insisted, and not just from her own recordings. The act of poisoning the deputy leader had been captured in vivid detail, There was no escaping that. A torrent of thoughts surged through Jun Xiangwei's mind. Could it be that the national master truly acted on her behalf? Yet he remained expressionless, as if none of this concerned him. Why had they not waited for her to join in the pursuit of the thief? Confident in her newfound strength, she was certain that anyone daring to steal from her would face dire consequences. Zhu Rong chuckled, mocking her abilities. Jun Xiangwei bore no grudge against Cheng Jingjing's disbelief, as they were soon to arrive at the demon realm, where she would undoubtedly capture the thief. Yi Xiaobai inquired with the system if it could trace the individual who had previously commanded the undead to steal evidence. Yes, he left behind Yi Buchan's spatial ring, which contains his aura, the system confirmed. Bravo, system, Jun Xiangwei thought, receiving guidance from the divine being. The old thief was less than 3 days' travel away. Consulting the divine map, she asked the national master if they would proceed. When he showed no surprise at her knowledge of the enemy's location, it was clear that the talents behind her were what truly interested him. Zhu Rong, acting on behalf of the national master, declined her offer. Their mission was not only to locate the Wuyue Saint Lord, but also to find the Long Princess of the Zixiao Kingdom. The flying vessel soon reached the snowy mountain rift, the gateway to another world, the demon realm, as described in the Tianxian continent. At the rift's entrance, soldiers of the demon realm stood guard. Every individual wishing to enter must leave a mental imprint and pay a fee of 10,000 gold coins. Neither Jun Xiangwei nor Zhu Rong wished to comply. Zhu Rong remarked that such regulations had never existed before, while others mentioned that they had only been established in the past 8 or 9 days. Previously, one only needed to pay gold coins without leaving any mental imprint. Cheng Jingjing expressed her confusion, questioning why the inhabitants of the demon realm could traverse their Tianxian continent at will, while they faced stringent spatial restrictions and exorbitant fees to enter. 10,000 gold coins was an enormous sum for Cheng Jingjing at that moment. The national master decided to turn the vessel around, suggesting they might find a black market nearby where they could purchase a scroll for direct entry. For them, 40,000 gold coins was not an issue. The real concern lay in leaving a mental imprint. If a mage adept in mental attacks were to exploit their imprint, it could lead to endless repercussions, despite the guard's assurances that no such incidents would occur. As one of the 3 esteemed figures of the Qian kingdom, the national master was not willing to take that risk. Less than an hour's flight from the snowy mountain rift, a castle emerged, an intersection of spaces between the 2 worlds, functioning as a black market. To enter the castle, 2 requirements were mandated. First, one's cultivation must not fall below the blue realm, and second, personal assets must exceed 5 million gold coins. Jun Xiangwei and Cheng Jingjing were unceremoniously turned away. Feeling impoverished, Jun Xiangwei resolved to devote more energy to amassing wealth in the future. Cheng Jingjing, feeling both weak and broke, was deeply disheartened, vowing to become a wealthy and powerful version of herself. Chapter 45. Erasing evidence. Yi Xiaobai was infuriated. How dare they block his mother at the door? Was it merely 5 million gold coins? Commander, advance. The commander's rule, do not replicate gold coins. Last night, he had signed for 2 extraordinary scrolls. Surely, he could sell one of them. Message conveyed. Jun Xiangwei hesitated. Scrolls unbound by the constraints of time and space were exceedingly rare treasures. She would rather sell her bathwater. After all, she had a large barrel of it, and selling a few drops would go unnoticed. However, seeking vengeance seemed a more appealing pursuit than mere profit. An ingenious plan blossomed in Jun Xiangwei's mind. Good things require exquisite packaging. Each of the 3 vials contained 10 drops of enhanced Miao Miao mountain sacred water. She handed the vials to Cheng Jingjing. Please auction these 3 vials for me. I will grant you 30% of the proceeds as a reward. Cheng Jingjing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she opened the vials. What price do you intend to set? A base price of 100,000 per vial. Cheng Jingjing could barely contain her excitement, and though she pretended to hesitate, she readily agreed. If she managed to sell all 3 vials at the base price, she would earn a staggering 900,000 gold coins. Eager to realize her financial ambitions, Cheng Jingjing overlooked Jun Xiangwei's words. Feigning a casual stroll nearby, Jun Xiangwei found a secluded spot, produced her extraordinary scroll, and directly teleported to seek out the Purple Realm thief. Yi Xiaobai was utterly astonished by the audacity of this maneuver. He had assumed his mother sought 5 million in wealth, yet she had boldly dismissed the 3 of them to pursue vengeance. Impressive, mother. Jun Xiangwei was indeed clever. After just one demonstration from the divine being, she mastered the use of the extraordinary scroll. In the blink of an eye, she arrived behind the Purple Realm thief, who appeared to be alone in his chamber, a fortuitous opportunity. She recalled the mantra she had inscribed in her mind moments ago. Do not hesitate. Strike first. Then seize the spoils. With determination, Jun Xiangwei drew the map of nations and, utilizing her last golden circle, struck at the back of the thief's neck. This was a vital point, one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. By the time the thief reacted, he had already lost a portion of his cultivation. He prepared for a counterattack, but it was too late. With her left hand wielding the Thunder Tower and her right the Holy Light Glass Mirror, Jun Xiangwei unleashed a series of meticulously rehearsed strikes, obliterating the Purple Realm thief into mere remnants. The Holy Light Glass Mirror remained steadfast, targeting only the assailant, leaving the surroundings unscathed. The scene was chaotic, yet Jun Xiangwei collected everything into a small storage ring, erasing evidence, eliminating traces. The 3 storage rings dropped by the thief were swiftly pocketed by Jun Xiangwei, without a glance spared for them. Who knew that avenging oneself could be so straightforward and brutal? The thrill of vanquishing a thief was exhilarating. Finding a quiet spot, Jun Xiangwei settled down to examine her newly acquired spoils. To her surprise, the thief was quite wealthy. 2 of the storage rings brimmed with gold coins, an entire 10 million. Now, they were unclaimed possessions. Truly, the spoils of murder and arson were a golden belt. Jun Xiangwei had not anticipated that a casual act of revenge would lead her to achieve her modest goal of wealth. The 3rd storage ring was filled with various treasures from the demon realm, most of which Jun Xiangwei did not recognize. However, it mattered not. The black market was teeming with individuals who would. With a swift teleportation, she arrived at the entrance of the black market. Handing over 1 storage ring filled entirely with gold coins, 5 million in total, to the gatekeeper, she gained entry. The man at the entrance, who appeared ageless, had never seen someone so young gain access to the black market. Thus, he decided to scrutinize Jun Xiangwei's cultivation level closely. Among the 2 conditions for entering the black market, 5 million gold coins was relatively easy. Achieving Blue Realm cultivation was significantly more challenging. Those who frequented this place were individuals of wealth and power. Conducting business with such individuals did not permit lengthy procedures. A special stone at the entrance could reveal a person's cultivation level. If one reached the Blue Realm, the stone would illuminate. Otherwise, it would remain dark. As Jun Xiangwei passed by, the stone radiated a dazzling deep purple light. Having lived nearly a century, the gatekeeper had yet to encounter a young woman with such cultivation. Regardless of her reasons for venturing into the black market, his curiosity leaned more towards her than her intentions. Summoning a young assistant to replace him, the gatekeeper, Turang, resolved to personally accompany her through the market. Esteemed Miss, I am Turang. Turang expressed his intention to guide her throughout the black market. Jun Xiangwei observed him resembling the doorman. His role was to receive and accompany guests, and thus she did not decline. Entering the grand, ancient castle, she was greeted by an expansive courtyard. The castle sprawled widely, with the main and auxiliary buildings encircling exquisite scenery. Countless gardens, meticulously maintained, adorned the grounds. In this snowy mountainous region, the castle's structures were enveloped in lush greenery, and between the buildings, glass houses brimmed with vibrant flowers. Jun Xiangwei mused. No wonder a guide was necessary. She would surely lose her way. However, her purpose was merely to dispose of her stolen treasures, not to attract attention. Esteemed Miss, there is an auction taking place in the auxiliary building shortly. Might you be interested? Jun Xiangwei sought merely a place to quickly sell the products from her storage ring and had no desire to purchase anything. At that moment, the divine being contacted her, informing her that among the treasures in the newly acquired storage ring, 3 items were unsuitable for public display. Jun Xiangwei requested the divine being to send these 3 items to the 7th layer. Yi Xiaobai's interest was piqued. He wished to know what these 3 items were. The Necromancer's Summoning Technique Manuscript, the Soul Gathering Banner, Space Stone. Is it the kind of space stone that requires 7 to assemble? Indeed. Then send them over. After all, what belongs to my mother is rightfully mine. Yi Xiaobai already possessed 3 of them, and was curious about the alternate dimension that would be unlocked once he gathered all 7. Regarding the other 2 sinister items, he believed it essential to fully understand them to prevent future complications. Also, send those over. What belongs to my mother is mine. Jun Xiangwei regarded the divine being's assistance in extracting the items that could not be revealed. She sincerely expressed her gratitude. The divine being's aid was beyond what mere words of thanks could convey. Observing Jun Xiangwei's lack of intent to bid, Tu Rang recognized her purpose for visiting was to sell goods. Esteemed miss, you must not miss the precious goods exchange in the main building. Oh, pray tell, what are the conditions for entering the main building? Chapter 46. The path to wealth. The only condition for prosperity is for you to offer some cherished items for sale. If buyers express interest, transactions can occur on site. The main building provides permanent services such as authentication, valuation guarantees, and arbitration. The fees vary depending on the services chosen by the seller, typically ranging from 10 to 30% of the transaction amount. This sounds promising. And Jun Xiangwei plans to dispose of her goods at the main building. Upon arriving at the service hall, she extracted several items unique to the demon realm from her storage ring. Most were skins, teeth, or valuable parts of magical beasts, along with some cultivation techniques and auxiliary equipment. The storage ring of a powerful figure from the purple realm contained numerous treasures. Jun Xiangwei had only presented a portion of her items, yet the service desk appraised them at 20 million. The comprehensive service package incurred a commission of 30%. Thus, if all were sold, she would receive 14 million as the seller, while the main building would take 6 million. Simultaneously, the main building also offered a guaranteed buyout price. All items appraised by the main building would be purchased unconditionally at half of the estimated value. I choose the guaranteed buyout price, she declared. Do you not wish to reconsider? These are all quite easy to sell. There is no need to accept the guaranteed price. Jun Xiangwei was indifferent to the 4 million difference and insisted on selling at the guaranteed price. Tu Lang smiled helplessly, adhering to the preferences of the client. The main building operated with remarkable efficiency, collecting goods and providing payment simultaneously. Upon receiving 10 million, she was reluctant to linger and exited the castle, ordering a cup of hot energy potion in the outside lounge. A message stone chimed with a message from Cheng Jingjing. Are you sure you really want to give me 30%? Absolutely. Jun Xiangwei replied. You cannot backtrack. So how much did you sell? 3 bottles for a total of 500,000. You must give me 150,000. I'll give you 200,000. Cheng Jingjing could hardly believe her ears. 200,000. When she was a young lady in the Cheng family, she earned only 5,000 gold coins a month. Jun Xiangwei casually offered her 200,000. Cheng Jingjing took a deep breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. She continuously slapped her face to cool her flushed cheeks. After finishing her cup of hot energy potion, there was still no news from the National Master and his companions. However, she was informed that the time-space scroll was currently cooling down. Yesterday, Yi Xiaobai's sign-in reward had produced 2 copies. The heat generated from time travel required at least 3 hours to dissipate. Was she to simply wait idly? National Master, when will the Holy Sun emerge? She wondered, uncertain, and doubted that those men would proactively contact her to set a time. Even Xiaobai's father, her husband, had gone silent. Amen. At that moment, a commotion arose from a table near the window. This was merely a lounge offering simple refreshments and hot drinks, frequented by sellers who were either dissatisfied with their auction prices or had items that failed to sell. The argument nearby stemmed from a disagreement over price. The buyer wished to negotiate, while the seller stubbornly refused. The discarded items were audaciously quoted at 5 million. I want to sell it to you at a loss. This junk isn't even worth 50,000. The voices of the two were loud, attracting the attention of many around them. Jun Xiangwei shifted to the far end, indicating her disinterest in participating. Who knew if it was a trap? Having been born into commerce, she was all too familiar with the tricks of traders. Indeed, many were intrigued and approached to inquire about the matter. Wow, is it really a time-space scroll? Just 5 million? That's quite a bargain. Calm down. If it were truly a time-space scroll, how could it have gone unsold? Unfortunately, the majority were swept up in frenzy upon hearing the name, while only a few managed to maintain their composure. The man who had earlier attempted to remind the crowd to stay calm clearly did not wish to join the fray and sat down at a table next to Jun Xiangwei. The message stone chimed again. It was still Cheng Jingjing. Jun Xiangwei, hurry to the auxiliary building auction. There's something that suits you perfectly. I'm not interested. Why are you so annoying? You haven't even heard it yet, and you're not interested? Jun Xiangwei, it's a beauty elixir. Are you even listening? Not interested, goodbye? Hey, the starting bid is 200,000. I'm short on cash, Jun Xiangwei. The beauty elixir? This was definitely not a product from the Tianxian continent. Jun Xiangwei was quite cautious about unfamiliar items, especially those without clear origins. The man beside her had overheard the conversation through the message stone and found it rare to encounter a woman who was not obsessed with beauty. Some men, afflicted by vanity, truly believed they were the most handsome in the world and that only they could achieve great things. Some women, similarly deluded, thought they were the most beautiful and that all men should adore them. The ability to maintain a sense of calm and possess a correct self-perception is a rarity in any world. Jun Xiangwei heard the man beside her seemingly muttering to himself, as if addressing her. She couldn't be bothered to respond, having eaten and drunk her fill, and decided to take a stroll. Upon exiting the lounge, she spotted Tu Lang, the male consultant who had previously guided her through the black market. "Esteemed miss, I forgot to give you your VIP card." It appeared he had been waiting for her here. Jun Xiangwei accepted the card, its rose-red hue surprisingly tasteful. "Thank you." Accumulating transactions exceeding 10 million entitled her to a junior VIP card. She had completed a single transaction of 10 million at the main building. "Dear lady, a precious item is about to be auctioned in the VIP building. I believe you will find it of interest." "Oh, there's actually a VIP building?" She was intrigued to see it. Jun Xiangwei had not anticipated that the entrance to the VIP building was not from the front, but rather through a small courtyard adorned with roses, located in the opposite direction of the lounge. The courtyard contained a single flower house, with a teleportation array situated in the center. This was the sole passage to the VIP building. Compared to spatial scrolls, the advantage of a teleportation array is its ability to transport multiple people, although it must be point-to-point rather than allowing arbitrary destination changes like scrolls. The VIP building was not the grand edifice she had envisioned, but rather a charming central garden surrounded by a circle of flower corridors. Inside the flower corridors were numerous small flower rooms, with one room designated for each VIP. Each small flower room contained its own teleportation array. Jun Xiangwei and Tu Lang were directly transported to their designated room. To her astonishment, the decor of this flower room closely resembled the small garden she had lived in during her childhood. This was undoubtedly not a coincidence. Tu Lang explained that the room was born from an illusion. Jun Xiangwei was puzzled. Could it truly peer into her memories? Tu Lang further clarified that at the moment she stepped onto the teleportation array, the corresponding room would rapidly emulate the decoration based on the guest's most vivid impression of a flower room. Jun Xiangwei reached out to touch the decorations. The flowers were surprisingly real. Yi Xiaobai chuckled, "Sovereign, this place is perfect for signing in." Chapter 47. Botanical Abilities. Congratulations to the host on acquiring divine-level botanical powers. After all this, it is merely about cultivating flowers. The ability to rapidly produce a sea of flowers. Shall we make flower cakes? Why is it that with such high hopes, one often ends up hurt? Additionally, one can swiftly cultivate spiritual rice, spiritual plants, and various rare spiritual flora. This could be advantageous. I'll stick to my usual practice of duplicating 2 copies. Just as Jun Xiangwei settled down, she heard a divine voice inform her that these were merely botanical abilities, and if she desired, she could possess them too. Before she could express her wish, a surge of vibrant botanical vitality surged into her palm. With divine-level botanical abilities, any plant of divine level or below could be instantaneously generated. No wonder, as soon as she activated the teleportation array, her VIP room was already beautifully arranged. Truly astonishing. If not for Tulong being nearby, she would have eagerly transformed this place into a sea of roses. Tulong poured Jun Xiangwei a cup of iced spiritual flower tea, its refreshing fragrance accompanied by a hint of spiritual energy. After a while, there was an artifact that could conceal one's cultivation level. However, the starting price was rather steep. Beginning at 10 million, it had already gone unsold 3 times. Though it is common for artifacts to command high prices, 10 million is exorbitant. Generally, a spiritual tool suffices to conceal an ordinary cultivation level. Ascending to a holy artifact would be enough to mask one at the peak of the blue realm. As for artifacts, they are specially designed for the purple realm. How many purple realm experts can truly discern one's cultivation level if they can produce 10 million gold coins? What need is there for concealment? The price of artifacts and the efficacy of spiritual tools are indeed more of a hindrance than a help. It is no surprise they have gone unsold thrice. Tulong naively assumed that Jun Xiangwei, being young yet highly skilled, had sold items sourced entirely from the demon domain to the main building, yet she herself was of the sacred body of the Tianxian continent. The black market does not discriminate against the origins of goods, but that does not mean they lack awareness. The items traded here are often somewhat questionable. Tulong speculated that Jun Xiangwei must have slain a formidable being from the demon domain and was now selling the spoils in the black market. His intentions were rooted in concern for her safety, given that there are certain forbidden spells in the demon domain that can probe one's cultivation level. However, in Jun Xiangwei's eyes, Tulong's suggestion of this ostentatious item was merely an attempt to find a fool to exploit. Even if she were to acquire 2 million for free today, she could not afford to squander it so recklessly. Jun Xiangwei recalled a joke her uncle once told back at her parental home. A spiritual tool to conceal one's cultivation merely costs 8,000 gold coins, while a tool to artificially inflate one's cultivation costs 20,000. Both types of spiritual tools were available in the Jun family's shop. By the end of the month, the sales of the artificially inflated cultivation tools would surpass those for concealing one's cultivation by 100-fold. Most men would choose to inflate their realm to the azure level, while in reality, many were merely at the initial stage of the green realm, with several only at the peak of the yellow realm. They would tighten their belts to spend 20,000 on a tool to feign being azure realm experts. Concealing one's cultivation? Ridiculous. Those slightly stronger would rather gather their cultivation energy atop their heads, eager for others to recognize their prowess. Unless one is engaging in unlawful activities, who needs a tool to conceal their cultivation? Jun Xiangwei wished the entire world knew she was at the peak of the purple realm, hoping those tiresome flies would keep their distance. Thank you, but I do not require it. As she enjoyed her pastries and admired the auction items, she felt a serene ambience of floral fragrance and tea, embodying the essence of tranquil days. The owner here must be someone who truly understands the art of living. Tulong sincerely praised, she is an elegant and wise goddess. Jun Xiangwei developed a fondness for this goddess she had never met. The iced spiritual flower tea she was drinking was unique to the snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, an iced spirit flower appeared in Jun Xiangwei's hand. Overwhelmed by her affection, she unintentionally unleashed her newly acquired divine-level botanical abilities. The scene left Tulong astonished, nearly forgetting he was pouring tea for Jun Xiangwei. Embarrassed, she smiled and handed the iced spirit flower to Tulong. Here, this is for you. Tulong accepted the flower, bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. It was indeed the highest quality iced spirit flower. This suggested that Jun Xiangwei possessed holy or even divine-level botanical abilities. Could it be that she was not from the Tianxian continent? Otherwise, how could she so easily reveal herself before him, especially after he praised the owner of this place? Tulong felt a surge of excitement. The owner of this VIP suite was evidently awaiting her kin. The next auction item was a small-scale time-space scroll, capable of carrying 100 pounds, approximately 5 kilograms, with a cooldown period of 5 hours, 10 hours. The starting bid was 10 million, and the auction commenced. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiangwei realized it was quite similar to the one the divine being had given her, aside from the longer cooldown time. Yi Xiaobai remarked on the smallness of the world. Yesterday's sign-in location was the small town beneath the snow-capped mountains. The scroll was owned by a robust, hefty man, whose weight far exceeded 100 pounds. For him, this small-scale time-space scroll was rendered useless. The price competition was not as fierce as expected, with only 3 individuals placing bids. Ultimately, it sold for 11,500,000. Jun Xiangwei recalled the 5 million time-space scroll that had gone unsold before and chuckled. Non-standard channels and abnormal prices are entirely untrustworthy. Tulong was momentarily stunned by Jun Xiangwei's inadvertent smile, his heart skipping a beat, as her demeanor mirrored someone he knew. He stowed the ice spirit flower into his storage ring, contemplating whether to contact the owner to come over. The next auction item was a century-old Ice Mountain worry-free fruit, with a starting price of 2 million gold coins. Following that, a level 7 magical beast skin was up for auction, starting at 1 million gold coins. After hearing a few transaction prices, Jun Xiangwei felt she was slightly shortchanged for her bathing water. She could only blame the Qian kingdom for prohibiting extravagant spending. A blanket control over profits meant that without extravagant wealth, no one could afford exorbitant prices. The communication stone chimed again, this time from Cheng Jingjing, leaving only a brief message. Jun Xiangwei, I will definitely repay you 300,000 gold coins in the future. Oh, this foolish woman must have exhausted her funds for that so-called 3 neurorejuvenation pill. There was still no news from the national master, it didn't matter. as she could wait for the cooldown period of the scroll to pass before seeking out Yibuching. Additionally, there was the Imperial Concubine's master, Saint Lord Wiyue, known as the Demon Lord Wiyue in the Tianxian continent. Just as the demon domain is referred to as the sacred domain by its inhabitants, the distinction between sacred and demonic is merely a matter of perspective. The next auction item was a demon race made, with a starting price of 10 million gold coins. Out of curiosity regarding the price, Jun Xiangwei glanced at the nearly unclothed demon made on the projection stone. She was truly beautiful, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic preferences of men from the Tianxian continent. The bidding data in the background began to become active. Add 100, add 200, add 500. Is there anyone willing to go over 30 million? 30 million once, 30 million twice, 35 million. A man's voice called out directly. According to the rules, all bids were to be input through a stone slab from the VIP rooms. 30 million 3 times sold. Clearly, the organizers only acknowledged valid data from the background. The man's verbal bid of 35 million did not count. Why not? I refuse to accept this. The man was furious, forcefully overturning his VIP room. Unfortunately, even if he overturned his own room, he had no idea where the demon maid was located. With the small room gone, he realized he was in a garden filled with flowers, and aside from himself, there was no one else present. Chapter 48. The Infinite. Not only did the man fail to comprehend the situation, but Jun Xiangwei was also astonished by his sudden disappearance. After he had overturned his VIP room, he vanished inexplicably. In her heart, Jun Xiangwei wondered whether the divine being knew the reason behind this. The divine being informed her that each VIP room was protected by a spatial barrier, and once breached, one would fall into another realm. As for the man's whereabouts, the divine being was uncertain for the time being. It was difficult to ascertain, but ultimately, he was at fault. A place like the auction house could not sustain itself without rules. Divine being, you mentioned that the flower room is a barrier. Once disrupted, one is expelled. May I liken the entire flower room to a bucket of water, with each VIP room representing a bubble? Once a bubble bursts, its contents spill into the water. Yi Xiaobai finally understood the source of his brilliance, attributing it to his exceptionally astute mother. Indeed, this analogy was fitting. Just as the oxygen bubbles in the sea dissolve into the vast ocean once punctured, Jun Xiangwei could not help but marvel at the ingenious design of this place. The purple realm merely represented the pinnacle of personal cultivation, not the zenith of wisdom and capability. In comparison to cultivation, wisdom knew no bounds. Such a marvelous design ensured that even at the apex of the purple realm, one could not escape. Much like the 7th level of her pagoda, positioned in a higher dimension, once subjected to a dimensional strike, how could even the fabled purple realm prevail? While the human body and lifespan are finite, the laws and wisdom of the universe are inexhaustible. If she could grasp the divine arts of the world, would she not merge her limited lifespan with the infinite laws and wisdom? Tu Rang witnessed the woman before him enter a state of profound meditation. Jun Xiangwei was indeed experiencing an epiphany regarding the opportunities presented by the universe. Yi Xiaobai joined her in this state of realization. The myriad laws of heaven and earth, the principles of creation, those who could integrate them would shed their mortal cultivation and ascend to immortality. She was determined to become a unique and powerful being in the world. Tu Rang then beheld how the flowers within their small flower room transformed into blooming roses. A single rose vine extended from the barrier, resembling a bubble growing long and reaching into the ocean. The man who had bid 35 million could find no breakthrough in the garden. In despair, he felt his body ensnared by a vine, pulling him into a new space. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a small flower room, occupied by a man and a woman. This flower room appeared identical to the previous VIP room. "Thank you," the man exclaimed, realizing that these two had rescued him. Jun Xiangwei chose to ignore him, prompting Tu Rang to gesture for him to leave via the teleportation array. However, the man refused to depart. He insisted that the demon's servant was his sister, and he would not leave without her. Tu Rang's expression turned grave. "You possess no traces of the demon race." The man removed his bracelet and necklace, and to Jun Xiangwei's astonishment, he transformed from male to female, emerging even more beautiful than the servant previously auctioned. "I am CC, a princess of the demon race. The servant auctioned is my sister, Seely, demon race." Jun Xiangwei pondered, finding herself at a loss, as she had never heard of such a race before. The divine being explained that during the ancient cataclysm in the Forest of Death, It was said that all humans and beasts perished. In truth, many had been buried underground, and the radiation from the explosion altered their genetic makeup, confining them to subterranean cities. These irradiated humans and beasts became what humanity referred to as the demon race. Their existence remained a closely guarded secret, as demon women were renowned for their beauty. Due to genetic deficiencies, demons could not attain high levels of cultivation, rendering their beauty a curse. Ah, I see. Jun Xiangwei mused, realizing that the truth was concealed to deny the beautiful demons equal rights. She looked at CC and inquired, "How did you acquire that bracelet and necklace?" "They were crafted by our elder to conceal the gender of the girls in our clan. I offer you a set as gratitude for saving me." CC knelt, presenting an identical set of bracelet and necklace. "Thank you for your rescue." Tu Rang's eyes twitched. The pinnacle of the purple realm was shamelessly seeking rewards. Were the laws of the universe and the opportunities it presented merely illusions? Jun Xiangwei, unconcerned with Tu Rang's perspective, graciously accepted the gifts, placing them within her pagoda, and told CC to leave. CC hesitated, feeling grateful for the assistance but compelled to save her sister. Time was of the essence. If her sister fell into the hands of wicked humans, her fate would be one of suffering and death. Jun Xiangwei issued a prompt dismissal, urging CC to depart immediately. CC was nearly thrust onto the teleportation array. Yet, instead of arriving at the exit, she found herself in an unfamiliar space. Replete with the bracelet and necklace she had just given away, along with an abundance of food, she sensed that this was the spatial artifact of that woman. A wave of inexplicable joy washed over her, and she silently hoped that the woman would rescue her sister. The auction continued. Jun Xiangwei sipped her tea and nibbled on some snacks. When Tu Rang noticed her lack of intent to purchase the artifact, he ceased his persuasion. Jun Xiangwei did not acquire the artifact for concealing cultivation, but instead won a 6,000-year-old fig tree for 4 million gold coins. Tu Rang was bewildered, questioning the need to purchase a tree when she possessed divine-level plant skills. Jun Xiangwei merely smiled in silence. 6,000 years, in a higher-dimensional realm, bore significance. It was fundamentally different from a tree produced through supernatural means. This tree represented the understanding of the laws of the universe that she had grasped during her epiphany. It had traversed a 6,000-year timeline, and from a higher-dimensional perspective, it was an immensely grand tree. Length, width, and height multiplied by 6,000 years, for million was indeed a worthy investment. With a flicker of her hand, Jun Xiangwei executed a teleportation spell and vanished. Tu Rang searched fruitlessly for her, only to hear her playful voice, "You cannot see me." Jun Xiangwei had simply ascended to the fig tree, specifically, last year's fig tree. How could Tu Rang possibly see her? She had intended to travel further back in time, but her divine abilities were limited. Nonetheless, she felt content with her current position. Trees are alive. Life itself is the most precious trajectory of existence. Jun Xiangwei transplanted the fig tree into the 7th level of her pagoda. If the fig tree served as the reference point, the spatial realm of the 7th level intersected with the space surrounding the tree. This meant that look. I've caught it, a butterfly. A butterfly that had flown past the tree last year had crossed the temporal threshold and inadvertently entered the pagoda's space. If the space of the 7th level of the pagoda overlapped with the area where the demon's servant had resided, the sisters could meet once more. The fig tree, as a living medium of temporal overlap, was the key. Both the fig tree and the servant had once existed in the same space. By simply advancing the timeline to when the demon's servant was closest to the tree, Jun Xiangwei could bridge the spaces surrounding that timeline with her 7th level. CC's sister would appear suddenly in the 7th level of the pagoda, much like the butterfly that had strayed. Chapter 49. Fear of Thieves. Jun Xiangwei discovered the temporal junction point, where CC's sister could be rescued at any moment. The choice lay between stealing from the VIP pavilion or rescuing her from the buyer. Jun Xiangwei resolved to choose the latter. The buyer willing to spend 30 million gold coins on a maid was certainly no ordinary individual. One thing Jun Xiangwei was certain of was that they were definitely not citizens of the Qian kingdom, for such a kingdom lacked lucrative industries. And the wealth gap was not significant. Only the nobles from a handful of empires could afford to casually spend 30 million on a maid. To save someone would inevitably invite trouble. Should she proceed with the rescue or refrain? Divine being, what do you think? Yi Xiaobai decided to go ahead with the rescue. He did not want the demon clan's little princess to suffer at the hands of villains like the strong-willed maid did. He was even less inclined to see Qiangwei. Due to his capabilities, fall prey to inner demons for failing to act in time. Before the auction concluded, Jun Xiangwei received the divine being's response and stepped out of the teleportation array. Stealing Cici's sister could be executed anywhere. Cheng Jingjing awaited her, filled with excitement and guilt. There was still no news from the State Master or the Holy Sun. Unexpectedly, Talong also arrived at the lounge, inviting Jun Xiangwei to the private room upstairs for a rest. Jun Xiangwei declined Talong's kindness, stating they would leave once they had the person. Talong hesitated to speak. He had already contacted his master, who claimed that Jun Xiangwei was not of her kin. However, he was rejected, clearly indicating her reluctance to converse with him further. Shortly after, Cheng Jingjing's communication stone chimed with a message from Zhu Rong. It simply read, "Come out." Cheng Jingjing hurriedly pulled Jun Xiangwei outside to the entrance of the black market, where they encountered the grim-faced Zhu Rong and the expressionless State Master. Upon seeing everyone gathered, Zhu Rong announced, "Let us depart." He produced 4 short-term travel identification cards, detailing their names, cultivation levels, and nationalities. Naturally, these were fabricated, purchased from the black market. Zhu Rong also retrieved a spatial scroll sold by the demon domain, which allowed direct entry into the demon realm, yet was otherwise indistinguishable from ordinary spatial scrolls. Unlike the super-spatial scrolls that bypass spatial restrictions, its advantage lay in its rated carrying capacity of 1,000 pounds. Transporting 6 or 7 men at once posed no issue. Cheng Jingjing quietly inquired about the cost. 5 million. Cheng Jingjing gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Jun Xiangwei recognized this as the so-called super-spatial scroll that had gone unsold at the auction. No wonder Zhu Rong looked displeased. The other party had not negotiated, and they were in a hurry. Consequently, the price had soared. No matter, wealth is but a trifle. Zhu Rong's only flaw was his stinginess, failing to see beyond material possessions. Jun Xiangwei's consolation only exacerbated his displeasure. The State Master then handed Jun Xiangwei an item, surprisingly. It was the chicken rib artifact auctioned at the VIP pavilion, worth 10 million. Why must she conceal her cultivation? She was powerful and formidable. Receiving such a precious gift for the first time, Jun Xiangwei felt no joy. "I don't need it." Yet, Cheng Jingjing obediently accepted it from the State Master and adorned Jun Xiangwei with it. It was a pair of crimson-purple earrings, appearing ordinary like any other jewelry. Jun Xiangwei felt curious as she concentrated her energy. It emanated a faint green glow. Cheng Jingjing was elated, as she too was at the initial stage of the green realm. Transitioning from peak purple realm to early green realm left Jun Xiangwei dissatisfied. She wanted to remove them. Zhu Rong intervened, insisting she wear them, as they were heading to the Wiwa, a sacred monarch, who favored young women of high cultivation. Jun Xiangwei scoffed, "He dares? Just watch me drive him away." The State Master interjected, "Wear it, for the sake of the child within you." Yi Xiaobai had perfectly fused the holy light glazed body and the holy thunder purification body. If discovered by the sorcerers of the demon realm, trouble would ensue. One fears not merely theft, but the covetous gaze of thieves. As Zhu Rong set the scroll, he advised Jun Xiangwei, "Who has the luxury to guard against thieves every day? Be discreet and avoid drawing attention." The sorcerers of the demon realm? What relation did they have to her little bai? Cheng Jingjing, having worked in the temple for 3 years, informed Jun Xiangwei that this sorcery required the dissection of a pregnant woman to extract special children, subsequently crafting infant spirits for their manipulation. Jun Xiangwei's temper flared, wishing to obliterate such scoundrels in the demon realm. Any parent would react similarly. Jun Xiangwei glanced at their false identification cards. Like Cheng Jingjing, she was at the green realm, while the State Master and Zhu Rong were at the azure realm. Yet, they bore no artifacts to conceal their cultivation. Perhaps they possessed methods to mask their levels. Once Zhu Rong completed his adjustments, he activated the spatial scroll. In an instant, they found themselves in a seaside town within the demon realm. This only further infuriated Zhu Rong, who had spent 5 million on the shortest distance scroll. Jun Xiangwei was perplexed, pondering why, as the State Master and Holy Son of the Qian Kingdom, they lacked a spatial scroll for the demon realm and had to purchase one from the black market. Before she could voice her question, Zhu Rong lamented. "The laws of the Qian Kingdom are stringent. No one may privately possess anything related to the demon realm." Jun Xiangwei nearly laughed aloud, thinking, "The Emperor himself secretly harbors a beloved from the demon realm. Yet you lack even a spatial scroll." The State Master gently admonished, "Do not speak disrespectfully of His Majesty the Emperor. What he does, I cannot criticize. You must not. The state master, such a relic, blindly loyal and utterly undiscerning. Jun Xiangwei had grown up hearing praises of the state master, known for his respectful treatment of the lower classes, unwavering integrity, and righteousness. The demon realm imposed strict spatial restrictions. Only those with demon bodies could manipulate wind and teleport. Long-distance transportation required identification. Their false identities would remain undisclosed for a day. This wretched scroll could cover only a short distance and required a full day to cool down. Jun Xiangwei, unconcerned, reveled in the sea breeze, admiring the town's beauty. The demon realm was indeed lovely. Since we are here, let us find comfort. Remembering something, she swiftly utilized her divine abilities to rescue Cece's sister. The sisters reunited on the 7th floor of her tower. After a while, Jun Xiangwei took the opportunity to stroll outside, finding an unoccupied spot to release the sisters. They were both now dressed as men. The two expressed their gratitude, and Jun Xiangwei waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to depart. Simultaneously, a significant loss occurred for the buyer, who turned to seek accountability from the VIP pavilion. Ordinarily, as payment and goods had exchanged hands, the seller bore no responsibility. However, the service at the VIP pavilion was exceptional. Soon, it was discovered that the demon maid had been located in a seaside town within the demon realm. Upon hearing this, the buyer rejoiced, for he was quite familiar with that town. He produced a spatial scroll and, with a flash, arrived at the town. Silly had just reunited with her sister when, shortly after, she encountered the man who had purchased her. Their eyes met, and she trembled in fear. The man frequently acquired demon maids and knew they possessed spiritual artifacts to disguise their gender and conceal their demonic aura. Such tricks, however, could not escape his keen perception. He was far too familiar with demon maids, recognizing instantly those who had transformed into male attire. This revelation excited him further. Instead of merely acquiring one maid, he had stumbled upon two. Quickly, the man subdued the sisters, removing their bracelets and necklaces, revealing their true identities. He had not anticipated that the other sister would be even more beautiful. Faced with such stunning sisters, the buyer could hardly contain his desires. He urgently sought a safe location. Conveniently, the town's mayor was a friend of his. He sent a message via the communication stone, requesting a secluded place where they would not be disturbed. Two exquisite beauties. The response came swiftly with a coordinate, and the man piloted his flying apparatus directly toward it. Upon reaching the destination, several acquaintances arrived one after another, adhering to the age-old tradition of sharing blessings. The sister engaged in a fierce battle with the adversary to safeguard her younger sibling. Chapter 50. Sharing blessings. Zhu Rong had been incessantly murmuring. While other nations ostensibly resisted the demon realm, they secretly colluded for trade. Which nation is devoid of the demon realm's infiltration? The upper echelons are interconnected, particularly the grand families that maintain intricate ties with the demon realm, especially the noble scions of super empires, nearly all of whom study magic in the demon realm. Unlike the Crimson Flame Nation, which does not permit even a single scroll from the demon realm, their asset management is excessively stringent. Since the unification of currency between the celestial Xian continent and the demon realm 2 millennia ago, the Crimson Flame Nation has forcibly restricted sales profits to maintain price stability, imposing severe penalties on violators. Yet, other nations do not implement such measures. The value of gold coins has depreciated by several dozen times. Earning money in the Crimson Flame Nation, while consuming at international prices, effectively diminishes wealth to a mere fraction. Jun Xiangwei, possessing some understanding of this matter due to her merchant family background, was acutely aware of economic sensitivities. She had often heard from her elders that if the Jun family conducted business in other countries, particularly in the distant Zixiao nation across the sea, their net profit would more than double. However, taxation is also heavy in other countries, with exorbitant land prices and high living costs. Overall, the Crimson Flame Nation is more suited for a stable and prosperous life. Jun Xiangwei felt an overwhelming sense of patriotism at this moment, perhaps a manifestation of nostalgia from being away from her homeland. Cheng Jingjing envied the higher wages in other nations, pondering that if she were a temple maiden in Zixiao Nation, her monthly salary would be at least 20,000, coupled with various forms of gray income and housing subsidies. Establishing a home in the capital after 3 to 5 years would pose no issue, unlike her current situation, relying on witness service fees to earn a meager income. The national master gestured for them to refrain from complaining, advocating for serenity to communicate with the celestial principles. The spatial restrictions of the demon realm hindered non-demonic entities from utilizing wind manipulation or teleportation, necessitating the use of flying vessels powered by spirit stones. Spirit stones are legally prohibited in the celestial Shin continent. However, those noble scions who have long mingled in the demon realm exploit legal loopholes, brazenly utilizing spirit stones under the pretext of the demon realm's laws. Suddenly, Jun Xiangwei sensed an ominous premonition emanating from her fig tree. Alas, the two sisters were in peril. The 6,000-year-old fig tree, transplanted to the 7th level of the tower, had only encountered 2 forms of life, those 2 demon sisters. Their vitality was waning, their life trajectories nearing an end. Divine beings, where are they? The system provided Jun Xiangwei with a location. Just in time. Her time-space scroll had cooled down. With no time to fabricate excuses, she hastily informed her companions before departing. In a flash, Jun Xiangwei arrived at the venue where the group was reveling. With the perception of a peak in the purple realm, she spotted the 2 sisters, drenched in blood from a distance. It was evident that after a fierce struggle, they had both chosen to end their own lives. While those vile individuals still contemplated desecrating their remains, time was of the essence. Rescuing the demons was paramount. Jun Xiangwei distantly drew them into the treasure tower, then entered herself. She promptly employed her healing abilities in the sacred waters of Misty Mountain for internal and external treatment. Soon, their physical wounds began to mend. However, healing their psychological scars would require a considerably longer duration, perhaps forever beyond reach. They expressed their gratitude profusely to Jun Xiangwei. CC bore the brunt of the injuries, clearly having shielded her sister with her body. Jun Xiangwei refrained from inquiring. It was best not to mention what had already transpired, treating it as if nothing had occurred. Instead, she plucked figs from the 6,000-year-old tree for them to consume. The fruits, imbued with vitality, were well suited for their current state. She also transformed a few ice spirit flowers using her plant-based abilities to present to them. Girls, after all, have an affinity for flowers, and she hoped it would lighten their spirits. There are some provisions and daily necessities. Rest here for a while, she offered, granting them space to tend to their wounds and process the tribulations they had encountered. She then exited the treasure tower and walked into the raucous gathering of men. They fixated on her, initially with caution, before erupting into wicked laughter, uttering vile words that churned her stomach. Jun Xiangwei found it bewildering that, as a peak cultivator in the purple realm, she could be deemed vulnerable by these blue and cyan realm ruffians. Suddenly, she realized it was the issue with her ear ornament. Concealing her true power was indeed troublesome. Among the 8 men present, none anticipated that this unfamiliar, enchanting woman with seemingly low cultivation would obliterate them amidst their verbal harassment. Had she donned the guise of a simpleton to vanquish the foolish? It appeared the ear ornament had its merits, catching her adversaries entirely off guard and facilitating a swifter resolution. Jun Xiangwei swiftly cleared the scene, unexpectedly collecting over 20 spatial rings. She felt a pang of homesickness. She longed for her homeland. Yet, as she landed, regret washed over her. The binding force from the jade seal had doubled in intensity. She was, after all, with child, nurturing the future of her nation. She cherished her country. But it seemed her nation did not reciprocate that affection. It was evident that she must seek an opportunity to dethrone the tyrannical emperor. The time-space scroll required another 3 hours to cool down, leaving her unable to depart. Her family adored her. Jun Xiangwei immediately allocated 20 million gold coins as a reward for them. Goodness, I have never seen so much wealth in my lifetime. Each person could receive 500,000. The head of the family was truly magnificent. Long live the head of the family. The newly acquired 20-plus spatial rings contained treasures she had yet to count. Under immense pressure, she sought to save herself. As she assessed her spoils, the gold coins within the rings dazzled her eyes. A staggering 500 million. 8 men carried 500 million gold coins on their person. These parasites, among these 8, 6 hailed from the celestial Shin continent, while 2 were from the demon realm. They conspired together, having never engaged in virtuous deeds. Through the green permanent residency permits issued by the demon realm, she discovered that the 6 were all nobles from the Blance Empire. Among them, the highest cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the blue realm, a stark mismatch with their wealth. The Blance Empire indeed stood as the wealthiest among the celestial Shin continent. It was said that the prices at the Zhuai Pavilion in Blant's capital began at 1,000 gold coins for the simplest dishes, 10 times that of the Crimson Flame Nation. Jun Xiangwei attempted to regard the 500 million as merely 50 million, and the per capita share astounded her. Compared to the national master and the holy son of the Crimson Flame Nation, they appeared utterly impoverished. Remembering that the national master had spent 10 million on her, she wasted no time in procuring a medium-sized spatial ring to store 1 million, vowing to repay this debt. The national master, an indiscriminate do-gooder, likely saved little throughout the year. Chapter 51. The master's might. This time's spoils included not only gold coins, flying vessels, weapons, and techniques, but also an array of exquisite treasures, spiritual plants, and herbs. The system dutifully transferred all unsuitable items to its space, as they belonged to Yi Xiaobai, regardless. Joy filled Jun Xiangwei upon witnessing such a bounty. Indeed, it was a reward for her deeds. Time was of the essence, so she meticulously sorted out all the spiritual plants and herbs. One by one, she identified them through divination, cataloging their names and effects. Utilizing her supreme botanical skills, she cultivated 1,000 of each variety, densely populating the entire courtyard. As the onlookers stood in awe, Jun Xiangwei presented the catalog to everyone. The Jun and Yi families clamored for their share, part buying, part receiving gifts. For outsiders, she charged market prices for those she deemed favorable, while resolutely refusing to sell to those she found displeasing. Indeed, this is the way it should be. There must be distinctions between insiders and outsiders. To those I disapprove of, no amount will suffice. Her possessions were hers to govern. She would give them as she wished. Effort and opportunity were meant to ensure they would no longer suffer or live in indignity. Jun Xiangwei then employed her botanical abilities to fill the courtyard walls with an abundance of fruits and vegetables, for spiritual plants alone could not sustain them. She also adorned the small flower beds at each room's entrance with precious spiritual flowers. As one passed through, the fragrant blossoms offered a constant source of spiritual energy to enhance cultivation. The rooftops and corridors were draped with climbing vines that bore flowers and fruits, providing cooling shade in the sweltering summer and warmth in the winter. A multitude of benefits. Jun Xiangwei presented 300 million to her second brother. We have just gained our independence and must procure many necessities. Spend freely. Do not concern yourself with the cost. Among her new family, besides her brothers, others had humble beginnings, lacking the opportunity for extensive education. Now that their cultivation had improved, it was imperative that their knowledge kept pace. Otherwise, raw strength would be futile against cunning adversaries. Jun Jiqiu gazed at his younger sister, whom he had known for merely 2 days, at a loss for words. His spatial ring held a staggering 300 million, almost rivaling the wealth of the Jun family. All she needed to do was steer the ship, guiding them in the right direction. Home belonged to all, and a master willing to delegate power would ensure the family's enduring prosperity. Suddenly, sensing turmoil within the tower, Cici contemplated suicide. This feeling of being compelled to sacrifice for imperial power was unbearable, akin to the sisters being forced by beasts. Jun Xiangwei approached the two sisters, her tone calm. You may choose to die for what you perceive as an unbearable past. This is your decision, and I shall respect it. Alternatively, you may choose to live bravely and alter the fate of your kin. Cici's lips trembled, having already felt death's embrace from humiliation. She longed for an end to her suffering. Sister, you cannot die. What will become of me if you do? Silly pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Jun Xiangwei produced a spatial ring containing the remains of the 8 men and handed it to Silly. Ah! Silly screamed in terror. Instinctively, Cici wrapped her arms around her sister, whispering, Do not fear, do not fear. Before them, Jun Xiangwei set the corpses ablaze. Help me bury the ashes beneath the fig tree as fertilizer, she instructed gently, as though she were merely asking them to water or sweep the floor. Your heart does not genuinely wish to die. If it did, you would not concern yourself with your sister's fears. Your heart desires life. Yet your reason forbids a flawed existence. Death is simple. It is merely a mound of earth to nourish the flowers. Silly embraced her sister, watching as Jun Xiangwei diligently dug a hole beneath the tree for the ashes. The men who had insulted them were now mere dust, their fate reduced to becoming fertilizer. If they could not overcome this hurdle, their end would be to silently perish, burdened by hatred. Yet the fate of their kin remained unchanged, regardless of migration. Capture by humans would ultimately lead to humiliation and death. Cece knelt before Jun Xiangwei. We sisters express our profound gratitude for your life-saving grace today. The demon race is inherently weak and short-lived. Merely surviving is a challenge. I have been deluded to punish myself for the sins of villains. Jun Xiangwei stepped back, unwilling to accept the bow. If only her maidservant had encountered someone like her to save them back then, but there are no ifs in this world. The world is not short of extraordinary beings, but rather of those willing to meddle, uphold justice, and protect the vulnerable. What are your plans? Cece and Silly spoke in unison. We are willing to accept your commands. You may serve as caretakers for this fig tree, shielding it from external disturbances, and spend your days here. Alternatively, you may cultivate your skills, using wisdom to compensate for physical limitations. The 7th level of the Thunder Tower was isolated from the world, making it an ideal residence for the demon race. The sisters staying to assist her in tending the fig tree and planting spiritual flowers was a viable option. There is no rush to respond. Settle in comfortably first. Jun Xiangwei retained all suitable books for the demon race from her spoils. Engaging in gardening while reading would allow them to live undisturbed, potentially dispelling the shadows in their hearts. You are right. We should use wisdom to compensate for our physical inadequacies. The demon race must no longer passively endure. Our bodies may be limited, but wisdom is boundless. Jun Xiangwei nodded. Heaven aids those who help themselves, and it was good that they could think this way. She attempted to establish a protective barrier akin to a luxurious private room using flowers as a medium. Enveloped within this barrier, she exited the Thunder Tower. Upon her departure, the seal of the Jade Seal intensified, the floral barrier nearly collapsing under the pressure. Dog Emperor, I shall settle the score with you soon. Just then, several eunuchs arrived at the entrance of the courtyard to deliver a decree. Before they could open the edict to read, Jun Xiangwei seized it from afar. The edict was straightforward. It commanded the 5 members of the Jun family to immediately proceed to the capital to receive their rewards. Jun Xiangwei did not trust that the prince would reward her family. Thus, she unleashed her purple authority and sent out truth-exposing insects to bite the eunuchs. The eunuchs trembled in fear, revealing the truth. The prince commands us to bring your parents, elder brother, sister-in-law, and nephew to the capital S dungeon to be tortured, especially your mother, who will be subjected to the most severe punishment. Was this foolish prince courting death? He only dared to bully the weak. Her parents and elder brother's household registration still remained in the Jun family, their identities yet to be altered. How could this prince be so utterly foolish? Wait, something felt amiss. The decree bore the genuine seal, yet lacked the binding force of heavenly law. This could only imply that the one who sealed it was not of royal blood. Could it be that your prince is not the emperor's true son? The eunuchs hastily knelt, begging for mercy. In an instant, they were transported to the prince's palace. Was this decree issued by you? Jun Xiangwei. How did you get here? When the prince hesitated to answer, Jun Xiangwei sent the truth-exposing insects to bite him. Yes, it was I who issued it. Huh. I shall borrow your blood for a moment. Before the prince, Jun Xiangwei used his blood to activate her jade seal. To her astonishment, it failed. The prince was indeed not of the emperor's lineage. Oh, how surprising. You are not the emperor's blood. Chapter 52. The ferocious woman. The servants surrounding the crown prince were paralyzed with shock and fear, unable to approach. This woman was utterly terrifying. First, she had disfigured the empress, and now she was drawing blood from the crown prince. The emperor, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over, his face a canvas of confusion. What? Jun Xiangwei possessed a jade seal? She claimed the crown prince was not his offspring? Shouldn't this frenzied woman be quietly venturing into the demon realm in search of the Saint Lord Wu Yu? Seeing the emperor approach from a distance with several palace attendants, Jun Xiangwei boldly stepped forward. She was unwilling to part with even the scroll of the demon realm, yet she had the audacity to ask for assistance with her little concubine. The onlookers trembled at her words. How dare she audibly mention the demon realm? The relationship between the Crimson Flame Kingdom and the demon realm was distinctly defined. Discussing the demon realm within the palace, was Jun Xiangwei courting death? Oh, but no. Her cultivation was formidable. She dared to confront the state master and the holy sun, even injuring the emperor and the favored concubine grievously. The attendants fell silent. Knowing the emperor cherished the favored concubine deeply, they could surmise her identity, but who would dare speak out? The emperor, furious, commanded them to withdraw. Yet, even in his rage, he could do nothing to Jun Xiangwei. The notion that the crown prince was not his progeny had never crossed his mind. He had never doubted the loyal and devoted empress would betray him. Jun Xiangwei chuckled softly. Who says the crown prince must be the empress's child? The emperor looked at her in disbelief. The empress's eighth child was yet another daughter. She sustained injuries during childbirth and could bear no more children. The empress's family replaced the newborn boy with a different child. The true identity of the crown prince is, in fact, the younger brother of the deputy captain of the Crimson Guard. This revelation had just been imparted to her by a divine being. As Jun Xiangwei drew blood from the crown prince with her whip, the divine being informed her of the brotherly bond between the crown prince and the deputy captain. The emperor struggled to maintain his composure. Family secrets were being aired publicly. Stop dawdling. Hand me the scroll of the demon realm immediately. Such a vital trump card could not be relinquished lightly. Very well. Then give me your spatial ring, and I shall select an item as compensation. Jun Xiangwei, you have lost your mind. You mad emperor. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Under the pressure of the emperor's aura, he was compelled to remove the spatial ring. Please keep the crown prince's identity a secret, as well as that of the favored concubine. Then I shall choose 2 items. Regardless of the emperor's consent, Jun Xiangwei insisted on having the divine being assist her in selecting. The divine being chose the staff of holy light and the royal scepter. The treasures within the emperor's spatial ring were indeed plentiful. Had she known, she would have demanded more. Upon seeing the 2 items Jun Xiangwei presented, the emperor quickly retorted. Those 2 items are absolutely off limits. Oh, I care not. We agreed on 2 selections. The emperor had not anticipated that Jun Xiangwei would choose such items. They appeared inconspicuous, yet she had selected them. Jun Xiangwei was unfazed, placing the treasures directly into her tower. As the cooldown period for the time-space scroll concluded, she intended to rendezvous with the State Master and the Holy Sun. The royal mess was left for the emperor to resolve on his own. Upon arriving in the demon realm, Jun Xiangwei's communication stone was nearly overwhelmed by Cheng Jingjing's incessant messages. Cheng Jingjing, upon seeing the calm Jun Xiangwei approaching with a bag of snacks, exclaimed, I have waited 3 hours for you. The sky has darkened. And you went shopping without inviting me. Not so. These were not acquired from the streets, but rather from the imperial kitchen, delicious and free of charge. The taste rivals that of the drunken immortal pavilion. By the way, where are the State Master and the Holy Sun? They were invited by the town mayor. Why? I do not know. The visitors were rather polite, claiming to be conducting a survey of foreign guests. Instinctively, Jun Xiangwei sensed that matters were far from simple. She inquired with the divine being about the locations of the State Master and the Holy Sun, receiving a response that placed them near the site of her recent violent encounter. It seemed they had been ensnared by her actions. Let us find them. Do you know where they are? We shall follow our instincts. Jun Xiangwei and Cheng Jingjing boarded a flying carriage. Non-residents were charged tourist prices, a base fare of 200 gold coins, with an additional 200 for every quarter hour, rounded up to the nearest quarter hour. Ultimately, they paid 600, slightly exceeding the expected fare. Cheng Jingjing fumed. What a ripoff. They only bully outsiders. Jun Xiangwei, feeling financially extravagant of late, paid it no mind. Besides, hadn't Cheng Jingjing often engaged in similar practices at the temple? One becomes accustomed to such things. Jun Xiangwei was surprised to find herself back at the luxurious manor 3 hours later. Although her previous actions had been swift and decisive, she had inadvertently implicated the State Master and the others. Cheng Jingjing, you have 2 options. Wait for them in town, or we can seek out the Saint Lord Wu ourselves. Jun Xiangwei, I merely wish to accompany the Holy Sun. Ambitious. Then you shall send a message to the Holy Sun, expressing your longing for him. Remember, it must sound like a wife speaking to her husband. Cheng Jingjing immediately blushed and relayed the message verbatim. Upon receiving the message, Zhu Rong nearly dropped the communication stone. Cheng Jingjing's obedient tone delighted her so much that she was at a loss for words. Yet, Jun Xiangwei sensed something amiss. Zhu Rong's response was meant for those beside him, indicating they would likely be detained. What a tedious affair. Why must they languish here? How could 2 beings of the purple realm endure such indignity? Jun Xiangwei longed to hear what transpired within. However, the spatial restrictions of the demon realm were formidable. Without a time-space scroll, entry was impossible. Eureka! Her thunder tower was akin to the State Master's. Previously, he had drawn her into his tower, and the divine being had facilitated her transfer to her own. Surely, it could work the other way around. Divine being, Can you assist me in entering the State Master's tower? The response came, feasible. She insists on following me into the demon realm, claiming to serve the Holy Sun. Yet apart from fetching tea, she is of no use. Jun Xiangwei, I understand your cultivation has risen, and you may look down upon me. But my heart is devoted to Zhu Rong. I willingly do everything for him. Jun Xiangwei found herself with no choice but to grant her 100,000 gold coins. You may find a place nearby to eat and rest. Do ensure your safety. Yet Cheng Jingjing insisted, wherever you go, I shall follow. I will not be a burden. Then reside in my tower. Jun Xiangwei feared that Cheng Jingjing might encounter similar misfortunes as the two sisters of the demon clan. Cheng Jingjing nodded, unafraid of solitude. Jun Xiangwei placed her on the 6th level, providing her with some food, water, and small trinkets from her spoils to pass the time. It was not that she was unwilling to allow her on the 7th level. Rather, the affairs of the demon sisters must remain undisclosed for now, and she did not wish for them to be disturbed. In a flash, Jun Xiangwei arrived at the 7th level of the State Master's Thunder Tower. Having left in haste last time, she had not taken the time to observe. In contrast to her own tower, the State Master's was pristine, filled only with books. Her eyes sparkled. Was not the Jun family in dire need of books? The State Master maintained a stoic expression, though internally he was in turmoil. His only concern was his books, yet Jun Xiangwei was carelessly rummaging through them. And with such audacity, she proclaimed that books were meant to be perused, not merely displayed. Those are all rare, ancient manuscripts. After a moment of inspection, Jun Xiangwei remarked, the spells recorded here require spirit stones. In the Crimson Flame Kingdom, you do not possess a single spirit stone. It is no wonder your books have become mere ornaments. She requested the State Master to channel the sounds from outside into the 7th level, so she could listen and observe through the holy light crystal mirror. Today, only 2 beings from the Purple Realm arrived in the small town. Given the gravity of the situation, she hoped they would remain until the truth was uncovered. Oh, it seems they have been exposed. Their fake documents indicate they are from the Green Realm. That worthless piece of information serves no purpose. Concealing one's strength is of little significance, save a bit of effort during ambushes. However, even if the powerful beings of the Purple Realm were to be exposed, they would have no cause for concern, especially with the presence of 2 others. It is unlikely that these individuals would dare to act recklessly. Chapter 53. The Divine Gift. As events unfolded, it became abundantly clear that these individuals were truly intent on seizing control of the Purple Realm. Jun Xiangwei, from her vantage point within the Master's tower, overheard discussions about transporting them to a peculiar location for confinement. Accompanying this scheme were 2 strange spherical devices intended for imprisoning the Master and the Holy Sun. Outraged, Jun Xiangwei could hardly contain her indignation at such audacity towards the esteemed figures of the Tianxian continent. She proposed to the Master, how brazen. Should I venture out now and join forces with the 2 of you to eradicate these intruders? However, the Master insisted she remain hidden and urged her to depart swiftly. Rest assured, the Holy Sun and I can ensure our own safety if the situation demands it. Feeling weary from conversing with the Master, who seemed only concerned about their ability to escape in dire circumstances, Jun Xiangwei pondered their strength and questioned why they should submit to manipulation when they clearly possess the power to fight back. Yet, with the Master's unwillingness to cooperate, she found little motivation to act alone. After all, 2 capable men, both of whom were at the pinnacle of the Purple Realm, hardly required her intervention. Nonetheless, her friend Cheng Jingjing was far from apathetic. Upon hearing the news, she became frantic. What exactly is this special equipment for their confinement? Can they truly escape? The Master reassured her that they had means of self-preservation and urged her not to fret unnecessarily. Jun Xiangwei, must you lack a sense of urgency? Once their identities are revealed, they will face dire consequences. The laws of the Qian Kingdom punish unauthorized entry into the demon realm and collusion with its denizens severely, often resulting in exile and forced labor. Jun Xiangwei could only feel pity for Cheng Jingjing's naivety. How could she blame her for being heartless? We are here on royal decree. This is far from clandestine. Moreover, the Emperor himself has a wife from the demon realm to shield us. What is there to fear? The Emperor is the Emperor, and subjects are mere subjects. There is a distinction between ruler and ruled. What do you propose we do now? What else can we do but wait for the cooldown of that cursed scroll? Cheng Jingjing sighed. The spatial scrolls of the Tianxian continent were rendered useless here, while those from the demon realm were scarce in the outside world. After arduous negotiations, she managed to procure one. But its limited distance and lengthy cooldown of an entire day were significant drawbacks. Even after the cooldown, a sudden escape would implicate them in the incident. To avoid suspicion, they were left with no option but to remain. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned a deity to transport her to the Master's side, offering. This spatial ring contains 10 million. Use it to bribe them if necessary. No need. I have also acquired the Holy Sun's exclusive Holy Light Staff and the Master's Imperial Hammer. Although Jun Xiangwei was uncertain how these items came into the Emperor's possession, she surmised that royal authority had eclipsed the powers of ritual and oversight. The Master's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that Jun Xiangwei had not only acquired the Imperial Hammer, but also the Holy Light Staff. This deranged woman had obtained the 3 divine artifacts that historically belonged to the Qian Kingdom's sovereign. These artifacts had been entrusted solely to the Emperor 2 millennia ago. He lacks both skill and virtue, and truly does not deserve such treasures. The Imperial Hammer is meant to assist the Master in executing his supervisory duties. Should the Emperor err, he too shall be struck by it. The Holy Light Staff, wielded by a holy son or daughter, invokes divine blessings and enforces moral law upon the hearts of men. Why should such checks and balances be entrusted solely to a wretched emperor? Should he possess them, they would lie dormant within the spatial ring, serving no purpose. Since the Master disavows them, do not blame me for taking action. After all, I obtained these through my own merit. In the future, those who defy me shall feel the sting of the Imperial Hammer. Your blind loyalty is your own affair. Relinquishing power is your choice. The woeful emperor, lacking both skill and virtue, is hardly fit to safeguard these treasures. You should be grateful I possess them. Had they fallen into other hands, how would you have fared, now armed with 3 divine artifacts and the prowess of the peak of the Purple Realm? Jun Xiangwei felt invincible. The Master sighed in resignation. Hand over the Imperial Hammer, if you please. It's too late. Once the opportunity is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. Now you wish for it. The moment has passed. Jun Xiangwei tested the weight of the hammer, imagining how satisfying it would be to wield it against the wretched emperor. Before the Master could offer further counsel, they were whisked away to the Tower Bridge, a place of confinement for special prisoners. The Tower Bridge, situated above the River of Time in the western capital of the Demon Realm, had stood for over 5 millennia. It was equipped with various restraints that even the peak of the Purple Realm would find difficult to escape. When the Master and the Holy Sun were imprisoned within the Tower Bridge, Jun Xiangwei was abruptly ejected by a barrier, landing not far from the bustling market below. Yi Xiaobai remarked, "The Master's tower is quite inadequate. The 6th floor of the Master's Thunder Tower indeed cannot traverse these spatial barriers. Our tower will surely succeed. Of course, products from the system are invariably of high quality." From a distance, Jun Xiangwei cast a glance at the Tower Bridge, hoping that the Master and the Holy Sun, despite their forced detention, would be treated with the respect befitting their status. Even as significant suspects, a dignified figure of the Purple Realm would not likely suffer neglect, provided they did not act foolishly. However, her greatest concern was encountering someone truly foolish. Yet, what did it matter to her? It was their choice to make. They must face the consequences of their decisions. Little did Jun Xiangwei know that high-ranking officials of the Demon Realm were convening an urgent meeting in the Western District's political hall not far away. Following 3 significant incidents that occurred within a single day. The first was the mysterious disappearance of the Daylight Saint Lord's eldest disciple, with no signs of struggle but evidence of an explosion at the scene. The incident transpired indoors, where no recording stones were installed. Furthermore, the recording stones in the surrounding public areas failed to capture any suspicious individuals entering or exiting. The perpetrator had stealthily infiltrated the victim's chamber and executed the attack with deadly precision. Given that the victim was of the Purple Realm, the capability required to eliminate him must belong to an exceedingly formidable adversary. Another grave incident occurred approximately 6 hours later, involving the disappearance of 6 noble heirs from the Lance Empire, along with the 2 brothers who served as the mayors of Haifeng Town. This incident, too, bore no signs of struggle, only traces of an explosion. The method of operation mirrored the previous case, yet no connections between the victims had been established. The third matter involved 2 powerful figures of the Purple Realm who had clandestinely infiltrated the Holy Domain. They utilized counterfeit documentation and a spatial scroll from the Demon Realm to smuggle themselves into Haifeng Town, the site of the second murder. The scroll had once belonged to a destitute mage, who had sold it for 100,000 gold coins to an outsider merchant. Currently, the relatives of the victims from the Lance Empire had arrived in the Holy Domain, providing several leads. It was revealed that one victim of the Blue Realm had recently visited the black market to procure a demon race maid. Subsequently, the maid had mysteriously vanished, prompting him to trace her whereabouts to Haifeng Town based on information obtained from the black market. Other family members corroborated that the remaining victims had also received invitations to Haifeng Town. Coincidentally, the two Purple Realm figures had previously frequented the black market as well, purchasing a spatial scroll and fake identification for the Holy Domain. Agents embedded within the Tianxian continent speculated that these two individuals were likely the master and the holy son of the Qian kingdom. The meeting concluded with a unanimous decision to continue detaining the master and the holy son, regardless of whether the true culprits could be identified. Once their identities were confirmed, the Qian kingdom, as the last bastion against the demon realm, would face imminent collapse. Realizing that the master and the holy son had no intention of escaping, Jun Xiangwei resolved to seek out the Saint Lord Wuyue. Cheng Jingjing pleaded with Jun Xiangwei to release her, expressing her desire to attend to the holy son at the Tower Bridge. Jun Xiangwei found herself exasperated by her friend's infatuation. Cheng Jingjing, why not choose someone else to admire? I refuse. I am steadfast in my affection for Zhu Rong. Sighing, Jun Xiangwei lamented, alas. I should have remembered to provide some cognitive enhancers for the tower. With the mere flicker of your toes, contemplate this. They are under house arrest. Multiple women for no apparent reason. Are you afraid of dying too slowly? Or do you fear that the information you possess is insufficiently exposed? Cheng Jingjing wept. I worry for Zhu Rong. I am alone in my trepidation. But does weeping serve any purpose? Rather than lamenting, one should devote that time to reading and devising a means to rescue Zhu Rong. With that, Jun Xiangwei tossed a set of puppetry books and tools towards her. This was a unique inheritance of master and disciple from the demon realm, acquired from the purple realm, where she had slain someone that very morning. Chapter 54. How to thank me. Although night had fallen, the marketplace of western Kyoto was vibrant and bustling. Countless individuals sauntered about, indulging in shopping. While one had to wait in line to hire a flying vehicle, the locals of the demon realm could easily pre-book using their identification cards, leaving outsiders like Jun Xiangwei to wait their turn. In terms of prosperity, the previous Haifeng town could rival the capital of the Qian kingdom. Yet, the affluence of western Kyoto in the demon realm eclipsed that of the capital of the Lance Empire. The throngs of people, hotels, eateries, and shopping centers all highlighted the economic prosperity of the demon realm. The bright lights illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. It was said that the major cities in the demon realm operated as sleepless metropolises, never closing their doors. Young men and women, clad in fashionable and revealing attire, laughed and chatted as they strolled, their smiles reflecting the joy of life in the demon realm. Yi Xiaobai reached out to pat Xiangwei's belly, and Jun Xiangwei gently touched Xiaobai. Regardless of location, a place filled with family is the most cherished. There was no need to envy the prosperity of others' homelands. While every nation harbors both virtuous and malevolent individuals, the harm inflicted by the demon realm upon her kin and the murder of her maidens was personal vengeance. The illegal extraction of spirit stones from the Tianxian continent has led to a severe depletion of its spiritual essence. This has made it a common enemy for all residents of the Tianxian continent. Enemies do not distinguish between good and evil. Opposition arises from conflicting interests. The economy of the demon realm thrives, with everyone indulging in pleasure and resource consumption, all sourced from the spirit stones of the Tianxian continent. Among all nations, only the Qian kingdom refrains from covertly collaborating with the demon realm to exchange spirit stones for wealth. Despite being a small nation with few inhabitants, Jun Xiangwei felt immense pride for her homeland. If every nation on the Tianxian continent could emulate the Qian kingdom by resolutely refraining from exploiting spirit stone resources and selling out their future generations for monetary gain, could they not collectively withstand the meager demon realm? An idea struck Jun Xiangwei. Divine being, is there a way to separate the demon realm from the Tianxian continent? That snow-capped mountain had once merely been a mountain of snow, until a sudden explosion bizarrely connected it to another world. The system informed Yi Xiaobai that separation was possible, but once divided, reconnection would be impossible. Yi Xiaobai pondered momentarily. Whatever Xiangwei decided to undertake, they must provide unwavering support. Jun Xiangwei was astounded. The divine being claimed it was indeed possible to sever the two worlds. What was there to fear? Before the divine being could enact the separation, she must seize a grand opportunity. She resolved to steal spirit stones first. The space beneath her thunder tower was exceedingly limited at 6 levels. The 7th level already housed a large tree and a considerable amount of food, and with the addition of the 2 sisters from the demon clan, there was scarcely room for more. Divine being, do you possess a vast spatial container to store spirit stones? Indeed, Jun Xiangwei could hardly contain her joy. She envisioned hollowing it out before the 2 worlds were separated. They would not concern themselves with the depletion of spirit stones on the Tianxian continent. They would allow the demon realm to experience the same plight. Those who could not resist temptation, traitorous scoundrels from various nations, colluded with the demon realm to clandestinely mine the spirit stones of the Tianxian continent. According to Yi Xiaobai's suggestion, all these traitors should be cast into the demon realm as third-class citizens, and then the 2 worlds could be entirely severed. Once the demon realm's energy was depleted, would they still dare to mock the Tianxian continent? How would they revel in their ignorance? Deprived of energy, how could they continue their futile chants of love and peace? How would they exploit other nations' limited resources with their worthless artificial currency? Host, to maintain ecological balance in the demon realm, not all spirit veins may be depleted. 2/3 must remain intact, then 1/3 shall suffice. Divine love is bestowed upon all, the heavens favor life, and I shall not be ruthless. Yi Xiaobai believed that the task should be executed cleanly and efficiently by the sovereign king. Given Xiangwei's benevolent nature, there was no need for her to be burdened with excessive knowledge. Jun Xiangwei taught the puppet technique to Qing Jingjing. Do your best to learn. Your idol is counting on you for a rescue. Once a woman has set her sights on a goal and is occupied with tasks, she becomes serene and undemanding. Finally, her ears found peace. She decided to seek out the Saint Lord of the Wuyue. Among the 3 great Saint Lords of the demon realm, the Wuyue Saint Lord, the master of the imperial concubine, boasted the highest lineage. He was the younger brother of the current empress of the demon realm. It was rumored that he favored young women of high cultivation and enjoyed dueling with them, relishing the sight of them bowing in defeat, basking in the admiration of the vanquished. Ultimately, it seemed better for him to perish. It would alleviate many troubles. A casual disguise with a storage ring would suffice. Upon arriving at the flying vehicle rental, she spent 1,000 gold coins to reach the domain of the Wuyue Saint Lord. The Wuyue Saint Lord must be extraordinarily wealthy. Killing him would be a pity. If left alive, perhaps she could extract half of his fortune. Well then, she mused, best to beat him to near death. Qing Jingjing, quickly use the puppet technique to open the door for me, and put all the servants to sleep, deeply unconscious. Qing Jingjing complied, expending considerable spiritual energy to succeed. Alas, lacking skill, how can you still call yourself a genius girl? Jun Xiangwei, just wait. Next time I will perform flawlessly. I'll be waiting. You must strive for excellence. Jun Xiangwei swaggered into the castle of the Wuyue Saint Lord through the main entrance. What's your opulence? The entire castle seemed as though it could have been adorned with gold. With such a formidable master, why would the imperial concubine willingly serve as a consort to an old man in such a trivial nation? Could it be true love? Jun Xiangwei found it perplexing. She could only conclude that everyone has their own aspirations. The Wuyue Saint Lord was playing the piano in the music room on the 3rd floor. Late at night, the melodious notes echoed eerily. Host, you can sign in. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the heavenly sound of Wuyue. The usual too. A harp from the ancient divine lineage. Once its melodies resound, even the moon might turn black. Thus, Wuyue received its name. Jun Xiangwei noticed an identical harp had appeared in her treasure vault. Playing the harp was a common skill. The distinction lay in the pleasure derived by the audience. Unfortunately for her, Jun Xiangwei's harp playing carried a destructive quality. The Wuyue Saint Lord, who could not tolerate any imperfections in sound, was left choking on his own blood upon hearing such a desecration of music. Yet Jun Xiangwei was unperturbed. This was her utmost effort in performance. Do you doubt my skill? Allow me to demonstrate my chaotic playing. Her fingers danced wildly, the magical notes resonating loudly. The Wuyue Saint Lord spat blood. You have finally released that pent-up blood from your heart. Now, tell me, how should you express your gratitude? Chapter 55. Your imagination is delightful. 20 years ago, the moonlit holy monarch sustained an injury, leaving a blockage of stagnant blood in his chest that has remained untreated all these years. This evening, however, He was unexpectedly provoked to expel it by Jun Xiangwei's erratic performance. You see, this is a unique medical practice of our Qian kingdom, a secret not meant for public knowledge. The moonlit holy monarch regarded the Tianyin Weiyue in Jun Xiangwei's hands, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Yet, outwardly, he feigned nonchalance, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of disdain. Qian kingdom? Is that the impoverished little realm where my captivating disciple monopolizes the emperor's affections? Indeed, it is the very land where Su Wanner, in a fit of desperation, refuses to leave her gown behind. How amusing you are. Pray tell, what do you desire? I want you. Jun Xiangwei's intentions left the moonlit holy monarch in uncertainty. Countless women admired him, yet none gazed upon him, as if he were a mere movable vault of wealth. Are you in dire need of money? He pondered. After all, coming from a small, impoverished kingdom, greed seemed fitting. The fact that she appeared to covet his riches more than his person irked him. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, the taint of avarice renders her utterly mundane. Rather than engage in trivial banter, Jun Xiangwei adjusted the intensity and angle of the holy light Liuli mirror, aiming it squarely at the moonlit holy monarch, and commenced her onslaught. Yi Xiaobai had already unleashed the specters from the soul-capturing banner to subdue the moonlit holy monarch's servants. Relying on Cheng Jingjing's hastily learned puppet techniques was futile. The person had awakened long ago, with the thunder tower in her left hand and the holy light Liuli mirror in her right. The air crackled with thunder and lightning as countless blades of light surged toward the moonlit holy monarch. His garments were swiftly reduced to mere tatters, leaving only the front half of his undergarment to shield a certain area. The moonlit holy monarch seethed with rage, his nostrils flaring and hair standing on end. Abandoning any modesty, he grasped the Tianyin Weiyue and retaliated with a sonic attack aimed at Jun Xiangwei. Moonlit holy monarch, you possess the Tianyin Weiyue. But I have it too. I am not afraid of you. Furthermore, Jun Xiangwei had the thunder tower. If she could withstand the thunder, she certainly had no fear of his melodies. Stand down. The sound waves emitted by the Tianyin Weiyue were completely absorbed by the thunder tower. The attack was then reflected back at the moonlit holy monarch, leaving him with numerous gashes, despite his attempts to evade. The remnants of his meager covering hung precariously. When had the moonlit holy monarch ever endured such humiliation? Yet, despite his noble birth and graceful demeanor, when stripped bare before an adversary, he was utterly defeated in spirit. This insufferable madwoman resorted to such shameless tactics, obliterating his attire the moment she arrived. Jun Xiangwei, devoid of any sense of shame, felt no embarrassment. After all, it was he who was exposed. Not only did she obliterate his clothing, but she also wielded the imperial scepter, relentlessly striking the moonlit holy monarch, catching him completely off guard. Among the three formidable beings, the moonlit holy monarch was the least powerful, relying on the Tianyin Weiyue to dispatch numerous foes. In a true contest of strength, however, he lacked experience. Encountering Jun Xiangwei marked the most unfortunate day of his existence. Exhausted from her relentless pursuit, Jun Xiangwei summoned a flowering vine whipped through her botanical abilities, binding the moonlit holy monarch tightly and suspending him from the grand laurel tree in the courtyard. I should have thought of this efficient method sooner. Chasing you around was excessively laborious. This technique is splendid, ensuring a firm hold, with the thorns of the vine securely embedded in your flesh, guaranteeing you cannot escape. In truth, the moonlit holy monarch could easily free himself if he was willing to endure some pain, but he remained motionless, merely confined by the specters released by Yi Xiaobai, rendering him immobile. Speak. What is your purpose in sending Su Wanner to Qian Kingdom? The moonlit holy monarch, hanging upside down, feigned silence. Not speaking? Then prepare to be bitten by insects. Jun Xiangwei unleashed the truth-biting insects to torment the moonlit holy monarch. It wasn't long before he relented. Su Wanner insisted on remaining in Qian Kingdom. There truly is no conspiracy. That assertion was met with skepticism. The emperor's infatuation with Su Wanner had reached a point where he was completely under her control. What whispers did you have Su Wanner share with the emperor? To open trade routes between Qian Kingdom and the Holy Domain, as well as the rights to exploit spirit stones within Qian Kingdom. It was evident that the moonlit holy monarch had ulterior motives, using beauty to ensnare the ruler of Qian Kingdom for nefarious gains. The beating he endured was well-deserved. Do you know this person? Jun Xiangwei presented the recording stone of the thief from the Purple Realm to the moonlit holy monarch. He is the eldest disciple of the daylight holy monarch, Simon. What connection does Simon have with Su Wanner? Why did he place Yi Buqing's spatial ring with the imperial concubine? Simon once pursued Su Wan'er, but was rejected. Beyond that, I know nothing. What about the charm fairy? I do not possess a recording stone of her, but I can provide a rough description. She too is a disciple of the Daylight Holy Monarch. Jun Xiangwei posed several more inquiries, but the moonlit Holy Monarch claimed ignorance. Knowing that the charm fairy's master was the Daylight Holy Monarch simplified matters. Every grievance has its source. The Daylight Holy Monarch is indeed the true culprit behind the kidnapping of Yi Buqing and the slaughter of her maidservants. The Daylight Holy Monarch bore a personal vendetta against Jun Xiangwei, one that demanded death. As for the moonlit Holy Monarch, she had no intention of killing him. She merely confiscated his spatial ring, erasing any trace of his spiritual energy from it. The moonlit Holy Monarch gazed at Jun Xiangwei in disbelief. You cannot possibly be from the Green Realm. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had I been from the Green Realm, I would have vanquished you so thoroughly that you would hang beneath this tree. Jun Xiangwei examined the contents of the moonlit Holy Monarch's spatial ring and found it astonishingly empty. No gold coins whatsoever. How could one from such a wealthy lineage possess an empty ring? If it contained no currency, then it surely harbored items of far greater significance. I shall accept these items as compensation for my arduous journey to invite you to Qian Kingdom. The corners of the moonlit Holy Monarch's mouth twitched. He had never encountered such an audacious woman. After taking the contents of his spatial ring, she returned the empty ring to him. Jun Xiangwei had a fondness for the moonlit Holy Monarch's spatial ring. Its value was unmistakable. However, as long as she remained Yi Buqing's wife, she would adhere to her commitments and refrain from claiming another man's ring, specifically one belonging to a living man, rather than an unclaimed object. She mentally added that clarification. Do you have any special means of contacting the Daylight Holy Monarch? There is a scroll that allows direct access to his estate. Where is the scroll? It is not within my spatial ring, but rather within the Tianin Wuyue. Jun Xiangwei searched the base of the Guqin and discovered numerous valuable items, including the scroll leading to the Daylight Holy Monarch's estate. She also seized the Tianin Wuyue and stored it in her own spatial ring. This moonlit Holy Monarch was indeed cunning, hiding treasures in every nook and cranny. When I depart, you will be released. Hurry and put on some clothing. Go to Qian Kingdom and find your wayward disciple. Once you complete your task, I shall return the Tianin Wuyue to you. How naive your expectations are. The moonlit Holy Monarch had never faced such threats, yet today felt strangely different, compelling him to speak the truth. Indeed, not only do I find your expectations delightful, but I am also far more beautiful. Jun Xiangwei suddenly deemed it unwise to allow the moonlit Holy Monarch to venture to Qian Kingdom alone. Not everyone would comply willingly. I shall personally escort you instead. After all, her 2 time travel scrolls had cooled down. The moonlit Holy Monarch, having lost some blood and clad only in his undergarments, was well within the acceptable weight limit. Jun Xiangwei pinpointed the coordinates to the imperial palace of Qian Kingdom while she concealed herself within the 7th level of her treasure tower. Chapter 56. Becoming more beautiful. What was once deemed foolproof turned awry. A single scroll was expected to ensure a smooth passage to the royal palace of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. While the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon and Jun Xiangwei arrived without incident, Cheng Jingjing on the 6th level of the Thunder Tower was nowhere to be found. It seemed she had been obstructed by the spatial barrier of the demon realm, preventing her from moving forward. She left a message for Cheng Jingjing using a communication stone, but received no reply. It was evident that she had been displaced, certainly not within the Tianxian continent, for otherwise, the communication stone would not have been severed. Upon emerging from the tower, Jun Xiangwei found the binding force of the imperial seal had dissipated. She carefully stowed the time-space scroll and, wrapping the feigning Saint Lord of the Dark Moon in a large cloth bag, brought him into the palace of the imperial consort. There, she fortuitously encountered the emperor and the consort engaged in their affairs, as she had previously when she had caused an uproar. Jun Xiangwei placed the Saint Lord at the entrance of the main hall and retrieved the scroll leading directly to the residence of the Saint Lord of the Sun. Just as the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon regained the ability to act, he intended to launch an attack on Jun Xiangwei. However, she had already activated the scroll, transporting herself to the designated location. The events of the day infuriated the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon. Stripped of all possessions, he was left bereft. Not only did his fingers lack adornment, but even his prized Tianin Wuyue had been taken from him. The garments he wore were hastily acquired from an unknown palace guard. Born into nobility, He had always been surrounded by countless powerful allies. Even if he fell short compared to the other two Saint Lords, it would not diminish his standing in the demon realm. He now understood the meaning of the phrase. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a mere chicken. "Suwen'er, I have arrived. Come forth." His voice, infused with the unique dialect of the demon realm and bolstered by his cultivation in the purple realm, startled Suwen'er, who was in the midst of her duties. The emperor had instructed her to descend, expressing a desire to seek out her master. The emperor had never encountered such a ruthless woman who could so easily raise her skirt without regard for decorum. Yet he found her to be an object of rare fascination. The consort swiftly adorned herself, applying heavy makeup and dressing elegantly before stepping out to greet her esteemed master. She assumed that the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon had thoroughly taught Jun Qiangwei a lesson, thereby avenging her grievances. "Master, your disciple has missed you dearly." Feigning his usual nonchalance, the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon remarked, "Disciple, you appear unwell. Have you suffered internal injuries?" "It is none other than Jun Qiangwei, who unexpectedly invaded my palace and left me wounded," he lamented, secretly harboring deep resentment. Yet, he could not voice his grievances to his disciple and maintained a facade of dignity, assuring her, "Do not worry, I have already dealt with her. Indeed, only you, master, can contend with that harpy." The Saint Lord of the Dark Moon sought to divert the conversation and recalled the matter concerning Simon, the eldest disciple of the Saint Lord of the Sun. "Why would Simon leave another storage ring in your possession? Are there no other demands?" Suwen'er shook her head vehemently. "Absolutely not. Then what benefits did he promise you?" "Master, those matters are too embarrassing for me to discuss." The Saint Lord of the Dark Moon understood. Suwen'er sought the Emperor's exclusive favor, undoubtedly aided by Simon's use of forbidden arts behind the scenes. Yet, something felt amiss. Simon, already in the purple realm and the foremost disciple of the Saint Lord of the Sun, needed to utilize Suwen'er's quarters for a mere storage ring? Please recount the matter of the storage ring in detail. Suwen'er, feeling compelled to be forthright, disclosed how Simon had requested to leave the storage ring in her chambers as a condition for securing her position. The Saint Lord of the Dark Moon's suspicions deepened. He was almost certain that Jun Qiangwei had fallen into a trap set by the Saint Lord of the Sun, who had meticulously arranged a snare for her. The residence of the Saint Lord of the Sun was notoriously well guarded. Though the three Saint Lords were of equal renown, they seldom met. When the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon unexpectedly received a scroll from the Saint Lord of the Sun, he assumed it was a request for a private audience. However, the ensuing days passed in silence, with no developments. "Master, what troubles you? You appear unwell." The Saint Lord of the Dark Moon hesitated to admit to his excessive blood loss, simultaneously recalling the injuries inflicted upon him by the Saint Lord of the Sun 2 decades prior, which stirred a deep-seated resentment. Jun Qiangwei was a mere firecracker, easily ignited by the manipulations of the Saint Lord of the Sun, who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. She merely employed an unorthodox and chaotic assortment of ancient artifacts, coupled with puppet sorcery, to catch her opponents off guard. However, there was something unnerving about Jun Qiangwei. How did she possess a Tianyin Weiyue? Even if she lacked musical knowledge and played haphazardly, the lethality of her music was not to be underestimated. His own Tianyin Weiyue bore a murderous intent, honed through countless battles where he represented the royal family. This particular instrument had claimed innumerable lives throughout history. In contrast, Jun Qiangwei's instrument, without question, was new and devoid of such intent. The Saint Lord of the Dark Moon had initially hoped to let the Saint Lord of the Sun and Jun Qiangwei engage in their own conflict. Yet, with his Tianyin Weiyue still in her possession, should she meet her demise within the residence of the Saint Lord of the Sun, the discovery of his instrument would inevitably bring shame upon him throughout the entire sacred domain. Thus, Jun Qiangwei must not perish, at least not before returning his Tianyin Weiyue to him. He intended to provide Suwen'er with some medicine for her internal injuries, only to realize he had not brought his storage ring. He wished to play the qin to aid her healing, but found himself without an instrument. Suwen'er nodded in compliance, inciting the ire of the emperor, who was watching from a distance with a scowl. The Saint Lord of the Dark Moon appeared younger than the emperor, who had assumed him to be an elder. The emperor's jealousy flared, and he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Suwen'er, resolutely preventing the consort from departing. The imperial attendants, comprehending the emperor's intent, chorused, "We bid farewell to the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon." This created an awkward predicament. Where could the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon go? He feigned calmness, saying, "Suwen'er, Your internal injuries must be treated without delay. The emperor, seizing the moment, made a mutually beneficial proposal. Please, Saint Lord, stay a while longer to attend Suinner's coronation. Suinner gazed at the emperor in astonishment. Such a significant matter had been concealed from her. Was this a surprise intended for her? However, the Saint Lord of the Dark Moon felt increasingly awkward. Even if his disciple were to become queen in a modest, obscure kingdom, as her master, he should make some gesture of support. Yet, he found himself unable to produce even a single gold coin. What could he do? All of this was the fault of Jun Xiangwei, that reckless and foolish woman, and the machinations of the Saint Lord of the Sun lurking behind it all. Achoo! Cheng Jingjing sneezed as she was ejected by the spatial barrier, landing amidst a vast expanse of snowy mountains. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself enveloped in a white void, utterly alone. The communication stone was rendered useless, and all her belongings remained within Jun Xiangwei's tower. She felt both cold and frightened. Jun Xiangwei, Zhu Rong, who will come to rescue me? Chapter 57. Beautiful and dashing. Just as the moonlit saint believed that Jun Xiangwei had fallen into his trap, she had already arrived at the snow mountain. Indeed, it was the snow mountain, not the residence of the daylight saint. Upon interrogating the moonlit saint with her truth-devouring insect, she learned that Simon was the daylight saint's most trusted disciple. This revelation led her to deduce that the daylight saint's act of providing the spatial scroll was a clever ruse to ensnare her. The daylight saint, being a master of the alluring fairies, was her sworn enemy, with a vendetta that would not cease until one of them lay dead. Furthermore, this adversary lurked in the shadows, fully aware of her every move. After vanquishing Simon, Jun Xiangwei discovered a tome within his spatial ring, chronicling the life of Yi Buqing from the tender age of 2. Simon had traveled to the Crimson Flame Kingdom to gather intelligence on Yi Buqing, undoubtedly for someone of great significance. This individual, who exhibited such deep concern for Yi Buqing, could either be a close kin or a bitter rival. At the age of 2, coincidentally, was when Yi Buqing's mother had mysteriously vanished. What could have compelled a mother to abandon her 2-year-old child? Perhaps she felt that staying with her son for 2 years was all she could manage. Under normal circumstances, a mother would never send someone to eliminate her own family members, including her daughter-in-law and beloved grandson. If the daylight saint were indeed her ally, then why would Simon gather information on Yi Buqing? The past 20 years had seen Yi Buqing's maternal family turn a blind eye to him. Were they allies or foes? Jun Xiangwei found herself at a loss. The only certainty was that the daylight saint was undoubtedly an enemy. To contend with foes, one must be even more ruthless and cunning. Jun Xiangwei recognized that she did not yet possess such capabilities, but she had faith that the divine being did. As long as the divine being was willing to assist her, there was nothing that could not be accomplished. However, an even more pressing concern was Cheng Jingjing. Jun Xiangwei requested the divine being to locate Cheng Jingjing. The response was that she was deep within the snow mountain, in a desolate area. The cultivation of the green realm could not withstand the frigid conditions. If they delayed any longer, they might be lost forever. Before leaving the imperial palace, Jun Xiangwei stored the daylight saint's scroll and replaced it with a spacetime scroll. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Cheng Jingjing. "Oh, Jun Xiangwei, you have finally arrived," Cheng Jingjing exclaimed, nearly frozen, shivering uncontrollably. The snow mountain was indeed frigid. Even Jun Xiangwei found it somewhat unbearable. She quickly sheltered Cheng Jingjing within her tower and provided her with the moonlit saint's celestial instrument. "Rest well and gather your strength. Soon, we shall unleash a storm of vengeance to warm our bodies." Is this truly the moonlit saint's weapon? With your mastery of music, it is perfectly suited for you. Cheng Jingjing embraced the celestial instrument with delight. To wield music as a weapon, how enchanting and fierce. Once Jun Xiangwei ensured Cheng Jingjing's comfort, both women were struck by a shared question. Divine being, why is this snow mountain so bitterly cold while the nearby region near the Great Fissure is not? Although it too is a snow mountain, it lacks the chill. The black market can even sustain various flora due to the presence of fire essence. The fire essence, a unique life form born of the collision of 2 worlds, manifested during a distortion of time and space. Much like blood, fire essence flows in a plasma-like state. While blood courses through human veins, fire essence ignites the very air. Fire essence resides within that hollow snow mountain, which is indeed hollow. Jun Xiangwei understood each word the divine being uttered, yet struggled to grasp the entirety of the concept. She attempted to explain to Cheng Jingjing that it was not the snow mountain that was cold, but rather the other snow mountain that was warm due to its hollow nature, inhabited by living fire. The reason the black market could cultivate such an abundance of flowers was due to the capture of a fire essence, which, when placed underground, created a hot spring. Should we not also capture one? If we keep it in your tower, it could unleash fire and lightning in the future. Indeed, that sounds formidable. As they stood at the intersection of two realms, Jun Xiangwei attempted to harness her teleportation abilities. It was somewhat strenuous, but feasible. After teleporting several times, she began to grow weary. This area was gradually becoming less frigid, drawing closer to the fire essence. Suddenly, a snow fox appeared, gazing at her from a distance. It looked frail and exhausted, with a round belly indicating its pregnancy. This likely was a young mother experiencing her first time, her body still not fully matured. She seemed to have gone days without sustenance. Jun Xiangwei retrieved some food from her tower and offered it to the fox, which cautiously ate while surveying its surroundings. "Where's your mate?" The fox, as a monogamous creature, found itself alone, which could only imply one thing. The young fox emitted a mournful cry. Given its condition, it would be exceedingly difficult to bear, hunt, and nurture on its own. With such a large belly and a body so emaciated, it was a dire situation. "Jun Xiangwei, should we take her in?" Cheng Jingjing's nurturing instincts were awakened. "We are not suited for this task. The two sisters from the demon clan would be far more appropriate." However, Jun Xiangwei had no intention of revealing that the two sisters were residing on the 7th floor. Their existence was a secret meant to protect them. Cheng Jingjing felt that Jun Xiangwei was callous, capable of witnessing such a lovely little fox in distress, yet choosing to turn a blind eye. Angrily, she played the piano on the 6th floor, with each note growing heavier with murderous intent. "Maintain this resolve. You are far more suited to this instrument than the Moonlit Saint. Jun Xiangwei, step away, do not provoke me." Jun Xiangwei, ever accommodating, muted the 6th floor and moved the little fox to the 7th. The demon sisters, upon seeing the snow fox, were filled with compassion, particularly the elder sister, Silly, who busied herself preparing a birthing space and essentials for the impending offspring. Some pains can only be healed through acts of kindness towards others. Was Jun Xiangwei not also seeking to heal the wounds from losing her dear sister while assisting a woman in distress? 5 miles to the west, beneath the earth lay the fire essence. "No, I shall not take it." If the fire essence were removed, the temperature would plummet abruptly, rendering countless creatures, akin to the little fox, unable to survive. The fire essence had existed for millennia, and the beings of this snowy realm had adapted to the climate and ecological balance brought about by its presence. If she were to seize the fire essence for personal gain, how would it differ from the malevolent individuals from the demon realm, who exploit the lives of the inhabitants of the Tianxian continent for the sake of mining spiritual stones? Yi Xiaobai gave her mother a thumbs up. "Look, this is enlightenment. This is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. 1,000 times better than those self-proclaimed saints who merely seek fame and recognition. Divine being, I trust in wisdom. With wisdom, humanity can surmount all challenges. The path of wisdom is never singular. Even in the absence of the fire essence, my thunder tower can still unleash fire and lightning." Jun Xiangwei summoned her botanical powers, rapidly generating an abundance of trees and flowers in the vicinity where the fire essence resided. Soon, small animals and birds would come to build their nests. Yi Xiaobai gestured with both hands and feet, contrasting the black market's greed for fire essence to cultivate flowers for their own castles. Her mother sought to nurture the animals of this realm. If food were abundant, perhaps the little fox would not have lost its mate. Let not the phrase survival of the fittest be merely an indifferent observation from afar. When it strikes close to home, who would willingly embrace death? Who would confess to being the victim of fate's cruelty? The heavens merely serve as a scapegoat, knowing they will not defend themselves. The host is increasingly losing her sense of self. Chapter 58. The Grand Secret. As the sky began to lighten, Jun Xiangwei decided to rest in the ecological garden she had established using her botanical abilities. Confronting the Sunlight Sovereign required careful planning rather than mere brute strength. Surrounding her were the vast white peaks of snow-capped mountains, contrasting with the lush greenery of trees and blossoms in the center. The diligent snow bees were among the first to arrive, accompanied by the curious animals that had begun to peek out from their abodes. Jun Xiangwei commenced the organization of various trifles from the storage ring of the Moonlit Sovereign. Among the treasures, each item was remarkably exquisite, particularly those from the moonlit sovereign, including the divine wind boots, the crimson dragon armor, the giant wind bow, and the holy beetle. However, the most formidable was undoubtedly the soul-severing rod. It appeared that the moonlit sovereign had underestimated her, mistaking her for a mere greenhorn. Jun Xiangwei silently expressed her gratitude to the national master for his benevolence. Had the moonlit sovereign encountered her while she showcased her true prowess, he would have undoubtedly approached her with caution. The soul-severing rod, regardless of the opponent's realm, would separate soul from body upon contact. For anyone not versed in soul cultivation, once the soul departed the physical form, it could easily be ensnared by the soul-capturing banner. A body devoid of a soul was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Jun Xiangwei shuddered at the thought. Compared to the soul-severing rod, the imperial judgment rod was but a trifling matter, a mere tickle. She had been informed by the deity that the moonlit sovereign had suffered greatly after being struck by the imperial judgment rod, experiencing a regression in his cultivation to the peak of the blue realm. The imperial judgment rod could even pass judgment on emperors, let alone those merely titled sovereigns. Now, Jun Xiangwei recognized the advantages of the imperial judgment rod. In future encounters with adversaries, she would first employ the soul-severing rod, followed by the imperial judgment rod. By the time the soul returned to the body, the opponent would find their cultivation diminished to a level commensurate with their moral character. The thought was utterly satisfying. Having sorted through her spoils, all that remained were spirit stones. With these spirit stones, the notes from the national master would finally be put to use. Jun Xiangwei dedicated an entire day to categorizing and organizing her loot. Host, do not squander today's sign-in opportunity. Sign in. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a god-level fire elemental ability. The fire essence had already attained life and could not be replicated, but its fire elemental ability could. As Jun Xiangwei contemplated how to transform the light from the Thunder Tower into firelight, she was informed by the deity of her newfound ability. With a mere thought, she conjured a writhing serpent of flame. With another thought, she produced an intense heat devoid of light. Success. Combining the Thunder Tower with the holy light crystal mirror and her fire elemental prowess would not only produce explosive light, but could instantaneously convert into extreme heat, sufficient to incinerate everything in the vicinity. In future annihilations, no traces of explosions would remain. Everything would be reduced to ash for her floral fertilizer. Once she had accomplished this, Jun Xiangwei sought the coordinates of the Sunlight Sovereign from the deity. The coordinates did not match those in the scroll leading directly to his residence, confirming her suspicions of treachery. Cheng Jingjing, seething with determination, practiced the melody of the moonlit sound for an entire day and night, vowing to impress Jun Xiangwei and earn the respect of Zhu Rong. The next morning, Jun Xiangwei produced a melody of the moonlit sound to play alongside Cheng Jingjing. The instrument belonging to the moonlit sovereign emanated an overwhelming aura of menace, while Jun Xiangwei's notes revitalized the surrounding flora. Upon finishing the piece, Cheng Jingjing's jaw dropped in disbelief. How could this be? Jun Xiangwei, when did you learn the art of healing through music? Just moments ago. She recalled a healing music score from the national master and had experimented with it in conjunction with the murderous aura of her melody. Indeed, you play beautifully, allowing me to discern the crucial aspects of that note. What aspects? One must first sustain a degree of injury to facilitate healing. Cheng Jingjing roared. Jun Xiangwei, do you speak from a dog's mouth? That was a lethal move, not a mere injury. Well, you are not wrong, Jun Xiangwei replied, maintaining her serious demeanor. In the red realm, one faces death. In the orange realm, one is gravely wounded. In the yellow realm, one is injured. In the green realm, one merely itches. Jun Xiangwei, yes, let us maintain this momentum and seek revenge. Wait, is it that urgent? Let me practice a bit longer. Jun Xiangwei grasped the soul-severing rod and the imperial judgment rod, preparing to strike the Sunlight Sovereign with a surprise blow. The time-space scroll could pinpoint the target's position with precision. Fully prepared, as she approached the Sunlight Sovereign from behind, she swung the soul-severing rod with force. The Sunlight Sovereign, possessing extraordinary perception, attempted to retaliate, only to discover his soul had been forced out of his body. He was subsequently captured by the soul-capturing banner, surrounded by countless ghostly cultivators eager to absorb his essence and soul. Yet, the Sunlight Sovereign was no easy prey, being a demonic body. He was inherently skilled in both physical and soul cultivation. Despite the multitude of ghostly cultivators, They paled in comparison to his living essence. As these ghostly cultivators held him at bay, Jun Xiangwei had ample opportunity to thoroughly assault his physical form with the Imperial Judgment Rod. Just as she was about to conclude her assault, the deity prompted Yi Xiaobai to sign in. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Death Scythe. A single strike could sever a century of life from those in the Purple Realm. The name of the Death Scythe materialized in Jun Xiangwei's mind. Without hesitation, she drew it forth and aimed 2 strikes at the Sunlight Sovereign. With less than a year's lifespan remaining, his cultivation regressed to the initial stage of the Blue Realm. Pleased with her results, Jun Xiangwei commanded the deity to release the Sunlight Sovereign's soul. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Sunlight Sovereign fused with several ghostly cultivator soul energies, significantly enhancing his strength. Quick, use the Holy Light Staff. Yi Xiaobai urged the system to inform his mother. The Holy Light Staff possessed attributes that countered ghostly cultivators. Without hesitation, Jun Xiangwei brandished the Holy Light Staff and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the Sunlight Sovereign's soul. Each impact emitted a dazzling radiance, while his physical cultivation continued to decline. To make matters worse, his lifespan diminished by an entire 200 years, all inflicted by his own death scythe. He protested. Jun Xiangwei retaliated with a whip strike, stripping away a layer of his skin. You have no say in the matter. Another whip struck his arm, releasing the truth-telling insect. Speak. Where is Yi Buqing? Taken by the Shooting Star Sovereign. Why would the Shooting Star Sovereign take Yi Buqing? He is his uncle. Thus, the maternal lineage of Yi Buqing was revealed. It seemed he was safe. Although Jun Xiangwei felt angered that he had not checked in with her, she resolved to focus on the task at hand. What other heinous deeds have you committed? With his cultivation severely diminished, the Sunlight Sovereign, unable to resist the truth-telling insect's bite, divulged every misdeed in detail. There were so many that Jun Xiangwei could not record them all. His extensive wrongdoings had caused his cultivation to regress to the Green Realm. Jun Xiangwei released Cheng Jingjing, handing over the pallid Sunlight Sovereign to her for practice. As Cheng Jingjing plucked the strings, waves of murderous intent surged toward the Sunlight Sovereign. No, please don't kill me. Jun Xiangwei, I have a tremendous secret to share with you. Chapter 59. The practice of music. The Lord of the Solar Day mentioned that he had secrets to exchange. Jun Xiangwei believed he did, yet she would not resort to killing him for the sake of such a transaction. The enmity she bore for him was far too great, encompassing the deaths of her 4 sisters and the members of the Yi family. Life for a life was a principle she could not compromise upon. As for the secret, she smirked, for she possessed the truth-devouring spirit bug. With the current cultivation of the Lord of the Solar Day, he was ill-equipped to withstand its bite. Release the bug. Let it bite fiercely. Once the venom took effect, the Lord of the Solar Day would be compelled to speak without restraint within the span of an incense stick's burn. Reveal the secret you intend to exchange. The Lord's lips were no longer governed by his mind. The maternal lineage of Yi Buqing was that of the imperial bloodline of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, which had fled to the Holy Domain 2 millennia prior. Was this not the very tale of the national emblem that soared forth to protect the Crown Prince? Continue. The Lord of the Solar Day spoke incessantly. The Crown Prince of the Crimson Flame Kingdom had reigned as the heir for nearly 80 years. However, the Emperor favored the son of the favored concubine, issuing an edict to depose the Crown Prince and name his younger sibling as the heir. The Crown Prince staged a coup, slaying the Emperor and annihilating all of the younger prince's supporters. The concubine was subjected to death by 1,000 cuts, publicly declared to have committed suicide for the sake of the former emperor. The younger prince was forced to flee to the Holy Domain with the remnants of his forces and the emperor's decree. This was the fundamental reason behind the estrangement between the Crimson Flame Kingdom and the Holy Domain. Jun Xiangwei raised an eyebrow and scoffed. How dare he use such ancient grievances as a bargaining chip in his final moments? Yet, the tale did not end there. Yi Buqing's maternal lineage was sparse, having dwindled to just a son and a daughter by the time of his grandfather. The son was the Celestial Star Sovereign, and the daughter was Yi Buqing's mother. However, the Celestial Star Sovereign had only one daughter, Xianyuan Jing. Jun Xiangwei produced a snack, crossing her legs as she listened intently. The higher one's cultivation. The less likely one was to bear offspring. In the Holy Domain, individuals often married and procreated by the time they reached the Yellow Realm, fulfilling their duty of lineage continuity. The Celestial Star Sovereign was a rare talent in cultivation. His daughter broke through to the Blue Realm shortly after birth. Yet there were no further progeny for many years. With no male heirs in the Xianyuan family, the Celestial Star Sovereign had no choice but to take Yi Buqing as his son-in-law to preserve the purity of the bloodline. Seeing that Jun Xiangwei remained unmoved, the Lord of the Solar Day decided to intensify his approach. Jun Xiangwei, do you know? Yi Buqing and Xianyuan Jing's wedding is tomorrow. Jun Xiangwei nearly choked on her snack. The Lord spoke the truth. It appeared that Yi Buqing truly was tired of living. Yi Xiaobai lamented to the sovereign, "This won't do, that won't do, and he should divorce his wife to marry first. You should have Qiangwei hurry to obliterate the crime scene." The Lord of the Solar Day observed a change in Jun Xiangwei's expression and believed he had found a glimmer of hope, continuing to speak. "It is also the will of the Celestial Star Sovereign to kill you. He simply cannot act himself." Jun Xiangwei swiftly concealed her emotions, her face a mask of indifference. The Lord continued to divulge the truth. Furthermore, the treasure within the 9-turn Linglong Lock is the only space stone of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. In the Tianxian continent, there are 7 ancient kingdoms, each ruled by a monarch possessing an ancient space stone bestowed by the gods. In the event of an irreversible catastrophe, if the 7 space stones are placed in the 7-star array at the sacrificial grounds of the Death Forest, a portal to an alternate space can be opened. The stone in Yi Buqing's possession was bequeathed to him by his mother, Xianyuan Huan. The Celestial Star Sovereign never anticipated that he would give it to you. This is her reason for wanting to kill you and seize the stone. As for the Yi family and your maidservants, they are merely a smokescreen to conceal the true intent of killing you alone. Yi Xiaobai attentively absorbed every word from the Lord of the Solar Day. He instructed the system to stabilize Qiangwei and relate a series of questions to his mother. First, could it be that Yi Buqing, out of gratitude for his uncle's life-saving grace, learned that his kin and wife had perished? Did his uncle, holding on to ancestral grievances, compel him to yield under the weight of familial duty? Second, there was a significant gap. Why was the space stone in Xianyuan Huan's possession and not with the Celestial Star Sovereign? The throne of the Xianyuan family has always passed from father to son. Third, why did Xianyuan Huan disappear 20 years ago? Where is she now? Jun Xiangwei's emotions stirred. Anyone would be unsettled upon learning that their husband was to remarry the very next day. Fortunately, after hearing the analysis from the divine being, she managed to compose herself. Tomorrow, she would confront the Celestial Star Sovereign personally and disrupt Yi Buqing's wedding. Whether he was willing or coerced, it mattered not. It must be shattered. Yi Buqing belonged to her in life, and in death, he would remain hers. To think of marrying another? She would not grant him such an opportunity. As for the Celestial Star Sovereign, he would find no second path. Jun Xiangwei would not show him mercy. Anyone who sought to harm her need not expect leniency. What of the uncle? After 20 years of silence, he sought to kill Jun Xiangwei and her unborn child. Then let them perish together. That would be just. Moreover, Xianyuan Jing bore a grudge against her for coveting her husband. Let it not be said that she was unaware of Yi Buqing's marriage, nor that she was forced into it. Does an adult claiming to be coerced not insult her intelligence? Just because she is the daughter of the Celestial Star Sovereign, she deserves death. Innocent? Bah. It is her malevolent father that has condemned the innocent life of her unborn child to suffering. Jun Xiangwei is a woman who has died and returned. The Celestial Star Sovereign, through the agency of the Lord of the Solar Day, has already sought to take her and Xiaobai's lives. Since the divine being granted her resurrection, she would be a vessel of vengeance. Anyone who obstructs her path of retribution becomes her enemy. Enemies must be slain without exception. Yi Xiaobai perceived no fault in his mother's resolve. Had it not been for the binding of the system, the graves of the two of them would be overgrown with grass. No, there were no graves, only the restless spirits at the cliff's edge. The Lord of the Solar Day observed Jun Xiangwei's serious demeanor as she commanded the woman beside her to cease her musical onslaught. He was taken aback when he saw Jun Xiangwei produce a Tianin Wuyue, identical to the woman's. As he pondered the existence of two such instruments, he was startled to hear Jun Xiangwei play. Fearing he would once again be sliced by countless strings, he was unexpectedly relieved to find his wounds healing rapidly. Jun Xiangwei's instrument was, in fact, a healing lute. How many hidden cards does this woman possess? He dared not underestimate Jun Xiangwei any longer. Thank you, noble heroine, for your immense kindness and for sparing my life. His words were abruptly interrupted by Jun Xiangwei. She instructed Cheng Jingjing, continue to play. I promised you this for practice, so focus on your craft. The Lord of the Solar Day watched in terror as his newly healed wounds were once again torn open. Progress. Keep it up. After a while, Jun Xiangwei played to heal the Lord of the Solar Day again, and once healed, she urged Cheng Jingjing to continue her practice. The Lord of the Solar Day pleaded with tears, "Ancestor, I have revealed everything. Please spare me. Why should I spare you when you divulge the truth by your own volition?" Jun Xiangwei turned to Cheng Jingjing, saying, "Very good. Maintain your pace, no need to rush. We shall practice slowly." Chapter 60. The flowing celestial garment the Sun Lord's wails echoed incessantly. "Ancestors, I implore you, grant me a swift end." Cheng Jingjing, having practiced diligently, grew increasingly adept. She beseeched Jun Xiangwei for mercy, pleading for the sake of his musical efforts. "Spare his life, for he has played for us." Jun Xiangwei, with a frigid expression, declined. "So many from the Yi family have perished, not to mention my 4 maidservants. Who will show them mercy?" Cheng Jingjing found herself at a loss, recognizing her earlier sentimentality as misplaced. Jun Xiangwei commanded the truth-biting spirit worm to bite the Sun Lord again. Her intent was to elucidate to Cheng Jingjing why this man deserved his fate. "Sun Lord, you would not assist the Star Lord without reason. What boon did he offer you?" "The exclusive right to exploit the spirit vein of the Qian kingdom." Cheng Jingjing gasped. The Qian kingdom was their homeland. Without the spirit vein, all flora and fauna, including humanity, would suffer. Ordinary individuals would be unable to enhance their cultivation, and countless lives would be cut short before reaching 60. "Isn't the Star Lord a member of the royal family of Qian? How could he betray his own country?" Jun Xiangwei scoffed. "Just because he claims to be royalty? Even our unreliable emperor, who favors concubines over his wife, understands the importance of national survival." Cheng Jingjing wholeheartedly agreed. Although the Qian kingdom was small and sparsely populated, its average cultivation level was the highest on the Tianshan continent. The average lifespan was also the longest, and wealth disparity was minimal. All of this was due to the Qian kingdom's strict protection of its spirit veins, forbidding any exploitation. The nation's laws consistently hindered economic development, ensuring that citizens would not sell spirit stones to destroy their homeland for monetary gain, unlike other empires where the economy was inflated. And the impoverished suffered while the wealthy elite profited from selling spirit stones and migrated to the demon realm, spending their ill-gotten gains there. Thus, the Star Lord resembled nothing more than a traitorous scoundrel. Jun Xiangwei transformed into an ice spirit flower to present to Cheng Jingjing. "Help me curse our enemies. It is essential to acknowledge their faults. That scoundrel is not merely your adversary, but the enemy of all Qian. Thus, we must practice even more diligently." Cheng Jingjing exclaimed, "You are right. Let us play our instruments." After saying this, she spat at the Sun Lord, thinking of the class enemy that sought to exploit the Qian spirit vein. "Not only should we practice music on him, but we should also sharpen our blades." The vengeful duo resumed their torment of the Sun Lord. A night passed, and both Cheng Jingjing and Jun Xiangwei rapidly improved their musical skills, completing a cycle in less than the time it takes to brew tea. They were pleased with their progress. The Sun Lord had hoped for his disciples to rescue him, but those who came were either frightened away or met their demise at Jun Xiangwei's hands. He had lost all hope, wishing only for a quick death. Cheng Jingjing, feeling a pang of compassion, struck a note that sealed his fate. The Sun Lord was utterly defeated, and Jun Xiangwei added a surge of heat, allowing him to soar through the air alongside his infamous disciples. As for those disciples who had committed lesser sins, after being assessed by the truth-biting spirit worm, those without grave offenses were released by Jun Xiangwei. The possessions of the slain were collected, and Cheng Jingjing meticulously counted them, trembling with excitement, claiming it was merely a side effect of her musical practice. Jun Xiangwei chose not to expose her, knowing that most would tremble at the sight of billions in gold coins for the first time. Alongside the gold were vast quantities of spirit stones. Jun Xiangwei placed all the spirit stones in the 7th level to nourish her fig tree, which was now brimming with spiritual energy, rivaling that of the Misty Peak. The Demon Sisters and the Little Snow Fox were immersed in their growth. Cheng Jingjing sorted the various treasures and weapons and compiled them into a volume to store in the tower. Jun Xiangwei was quite pleased with Cheng Jingjing's attentiveness. Among the spoils was the death scythe of the Sun Lord, which she generously bestowed upon Cheng Jingjing. Cheng Jingjing also requested the protective python skin armor and frostfire gloves. In addition to weapons, there were several space scrolls. Although these scrolls could not bypass spatial restrictions like the time-space scrolls, they could transport several individuals over long distances within the demon realm, proving far superior to those purchased from the black market. Even Cheng Jingjing, a devoted follower of Zhu Rong, had to admit the superiority of these items. Jun Xiangwei merely smiled. Have you looked at your own cultivation level? Cheng Jingjing, engrossed in either practicing music or counting her spoils, had no time to check her own level. When Jun Xiangwei inquired, she focused her energy and gathered her spirit. Heavens! I am in the mid-stage of the Azure Realm. Why is this happening? Why did I ascend without any barriers? Jun Xiangwei, you did this, didn't you? How could you be so inconsiderate and not inform me? What if I had been frightened to death? Jun Xiangwei had no intention of revealing that she had added her bathwater to Cheng Jingjing's recent drinks, along with the ice spirit flower and the enhancement from the celestial sound Wu Yu. It's merely the Azure Realm. What is there to boast about? Jun Xiangwei splashed cold water over Cheng Jingjing's head. I shall boast. A 23-year-old in the Azure Realm. Why should I not? Cheng Jingjing retorted. As Jun Xiangwei gathered her spirit, a pure white flame appeared in her hand. You. Cheng Jingjing stammered, her eyes wide with astonishment, rendered speechless. This was beyond her comprehension. What realm was this? The White Realm? I do not know. It matters not what realm it is. We must attend to important matters. Indeed, it is time for serious business. Yi Buqing is getting married today. If we do not create a scene, we shall be disrespecting the laws and customs of the Qian kingdom. We shall use the Sun Lord's invitation and his scroll to attend. Wait, Jun Xiangwei, are you truly going like this? No way. Cheng Jingjing restrained Jun Xiangwei, insisting she sit down. She intended to personally adorn her cousin to resemble a celestial being. I am already like a celestial being. I need no adornment. Jun Xiangwei candidly replied, recalling how Yi Buqing had fallen for her at first sight, insisting the Yi family proposed due to her beauty. Though you are even more beautiful now, do you not understand the principle of dressing well? Especially given that you are visibly pregnant, shouldn't you wear something more splendid? Remember, your purpose is to entice Yi Buqing and infuriate Xinyuan Jing. Jun Xiangwei found Cheng Jingjing's reasoning quite compelling. However, the same logic did not apply to her. 3 parts talent, 7 parts appearance. If I am already 10 parts talented, must I not appear 100%? No need. I shall simply wear white, flowing like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Jun Xiangwei, you are correct. There is an old saying, to appear charming, one must be filial. You should wear a set of white garments, like a flirtatious widow freshly bereaved of her husband, to nauseate that pair of scoundrels. Chapter 61. The red and white roses. Although the two had planned to don matching white garments, in the rush of the moment, they could not find suitable morning attire. Cheng Jingjing frowned lightly. How could such a trivial matter pose a challenge to her, an exceptionally gifted young lady? Jun Xiangwei smiled and casually waved her hand, instantly revealing a wall adorned with an abundance of white roses. Eureka! I shall craft something exquisite for you using these white roses. Just wait a moment. My speed is akin to that of the wind. The white rose, emblematic of innocence and purity, is accompanied by dense thorns. Once it draws blood, it transforms into a crimson rose, mesmerizing yet perilously alluring. This mirrors Jun Xiangwei perfectly, an exterior of a pure white lotus, concealing the essence of a carnivorous flower. Cheng Jingjing soon discovered a fitting trophy to serve as a base. She embellished her celestial silkworm defensive robe with 999 white roses. Indeed, the brilliance of the talented young lady was evident as, within no time, a flawless battle attire materialized in her hands. She had Jun Xiangwei try it on, and the effect was nothing short of satisfying. Jun Xiangwei's tall, slender figure was accentuated beautifully. How exquisite! The floral embellishments not only rendered her ethereal, but also adeptly concealed her 6-month pregnancy. Jun Xiangwei, however, remained nonchalant, declaring, beauty is inherent. One looks lovely in anything. Cheng Jingjing, too weary to argue, acknowledged that both their mothers hailed from the same illustrious lineage, the Nanyuan Xiahou clan, renowned for producing beauties. Jun Xiangwei then whimsically added a few enchanting red roses to her attire. The white backdrop adorned with red blooms was both flamboyant, yet dignified. Truly beautiful. Oh dear, the time for guests to enter as stated on the invitation is nearly upon us. What is the rush? The grand performance is meant to be the finale. We shall feast first. One cannot rattle the venue on an empty stomach. Cheng Jingjing glared at Jun Xiangwei in exasperation. It's your man who is marrying. Why do you act as if I am the one in a hurry? Exactly. Why the haste? Come, let us savor the delights here at the Daylight Saint. Who knows what the banquet will offer? You truly infuriate me. How can you be so carefree about your man's wedding feast? Shouldn't we be flipping tables and causing a ruckus? If the banquet exceeds our own wedding feast, even if Yi Buqing is coerced, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Cheng Jingjing shivered at the ferocity of Jun Qiangwei's words. Alas, she decided to let it go. May Yi Buqing seek his own fortune. Whether he is forced or not, once he departs, he is lost to us. Should he remarry, it shall be without a trace. Do men truly believe women are mere playthings, easily manipulated? Women, like men, are humans striving diligently in their pursuits. One must not treat women as soft targets. Should their hearts grow cold, their vengeance is unbearable for men. Moreover, Jun Qiangwei is not to be trifled with. Noticing Cheng Jingjing's renewed frustration, Jun Qiangwei offered her a piece of crystal chicken. Cheng Jingjing, why are you still vexed? Enjoy your meal. Getting angry while eating only leads to indigestion. Jun Qiangwei, if Yi Buqing truly betrays you, wouldn't your temperament compel you to confront him immediately? After all, he is the father of your child. He is not my biological father. Very well, for the sake of Xiaobai, whether or not to confront him shall be decided by him. Xiaobai, in turn, felt quite conflicted, yet wholly respected the decision of his formidable mother. Cheng Jingjing sighed. Let us await the truth before taking action. If he wrongs you, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Jun Qiangwei checked the time. It's almost time for the grand event. She placed the wedding invitation into a slot on the scroll, which automatically read the coordinates and granted them entry to the designated area. One must admit, the demonic realm possesses many advanced features. In an instant, Jun Qiangwei and Cheng Jingjing were transported to the guest registration point. All guests were required to sign in at a small stone wall, indicating their identity and the monetary gift they presented. Upon completion, the guest's information would be projected onto a grand statue in the main banquet hall. The statue displayed a myriad of guest names alongside their gifts. Jun Qiangwei used the nameplate of the Moonlit Saint, entering a gift of 100 gold coins. Cheng Jingjing followed suit with the Daylight Saint's nameplate, noting the same amount. With the prestigious nameplates of the two saints in their possession, they were perfectly equipped to disrupt the event. Typically, individuals of high standing delegate trusted aides to attend significant occasions on their behalf. Today, however, was the union of the Flying Star Saint, a gathering where the other two saints need not appear, as the monetary offerings could simply be sent by a servant. At ordinary weddings, commoners typically contribute 1,000 or 2,000. Those of status often start at 10,000. Given the stature of the two saints, any contribution below 1,000,000 would be unheard of. Presenting merely 100 gold coins was indeed a slap in the face, a dual affront. Cheng Jingjing and Jun Qiangwei, in their hearts, did not wish to contribute even half a coin. Despite their considerable wealth, they would not squander it on adversaries. Nevertheless, the impact of their disruption would be well worth the 200 spent. Arriving late, they found the banquet hall already filled with guests. Countless eyes turned towards the large stone screen at the center of the hall. What could this 100 gold coins signify? Surely, they did not intend to cause a scene? Some compassionate individuals whispered among themselves, speculating that a digit had been omitted. Meanwhile, the staff responsible for welcoming guests wore awkward smiles, continually signaling, "Ladies, perhaps you should double-check. It seems a digit may be missing." Jun Qiangwei glanced at her own writing. Indeed, it was beautiful, as lovely as the person herself. Cheng Jingjing's handwriting was commendable too, nearly matching her own. Both nodded in satisfaction. Confirming no errors had been made, the staff, caught between awkwardness and politeness, guided them to their seats. The hall fell silent. Was it truly 100? With no missing digit? Had the two saints sent two young women to cause a stir? Was this a blatant affront? Did they harbor a grudge unknown to the rest? All present discreetly scrutinized the two young women. When had the Moonlit Saint and the Daylight Saint become so intimate as to send these two emissaries together? Or were they conspiring to humiliate the Flying Star Saint? Cheng Jingjing casually surveyed her surroundings. Where is Yi Buqing? I only see Xian Yuanjing. Jun Qiangwei, however, frowned as she counted the dishes on the table. 16 main courses, 8 appetizers, 8 desserts and fruits, and a personal portion of stew, all comprised of the finest ingredients. With drinks and spirits available in unlimited supply, this banquet mirrored the scale of their own wedding feast, the only difference being the endless supply of beverages. Yi Buqing, do not let me catch you. Chapter 62. The willowy figure. Cheng Jingjing found it perplexing, Unlimited drinks were merely a triviality, so why the indignation? You fail to grasp the essence. This is a provocation. It indicates that remarriage is far more intoxicating than the first union. Go ahead and consume your jealousy. I've looked around, and Yi Buchan is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he was coerced into attending against his will. Just look at the bride, Xianyuan Jing. She is as unattractive as a mother monkey. If Yi Buchan possesses any sight, he would never choose her, even if he were truly deceased. Jun Xiangwei followed Cheng Jingjing's gesture and gazed in that direction. Initially, she assumed Cheng Jingjing was jesting to lift her spirits. But she soon realized that Xianyuan Jing's appearance was indeed hard to articulate. Upon further inspection, she noted the presence of the holy monarch of Feishing beside her. The two of them appeared to be cut from the same mold. Jun Xiangwei voiced her inner doubts to the divine being. They say nephews resemble their uncles. Yet Yi Buchan bears no resemblance to his uncle whatsoever. Could he possibly be a false uncle? As for his blood relation to Yi Xiaobai, the question lingered. For instance, his hair or a cup he had sipped from, possessing either would allow for a swift determination of his ties to the royal family or to Yi Xiaobai. Oh, it is that simple? Then why wait any longer? Utilizing her botanical abilities, Jun Xiangwei deftly manipulated the floral arrangements at the wedding venue and soon acquired a strand of the holy monarch of Feishing's hair. Upon divine inspection, it was revealed that the holy monarch of Feishing shared no blood relations with Yi Xiaobai, nor was he a male descendant of the royal lineage. Jun Xiangwei could not contain her laughter. I told you, he could never be a member of the royal family of Qian. There are no such unattractive individuals in Qian. And to be both ugly and troublesome. Why endure this any longer? Let's disrupt the event. Isn't the drink unlimited? She declared, igniting the cup of wine the holy monarch of Feishing held. He reacted swiftly, casting the cup aside. Though displeased, he refrained from expressing his anger and simply reached for another drink. To his surprise, the second cup ignited as well. The spontaneous combustion of the two cups drew the attention of numerous guests present. Enraged, the holy monarch of Feishing demanded to know who was responsible. He quickly erected a barrier around himself and refilled his cup, suspecting that some petty individuals had employed magic. With the barrier in place, he successfully thwarted any further disturbances. Raising his cup, he invited all to toast in celebration of the newlyweds. Just as he began, let us extend our most fervent blessings to today's couple. The holy monarch of Feishing's beloved daughter, Xianyuan Jing, and bam! His cup ignited once more. This time, the flames surged high, engulfing his hair and beard. Startled, the holy monarch realized the intensity of the flames far exceeded that of ordinary fire. He rolled on the ground, disregarding his dignity as those nearby rushed to extinguish the flames. The fire was quickly subdued, yet the holy monarch now resembled a ghoul risen from the grave. Cheng Jingjing glanced at Jun Xiangwei, whose enigmatic smile hinted at her involvement, and she felt a surge of satisfaction. No chance of mining spirit stones from Qian now. The holy monarch hastily withdrew to the inner hall to clean himself up. Host, you have yet to check in today. Check in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Feishing breakthrough spike. The holy monarch of Feishing ranked second among the three legendary figures, and with the Feishing breakthrough spike, he achieved remarkable feats. This spike could transform the minute into the monumental, akin to a meteor shower breaching barriers, an instrument of mass destruction. Oh, it can breach the spatial constraints of a demonic realm? The holy monarch of Feishing cannot, but one produced by the system can. So, with the Feishing breakthrough spike leading the charge, could Xiangwei teleport or ride the winds? Theoretically, it is feasible. As per usual, she requested to. Jun Xiangwei soon discovered that she had acquired another treasure, the Feishing breakthrough spike. It was undoubtedly the holy monarch's prized possession. The divine being was truly formidable. Using his own methods against him, the holy monarch took great pride in his barrier, claiming that even the Feishing breakthrough spike could not breach it. Now, she would see if her Feishing breakthrough spike could prove him wrong. The holy monarch had his eyebrows and hair singed by a sudden blaze. The incident unfolded so abruptly that the guests overlooked the earlier presence of two other holy monarchs who had merely contributed a meager sum of 100 in gifts. Soon, an elder stepped forth to continue officiating the wedding. Let us extend our warmest blessings to the newlyweds, the holy monarch of Feishing's daughter, Xianyuan Jing, and bam! His raised cup ignited yet again. It was evident that someone intended to disrupt the ceremony. The officiating elder, visibly displeased, surveyed the crowd with a stern gaze. Today marks a joyous occasion for the holy monarch of Feishing. Anyone secretly scheming will face the wrath of Duke Dinuo. Duke Dinuo, the very individual who had commanded the imprisonment of the National Master and Zhu Rong? Jun Xiangwei nodded, affirming his identity. He had declared that regardless of whether the deaths of those 8 individuals were linked to the National Master, the blame would be unjustly placed upon Qian. He had forcibly coerced Qian into consenting to spirit stone mining, threatening to use the deaths as a pretext to wage war against them. Enemies and foes become unexpected allies. Cheng Jingjing clenched her fists. Burn him. Jun Xiangwei shared the sentiment. With a mere thought, Duke Dinuo ignited spontaneously, the flames fierce and relentless. His agonized screams echoed through the air. After sufficient torment, he had likely lost half his life as Jun Xiangwei extinguished the flames. For such a villain, a single demise was too merciful. She was eager to see who would dare officiate this wedding now. Indeed, the atmosphere fell silent, and none of the esteemed elders dared to step forward to preside over this sinister ceremony. Xianyuan Jing was incensed. She had fallen head over heels for Yi Bucken, and after much anticipation for their wedding, someone dared to create chaos. Yi Bucken's appearance was too precious to her. She could not allow him to be absent, fearing other women would take notice, especially since he maintained a perpetual scowl. Despite her less-than-stellar looks, her father was the holy monarch of Feishing. She deemed herself deserving of the dashing Yi Bucken. Moreover, Yi Bucken had previously been married. What right did he have to look down upon her, a pure maiden? Was it merely due to his status as a citizen of a minor nation in the Tianxin continent or his novice cultivation? The holy monarch of Feishing sought to take Yi Bucken as a son-in-law purely because he was the sole heir of Xianyuan Huan. Yet Xianyuan Jing was different from her father. She was simply captivated by Yi Bucken's handsome visage. She signaled to several robust maidservants, who promptly entered the inner hall to escort the delicate, sickly beauty, Yi Bucken, into view. Jun Xiangwei could hardly believe her eyes. Her husband had become as frail as a willow in the wind. It seemed a gust could topple him over. Chapter 63, The Wedding Chaos, Part 1. Yi Buqing summoned the last vestiges of his strength to shake off the clutches of several matrons. This marriage he adamantly refused. Yet, his refusal was of little consequence, as the matrons persisted in propelling him towards the altar. Light-headed and utterly drained, he stumbled forward, nearly being dragged along. Jun Xiangwei furrowed her brow in concern. Poisoned. Xian Yuanjing greeted her betrothed with a smile, effortlessly casting a barrier that confined Yi Buqing within, preventing him from making a ruckus later on. Though imprisoned, Yi Buqing was resolute in his unwillingness to acquiesce to Xian Yuanjing's whims. The wedding commenced with the first formalities, as the couple bowed and addressed the assembled guests. Meanwhile, Duke Denia, racked with pain, yearned to escape the ceremony, yet found himself unable to move, his body betraying his will. What was happening? No, this couldn't be. Yet, he was powerless to regain control. All present watched in shock as Duke Denia lunged at Xian Yuanjing like a famished wolf, fervently kissing her. My heavens, how scandalous. Indeed, it was Cheng Jingjing who had ensnared Denia with her puppetry. With her cultivation having ascended to the Azure realm, she wielded her skill with newfound dexterity. Denia, possessing mediocre abilities and severely injured, fell prey to Cheng Jingjing's manipulation. Fuming, Xian Yuanjing dared not disrespect Duke Denia, redirecting her ire towards Yi Buqing, her intended husband, who had merely stood by as Denia had his way with her. Truly, what a spineless fool. Xian Yuanjing believed that her appearance, however unappealing, should not hinder her pursuit of a beautiful and blissful life. She longed for a powerful, invincible husband who would cherish and protect her, one whose heart and mind would belong solely to her. This man must possess striking looks, be orphaned, and of noble lineage, utterly exceptional, and utterly dismissive of other women. To her dismay, Yi Buqing's demeanor had already conveyed his disinterest and indifference towards her. However, Xian Yuanjing refused to accept this bitter truth, blaming the fruit for its lack of sweetness rather than recognizing her own forceful grasp. Enraged, she commanded Yi Buqing, from now on, such incidents must never occur again. Cousin, did you hear? If anything like this happens again, you must rush to my side and protect me. Yi Buqing had initially thought his cousin merely possessed an unattractive visage, but perhaps had a kind heart. He was taken aback by her unreasonable demands, especially when he had no intention of remarrying so soon after his wife's passing. Though his uncle's insistence was understandable, given the elder's considerations, he was bewildered by his cousin's utter lack of reason. Suddenly, The hall was filled with a flurry of petals, breathtaking and romantic. Yet, Xian Yuanjing recognized that no such petals had been orchestrated. The quantity burgeoned, far exceeding the total number of flowers present. These petals danced in the air, refusing to fall to the ground. Soon, the banquet hall was suffused with floral fragrance, initially enchanting, but growing ominous as the petals morphed into ghastly visages. These apparitions darted around the hall, eliciting screams from many women. The faces contorted and shifted, and Yi Buqing, upon seeing familiar faces among the petals, was overcome with tears. His uncle had informed him that his family and wife had perished, victims of the holy monarch of days, who sought the nine-transforming Linglong lock. Had he known, he would never have entrusted that lock to Qiangwei, fearing her careless nature would lead to its loss. Little did he expect that this foolish woman would risk her life to protect it, ultimately meeting her demise at the cliff's edge. Upon learning of Jun Xiangwei's death, Yi Buqing had languished in despair, even as his uncle pressured him to marry his cousin for the sake of family lineage. Yet, he could not betray Qiangwei's memory. The agony of losing his wife, coupled with the haunting visages of his family, rendered him powerless. The potent dosage administered by Xian Yuanjing had sapped his strength, causing him to collapse. In Xian Yuanjing's eyes, this was the epitome of weakness and disgrace. How could a man of stature cower before such phantoms? Though she, too, felt fear, her husband could not show any. "You disgraceful coward, stand up," she demanded, reaching out to pull Yi Buqing upright. At that moment, a multitude of rose petals surged toward her, ignited by eerie white flames, reminiscent of the ghostly fires of legend. Xian Yuanjing shrieked in terror, for the petals had taken on the form of Jun Xiangwei. Cheng Jingjing smirked nearby. "This wicked woman is frightened by your appearance. It seems she is far from innocent in this affair." The white flames before Xian Yuanjing transformed into a dazzling azure light, though captivating and resplendent. The sudden spike in temperature rendered her features grotesque, as her already unappealing visage warped like a dehydrated gourd. Yet, she remained oblivious to her own distortion. Shouting at Yi Buqing, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save me!" But Yi Buqing, entranced by the visage of Qiangwei and the petals, succumbed to profound sorrowful reminiscence. Cheng Jingjing relished the moment. "Yi Buqing harbors feelings for you, not for that ugly wretch. Let us see how you deal with him shortly." What else could be done? Obviously, he would ensure she remained confined until he reached the pinnacle of the purple realm. "You are relentless." Yi Buqing, ensnared by Xian Yuanjing's barrier, narrowly escaped the immediate peril of extreme heat, remaining unscathed. He seemed oblivious to her presence, murmuring to the petals, "Qiangwei, is it you? Have you come to guide me?" The guests in the hall scrambled for the exits as chaos erupted at the wedding venue. Jun Xiangwei glanced at the despondent Yi Buqing from afar and softly remarked, "You wretched man, at least you possess a shred of conscience." The swirling petals multiplied exponentially, each adorned with a small flame. As the flying star holy monarch emerged from the inner chamber, having changed his attire, he beheld the scene and bellowed, "What malevolent spirits dare to skulk in the shadows? Resorting to such petty tricks? Step forward and confront me directly." An ethereal voice emanated from each flame. Yi Jun Xiangwei. Chapter 64. The Wedding Chaos. Part 2. Jun Xiangwei. Yi Buqing's wife? Was she not already dead, buried at the bottom of the cliff? The Flying Star Saint Lord was taken aback to discover that the Daylight Saint Lord had indeed kept a secret from him. Not only was Jun Xiangwei alive, but her cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Initially, only the Daylight Saint Lord was privy to this information, greedily desiring to monopolize the secrets surrounding Jun Xiangwei. The Flying Star Saint Lord swiftly took action, setting up a complex barrier. He intended to use this barrier to keep all petals and ghost flames at bay. He held immense confidence in his barrier, believing that even his flying star-breaking barrier spike could not breach it. There was no one in the world who could break through. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Yi Buqing hurriedly scanned his surroundings, finally spotting a woman dressed in a white rose-patterned garment, adorned with a few red flowers in the distance. It was none other than his longed-for wife. The beautiful Rose of the Jun family, half a year apart, had made him yearn for her like never before. "Qiangwei, Qiangwei, Qiangwei." Yi Buqing could not help but shout aloud. He then turned to his uncle, joyfully exclaiming, "That is my wife, Qiangwei." However, the Flying Star Saint Lord's attitude did not reflect the acceptance Yi Buqing had anticipated. Displeased, Yi Buqing realized that his uncle did not favor Qiangwei, and thus felt no obligation to listen to the man's ramblings any longer. The Flying Star Saint Lord had already begun to suspect that Jun Xiangwei had come for vengeance. First, the wine cup ignited spontaneously, and next, there were the bizarre petals swirling around. What he was most concerned about was the identity of the person backing Jun Xiangwei. Who was supporting her? Jun Xiangwei smiled gently at Yi Buqing, signaling him not to worry. The Flying Star breaking barrier spike could divide and conquer, aligning itself perfectly before each petal. An astonishing event transpired. The barrier, which the Flying Star Saint Lord had held in high regard, was shattered by mere petals. The most incredulous person in that moment was none other than himself. Countless petals enveloped the soul-separating spike, rapidly hurling towards the Flying Star Saint Lord. Before he could comprehend how his barrier had fallen, the soul-separating spike struck him, causing his soul to leave his body. His spirit was captured within the soul-collecting banner. An array of flowers then surrounded the holy light scepter, relentlessly battering the corporeal form of the Flying Star Saint Lord. Next, it was Qing Jingjing's turn to perform the celestial sound in Dark Moon. The sound of her qin blades sliced through the air, targeting the Flying Star Saint Lord and Xianyuan Jing. Without a soul, the Flying Star Saint Lord's body, though bloodied, emitted no sound. Xianyuan Jing, however, writhed in agony on the ground. Cheng Jingjing was not about to grant him any respite. The relentless qin blade struck where it hurt most, ensuring that he would not perish. Xianyuan Jing believed that Cheng Jingjing was a confidant of Jun Xiangwei, shouting in rage, "Whoever you are in the wrong for disrupting my wedding." Cheng Jingjing regarded her with amusement. With a flick of her finger, a flurry of qin blades descended upon Xianyuan Jing. After practicing all night, she was quite adept. "Ah, it hurts so much. Cousin, save me. Make them stop." Jun Xiangwei coldly fixed her gaze on Yi Buqing, eager to see if he would dare to plead for her mercy. Yi Buqing paid no heed to Xianyuan Jing's cries. His sole focus was on Jun Xiangwei. His rose was alive, healthy, radiant, and beautiful. What could be better than this? Yi Buqing smiled at Jun Xiangwei like a flower swaying in the wind. Cheng Jingjing could no longer bear to witness the couple's display of affection from afar. She amplified the intensity of her qin's music. Xianyuan Jing and Duke Dinios writhed on the ground in pain, their dignity forgotten. Cheng Jingjing, suddenly feeling mischievous, altered her angle. In their attempts to evade the qin blades, the two inadvertently embraced each other. The more one looked, the more they seemed a fitting pair. If they enjoyed forcing others into marriage, let them experience the sensation of being bound themselves. Duke Dinios was unattractive, aged, and reeked of foulness. Xianyuan Jing could not tolerate being with such an ugly old man. She refused. Even if she were not a celestial beauty, she deserved to be with someone as handsome as Yi Buqing. Jun Xiangwei secretly admired Cheng Jingjing. She was indeed a rare talent, worthy of selection by the temple. Since Xianyuan Jing was so eager to be a bride, let her not be hindered from entering the bridal chamber with Duke Dinios. The new chamber was conveniently located nearby, stocked with various concoctions prepared in advance to ensure the groom was both unknowing and potent. If Xianyuan Jing dared to poison her man, she should be prepared to face the consequences. Every potent drug was forcefully administered to the pair, triggering an uproar in the bridal chamber that was almost unbearable to the ears. Jun Xiangwei waved her hand to seal the door with a barrier. Yi Buqing looked at his wife with a pained expression, longing for her to release him from the barrier. He missed her dearly and longed to embrace his rose. Seeing that the task was nearly complete, Jun Xiangwei produced the scythe of death and struck the Flying Star Saint Lord's corporeal form twice. Each strike drained 100 years from his lifespan. Given the heinous deeds he had committed, his cultivation would surely plummet below the blue realm. Jun Xiangwei was resolute in her clear distinction between love and hate, showing no mercy to her enemies. Fortunately, Yi Buqing did not disappoint her. He did not invoke familial ties to impede her quest for vengeance. "I believe it's time to release his soul," Jun Xiangwei contemplated inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, in a short span of time, Yi Xiaobai had already subjected the Flying Star Saint Lord to untold torment within the soul-collecting banner, leaving him in excruciating pain. Next came the fear of declining cultivation and the impending end of life. He clutched his head in despair, unwilling to accept the truth. "Jun Xiangwei, I will kill you." Such reckless words. Jun Xiangwei conjured a flame that scorched his lower body, causing it to smoke. She then unleashed the truth-revealing bug upon him. This wicked old man would not shed tears until he faced the coffin. Jun Xiangwei was determined to force the Flying Star Saint Lord to reveal the truth, to disclose it to Yi Buqing. Are you Yi Buqing's uncle? No, I am the adopted son of his father. Upon hearing this, Yi Buqing's expression shifted. Since the Flying Star Saint Lord acknowledged that they were not blood relatives, what need was there for a union based on the so-called purest bloodline? Jun Xiangwei continued her interrogation. Where is Xianyuan Huan? She took her own life 20 years ago. Huh, you were the one who killed her, weren't you? The ghost would not let her die without revealing the whereabouts of the 9-turn Linglong lock. What kind of agreement did you reach with the Daylight Saint Lord? He assisted me in annihilating the Yi family, and in return, I granted him exclusive rights to exploit the spiritual veins of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom. Yi Buqing could no longer maintain his composure. The mastermind behind it all was his grandfather's adopted son. He bore a grudge for his mother's death and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the annihilation of his clan. Jun Xiangwei gestured for him to remain calm. Most of the Yi family members were still alive and well. She was determined to continue questioning the Flying Star Saint Lord. Speak. What do you intend to gain by taking Yi Buqing as your son-in-law? Chapter 65. The Wedding Chaos. Part 2. The Celestial Star Saint did not wish to divulge his secrets. Yet, given his current cultivation level, he could not withstand the venom of the truth spirit bug, leaving him little choice but to speak. Xianyuan Xian, being half-human and half-elven royalty, possessed the ancient bloodlines of both the Crimson Flame Kingdom and the Elven royal family. Regrettably, she had been cursed by the Elven lineage since childhood. What was this curse? Who cast it? I do not know, but once Xianyuan Xian employed magic, she would perish. So, you are forcing Xianyuan Xian to use magic? No. I simply love her too much. She would rather marry a minor scion of the Crimson Flame Kingdom than glance my way. Woe is me. You dare weep after looking in the mirror? If she were to look at you, it would be tantamount to courting death. Speak swiftly. Why must you compel my man to wed your unsightly daughter? If you do not confess, I fear you shall soon meet your end. Do not squander time. Confess at once. The curse did not extend to the next generation. Yi Buqing not only possessed the blood of the Elven royalty, but also inherited a double blessing from his cursed mother. Such a precious lineage, yet he squandered it, a true pity. Thus, your true intention is undoubtedly not to unite him with Xianyuan Xian in marriage and progeny. Indeed, I seek to merge his bloodline power to transcend the human lifespan. How will you merge it? Their child, bearing both my blood and his, once consumed by me, will allow the fusion of the Elven royal lineage's enigmatic legacy. You are utterly shameless. Hand over the mysterious legacy of the Elven royalty at once. I discovered it in my childhood with my foster mother, and I secretly concealed it. Now, it resides within the second spatial ring on my left hand. Jun Xiangwei had largely concluded her inquiries and exchanged a glance with Yi Buqing, prompting him to decide how to deal with his grandfather's adopted son. Darling, may I be freed? No, I am not yet done with my matters. Remain obedient. Since you cannot decide, I shall take matters into my own hands. Jun Xiangwei produced the Tianyin Wuyue and began to play it towards the Celestial Star Saint. His wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. He had not anticipated Jun Xiangwei would actually heal him. Internally, he derided her. Truly, what a naive heart. For the kindness of a woman can never achieve great things, all while smiling superficially. Nephew's wife, you are truly a good person. Thank you for sparing me this time. I shall certainly mend my ways. Jun Xiangwei could not be bothered to respond. Addressing Yi Buqing, she remarked, My husband once taught me that filial piety is paramount among virtues. Although your grandfather raised a white-eyed wolf, that very wolf was once his beloved son. For your grandfather's sake, I have decided to heal him. Yi Buqing chuckled. His Xiangwei was always one to show courtesy before wielding the sword. Indeed, he is our grandfather. Do not digress. The wine at today's banquet is limitless, and I have yet to settle this account with you. I was wrong, dear wife. How do you wish to settle it? Let us discuss it thoroughly tonight. Jun Xiangwei formed the shape of a roll with her lips. Cheng Jingjing could no longer endure the couple's display of affection. She thought of her own son, eager to rescue her holy child. In the future, she and her holy child would be sweetly in love, showering each other with affection at all times. The Celestial Star Saint yearned for Jun Xiangwei to restore his powers, yet the words remained unspoken. Cheng Jingjing, seething with indignation, resumed playing her instrument, causing the Celestial Star Saint even greater agony than before. He felt as though his skin was being flayed repeatedly. Death by 1,000 cuts had now turned into 1,000 blades cutting simultaneously a myriad of times. The pain of flesh could indeed reach a level of unbearable torment. Jun Xiangwei remained unfazed, stating, "A dutiful descendant must certainly avenge their grandfather." The white-eyed wolf he painstakingly raised has caused the demise of his own beloved daughter. Just as the celestial star saint felt he was on the brink of death, Jun Xiangwei played once more. His injuries healed. "I beg you, dear lady, you have already punished me. Please let me go. After all, I am still an uncle." Once Jun Xiangwei paused, Cheng Jingjing resumed her work. The celestial star saint writhed in agony, blood pooling around him. Just as he was left with but a breath, Jun Xiangwei played to save him again. "You are still my grandmother's brother. It is only right to save you." It was then that the celestial star saint realized how truly vicious this woman was. Jun Xiangwei, exhausted from playing, handed the reins back to Cheng Jingjing. "This is punishment for your actions against Xianyuan Xian." The celestial star saint felt trapped in an endless purgatory, facing perpetual torment. Jun Xiangwei saved him once more, saying, "After all, you are still an uncle. Of course, I must save you." Not long after, Cheng Jingjing began to play again. "This is punishment for your deeds against the Yi family." The next round, "This is punishment for your actions against Jun Xiangwei." Another round, "This is punishment for your treatment of Yi Buqing." Yet another, "This is punishment for your actions against Xianyuan Jing." A new round commenced. "This is punishment for your transgressions against the elven royal family." Until finally, Jun Xiangwei began to sear him with flames, no longer offering him healing. "This is punishment for your actions against the Crimson Flame Kingdom." Yi Buqing watched the celestial star saint wail in the flames, feeling no sympathy. Rather, he rejoiced that he had not pleaded for leniency on behalf of his uncle. He felt a profound relief, entirely trusting in his wife. What his wife wished to accomplish required nothing less than his unwavering support, devoid of any other options. "Dear wife, darling, release me. Are you so certain that I possess the ability to free you?" "Absolutely. After all, who is my wife?" "The most intelligent and beautiful woman in the world." Jun Xiangwei, amused, waved her hand. The celestial star-breaking cone flew out effortlessly, shattering the barrier. Yi Buqing rushed forward, embracing his wife tightly. "Did you not suffer from poison?" Unable to stand, collapsing to the ground. "Huh." Upon seeing my wife, all toxins vanish. Yi Xiaobai could no longer tolerate how this man deceived his mother, urging the system to explain to Jun Xiangwei that it was due to his lineage. After being poisoned, he could automatically detoxify within a certain time frame. Yi Xiaobai never anticipated that upon hearing the system's clarification, his mother would not expose Yi Buqing's lie, but instead, allow him to continue holding her. Goodness! A woman as formidable as this can also be so love-struck? Yi Buqing soon sensed something amiss. Jun Xiangwei's attire perfectly accentuated her abdomen. She was pregnant. With a belly so round, it must have been at least 6 months. He had been away for precisely half a year. Cough, cough, it is his. Thankfully, it is his. He nearly frightened himself to death. Jun Xiangwei shoved Yi Buqing away, exclaiming, "Why are you holding me so tightly, you dog? You might crush my little white. See how you compensate." Yi Xiaobai declared, "Roses love me the most." Yi Buqing chimed, "I hope for a daughter, one who is well-behaved, intelligent, and beautiful." Jun Xiangwei countered, "I only desire my little white in this lifetime." Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, "Xiangwei, I love you the most." Chapter 66, Absolute Power, Part 1. Cheng Jingjing silently put away the Tianyin Wuyue, unwilling to witness Jun Xiangwei and her partner's affectionate display. The Feishing Saint Lord clung to life, barely breathing, ignored by all. The petals, once dancing in the air, lost their supernatural control and fell to the ground, forming a thick layer that nearly submerged one's calves. The hall outside was deserted. A meticulously prepared wedding had been utterly ruined. Ah, truly exhilarating. Jun Xiangwei pushed aside the affectionate Yi Buqing and inquired about the fate of his nominal uncle and his wild cousin, Xianyuan Jing. "It's all up to the lady. Whatever the lady decides shall be done. Stop dawdling, be a man and handle it quickly. I've been busy all day and am exhausted. The lady should rest. I'll take care of the rest." Jun Xiangwei genuinely wished to retreat to the tower for a moment of respite, yet she had unfinished business. The Duke of Dinyuo had been coveting the Qian kingdom. Soon, she would employ the Truth Worm to interrogate them about their plans to frame the National Master and the Holy Sun. Yi Buqing approached the Feishing Saint Lord, drew his dragon-slaying sword, and, under the gaze of anticipation, ended his life. Killing, after all, is merely a nod to the ground. Yet sometimes, such a gesture is precisely what is needed. Had the Feishing Saint Lord not been involved in the death of his mother, Xianyuan Huan, nor orchestrated the murder of the Yi family and his wife, Jun Xiangwei. His existence could have afforded Yi Bucken solace for his long-standing yearning for maternal affection. Even as a mere adopted son of his grandfather, he would still be family. Alas, there are no what-ifs. When the truth was revealed, Yi Bucken realized that the kin he longed for were, in fact, his relentless enemies. Witnessing Yi Bucken slay his foe, Jun Xiangwei felt no joy of vengeance. She comforted him. Your maternal grandfather is the true prince of Qian Kingdom, and your grandmother is a princess of the elven royal family. Your mother, cursed yet loving, is Xinyuan Huan. Indeed, Yi Bucken replied, I finally understand who my mother is and learn of my maternal lineage. Wei Wei, I am elated. Though I may never meet them, their blood flows through my veins, and that is the best tribute I can offer. After dealing with the Feishing Saint Lord, Yi Bucken took a bath and changed clothes before embracing his beloved. His blood may have tainted me, but it shall not stain my precious wife. From now on, I shall bear the burdens. Jun Xiangwei nodded. It is your duty. Yi Bucken felt a twinge of guilt. Their separation had spanned 6 months, forcing her to endure hardships alone while pregnant. Jun Xiangwei speculated on the events that followed Yi Bucken's departure, as he had fallen silent. The Yi family had sent someone to the sword-forging alliance to inquire, only to learn that the master and his disciples were in seclusion, working to forge a legendary sword for a significant figure. Such occurrences were commonplace. It was not unusual for swordsmiths to retreat for months. The Yi family had no reason to suspect otherwise. Jun Xiangwei was merely irked that Yi Bucken had gone into seclusion without a word. She never considered that the master and his disciples had been apprehended. This indicated that there were indeed spies within the Sword Alliance. The ones who detained us insisted we forge a legendary sword inscribed with runes. Just last month, the sword was completed, and I was subsequently imprisoned until the Feishing demon lord liberated me. Jun Xiangwei was astonished by Yi Bucken's experience. Does that newly forged sword have anything to do with you? You are astute, my lady. That sword was indeed crafted by me. The Feishing demon lord mentioned that only the bloodline of the elven royal family could forge such divine weapons. But let us not dwell on that. Now that we are finally reunited, I vow to protect you both. Yi Xiaobai sighed. Is this how the long-awaited pursuit of my wife concludes? Harmony in the family leads to prosperity. The endless chase is rather tiresome. With his cultivation, he aspired to protect the formidable, yet he dared not boast. Indeed, mother and child were in sync, as Jun Xiangwei pulled Yi Bucken into her embrace. From now on, I shall protect you both. Though Yi Bucken was unaware of Jun Xiangwei's current prowess, he sensed she had encountered great fortune, far surpassing his abilities. As long as his lady was not displeased, what did it matter about his masculine pride? Yi Bucken readily acquiesced, accepting his role as the man protected by Jun Xiangwei, the caretaker of their child. Jun Xiangwei assigned him a task to account for and organize the assets of the Feishing Saint Lord, especially those concerning the elven royal bloodline. Cheng Jingjing could no longer contain herself. Jun Xiangwei, your chief steward is me. Jun Xiangwei chuckled. Can you manage the wealth of the 3 great assassins of the demon realm all by yourself? Cheng Jingjing felt a twinge of concern. The possessions of the 2 demon lords had already filled Jun Xiangwei's tower to capacity. Today, as spoils would be entrusted to Yi Bucken for sorting. You should rest as well. We still need to rescue the National Master and the Holy Sun. Cheng Jingjing perked up at the mention of the rescue. The Feishing scoundrel had inherited their grandfather's legacy, and it was only fitting that everything be returned to Yi Bucken. Dinyuo's belongings had yet to be accounted for, and were likely substantial. Jun Xiangwei merely fretted about having no space to store the spoils. To her astonishment, a thunder tower had been gifted to her. This had been prepared for Yi Bucken long ago by Yi Xiaobai. Though he often complained about his father, he had prepared treasures for him, showcasing the bond between father and son. Upon receiving the thunder tower from Jun Xiangwei, Yi Bucken was overwhelmed with emotion. Such exquisite artifacts were treasures that many smiths could only dream of encountering in their lifetimes. In fact, for most smiths, merely observing such a creation would be immensely beneficial. Yes, it's for you. It's excellent for storage. It has ample space, especially on the topmost level. Yi Bucken burst into laughter. For storage? Only the 7th level has ample space? My lady, you are truly delightful. The breakthrough in spatial structure that smiths pursue throughout their lives was merely a means to create more room. It was his lady who possessed profound wisdom, easily discerning the essence. From now on, I shall follow you and enjoy the good life. I hope for your guidance and tolerance. Yi Buchan's attitude pleased Jun Xiangwei immensely. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Well said, well said. Cheng Jingjing could no longer bear the display of affection and muttered a few words. Soft rice is good, soft rice is fragrant. Do not wait until you are white-haired. Left with unfulfilled regrets, youth knows not the taste of soft rice. Chapter 67, Absolute Power, Part 2. The three of them spent the entire night meticulously cataloging the possessions of the notorious thief, Feishing. Jun Xiangwei and Cheng Jingjing took turns staring in bewilderment, while Yi Buqing busied himself from start to finish, only managing to categorize the items by dawn. Aside from his personal finances, there were numerous real estate properties and operational enterprises belonging to the Xianyuan royal family in the Demon Realm. An idea struck Jun Xiangwei. Why not consider the Demon Realm as a vassal state of the Qian Kingdom? Cheng Jingjing gasped in shock upon hearing this, while Yi Buqing burst into hearty laughter. My dear lady, you are both courageous and clever, but I must ask, what would we do with such a vast territory? Indeed, being an emperor was exhausting, rising before the roosters and retiring later than the dogs, all while adhering to a multitude of regulations. Even after ascending to the throne, one could not oppress others with their power. Instead, they had to govern with virtue. How tiresome. It felt rather stifling. And perhaps it was better to forego such responsibilities altogether. Coughing once more, Cheng Jingjing expressed her exasperation. Jun Xiangwei's constant forewarnings left her anxious, disrupting her appetite and sleep. As dawn broke, it was imperative to eat something to prepare for the day's serious endeavors. Jun Xiangwei, must you think of nothing but food? Cheng Jingjing chided. Oh, Cheng Jingjing, you have never experienced true hunger. Do you recall my days of fleeing, when I was so famished that my stomach clung to my back, with no opportunity to enjoy a proper meal? Finally reaching the temple, only to have my rations curtailed by you. Alas, my mind, body, and spirit have all suffered grievously. Yi Buqing's expression darkened as he glared at Cheng Jingjing. He held no belief in the misguided notion of not striking women. Anyone who dared to bully his wife should be prepared for his wrath. Cheng Jingjing felt a pang of guilt under Yi Buqing's scrutinizing gaze. Yet as a member of the Qingjing, she could not appear weak. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Xiangwei voiced her lingering doubts. How can you even ask? My sister has been terribly wronged by you, and you remain oblivious? Jun Xiangwei feigned innocence, genuinely unaware. Cheng Shuang was typically so honest and straightforward. Her sudden absence from school was of no concern to her. You truly do not know? Jun Xiangwei shook her head, confirming her ignorance. What a calamity. My sister harbors feelings for you. How could you flaunt your male attire during that time? After a moment of recollection, Jun Xiangwei remembered the incident after she had intervened to drive away some ruffians. Everyone at school was aware of my disguise because my mother was too frugal to tailor new uniforms for me and my younger brother from scratch. Yet my sister remained in the dark. On her first day at her new school, she encountered a gang of bullies. And you were the one who chased them away and tended to her wounds. My sister has liked you ever since, and when she confessed her feelings, you merely laughed at her. You have wronged her, leaving her despondent, to the point of being cast aside by the Cheng family. Stop. Do not place the sins of your family upon me. Did I not merely intervene when I saw injustice? Should I have stood by and watched your sister be tormented by a group of scoundrels? If you search your conscience, was it truly because of my male attire? If I had the appearance of someone like Dioneo, even clad in a dragon robe, your sister would never have been moved. Ultimately, it is her infatuation with my beauty that is at play. I am the one who ought to weep, for I extended my kindness to her, only to have her covet my looks. Cheng Jingjing was left speechless. Yi Buqing erupted in laughter, captivated by the woman he had fallen for at first sight, who always exuded such ethereal charm. By the way, Dioneo and Xianyuan Jing must have concluded their business by now, yes? Jun Xiangwei, have you dispelled the barrier? Are the women weeping and the men cursing within? Shall we interrogate them together to save time? Cheng Jingjing suggested. We must clarify matters swiftly to rescue the saint's son. Yi Buqing stood at the door, cautioning them to dress properly before emerging, lest they offend his wife's sensibilities. Upon hearing Yi Buqing's voice, Xianyuan Jing wept even more profusely. Yi Buqing, you heartless wretch. How could you bear to watch me be sullied by other men? How foolish to insult her man. Xianyuan Jing was courting her own demise. Soon, both Xianyuan Jing and Dioneo found themselves suspended in the center of the Great Tang. Jun Xiangwei unleashed the truth-biting insect upon them. Xianyuan Jing, when did you first learn of Yi Buqing? Last month, my father showed me his image and asked if I liked him. I said I did. Do you know who he is? A member of the Qian royal family, a scion of the elf clan. Are you aware that he is not your actual cousin? I know. My father merely adopted him. Do you know he is already married? If I agree to take him as my husband, then of course his wife must perish. Oh, and how should she meet her end? She must be defiled by vile men and then dismembered, so that Yi Buqing will never wish to remember her. Jun Xiangwei glanced at Yi Buqing, having finished her inquiries. He had no further questions for Xianyuan Jing. Jun Xiangwei produced the holy light crystal mirror and directed a barrage of energy towards Xianyuan Jing. Leaving her with just enough breath, she continued to dangle beside Dionio. Dionio was left in a state of shock, pleading for mercy. I have not offended you. Please, spare me. I am quite wealthy. I can offer 100 million as a ransom. Jun Xiangwei instructed Yi Buqing to remove all of Dionio's rings. The spatial seals on the rings, imbued with peak purple realm spiritual energy, seemed almost non-existent. Within them lay a staggering 300 million in cash. Cheng Jingjing burst into laughter. Is this truly your attitude towards redeeming your life? Dionio, incredulous, protested. He had specifically employed the most formidable spiritualist from the holy domain to seal the rings. How could they be opened so effortlessly? As the first was unsealed, so was the second. All 8 rings on his fingers were undone. Dionio could no longer maintain his composure, breaking down in tears. This is all my life savings. Each duke's title is hereditary, and the public assets are meticulously recorded. This is all that I have painstakingly accumulated over the years. Jun Xiangwei donned an expression of realization. Indeed, if this is your personal treasury, then our taking it will not make us enemies of the entire duchy. It is akin to a duke who has been embezzling his own funds for years, only to find his hidden stash pilfered, yet he cannot report it. This money is fortuitously welcome, allowing us to take it without any qualms or repercussions. Unlike items belonging to the 3 saints of the demon realm, which could easily lead to tracing back to us. Jun Xiangwei regarded Dionio with a newfound sense of satisfaction. Now, tell us, what is your plan for dealing with the Qian kingdom? The plans for dealing with the Qian kingdom have long been set in motion, merely awaiting the opportune moment to erupt. Just a few days ago, we captured 2 Purple Realm experts and publicly declared them to be assassins sent by the Qian kingdom to slay those in the demon realm. If we can establish even the slightest connection between them and the Qian kingdom, the million-strong Holy Domain Alliance army will descend upon the capital of the Qian kingdom, reducing it entirely to a colony of the Holy Domain. Chapter 68, Absolute Power, Part 2. Cheng Jingjing meticulously recorded Dinyu's words with a recording stone. Yi Buqing clenched his fists tightly. Jun Xiangwei had anticipated this outcome. It was fortunate she had urged the national master to flee a few days prior. Yet he insisted on believing in the so-called truth emerging. He spoke of faith in attaining a just resolution. Just, given that they had entered unlawfully. They had already left incriminating evidence. Moreover, the demon realm was intent on framing them. Surrendering themselves while hoping for a so-called fair verdict was utterly foolish. Cheng Jingjing inquired of Jun Xiangwei, "What shall we do with Dinyu?" "Execute him." Yi Buqing interjected, "Give him to me. I have use for him." Cheng Jingjing had already drawn the scythe of death. With Dinyu's cultivation, it was anticipated that a single strike would leave him with mere years to live. Ignoring Yi Buqing's opinion, she swiftly brought the blade down. Dinyu, left in a state of near death, would serve Yi Buqing's purpose. Jun Xiangwei shared this sentiment. A villain's survival could still hold value, yet he should not live with the same ease as before. Let him endure his remaining days in an old and decrepit state. Yi Buqing believed that Dinyu could be utilized to control his principality, which would grant a temporary peace for the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Jun Xiangwei was skeptical. With the old duke's demise and a new duke's ascension, the principality would inevitably descend into chaos. For the Crimson Flame Kingdom, the more disarray in the alliances of the demon realm, the better. Yi Buqing laughed heartily. "My lady, your wisdom is unparalleled. As long as the Crimson Flame Kingdom lacks absolute power, any enemy's leader poses a threat. Rather than relying on the adversary's chief, we should contemplate how to strengthen ourselves or incite turmoil within their ranks." Yi Buqing found great merit in his lady's words. Let us further sow discord in the demon realm. Dinyu met his end, slain by Yi Buqing's sword. Xianyuan Jing succumbed to excessive blood loss, his life extinguished. With an abundance of treasures stored in 8 spatial rings, they would not be counted immediately, but placed within Yi Buqing's Thunder Tower. The immediate priority was to rescue the National Master and the Saint from the Tower Bridge, where they were imprisoned in 2 rooms fortified with barriers. This location nullified all signals, rendering various spells ineffective. This posed no challenge to Jun Xiangwei, as her abilities were not derived from spells. Host, do not forget to check in. The system reminded Yi Xiaobai to sign in. Check in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Bloody Queen's crown. The Tower Bridge had once housed the historically renowned Queen Anne. It was said that her cultivation was unfathomable, yet she willingly sacrificed her life for her beloved and ascended the guillotine. Before her execution, she insisted on wearing the crown she received at her coronation. When her head fell, both the crown and her head vanished from sight. However, this was merely a wizard's spell. Her dearly beloved commanded the wizard to suppress her head along with the crown within the Tower Bridge. Thank goodness you merely duplicated the crown and not the queen's head. This crown was, in essence, a symbol of royal power endowed with divine strength during her coronation. It was stained with the queen's blood, sealed alongside her head within the Tower Bridge. The replicated crown had shed its original malice, retaining divine power and the queen's obsession. This crown could shield any woman who wore it from the curses of wizardry. Jun Xiangwei learned from a divine being that she needed to don this crown to avoid any backlash and successfully rescue them from their predicament. The Tower Bridge was rife with restrictions and curses. The restrictions could be shattered with the Starbreaker penetration, while the curses needed to be rebounded using the Queen's crown. Jun Xiangwei instructed Cheng Jingjing and Yi Buqing to remain within the tower and not to emerge. She adorned the crown and wielded the Starbreaker penetration, entering the National Master's prison room as if in a realm unimpeded. The National Master gestured with his eyes for her to hurry. The danger here was far greater than he had anticipated. Jun Xiangwei shot him a glare. Only now do you realize? After living so many years, you naively believed there would be fairness here. A foolish do-gooder, relying on others for salvation. Were it not for the Crimson Flame Kingdom, she would not fall into the enemy's trap. With this idle time, it would be better to slay 2 wicked dukes and seize their wealth, thoroughly disrupting the demon realm, than to have made this perilous journey for naught. Noticing the National Master still hesitating, Jun Xiangwei directly transported him into Yi Buqing's tower. If grand principles were to be debated, Yi Buqing would surely prevail. Those who cherished rules and prattled on should engage in discourse amongst themselves. Jun Xiangwei then proceeded to the saint's location, where Zhu Rong was taken aback by her arrival. He barely had time to inquire with a glance before Jun Xiangwei enveloped him within the tower alongside Cheng Jingjing. With the crown upon her head and the Starbreaker penetration in hand, Jun Xiangwei instantly teleported out of the Tower Bridge, arriving at a nearby market. Here, a cornucopia of delicacies awaited. Jun Xiangwei concealed the crown, speculating that they must all be ravenous like her. Nevertheless, she intended to indulge herself joyfully. After all, was earning money not for the sake of enjoying a delicious meal? Perhaps she would share a morsel with the National Master and the Saint, depending on her mood. She first arrived at her family shop specializing in roasted lamb. Upon entering the market, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Freshly roasted lamb was priced at 1,500 gold coins. Without prior reservation, one would have to wait for the next batch, approximately an hour. However, this posed no challenge for Jun Xiangwei. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. 2,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to part with a freshly roasted lamb? Waiting an additional hour would yield an extra 500 gold coins, which sounded splendid. Yet, some were eager to eat and indifferent to the extra profit. I can yield mine to you. A woman's voice spoke, accompanied by 3 children. Thank you. Here are 2,000 gold coins. The transaction was swift, exchanging gold for lamb. Delicious, truly delicious. The inhabitants of the demon realm had a refined palate. It was rumored that this roasted lamb was seasoned with 68 rare spices. With her botanical abilities, Jun Xiangwei recognized the claim of 68 was exaggerated. Yet 30 spices were certainly present. Jun Xiangwei occupied an entire table, savoring her meal with delight. Initially, she thought Cheng Jingjing would be the first to call for roasted lamb, but surprisingly, she was the first to shout for it. Yi Buqing followed suit, and lastly, the saint. Jun Xiangwei offered a foreleg to Yi Buqing and a hind leg to Cheng Jingjing and Zhu Rong. The National Master remained silent, indicating his acceptance of not needing any. This shop had chosen a lamb of perfect size. A 1-year-old lamb roasted over charcoal exuded an aroma that wafted half a mile away. Customers lined up for the next batch could only inhale the fragrant air while watching others indulge. The woman, with her 3 children, returned to the end of the queue. Chapter 69. A Lesson in Discipline, Part 1. Jun Xiangwei believes that the most delectable part of a whole roasted lamb is undoubtedly the lamb chops. The meat, with its bone intact, presents a perfect balance of fat and lean, and when grilled over charcoal, it loses its excess oil, resulting in a crisp exterior while remaining tender and flavorful within. However, the majority of the citizens of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom favor the meatier lamb legs and exhibit a lesser affection for the chops. Shortly thereafter, Yi Buqing called for another leg to be brought in, which was evidently intended for the national master. His reluctance to voice his own desires and instead insistently request others to fetch it is rather pretentious. Jun Xiangwei, feeling compelled to maintain her husband's dignity, acquiesced and sent in a front leg along with the neck portion, ensuring that he was sufficiently appeased. The other hind leg was given to the two sisters of the demon clan. Unexpectedly, Cheng Jingjing then requested that she send in lamb chops, claiming that Zhu Rong had a particular fondness for them, despite Qing being rather unreliable as her cousin. Jun Xiangwei felt obliged to honor her request and reluctantly parted with half a rack of ribs. In the end, only a single rack of lamb remained for her. Fortunately, her disposition was uplifting, and she never allowed the presence of delectable food to sour her mood. It was imperative to savor the delights while they were still warm. Just as Jun Xiangwei was blissfully gnawing on her first rib, the alarm in the establishment sounded loudly. How disheartening. This was a signal for everyone to immediately bow down or squat on the ground. This was a customary rule in the capital of the demon realm. Whenever a prominent member of the royal family made an appearance, all citizens from the capital were required to kneel. Non-residents and visitors were not mandated to kneel, but were obliged to lower their heads and squat. While this may seem unfriendly towards the capital's residents, discerning observers understood the underlying implications. Those kneeling were afforded free education and healthcare, along with a monthly stipend of 8,000 gold coins. Tourists, unaware of the intricacies, might wonder how such lavish provisions were possible without royal support, leading them to question the necessity of kneeling. Yi Xiaobai echoed the same inquiry. Is it not the entire tax revenue of the demon realm that funds this? Thus, it became a matter of flaunting the royal family's power in the capital. Why not exercise such power throughout the entire demon realm? In rural areas, where few inhabitants resided, kneeling offered little sense of accomplishment. Indeed, if everyone kneels, there are no distinctions in status. Kneeling must serve as a symbol of identity, compelling those who kneel to willingly embrace a sense of superiority. Precisely, without a capital residency, one lacks even the privilege to kneel. In less fortunate regions, kneeling until one's legs give out is utterly in vain. The royal family could be summarized as utilizing your tax revenue to compel you to kneel before me. As Jun Xiangwei observed everyone bowing or squatting, she alone remained seated, savoring her lamb chop, drawing attention to herself. It was not that she was unwilling to conform to local customs. Rather, she had yet to comprehend the significance of the blaring alarm, while others had already diminished in stature. The woman who had generously offered her the whole lamb had also squatted down with her children. Should she squat or not? With her growing belly, squatting presented some difficulty. Moreover, given her elevated cultivation level, she feared that the approaching royal member might affect her longevity. Yet, not squatting would render her conspicuously pretentious. She was not one to be unreasonable, constantly challenging the heavens and the air. Regrettably, the residents of the capital had knelt for centuries, their knees softened, their heads accustomed to bowing. They would merely mock her, this outsider, for her perceived lack of decorum and culture. Fortunately, as all the diners knelt with heads bowed, no one noticed her sudden disappearance. Jun Xiangwei slipped away to join the two sisters of the demon clan, who were delighted to see her, along with their little white fox. After a few days apart, it appeared the fox had improved considerably, indicating that the sisters had cared for it well. Silly. Upon seeing that Jun Xiangwei had received only a meager portion of the lamb chop, insisted on sharing the hind leg they had just acquired. Cici added that they primarily consumed vegetarian fare in the demon clan. Jun Xiangwei reflected that this was understandable, as the demon clan possessed a lineage of beast kin, and most ancient beasts were herbivorous, including the lamb, which fed solely on grass. But can your bodies handle consuming meat? The sisters nodded, affirming they could eat it, albeit in moderation. Jun Xiangwei sliced the lamb leg and chop, distributing portions to them and the little fox. Is it not true that lamb chops are superior to lamb legs? They all nodded in agreement. While the legs provided more meat, they lacked the balanced richness of the chops, which were more flavorful due to the marinating process. Together, The three of them quickly polished off a hind leg and a rack of ribs. Cece remarked that they could assist Jun Xiangwei in selling roasted lamb in the future for profit. Jun Xiangwei merely smiled, expressing that their happiness was what mattered most. The notion of money was inconsequential. After a while, estimating that the diners outside had likely finished kneeling, she retrieved the holy light glass mirror, intending to take a look and find an opportunity to leave. Upon examining, she was greatly disappointed. Everyone remained bowed and squatting on the ground. Only one man, clad in a purple robe, stood before the woman who had offered her the whole lamb. The man towered over the woman and her children, gazing down at them. The woman maintained a calm demeanor, her head bowed. The man spoke sharply, "Why do you not kneel?" The woman remained silent, refusing to change her position. "Ah, Minya, although your noble title has been stripped, you must adhere to the laws of the capital. One must kneel before the royal family." Jun Xiangwei's temper flared. This insufferable man clearly knew the woman. To deliberately make things difficult for her under the guise of royal authority was utterly repulsive. However, the woman named Minya stood her ground, replying, "I am no longer a resident of the capital. Why must I kneel? Moreover, the law states that non-residents must squat to greet the royal family, not remain kneeling indefinitely." The man's expression darkened. "Impudence. I have not commanded you to rise." Many of the seated diners had already experienced numbness in their legs, and with the roasted lamb growing cold, it was becoming less appetizing. The lingering thought of the hard-earned delicacy, combined with the prolonged squatting, had fostered resentment among them. Legally, as the woman had asserted, non-residents were only required to squat in greeting. No royal family had ever dared to enforce prolonged kneeling upon passers-by. To leverage royal status to compel others to kneel is truly beneath contempt. Although everyone understood that the prince was targeting the woman with children, they were innocently caught in the crossfire, their meals growing cold, and discontent simmered within them. Jun Xiangwei adjusted the mirror to capture the best angle, finally discerning the prince's appearance. Upon this realization, regret washed over her. His elongated, kidney-shaped face was utterly unattractive. Not only was he physically repulsive, but his character was equally vile. To publicly humiliate a woman with children, and to think he was a prince, was truly disgraceful. She could no longer contain her indignation. Channeling her botanical powers, a nearby vine sprouted, wrapping around her royal staff, and swung forcefully towards the prince's head. With a resounding crash, the prince collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and fell into unconsciousness. Thus, a righteous act was executed, teaching a lesson to a ruler unworthy of his position. One must ponder, how despicable could this prince truly be? Chapter 70, A Lesson in Action, Part 2. The patrons of the shop hurriedly gathered to witness the spectacle of His Highness the Prince. Meanwhile, they took a moment to massage their aching knees and backs. Only that woman had been standing, having witnessed the sudden appearance of a vine that rendered the prince unconscious. However, she had no intention of revealing this. After all, no one would believe her, so why create unnecessary trouble for herself? Before long, the gendarmerie of the capital, alerted by the shopkeeper's report, arrived swiftly. The third prince had unexpectedly suffered a relapse and collapsed. When asked if any unusual events had transpired, all present shook their heads in denial. They preferred to avoid complications. They had come merely to enjoy roasted lamb, not to invite trouble. The sight of the third prince was akin to a seizure. The crowd consisted entirely of seasoned food enthusiasts, who shared a common trait of being oblivious to the world outside, their focus solely on the delectable dishes before them. The shopkeeper claimed ignorance, overwhelmed with work, roasting lambs day in and day out, with scarcely a moment to pursue romantic interests, let alone concern himself with the prince's afflictions. As an artisan from afar, he enjoyed none of the local privileges and was often forced to bow low. He slaved away day and night to earn a meager living, infuriated by the nobles who, having feasted to satisfaction, sought to create trouble. Their idle pursuits, seeking attention, disrupted the patron's enjoyment and hindered him from managing the roast to perfection. Most aggravating of all was the sudden roadblock that cut his business in half, leaving him with unsold lamb destined for discounted prices, losses that were his hard-earned money. Both the proprietor and the diners harbored deep resentment towards the royal family for their disruptions. A couple of individuals considered mentioning a brief exchange of words between the third prince and the woman, yet seeing most others engrossed in their meals chose to remain silent for their own safety. Nevertheless, the woman and her children were taken away by the gendarmerie, as she was closest to the prince when he fell and had failed to offer assistance. This was deemed an act of negligence and a profound disrespect towards the royal family. Everyone present understood that the gendarmerie sought a scapegoat for the prince's collapse. Yet, what could they do? They were merely strangers passing by, too indifferent to intervene. They hastened to enjoy their meals while they were still warm. At the moment the next lamb was ready, Jun Xiangwei seized the opportunity to slip out amidst the crowd. She purchased a roasted lamb using the number the woman had queued for, paying 1,500 gold coins, and stored the lamb in her spatial ring. Jun Xiangwei could not bear to see the children yearning for food. Moreover, it was her actions that had deprived them of their share. Divine being, pray tell me, what is the fate of that woman? She pondered, shocked that she was imprisoned. The laws of this realm seemed utterly nonsensical. In a flash, Jun Xiangwei used her teleportation ability to appear at the cell where Minya was held. Fortunately, there were no others around, sparing her the need to incapacitate anyone. The mother and her 3 children were confined in a dimly lit cell. The youngest child lamented, "Today is my brother's birthday, and we couldn't get any roasted lamb." The mother comforted them, promising that once they were free, they would celebrate with lamb. "Mother, are we out of money?" asked one child. "If we are, I can forego the lamb for my birthday." The mother maintained her smile, reassuring them, "We have enough for roasted lamb. Once we are free, we will feast to celebrate." Suddenly, Jun Xiangwei appeared, presenting the roasted lamb to Minya. "I bought this with your queue number. Just give me 1,500, she stated. After receiving the payment, she intended to leave, but the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. The woman and her children grew anxious and quickly concealed the meat. Jun Xiangwei also sought refuge within the tower. Unfortunately, the aroma of the lamb was irresistible. Even if they hid the meat, the scent lingered. "Why do you possess food? Speak. Who has been here? Where are your accomplices?" the gendarmes demanded. Minya remained silent, as did the 3 children. The 3rd prince lay unconscious, and someone had to take the blame. It was imperative to conceal the truth that he had suffered a seizure. They had already identified the woman's background. She was the perfect scapegoat. Once a noble woman, Minya's husband had betrayed the royal family and the sacred domain, leaking military secrets during a conflict with the Qingwan kingdom. The failure of the campaign led to the loyal marquis being sentenced to death, and his wife and children stripped of their noble titles and residency in the capital. A traitor with no power or influence, this exiled noblewoman was the ideal candidate to bear the blame. "Speak. Who are your accomplices? What is your purpose in the capital? How did you come to harm the 3rd prince?" The interrogator pressed. "Refusing to talk, are we? Let the torture commence. We shall see whether my methods or your silence prevails. Do not spare the children, either. They are merely remnants of treason and deserve their fate." Minya desperately shielded her children. "You are utterly shameless." One of the interrogators recalled her name. Minya, once the betrothed of the 3rd prince, later married to the loyal marquis. "Ah, you forsook a fine prince for a traitor." Upon hearing her husband labeled a traitor, Minya erupted, "You wretches have no right to defame my husband." The children echoed, "You have no right to slander our father." The leading man was bitten by the birthday boy, who was then forcefully shoved away. "What are we waiting for? Let the torture begin. I refuse to believe they won't confess." Jun Xiangwei, initially reluctant to intervene, found herself implicated as an ally of Minya, accused of treason. She hailed from the Qian kingdom and had no ties to this realm. She could not abide men who laid hands on women and children. Harnessing her botanical powers, she ensnared all 6 with thorny vines, suspending them upside down. Without further ado, she inflicted a wound on each, diminishing their lifespans by 100 years. "Now speak. What is the purpose of your slander?" The 3rd prince must not be deemed afflicted with a seizure. He must be portrayed as a victim of an assassination attempt by foreign spies. The accusations must fall on the Qian kingdom and the Qingwan kingdom. Minya's husband is a spy from Qingwan. Framing her is ideal. She had once been the 3rd prince's fiancée, even if he had renounced her. She could not simply marry the loyal marquis to humiliate him. Is this the justification for torturing a mother and her children? Chapter 71. A Lesson Imposed. Part 2. Jun Xiangwei, upon reflection, burst into laughter. With such scoundrels acting as the pillars of the demonic realm, its collapse seemed imminent. Why should the public remain unaware of the 3rd prince's congenital epilepsy? She mused. This hereditary affliction renders any sufferer ineligible to inherit the throne. The notion amused her further. If the 3rd prince were to ascend, witnessing him succumb to his ailment in public during significant events would undoubtedly be entertaining. A ruler of such disposition would likely lead the nation to ruin within a decade. Minya, protecting her child, was somewhat intimidated by Jun Xiangwei's lofty demeanor. Yet, rather than fear, she felt a profound joy. If only she could possess such prowess as this heroine, she would vanquish all who slandered her husband. My husband has been wronged. He has never betrayed the nation. Jun Xiangwei nodded, instinctively believing her words. Yi Buqing found humor in the situation. Do not inquire why, he thought. To ask is to reveal a lack of feminine intuition that could unsettle a man. Jun Xiangwei conducted a preliminary interrogation of the 6 individuals, fabricating charges to enhance their perceived merit, primarily to curry favor with the 3rd prince. Once he ascended, they would be promoted as his allies. Jun Xiangwei intended to facilitate the 3rd prince's rise, hastening the collapse of the demonic realm. It was rare to encounter someone so grotesquely narcissistic. His reign would spell disaster for the realm, yet salvation for the citizens of Tianxian. Turning to Minya and her child, she inquired, "Are you waiting for someone to rescue you? Or shall you accompany me? We shall follow you." They replied, resolutely. Jun Xiangwei's spirits lifted. Her efforts had not been in vain. Had they been like the national master, hesitating and insisting on awaiting a fair legal judgment? She feared her temper might have spiraled out of control. After only 2 days' absence, the ecological park had undergone significant changes, with numerous animals arriving. That night, she had constructed 2 small wooden cabins using her botanical abilities. Now, it was clear they were insufficient. Fortunately, her speed was remarkable. As the scroll arrived, she swiftly conjured 4 additional cabins. The sudden appearance of the new structures went unnoticed by the mother and child. Yi Buqing and his companions were also released. The national master had relinquished his obsession with fair judgments. Yi Buqing presented the interrogation stone of Duke Dinier to the national master, who lamented, "The kingdom of Qiyin is destined for calamity." Coincidentally, Jun Xiangwei overheard this remark. What calamity? If you possess the ability to foresee it, why can you not prevent it? You are a sacred thunder purity body, blessed with a life-bound artifact. Should you not stir the heavens in response to the opportunities bestowed upon you? Zhu Rong, hearing this, felt a surge of anger but dared not confront Jun Xiangwei directly. Instead, he urged Cheng Jingjing to admonish her cousin for disrespecting the national master. He is a true chivalrous soul, a paragon of justice. How can he endure such slander from Jun Xiangwei? For the first time, Cheng Jingjing retorted against Zhu Rong. I do not understand. All I know is that these past few days, following my sister, we have vanquished enemies, defeating 3 holy monarchs in succession and seizing countless treasures. More importantly, I have enhanced my skills. I shall never lose in a fight again. We successfully rescued the national master and the holy sun at the Tower Bridge. These seemingly insurmountable tasks were accomplished with Jun Xiangwei leading the charge. Why should we not speak of the national master? Regardless of his merits, he made a grievous error in voluntarily imprisoning himself. You nearly allowed Duke O'Neill to discover a way to undermine the kingdom of Qiyin. Had it not been for Jun Xiangwei's timely intervention, 1,000,000 allied forces would have seized the opportunity to besiege us, resulting in countless casualties among the citizens of Qiyin. How shall we account for that? Zhu Rong was taken aback to witness Cheng Jingjing, who had always been obedient to him, stand up for Jun Xiangwei, whom she had consistently scorned. Cheng Jingjing, incensed, envied Jun Xiangwei's formidable strength. Were she equally powerful, Zhu Rong would not dare speak to her so harshly, as evidenced by Yi Buqing's attentiveness toward his wife. Finding the situation dull, Cheng Jingjing chose a treehouse for herself, closing the door to study the secret tomes Jun Xiangwei had provided. The treehouse was modest, accommodating only 2 occupants, one for the national master and one for the holy sun, while Minya and her child occupied 2 others. Jun Xiangwei was left to share a cramped space with Yi Buqing. Upon entering the treehouse, Yi Buqing could hardly contain himself. "Wife, it has been 6 months. I miss you dearly." Yet Jun Xiangwei resolutely rebuffed his advances, insisting that no matter the circumstances, her son was paramount. Yi Buqing, taken aback by Jun Xiangwei's apparent abandonment in favor of Cheng Jingjing, found her reaction amusing. Cheng Jingjing was overjoyed at Jun Xiangwei's arrival, eager to pose a multitude of questions. The 2 sisters immersed themselves in literature, exploring various properties of matter until they succumbed to slumber late into the night. In his heart, Yi Xiaobai lit a candle for Zhu Rong. When women rise in strength, men truly become superfluous. Yi Buqing at least understood the reason for his perceived abandonment. Zhu Rong, however, was perplexed. Did Cheng Jingjing intend to rebel? As a servant to the Holy Sun, he could choose whom to favor, but Cheng Jingjing was not at liberty to refuse him. Throughout the night, Zhu Rong found no rest. Having grown accustomed to Cheng Jingjing's presence, the solitude of his empty chamber left him feeling desolate and cold. The national master, too, found himself restless. With Jun Xiangwei, a remarkable anomaly, emerging from the kingdom of Qiyan, should it not be a blessing rather than a curse? At dawn, the national master summoned Jun Xiangwei to his tower. The sacred thunder purity body could summon lightning and store a portion of its energy within the flesh. Jun Xiangwei feigned ignorance, pretending to learn humbly. Grateful for the national master's willingness to teach, she eagerly absorbed the lessons, relishing the opportunity to start anew. The national master soon realized he had underestimated Jun Xiangwei's intelligence. Within a single day, he found himself with nothing left to impart. She learned swiftly and adeptly. "You are remarkably clever and quick to learn," he acknowledged. "But do not become complacent. Always remain grounded." Jun Xiangwei, however, bristled at this notion. "What is wrong with being proud of my abilities? I shall soar. Why must I keep my feet on the ground when I am capable of flight?" "Ah, let it be," the national master sighed. "If your heart is devoted to the kingdom of Qiyan, I shall refrain from imposing further demands upon you. Do not be ruthless. Leave a path for future encounters." Jun Xiangwei shook her head. "Ruthlessness is preferable. Let death be absolute, and let us see how we can meet again." The national master wished to say more, but was gently rebuffed. "Do not utter platitudes about a gentleman's vengeance being best served after a decade. If one possesses the means, they should act decisively. 10 years is merely a rose of time granted to the weak." Chapter 72. The Father-Daughter Relationship, Part 1. While the national master was instructing Jun Xiangwei, Yi Buqing was engrossed in the journal left by his grandmother in the treehouse. Activating the bloodline of the elven royalty requires 2 conditions. The first is to fast for 3 days, subsisting solely on rootless water, which is essentially rainwater. Situated in the snow-capped mountains, the snow consists of years of accumulated snowfall, thus fulfilling the requirement for rootless water. The challenge lies in the necessity to endure 3 long days of hunger. The second condition demands the release of half of one's blood. This aspect left Yi Buqing somewhat apprehensive, for losing half of one's blood could easily lead to shock and death. He understood that such an extreme approach was intended to push the limits of one's physical potential. Should the awakening of the bloodline fail, it may never awaken again. Yi Buqing dared not gamble. He had just reunited with his wife and had yet to witness the birth of his son. Yet, he was fervently eager to grow stronger and awaken his bloodline before his son's arrival. Yi Buqing ventured to a nearby valley blanketed in thick snow, where he would draw sustenance solely from the snowmelt for the next 3 days. The first day of fasting proved to be the most arduous, as his body was accustomed to 3 meals a day. When mealtime arrived without food, dizziness and discomfort overwhelmed him. Cheng Jingjing and Minya collected ingredients from the vicinity for their lunch, a meal intended for 3 men, 3 women, and 3 children, 9 individuals in total. Yi Buqing politely declined, stating that from this day forth, he would only drink water boiled from snow. His sole focus was on enhancing his own strength. As for Zhu Rong, their relationship was marked by inequality. Her love was repressed and unfulfilled. Jun Xiangwei was indeed correct. Only through personal strength could one gain confidence in love. Without sufficient ability, no amount of effort would hold value in the eyes of the other. Cheng Jingjing felt she was far from strong enough, as her ultimate goal was Jun Xiangwei. From Minya's perspective, she envied Cheng Jingjing immensely. As a woman of remarkable strength, she remained free-spirited, yet treated her friends and loved ones with warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Among Jun Xiangwei's spoils, there were spells suitable only for those at lower cultivation levels. Recently, they had seized a tome of soul-capturing techniques from Duke Deneho. For Minya, beginning her studies with her peak Yellow Realm cultivation was most advantageous. She expressed her gratitude repeatedly before commencing her lessons. Regarding the matter of Minya's husband being wrongfully accused and stripped of his title, Cheng Jingjing had learned of it from Jun Xiangwei the night prior. They collectively agreed that rather than avenging Minya, it would be more beneficial to empower her with the ability to seek revenge on her own. A woman may be perceived as weak, yet, as a mother, she embodies resilience. Alone with 3 children, she required formidable strength. Minya learned swiftly, and as soon as she reached the first tier of the soul-capturing technique, Cheng Jingjing produced a beautiful porcelain vial. "This is from Jun Xiangwei," she stated. Minya accepted it without hesitation and drank deeply. A surge of immense spiritual energy coursed through her, propelling her cultivation effortlessly into the green realm and advancing her soul-capturing technique to the second tier. It was astonishing. Typically, an ordinary person would require at least a year of diligent effort to progress from the first to the second tier. Minya was overwhelmed with joy, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Jun Xiangwei and Cheng Jingjing. "Do not thank me," Cheng Jingjing replied. "This was specially concocted for you by Jun Xiangwei last night." A few days prior, they had raided various locations, acquiring a wealth of rare treasures. Cheng Jingjing meticulously cataloged all the spiritual herbs they had collected. Jun Xiangwei, catering to the diverse needs of different spells, had utilized her extraordinary abilities to cultivate many spiritual plants, extracting their essence and blending it with the ethereal mountain holy water, thereby creating various auxiliary potions for spells. After today's validation by Minya, it became evident that the auxiliary potions crafted by Jun Xiangwei surpassed those offered by the Apothecary Alliance. After Minya's husband was executed and their family fortune confiscated, the quality of life for her and her 3 children plummeted drastically. Even with her family providing assistance, it was impossible for her 3 children, now commoners, to receive an education in the capital schools. Minya was a strong woman. She did not wallow in sorrow but managed to care for her children despite the severe blow they had faced. This was a trait that even Cheng Jingjing could not help but admire. Though her cultivation was modest, she stood tall in the face of formidable foes. Once a noblewoman, she humbly offered a roasted lamb to Jun Xiangwei for a mere 500 gold coins, and without hesitation, she was willing to follow a stranger to escape captivity. Minya truly exemplified resilience akin to the pliability of reeds. Cheng Jingjing spent the afternoon studying alongside Minya. Zhu Rong, who had brought the 3 children along, felt a twinge of discomfort despite their good behavior. How could Cheng Jingjing dare to instruct him? The real issue was that he had not shown any displeasure. Was it possible that being imprisoned for several days had dulled his senses? After all, he was the holy son of the Qian kingdom, a figure on par with the emperor and the national master. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He was not a mere nanny. He turned to the eldest child and declared confidently that these children would not learn anything in one afternoon. This was knowledge he had been forced to acquire at the age of 8, when he was prematurely thrust into the role of holy son. Casting spells required immense mental strength and willpower to ensure that one's incantations communicated with the celestial beings of the spirit realm. Zhu Rong recited an incantation, and the 3 children echoed him. The eldest appeared to be around 8, while the youngest girl was likely only 4. Zhu Rong, determined to challenge her, said, "Callie, recite it by yourself." The little girl stepped forward, her small hands clasped behind her back, her posture straight as she began to recite. Zhu Rong was astonished that she managed to memorize it without any assistance from her 2 brothers. "Very good. Now, let us move on to the next." The 3 children began to recite with enthusiasm, especially the youngest, who mimicked his tone and cadence with remarkable precision. Zhu Rong felt a swell of pride. His pupils were exceptional, and as their teacher, he was immensely gratified. These students surpassed his own capabilities at their age. They were not even heirs to a saint, but mere outsiders from the demon realm, which left Zhu Rong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The children obediently followed his instructions, starting to recite again. At that moment, a parting in the clouds appeared above, and a beam of radiant, multicolored light shone directly upon Callie. What was this? This was a divine coronation by the heavenly Tao itself. Zhu Rong felt a mix of bitterness and joy. He had found an heir. A 4-year-old foreign girl would become the next saintess of the Qian kingdom. The national master, upon witnessing the dazzling light, hastened outside. The birth of a new saintess signified the departure of the old one. His fiancée, he had been missing for 20 years. Had even the heavens ceased to watch over her? The national master knelt down, spitting out a mouthful of foul blood, a long-buried grievance finally released from his heart. Jun Xiangwei could not shake the feeling that the scene before her was eerily familiar. Chapter 73, The Father-Daughter Relationship, Part 2. Zhu Rong helped the national master to his feet, signaling everyone to depart. Men require solitude to heal. Unlike women who often weep together, sharing their tears. Jun Xiangwei scoffed. What difference does it make between men and women? Must healing be shrouded in an air of aloofness? So what if his fiancée might have perished 2 decades ago? What is the big deal? Look at Minya. Her husband met a tragic end, yet she perseveres. raising 3 children even as her tears run dry. Even the pregnant little snow fox timidly seeks help from humans for the sake of her unborn child. In life, who hasn't faced setbacks? For the sake of responsibility, one must bear their burdens and continue onward. Women confide in one another to relieve stress, while men often suppress their troubles. What results from such repression? Is it merely a delayed eruption of grief after 20 years? Regardless of the method of stress relief, it is the effectiveness that truly matters. What right do you have to scorn the confessions shared among women? Zhu Rong nearly spat blood in frustration. This Jun Xiangwei never misses a chance to challenge everything around her. It seems she will continue her confrontational ways until the world is at peace. He recalled their first encounter when Jun Xiangwei challenged the national master, leaving both of them in tatters, and he now felt she had softened considerably. Cheng Jingjing noticed the national master had aged significantly in an instant, and her heart ached for him. Previously, she believed him to be the most just and selfless person in the world. Now, she wished he could live as freely as Jun Xiangwei, unbound and unmindful of societal constraints. Wouldn't that be better? Jun Xiangwei shot Cheng Jingjing a sharp glance. Not everyone has a clear understanding of themselves. Some, though petty, masquerade as saints, exhausting themselves by adhering to the standards of a saint. Zhu Rong was on the verge of bursting with indignation. Jun Xiangwei had the audacity to label the national master a petty individual, yet he labored under the pretense of a saint. To his surprise, the national master let out a long howl. Jun Xiangwei had indeed hit the nail on the head. He was no saint, but neither was he a petty man. His heart and emotions had been forcibly buried 2 decades prior, and since then, he had merely worn a mask while fulfilling his duties. Had he been like Jun Xiangwei, indifferent to the world 20 years ago, he might not have harbored such regrets. He had not devoted himself fully to her, nor had he fought fiercely for his love. Jun Xiangwei, you speak the truth. I am no saint. I have merely buried my desires for 2 decades. They have ceaselessly mocked my impotence all this time. Well then, enough of this howling. Considering you taught me all afternoon, I suppose I shall reluctantly call you master. Once a master, always a father, from now on. You must conduct yourself appropriately in my presence. And you, the onlookers, once you've had your fill, seize the opportunity to repay grievances and avenge wrongs. The crowd stared at Jun Xiangwei in bewilderment. Her leap from mere spectators to avengers was too abrupt. Wait, what did Jun Xiangwei mean? Literally. She sought vengeance for the grievances suffered by her master, who had pretended to be a saint for 20 years. Zhu Rong couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. Was Jun Xiangwei truly a little off-kilter? Only Minya listened intently to Jun Xiangwei, not laughing but rather in agreement. What had transpired 2 decades ago? The saintess had vanished? Yi Buchan's mother had perished due to magical forces, and the holy monarch of Wuyue had been gravely injured. Such coincidences all occurred 20 years ago, and even more coincidentally, that was the year Jun Xiangwei was born. Why had her mother always dressed her in male clothing, claiming that remaking female uniforms was a waste of money? Did the Jun family lack funds? That day, Jun Xiangwei discovered through her hair that Feishing the Elder and Yi Buchan were not related. Upon acquiring her parents' and siblings' hair, she consulted the divine being and received confirmation of her suspicions. She was not a child of the Jun family. Today, when the national master taught her the Holy Thunder Purification Body technique, she noticed a resemblance between herself and him. Of course, this was only because she was exceptionally beautiful. For someone of his age to share even a slight resemblance was remarkable. Out of curiosity, she took a strand of his hair and inquired with the divine being about their potential kinship. To her astonishment, they were indeed father and daughter. From the national master's feelings towards the saintess, Jun Xiangwei surmised that the saintess might very well be her biological mother. If not, that would be truly melodramatic. What had transpired 20 years ago? She pressed the national master for answers once more. He sighed, "Let the past remain unspoken. If you do not clarify, how am I to seek vengeance? Do you think that by remaining silent, I shall forego my quest for retribution? At worst, I shall misdirect my vengeance, leading to the suffering of the innocent." Striking at the heart of the matter is crucial for those who consider themselves saints. Nothing is more feared than the harm that befalls the innocent. The national master remained reticent, doubting Jun Xiangwei's ability to uncover the events of that time. You refuse to speak? Do you believe I will resort to using the soul separation staff on you, then follow with the scythe of death, and finally unleash the truth-biting worm upon you? Cheng Jingjing quickly nodded in agreement. Xiangwei has indeed compelled several demon lords into confession, National Master, you must believe her. Jun Xiangwei brandished the soul separation staff before the National Master. The staff was indeed real. The Holy Sun stared in disbelief. Such a rare artifact had fallen into Jun Xiangwei's hands. Jun Xiangwei chuckled. I shall return it to the kingdom of Qinghuan, only for it to be seized by the demon realm again. Ultimately, it shall return to me. Yi Xiaobai suddenly remembered that he had not yet signed in today, and the Overlord had not even reminded him. I must sign in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Snow Mountain Essence Soil. Yi Xiaobai was somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't he have replicated 2 soul separation staffs instead? What exactly was the Snow Mountain Essence Soil? It was an ancient divine substance used to seal fissures in the earth, capable of perpetually regenerating and perfectly mending surface cracks. The notion of infinitely growing land sounded quite impressive. With the Essence Soil, he had no fear of landslides or flooding. He replicated 5 portions, allocating 3 to Xiangwei. Replication complete. Jun Xiangwei was elated to receive 3 portions of the Essence Soil. She had learned about its properties during her studies. With this soil, the kingdom of Qiyin would no longer fear flooding. She casually tossed 2 portions to the National Master, implying that he should manage the affairs of the kingdom of Qiyin. In essence, the theft from the Qinghuan kingdom's temple 2 decades ago was none of his concern. This is indeed Essence Soil. Zhu Rong could no longer maintain his composure. The kingdom of Qiyin suffered from annual flooding in the southern region. An Essence Soil was desperately needed. The National Master solemnly accepted the 2 portions from Jun Xiangwei, nodding in promise that he would not mention the theft from the Qinghuan temple again. Jun Xiangwei beamed with delight. This was the way it should be. When one is a petty individual, there is no need to feign saintliness. Chapter 74, Parental Relationships, Part 2. Dinner was traditionally the responsibility of the man, a rule established by Jun Xiangwei. Minya felt somewhat embarrassed as a newcomer and wished to take on the task of preparing dinner herself, but was swiftly halted by a piercing glance from Jun Xiangwei. Zhu Rong was incensed. He had never cooked in his life. A gentleman should steer clear of the kitchen, for it is no place for a man. If asked to cook, he would rather go hungry. Yi Buqing, having endured 2 missed meals, was now famished, and the thought of being asked to prepare food was a torment to his willpower. The National Master raised his hand in resignation, indicating his culinary ineptitude. Yi Buqing was the first to pledge his loyalty, declaring, I shall prepare dinner. My dear wife, you should rest. I will ensure it is nutritious, delicious, and healthful. Jun Xiangwei smiled brightly, affirming that this was indeed commendable, a true role model. Zhu Rong's refusal to cook, coupled with his poor attitude, only echoed Jun Xiangwei's sentiment. What use was Zhu Rong to her? She was not merely a vessel for food. In the recesses of her mind, Yi Xiaobai silently scolded Zhu Rong. When a woman is powerful and wise, a man becomes no more than a mere vessel. Host, have you forgotten your own gender? Oh, the astute and wise Miss Carly. Will you see me as just a vessel in the future? Ultimately, dinner was prepared by Yi Buqing, with the National Master assisting to complete the meal. True to his word, Zhu Rong refused to eat if he was to cook. While tasting the food for seasoning, Yi Buqing broke his fast, abandoning his abstinence to indulge heartily. He gleefully accepted Zhu Rong's portion, having gone 2 meals without food, savoring every bite. However, Jun Xiangwei wore a displeased expression, declaring the meal to be dreadful. As a pregnant woman, consuming such fare might instill a sense of despair in her unborn child. Cheng Jingjing, concerned for appearances, forced herself to eat a few bites, while Minya was cautious with the children. Young ones cannot be careless. Having gorged at lunch, they now ate with deliberate slowness at dinner. The National Master was taken aback by the unpalatable results of his efforts. Reflecting upon his fiancée, he recalled how she would always prepare exquisite meals for him. Back then, in his youthful arrogance, he had taken it for granted. No wonder the saintess had left in such profound sorrow 20 years prior. Out of spite, he chose not to pursue her. Yi Buqing, with a guilty conscience, filled his belly. The activation of his bloodline would have to wait another day. Zhu Rong's stomach growled in hunger, yet he felt too ashamed to join the others for dinner. He hoped Cheng Jingjing would be considerate enough to bring him something to eat. To his dismay, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, Cheng Jingjing still had not come to deliver food. For the sake of the child, she needed to eat and rest well. A happy disposition during pregnancy would yield a joyful child. After both were satisfied and wiped their mouths, Cheng Jingjing pondered their financial means. What delectable food could they not procure? Did she truly require Zhu Rong to cook? What role was there left for him? Forget about Zhu Rong. Let us prepare for revenge. Jun Xiangwei, are you serious? Just answer me. Shall we go? Indeed. Let us wreak havoc. Cheng Jingjing resolved to move forward with Jun Xiangwei, seeing Zhu Rong as nothing more than a vessel for food. Minya dutifully heated and washed all the utensils. After settling the 3 children, she decided to inquire if she could also learn from Cheng Jingjing this evening. Upon reaching Cheng Jingjing's treehouse, she found the 2 preparing to leave. Minya hesitated to ask where they were headed. Jun Xiangwei was straightforward. We are going for revenge. Will you join us? Absolutely. Minya felt a fire igniting within her. She yearned for strength, and even more so, to avenge past grievances. Then let us go together. Just follow Cheng Jingjing. Jun Xiangwei led Cheng Jingjing and Minya to the 6th floor of the Thunder Tower. Finding the Grand Prince's location through a divine being, they utilized a time-space scroll to teleport directly behind him in the demon realm. As per the usual sequence, they executed their plan: soul separation, the death scythe, the royal hammer, and the truth-spitting insect. When the Grand Prince's soul returned to his body, he screamed in terror. Fortunately, Jun Xiangwei had already erected a barrier. No one outside could hear his cries, no matter how loud. Calm yourself. There's no need for such a cacophony. How embarrassing to sound so dreadful. The Grand Prince, in a panic, realized his cultivation was diminished and his lifespan reduced. Worst of all, he was compelled to speak the truth. 20 years ago, was it you who led the special forces to ambush the Crimson Flame Kingdom? It was I. Did you kidnap the Saintess of the Crimson Flame Kingdom? It was I. Now, confess the specifics without my prompting. 20 years ago, the King of the Crimson Flame Kingdom rejected our high-priced offer for spirit stones. Therefore, I suggested we stir up trouble in the Crimson Flame Kingdom to teach them a lesson. Upon arriving, I was utterly captivated by the Saintess's beauty. Words fail to describe her allure. During my 6 months in the Crimson Flame Kingdom, I fell deeply in love with her. For her sake, I even persuaded my father to consider a union between our kingdoms, elevating the Crimson Flame Kingdom to the pinnacle of the heavenly profound continent. Now, hand over your spatial ring and continue. But that foolish Saintess, blinded by her affections for a mere junior national master, completely disregarded my earnest feelings. I even relinquished my position as crown prince for her, yet she only had eyes for that cold-faced national master, shamelessly offering herself to him. I was undeterred. Using secret arts, I made the national master forget that fateful night with the Saintess, falsely telling him that she had submitted to me. Later, when the Saintess became pregnant and joyfully sought out the national master, she was met with his merciless scorn. I attempted to comfort her in her moment of vulnerability, but she left the palace. I searched for her tirelessly, only to find her bones a year later in the forest of death. That wretched national master continues to feign indifference. He does not deserve her love. Cheng Jingjing felt a pang of discomfort. The national master had been deceived and misjudged the Saintess. Jun Xiangwei, however, was indifferent to the Grand Prince's justifications. She had nearly confirmed that she was the daughter of the Saintess and the national master. The Saintess, alone and pregnant, had to constantly evade the Grand Prince, while waiting in vain for the national master to seek her out. A year of heartache and hardship had likely taken a toll on her well-being. Jun Xiangwei examined the Grand Prince's spatial ring, but found nothing belonging to the Saintess. Where are her bones and belongings? In the crystal coffin within the underground royal tomb. She shall forever remain the Grand Prince's consort in the holy domain. Take us there. Ha ha ha, not a chance. I would rather die than allow you to disturb her peace. She is my wife, mine alone. Chapter 75. A Moment of Resurgence. Part 1. Jun Xiangwei directly struck the face of the Crown Prince with a gust of wind from her palm. The Crown Prince, reeling from the blow, spat out 2 bloodied teeth. Do not feign such profound emotions. Spare me. Every word I utter is the truth. He had long been aware that the poison of the truth-spitting spirit worm was ineffective against him, concocting a touching tale on the spot. The simple and honest Crown Prince, it seems, had been underestimated even by the old emperor. Cheng Jingjing and Minya were taken aback that Jun Xiangwei could see through the Crown Prince's deceit. They were even more astonished to discover that he was not affected by the poison of the truth-spitting spirit worm. Yi Xiaobai concealed his prowess and reputation. The poison, by sheer coincidence, was ineffective against the unique ailment plaguing the royal family of the demon domain. However, what difficulty was there in this? Did heaven truly spare anyone? In Jun Xiangwei's mind, there were countless methods to force him to speak the truth. She planned to have Minya practice her newly acquired soul-capturing technique shortly. But before that, she wanted Cheng Jingjing to play a tune after their meal. Cheng Jingjing could hardly contain her eagerness to punish him. Daring to slander her esteemed national master, he should have anticipated today's outcome. She took out the Tianin Wuyue, its strings transforming into shards resembling flying daggers, aimed at a certain part of the crown prince. A scream pierced the air as the most prized area of a man was cleanly severed. Daring to defame the saintess of the Chihua kingdom, one should have foreseen this fate. Another pained wail escaped him as his knees were sliced away, rendering him unable to stand, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. The crown prince writhed on the ground, agony consuming him. Cheng Jingjing spat at him, utterly useless. To beg for mercy so quickly, and the piece isn't even halfway through. It was Minya's turn. She was using the soul-capturing technique for the first time and felt a twinge of nervousness. Jun Xiangwei offered her an encouraging glance. Minya began her incantation directed at the crown prince. The soul-capturing technique must commence from the yellow realm, yet it also demands a high level of mental fortitude. Without the aid of potions, success remained elusive. Jun Xiangwei's potions were remarkably effective, surpassing theoretical expectations. Minya, undeterred, exhibited exceptional mental control. Their combination led to immediate success in capturing the crown prince's consciousness. His will was now under Minya's command. He began to recount events from 20 years prior, which transpired in the Chihua kingdom, his expression vacant, his words devoid of emotion, each syllable escaping his lips. 20 years ago, my father sought an heir between my younger brother and me, sending us to the Chihua kingdom and the Qinghuan kingdom, respectively. Upon arriving in the Chihua kingdom, I found the people to be simple and the prices low. I intended to purchase their spirit stones at a high price, yet the citizens united and expelled me. My younger brother allied with the Minister of Finance in the Qinghuan kingdom, reaching a verbal agreement to acquire an entire vein of spirit stones near the Death Forest. However, the Saint of Wuyue, having stolen an artifact from the temple, clashed with the national master of the Qinghuan kingdom, both sustaining severe internal injuries. The Qinghuan kingdom, having fallen out with the holy domain, demanded my brother return the temple's artifact or face the end of all cooperation. Seizing the opportunity, I reported him to our father, who then ordered us to switch places. I went to the Qinghuan kingdom while he went to the Chihua kingdom. Upon his arrival in the Chihua kingdom, he fell hopelessly in love with the then saintess, pining for her to the point of illness, even willing to abandon his claim to the throne for the sake of his genuine feelings. My father summoned me to the palace, stating that if I could resolve my brother's predicament, he would name me crown prince. I quickly discovered that the saintess of the Chihua kingdom was already betrothed to the son of their national master. Thus, I subtly provided them with some advantageous gifts, allowing my brother to witness his beloved woman in another's embrace. Ha ha ha, that fool could not bear the shock and committed suicide that very night. My father, unwilling to believe that his favored son would take his life over a woman, naturally assumed that the national master of the Chihua kingdom and the saintess conspired to eliminate his chosen heir. Not long after, the old national master was injured, and his son succeeded him, promising to fulfill the duties of the national master for 10 years before marrying the saintess. I calculated the timing, intending to capture the saintess and use her and her mother's lives to coerce the national master into granting mining rights to the spirit vein. However, the saintess, foreseeing her impending doom, cut open the belly of an infant girl at the moment I attempted to seize her. She entrusted her not yet born daughter to a woman, and she vanished without a trace. Later, through secret techniques, I discovered that the woman was Xianyuan Huan, the sister of the saint of Feishing in the Holy Domain. Coincidentally, Feishing was searching for his sister, so I had him lead a special force to invade the Chihua kingdom. Even if she vowed to resist to the death, one against many would ultimately lead to her exhaustion and demise. My father intended to take her corpse to bury alongside my brother. As for where they were buried, I did not know. Jun Xiangwei looked at him coldly, having recorded everything he said with a crystal stone. However, she had no intention of showing it to the national master. The past, what the truth may be, is of little consequence. The dead cannot be revived, and the living require hope to sustain them. The parts the crown prince omitted were easily surmised by Jun Xiangwei. Xianyuan Huan had invoked a curse in her attempt to protect herself, which ultimately backfired due to the saint of Feishing, resulting in her demise. It appeared that her biological mother and grandmother had known each other long before, sharing a bond akin to life or death. Jun Xiangwei, even had reason to suspect that Yi Buqing's infatuation with her at first sight had been orchestrated by her grandmother all along. Where was Yi Buqing? The thought of her husband warmed Jun Xiangwei's heart. Cheng Jingjing could hardly believe her ears. Was this truly the Jun Xiangwei, known for her vendettas? When had she ever been willing to grant someone a swift end? Jun Xiangwei shook her head, lamenting that Cheng Jingjing still did not understand her well enough. I never said I would grant the crown prince a quick death. Speeding up the process does not mean his suffering should be diminished. Cheng Jingjing understood instantly. Intensifying the pain while shortening the duration, evil begets evil, and the totality remains constant. Minya ceased the soul-capturing technique, utterly exhausted. Yet the feeling of revenge against her enemies was immensely gratifying. The crown prince was among those who had slandered her husband as a traitor. Jun Xiangwei was avenging her. As if in a dream, the crown prince watched as Jun Xiangwei and Cheng Jingjing exchanged glances, contemplating how to torment him, trembling in fear. I beg you. I've already disclosed all that I know. Please do not harm me. I can offer you vast sums of money, numerous treasures, and even residency in the capital, granting you the highest benefits. Cheng Jingjing spat derisively. Residency in the capital? The privilege of kneeling before the royal family? Ha. Save that for the disabled wretches like you, who have no knees. Chapter 76, A Breath of Fresh Air, Part 2, Jun Xiangwei and Cheng Jingjing joined forces to unveil the sequence of events surrounding the death of the crown prince before Minya. This woman indeed possessed remarkable psychological resilience. She was not only unperturbed, but also experienced a profound sense of liberation from avenging her adversary. A pent-up frustration, which had lingered in Minya's chest for a year, finally erupted, allowing her to breathe freely after enduring sleepless nights and discontented meals. The crown prince held significant prestige within the court, with numerous loyal followers. How could we erase all traces after his demise? Cheng Jingjing smiled reassuringly at Minya, indicating that there was no need for her to fret. With experience comes wisdom in such matters. For reasons unknown, Minya found herself willing to trust these two formidable women. Cheng Jingjing encouraged her, saying, "You are also quite remarkable, and you shall only grow stronger." A single ring was entirely composed of gold coins, an astonishing sum of 1 billion. The remaining storage ring was filled with various rare treasures that he had amassed over the years. Minya's keen eyes immediately recognized her husband's Qingyun dragon-slaying blade among the myriad of valuables. This was a treasured heirloom of the loyal and brave Marquis household, which had been confiscated by officials last year, leaving Minya bereft of all her family's possessions. She could hardly believe that it had been hoarded by the crown prince. "Do you recognize this blade?" Cheng Jingjing inquired. "Yes, it belonged to my husband. Are there any others that belong to your family?" Minya shook her head. This was the only item. Without hesitation, Cheng Jingjing decided to return the blade to Minya. She expressed her gratitude profusely, to which Cheng Jingjing replied, "You should thank Jun Xiangwei instead. I merely did a favor." Nonetheless, Minya continued to express her appreciation to both women. Cheng Jingjing offered Minya a reassuring glance, saying, "Rest assured, regardless of the short time frame, Jun Xiangwei will undoubtedly eliminate all traces from the scene. There is no need for concern." Cheng Jingjing had grown accustomed to such grand situations and was no longer the same woman who would resort to tricking witnesses for a mere 100 gold coins. She casually selected a storage ring and filled it with 100 million coins, handing it to Minya. As for herself and Jun Xiangwei, money had long ceased to hold any significance. The spoils collected over these few days amounted to no less than 45 billion. Whether it was 1 or 2 billion mattered little. Minya clutched the storage ring given to her by Cheng Jingjing, forcing herself to suppress her trembling hands. Though born into nobility and once the wife of the loyal and brave Marquis, her family had always been of modest means, never possessing a large sum of cash. Previously, her monthly noble allowance was a mere 20,000 coins, with her husband providing 30,000 for living expenses, resulting in an annual total of around 800,000 coins at best. Now, holding 100 million in cash was a sum she had never even dared to dream of. Cheng Jingjing, eager to tally the crown prince's treasures, succumbed to her compulsive tendencies, insisting on organizing the inventory that very night. With so many items and the treehouse being too small, she urged Minya to vacate the premises and head to Yi Buqing's location. Jun Xiangwei stared at Cheng Jingjing with wide eyes in disbelief. How could she issue an eviction order? Truly a miser, she was perfectly suited for managing finances. As Jun Xiangwei turned to leave, She was met with an unexpected setback at Yi Buqing's door, where she was met with a cold reception. After finishing his meal, Yi Buqing wallowed in self-reproach, regretting that he could not endure even the first day's fast, questioning his ability to protect Qi. He locked himself in the treehouse, casting a barrier, determined to refrain from exiting for 3 days and nights. He resolved to fast for 3 days, believing that he could indeed accomplish this small feat. Jun Xiangwei knocked at the door, but Yi Buqing, unable to hear, did not open it to welcome her. Yi Buqing, open the door, she called out. Was he upset? Or was it that her man was plotting a rebellion? Was he really denying her entry over such trivial matters? At that moment, Zhu Rong appeared beneath the tree, calling for her to meet the national master. Jun Xiangwei harbored complex feelings towards the national master. The saintess loved him with her life, while he devoted himself entirely to the Red Flame Nation. Though he might fulfill his duty to the world, he could not be absolved for neglecting his woman and child. For the saintess, having such a husband was both a blessing and a curse. She approached Cheng Jingjing's treehouse, hesitating briefly before knocking on the door. Cheng Jingjing, engrossed in counting her spoils, was too elated to notice the knocking. Zhu Rong knocked 3 times, yet received no response. His expression darkened, resembling a guard who had endured the summer's relentless heat. Cheng Jingjing, open the door. I know you are inside. Still, Cheng Jingjing remained silent. And Zhu Rong's patience wore thin. He was genuinely angered now. This audacious woman, still lacking the strength to assert herself, dared to rebuff him. What was he thinking? Cheng Jingjing was merely his maid, not his wife. He chastised himself for being overly concerned about a maid's attitude. For one last time, Zhu Rong resolved. If Cheng Jingjing does not open the door, I shall no longer concern myself with her. Cheng Jingjing, I warn you, this is your final chance. Will you open the door or not? At that moment, Cheng Jingjing was lost in a reverie, captivated by a beauty-enhancing pill, oblivious to Zhu Rong's calls. She had once spent 500,000 in the black market for a single pill, which she consumed on the spot. In recent days, she felt increasingly youthful and beautiful. The pill's effects were indeed remarkable. Yet, one question lingered in her mind. If the Crown Prince possessed so many of these pills, why did he not resemble a paragon of beauty? Had he forgotten to take them daily? If the Crown Prince were aware of these musings, he would undoubtedly assert that he consumed a pill without fail each day, or else how could he maintain such a handsome visage? If Cheng Jingjing had seen the third prince and the old emperor, she would understand that the Crown Prince's appearance was already that of a dragon among men. It was not until she perused the royal family tree and gazed upon the portraits of the nobility that she found clarity. The Crown Prince's mother was merely a foot-washing maid who, due to her beauty, had caught the old emperor's eye. This was a stark contrast to the second prince, born of the empress, whose pure noble bloodline was entirely different. The royal family of the Devil Domain not only suffered from hereditary epilepsy, but also possessed elongated faces reminiscent of a goat, with features akin to a hippopotamus, a gorilla's nose, and spider-like eyes. In comparison, the Crown Prince's good looks were undoubtedly thanks to these pills. Cheng Jingjing felt justified in hoarding these pills for herself. Jun Xiangwei was already so beautiful that she required no enhancement. Minya declared her disinterest in remarriage, choosing to present herself without makeup to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Chapter 77, A Breath of Fresh Air, Part 2, Jun Xiangwei arrived at the sage's treehouse. She refrained from initiating conversation, uncertain of what to say. Thank you for your generous donation of the essence soil. I express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Once again, the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Jun Xiangwei's previously calm demeanor was stirred with irritation. Spare me the praises of selflessness. I have compensated for the essence soil for the use of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. The sage's expression darkened. He disdained Jun Xiangwei's calculating tone. What conditions do you seek? I desire the position of sage. The sage was taken aback by Jun Xiangwei's unexpected demand, which had just crossed her mind moments ago. The Crimson Flame Kingdom is renowned throughout the Tianxian continent for its comprehensive legal system, despite being a small nation with a sparse population. The sage remained noncommittal. The laws of the Crimson Flame Kingdom stemmed from an ancient legal framework, representing the utmost in fairness and justice. Thus, it matters not who holds the title of sage. As long as there are laws to follow, it suffices. Moreover, I am the sacred thunder purity body, which aligns perfectly with the requirements of the position. And if I refuse, then return the essence soil to me. Very well, I shall concede the position of sage to you. But you must adhere strictly to the law in all matters. The sage had initially intended to pass the position to Jun Xiangwei, yet he feared her propensity to act impulsively, replacing the law with her personal whims. Are you truly willing to forego the position of sage for the sake of 2 pieces of essence soil? Indeed, I am. I trust you will fulfill your duties competently. Unable to restrain herself, Jun Xiangwei inquired where he would go after stepping down. To the vast world, I shall seek someone. Will you be searching for your fiancée? What if you find her? And if you do not? If I find her, we shall live together. If not, I shall continue my search. What a romantic notion. Being a sage involves rising earlier than the rooster and retiring later than the dog. It is more exhausting than being an emperor, and I shall not partake. You possess a deep-seated patriotism, a pursuit of justice, and a willingness to aid the vulnerable. Aside from your impulsive temper, you harbor no other vices. You would be well suited for the role of sage. Jun Xiangwei scoffed. Being suitable does not equate to my obligation to take on the role. The decision to do so or not should rest solely upon my own volition. In my view, the vast world pales in comparison to the importance of family. Since the nation has established comprehensive laws, why not return governance to the people? Return governance to the people? The sage began to ponder. Jun Xiangwei continued. Given the existence of a complete legal system, why not establish a robust judicial framework? While we cannot expect everyone to strictly adhere to the law, a well-structured system, where laws are enforceable and violations are prosecuted, would ensure that everything operates smoothly within the bounds of legality. What you speak of is an ideal state. If one lacks ideals, how is one different from a salted fish? Do you believe the citizens of the Crimson Flame Kingdom are mere salted fish? If they are not salted fish, then what is there to fear in achieving the ideal state? The sage suddenly chuckled. Jun Xiangwei always possessed an abundance of peculiar reasoning. Speak plainly. What do you seek in exchange for the 2 pieces of essence soil? Jun Xiangwei smiled softly. To convene a council and diminish the emperor's power. This matter is of great significance. I cannot provide an immediate response. A response is unnecessary. All I require is for you not to intervene or obstruct this matter. Let the old emperor indulge in his affairs with his concubines behind closed doors, without foolishly attempting to substitute imperial authority for the law, nor bully others with his power. The sage cautioned, imperial authority is divine, it must not be defied. Jun Xiangwei retorted, indeed, imperial authority is divine. But why then bestow comprehensive laws and the imperial scepter if not to prevent the unworthy from ascending the throne? Sage, do not forget. The divine not only grants imperial authority, but also establishes priests and sages, creating a system of checks and balances for mutual oversight. With that, she produced the imperial scepter and waved it through the air. I have used this a few times. It truly is a treasure. The sage suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Where have you been these past few days? Whom have you used it on? Yet, Jun Xiangwei stubbornly refused to divulge. The sage remained, not only to instruct her on the cultivation methods of the sacred thunder purity body, but also to devise a plan with Zhu Rong to rescue the princess of the Zixiao Kingdom. The Zixiao Kingdom's princess had encountered trouble in the Crimson Flame Kingdom and was further incited by the forces of the demon realm, putting the amicable relations between the 2 nations at great risk. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiangwei chuckled softly. After trouble arises, it is typical for one to seek someone to bear the blame. This is the nature of the wicked. The Crimson Flame Kingdom faces calamity while seated at home. The Zixiao Kingdom's princess did not inform the Crimson Flame Kingdom of her whereabouts and recklessly ventured into the Death Forest. Now, can the blame truly be placed on the Crimson Flame Kingdom? Furthermore, the Zixiao Kingdom is vast and populous. Who knows if the forest is simply too expansive, with too many birds and beasts? The sage, amused yet frustrated, replied, You are being unreasonable. I am merely making bold assumptions and seeking verification. Jun Xiangwei pondered in her heart. Where is the princess of the Zixiao Kingdom? The response echoed back to her. In the palace, in the 3rd prince's dungeon. Jun Xiangwei chastised the sage for not mentioning this sooner. Had she known earlier, she could have rescued her right away, avoiding a 3-hour cooldown. However, it is better this way. With ample time, I can plunder the 3rd prince's possessions as well. At that moment, a communication stone chimed. It was Cheng Jingjing looking for her. Jun Xiangwei, I have too many items and cannot carry them all. Do you have a tower? The divine response was negative. Jun Xiangwei glanced at the sage. Lend me your tower, will you? Before he could object, she had already seized it. Her actions were less of a borrowing and more akin to theft. With that, Jun Xiangwei teleported to Cheng Jingjing's treehouse, which was overflowing with treasures, nearly overwhelming the little white creature. She handed the sage's tower to Cheng Jingjing, urging her to pack swiftly. It is all the fault of the spatial regulations of the demon realm. The storage rings here cannot be utilized on the chosen continent. Forcibly wearing the rings leads to a barrier that intercepts everything within. The demon realm was indeed cunning. All treasures could enter, but not exit. Anything that entered their territory could only come in, never out. Noticing Yi Buqing boiling snow water, Jun Xiangwei assumed he was still sulking from the previous night's rejection. A man with such thin skin is quite unbecoming. Jun Xiangwei conjured an ice spirit flower and brewed tea with the snow water he had prepared, presenting it to Yi Buqing. He accepted it with a smile, but did not drink. Jun Xiangwei observed closely. He only drank water, refusing her tea. What could this mean? Assuming he simply disliked it, she brewed him a cup of his preferred Snow Mountain Malfoam tea. Once again, he smiled as he took the tea, but still did not sip it. Ah, this stubborn man dares to throw a tantrum? Chapter 78. A Meeting of Hearts, Part 1. Jun Xiangwei tentatively prepared a cup of snow chrysanthemum tea for Yi Buqing, who merely accepted it with a smile. Not taking a sip. Do you have an issue with me? Yi Buqing gazed at his wife in astonishment. How could you think that? Jun Xiangwei pointed at the 3 cups of tea before them. With a sigh, Yi Buqing realized he could no longer hide the truth and confessed. Jun Xiangwei earnestly perused the secrets of the awakening bloodline of the elven royal family. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, which quickly escalated into hearty guffaws. Yi Buqing, perplexed, inquired, Wei, what is so amusing? This must be something that Grandma deliberately wrote for your wild uncle. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Yi Buqing read it again, finding nothing amiss. Why would his wife think Grandma was mocking the infamous Feishing? Bloodlines are inherent. They do not require starvation and bloodletting. Perhaps it could awaken a person's potential in moments of near death? While it is true that potential must be cultivated, bloodlines are innate. The fact that you are capable of forging a runic sword proves that your bloodline abilities have already manifested. There is no need for starvation or bloodletting to stimulate any bloodline. The more he pondered, the more he felt his wife's reasoning made sense. So, Grandma had already suspected Feishing's ill intentions? Jun Xiangwei nodded, suggesting that it was possible, or perhaps it was merely a precaution against thieves. Sometimes a woman's intuition is terrifyingly accurate. However, Yi Buqing did not fully grasp the implication of his wife's next statement. Starving for 3 days would render one exceedingly weak. And at that point, losing half of one's blood could very likely lead to shock. Even if one did not perish, their vitality would be severely compromised, making it an opportune time to deal with Feishing. This suggested that Grandma had indeed harbored murderous intent against Feishing. Jun Xiangwei shook her head. Then why not act decisively to resolve the matter? Is there a need for such convoluted measures? Yi Buqing stroked Jun Xiangwei's nose. It is likely that they lacked evidence, especially since he is their adopted son. That may be why Grandma resorted to such a desperate measure. Perhaps deep down, she hoped that Feishing would not endure 3 days of starvation and bloodletting. Jun Xiangwei chuckled, realizing that Yi Buqing did not understand women well. As a woman, she found it hard to believe that Grandma would knowingly allow someone she recognized as a thief to play a long game. Once a woman has the slightest suspicion, she becomes restless and far less rational than a man who might plot with patience. You are merely judging Grandma by your own standards, which do not align with her true thoughts. Wei, if it were you, what would you do? Do I even need to ask? If anyone dared to covet my child's bloodline secret, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. The so-called secret left by Grandma is meant to guard against thieves, both internal and external. Then, does that mean my grandparents did not suspect Feishing? Jun Xiangwei shook her head. They probably did not. If they had, my grandfather would not have let him off the hook. They only have one daughter, so naturally, they would treasure her dearly. Adopting Feishing was merely a means to have more brothers to protect their daughter. Besides, the timing of my grandparents' sudden deaths is too coincidental. Just when? Jun Xiangwei hesitated, recalling that their mothers had passed away not long ago. Suddenly, she remembered that she had forgotten to bring Yi Buqing along when she went to the first prince to seek revenge and loot. Yi Buqing was still unaware of the Sanus's matter. It was not that she intended to keep it from him. She simply forgot, having grown accustomed to being without her husband in the past 6 months. Should she confess? Being completely honest would undoubtedly introduce flaws into their relationship. If she chose not to disclose it, what would happen if she accidentally let it slip later? Jun Xiangwei quickly searched her mind for reasons. For the sake of harmony. A happy family thrives. For the love of Xiaobai's parents. There must be a solid family foundation. Jun Xiangwei resolved to find a way to brush it off. Oh, I've got it. She casually asked Yi Buqing. By the way, when you knocked on the door earlier, why didn't you let me in? Yi Buqing covered his face. I had set up a barrier to confine myself and fast for 3 days. Alas, I couldn't find you, and time was pressing. So I took Cheng Jingjing and Minyu out for revenge. And who else? The public enemy of the Qiyan kingdom, that first prince who plotted against the old national master. Having said that, Jun Xiangwei produced a recording stone and played its contents. Yi Buqing was indeed captivated by the recording and did not inquire about the specifics of her knocking. Jun Xiangwei silently breathed a sigh of relief, reminding herself repeatedly that she could not forget to keep her husband informed in the future. As Yi Buqing watched the recording stone, he clenched his right fist tightly. The first prince repeatedly mentioned her mother, Xianyuan Huan. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Jun Xiangwei was the infant entrusted to Xianyuan Huan by the Saintess. Jun Xiangwei was at a loss for how to reveal her lineage to Yi Buqing, as it involved divine beings. The divine beings had confirmed the relationship between the national master and her, advising her never to speak of herself to anyone. After watching the recording, Yi Buqing surprisingly did not ask her how much loot she had acquired, how carefree he was. He had no idea that the national master and the Saintess had a daughter whom his mother had been tasked with hiding. Surely, she must have employed the magic of the elven royal family, which led to the backlash. Suddenly, a thought flitted through Jun Xiangwei's mind. Could Grandma sense that her mother had used magic back then? Yi Buqing pondered for a moment and confidently replied, she probably could. If a child were to encounter trouble far away, how anxious would the parents be? Precisely. My grandparents would have rushed over immediately. Jun Xiangwei asked Yi Buqing, how long ago did my grandparents pass away? 19 years and 3 months. It is said that they succumbed to grief just a month after my mother passed. Unable to bear the pain, Yi Buqing, puzzled by Jun Xiangwei's doubtful gaze, suddenly exclaimed with delight, could it be that they took my mother away? However, his expression soon turned melancholy. Why didn't they take me with them? The old thief Feishan claimed that my mother ran to the Qiyan kingdom, falling in love with a member of a third-rate family. Did my grandparents not know of my existence? Jun Xiangwei detested baseless speculation. Rather than guess aimlessly at home, it would be better to seek out the key individuals for clarity. If Xianyuan Huan were still alive, she would undoubtedly come to find her son, just as the Saintess would seek her out if she were alive. Nearly 20 years had passed, and it was the people of the Daylight Demon Lord who first sought them out. This could only indicate that, even if they were alive, they were likely struggling to survive, or perhaps the mother had simply forgotten her own child. Yi Buqing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, leaving him in a despondent state. Suddenly, he stepped forward and tightly embraced Jun Xiangwei, burying his head in her neck and inhaling her fragrant scent. Wei Wei, please never leave me. Jun Xiangwei gently patted his back to comfort him. It is often said that men are more vulnerable than women, and it appears to be true. Yi Buqing seldom expressed his feelings. Yet Jun Xiangwei could sense his deep longing for his birth mother. At the same time, he harbored resentment towards his father for being heartless. His wife had passed away not long ago, and he had turned around to remarry and sire children. However, filial piety reigned supreme, and he dared not voice his anger, suppressing it within until it finally erupted. Chapter 79, A Meeting of Hearts, Part 2. Once a life is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. Those who remain must confront the trials of existence. It is natural for a young widower to seek companionship anew, especially when he has a child to care for. After all, when it rains, a mother may remarry, and a father may take a new wife. What can the children truly change about such circumstances? Over the years, you have received paternal love, the care of a stepmother, and the respect of younger siblings. Indeed, the Yi family has not wronged me. I recognized you at first glance. And without hesitation, my grandfather offered our family's only sacred sword to propose to the Jun family. Yet, Jun Xiangwei found herself grappling with another dilemma. Why was it that I was chosen at first sight? I cannot articulate it. Upon seeing you, I felt an immediate affection, as though I had known you for ages, convinced you were the wife I sought. However, Jun Xiangwei's doubts grew. Did Yi Buqing marry her due to an arrangement by Xianyuan Huan? Oh heavens! Yi Buqing did not genuinely love her. He was merely a pawn of fate. This realization displeased Jun Xiangwei, stirring her emotions. All along, she had believed that Yi Buqing's love at first sight stemmed from sincere affection. Vivi, what troubles you? Are you displeased to see me in such a vulnerable state? Yi Buqing inquired. Jun Xiangwei's voice faltered, laced with an unintentional chill. Do you truly love me? Of course I do. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were meant to be my wife, and only mine. Yi Xiaobai felt an uncomfortable weight, vexed by his father's clinginess. Why hold her so tightly? Jun Xiangwei instinctively protected her abdomen, pushing Yi Buqing away. Did he not realize she was with child? Why the sudden fervor? Yi Buqing, feeling aggrieved, released her, sensing a shift in her affections. Jun Xiangwei was preoccupied with attending to Xiaobai, anxious for his well-being. Under her soothing touch, Xiaobai gradually calmed and fell asleep. Yet, Yi Buqing awaited the comfort of her words, feeling unreasonably jealous of his own son. Their once harmonious world had been disrupted, now overshadowed by the impending arrival of a third party. The joy of impending fatherhood was overshadowed by the perceived favoritism of his wife. Regret washed over Yi Buqing. Perhaps they should have waited to have children. After all, they were still young, and a few more years of enjoying each other as company would have been delightful. In the Tianxian continent, many married in their 30s. Conversely, in the demon realm, many young individuals preferred a life of independence and leisure. The Qian kingdom maintained traditional values, where many still adhered to the age-old customs of parental arrangements in marriage. Yi Buqing believed marriage could happen early, but children should not be treated lightly. Jun Xiangwei was still not yet 20. She herself was scarcely more than a child. If their marriage could be nurtured for a few more years, with love blossoming between them, it would be better to wait before having children. Jun Xiangwei shot him a sharp glance. The child is nearly 7 months along. Why do you still ramble on? In her view, it would be better for a woman to remain unmarried for life, as men are prone to fickleness and betrayal. Yi Buqing's father remarried shortly after his first wife's death. Did the national advisor remain oblivious to the sacrifices made by the saintess for his so-called 10-year commitment? Jun Xiangwei scoffed. Regardless of how long you wish to remain single or how long you wish to date, I only wish to raise Xiaobai well. The affections of men, merely empty words meant to deceive women, not to be taken seriously. She glared at him. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. No one considers you mute. If one day I am no longer here, you may marry whomever you wish, but there is one condition. She must treat my son well. Vivi, how can you utter such words that pierce my heart? You are all I see and desire. Jun Xiangwei did not wish to elaborate further. A man's affections might shift from one to another, and should she believe his empty promises, she would be no better than her own mother. She had no faith that, should she pass, Yi Buqing would single-handedly raise Xiaobai without seeking another wife. If he were to remarry, it must be someone who would care for Xiaobai. That was her sole condition. Everything else was irrelevant. Yi Buqing, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Why do you not trust me? I truly love only you. It is not that I do not trust you. Rather, I trust that in this moment, you love only me. Yet, I cannot believe you would guarantee a lifetime of undivided love." Yi Buqing fell silent, recognizing that even his father could not claim eternal fidelity to his mother. What if he, as a young widower with an infant, were to face familial pressure to remarry? Once, Yi Buqing would have deemed such musings trivial. Even when Jun Xiangwei posed her peculiar hypothetical questions, he dismissed them as mere feminine whims. Now, however, the introspective inquiries from his wife left him speechless. Jun Xiangwei seemed to mock herself, speaking almost to her own reflection. Your love for me now does not preclude the possibility of remarrying in the future. These notions are not mutually exclusive. Therefore, you need not dwell on it. Your father's actions are not entirely unjustifiable. Yi Buqing felt discontent at her words and was reluctant to ponder scenarios that had yet to unfold. We are well, you are well, I am well. We share love and will raise our child together. Why must we entertain such hypotheticals? Yet Jun Xiangwei laughed. All is well. Such a statement lacks depth. It would be better to assert that we must grow stronger for the sake of providing a better future for our child. Suddenly, Yi Buqing countered. If I were to pass, would you remarry? Indeed. You dare. What is there to fear? Yi Buqing, search your heart. You have not promised to never remarry, nor to have me as your sole wife in this lifetime. On what grounds can you impose such expectations upon me? Yi Buqing's heart raced. Acutely aware that Jun Xiangwei had struck a nerve, he indeed had not dared to make such a vow. While he had contemplated the possibility of remarrying, he had never considered a commitment to remain single. Nonetheless, he was deeply troubled by the thought of Jun Xiangwei remarrying after his death. Even if the two of them struggled, they should honor his memory by remaining committed to their roles as mother and son. Jun Xiangwei chuckled, a tear glistening in her eye. She never anticipated that Yi Buqing would remain solely devoted to their son. Her only wish was for him to find a woman willing to embrace the responsibilities of a stepmother. Fortunately, she had grown strong and no longer required a man as protection. She needed neither a new marriage nor even the current one. In the early months of motherhood, I spent many nights alone in fear and anxiety, longing for you to reach out, even if only to ask if I was well. Yet, the moment Xiaobai entered my life, I became stronger than ever. For him, I could conquer anything, and I could endure everything. Yi Buqing felt an overwhelming guilt. He had acted impulsively, consumed by jealousy without considering the challenges his wife faced in bearing their child alone. Chapter 80, A Meeting of Hearts, Part 2, Jun Xiangwei took a seat. In the context of marriage, both parties have their shortcomings, and thus, it is unreasonable to impose the highest standards upon one another. It is better to speak openly and clarify matters. Yi Buqing, your affection for me may not truly reflect your inner feelings. My obedience and admiration for you stems solely from the fact that you are my husband. You are correct. We are both too young, uncertain of our true desires, hastily entering into marriage and parenthood. Vivi, please do not say that. It pains me to hear it. It leaves me feeling heavy and uncomfortable. My feelings for you are genuine. Let us live well together and raise our son. And refrain from speculating about a future that has not come to pass, shall we? If it is merely a matter of speculation, why must you expect me to remain widowed for a lifetime? Yet when it comes to you, you merely hesitate over the prospect of taking another wife. Why can't you commit to me wholeheartedly and remain faithful to me alone throughout your life? Jun Xiangwei did not resent Yi Buqing for his abrupt departure 6 months prior, nor for his involvement in conflicts without informing her. Just as she had forgotten to bring him along when confronting the crown prince, both of them subconsciously prioritized their own feelings over each other's. Yi Buqing was uncomfortable with Jun Xiangwei's earnest analysis of their marriage and emotions. He stepped forward and firmly embraced her, declaring, "You are my wife, and you are carrying my child. That is all that matters." Jun Xiangwei, held tightly in Yi Buqing's arms, responded with laughter rather than anger. Yi Buqing, you must remember this. In this lifetime, you can have only me. If you dare to entertain any thoughts of infidelity, I will ensure that both you and your treachery are eradicated. Any notion of a new wife who can care for our son can go to hell. If I cannot live, I will take you down with me. I would rather have Yi Xiaobai grow up without a mother than allow him to have a stepmother. With determination, Jun Xiangwei turned and confined Yi Buqing in her embrace. Yi Buqing, listen closely and remember well. While you live, you are my man, and in death, you shall remain solely mine. Understood. Jun Xiangwei, you must also remember that as long as I live, you are my wife, and upon my death, you shall be the only one. Agreed. You are truly wonderful. My husband, you are quite admirable as well. Wife-husband Yi Xiaobai, this baby has been awakened and is quite displeased. I have been filled with your dog food, and now harbor some minor grievances. Minia was concerned about her daughter's young age and contemplated accompanying her, yet feared that the kingdom of Qian might not welcome someone from the demon domain. Jun Xiangwei had promised the national master to rescue the crown princess of Zixiao Kingdom and called upon Cheng Jingjing and Minia to join her. Minia could only entrust her daughter to Zhu Rong, repeatedly instructing Carly to listen to Uncle Zhu Rong and not to wander off. Carly's 2 brothers were reluctant to part with their sister, looking at their mother with hopeful eyes. Minia felt torn. Carly was the chosen saint, destined to forge her own path. Meanwhile, her 2 sons needed to clear their father's name and restore their family's honor. The national master presented Minia with an invitation to the esteemed Liuhua Academy, the premier institution in Tianxian continent, which enrolls young geniuses from various nations once they turn 8. Zhu Rong beamed with pride, for he was a graduate of Liuhua Academy. Minia expressed her heartfelt gratitude. As her children had lost their eligibility for schooling in the demon domain, being able to study at the best school in Tianxian continent was a tremendous opportunity. Jun Xiangwei noticed that Minia's eldest son, Kai Yi, had changed his name to Jun Yi, listing the address of the Jun family in the capital. She could hardly believe that the meticulous national master would fabricate such details. This was undoubtedly Zhu Rong's doing. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Jingjing, who seemed to have become even more attractive. Mother, I also want to attend school, Minia's youngest son, Kaiyan, quietly implored. You are only 6. You must wait 2 more years, Minia soothed her son. In 2 years, I will surely have the means to provide the best for my children. Mother, I want to study with my brother right now. Let my second brother and me study together for 2 years, please, Carly suggested proactively, sensing her mother-esque dilemma. Zhu Rong chuckled at Carly's cleverness, fearing that her second brother might be left without a companion. The National Master assured Minya that she could safely leave her 2 children at the temple for their studies. Minya was immensely grateful for the National Master's thoughtful arrangements. As she bid farewell to her children, the family exchanged encouragement, radiating love. Yi Xiaobai gently stretched his little feet, while Yi Buchan held Jun Xiangwei's hand, affirming, "Our little family is filled with love." Having eaten her fill, Jun Xiangwei proceeded to the dungeon of the third prince. What she saw was not a dungeon adorned with gold and diamonds, but rather a luxurious chamber. The crown princess of Qian, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a beautiful woman, quickly assumed an air of authority. "Who are you to dare intrude upon my domain?" Jun Xiangwei realized that this princess was likely not willingly abducted. The National Master ought to investigate the underlying truths regarding the diplomatic relations between the 2 kingdoms. The princess's cultivation level was merely at the green mirror stage, rendering it unnecessary for Jun Xiangwei to intervene. She summoned Minya, instructing her to continuously advance her soul-capturing technique. Another successful attempt ensued. "Now recount your experiences in the kingdom of Qian." The crown princess spoke as if she were a marionette, reciting, "My royal brother dispatched me to the kingdom of Qian to select a suitor among their royal family. How could the royal family of a small nation possibly deserve my noble status? Furthermore, I have already developed feelings for the third prince, making it impossible for me to casually seek another husband. When we reached the vicinity of the Death Forest, I was pursued by a powerful figure from the Purple Domain. He killed 4 of my guards and abducted me to the Demon Domain. Fortunately, the third prince learned of this and rescued me. I intend to seize this opportunity to break free from the betrothal to the kingdom of Qian. My feelings for the third prince are mutual, and after this incident, my royal brother will surely consent to our union." Chapter 81. The Emptying of the Treasure Vault, Part 1. Jun Xiangwei, amused by the Long Princess's ire, commanded Minya to cease her soul manipulation. "What makes you think that the Emperor of Zhixiao Kingdom would consent to your union with the third prince of the Demon Realm? It is well known that the royal family of the Demon Realm practices monogamy. The third prince abandoned Minya years ago to wed a woman of a more formidable lineage. The difficulty of securing a divorce in just 10 years is extraordinary. As a former noble of the Demon Realm, Minya kindly cautioned the Long Princess. Divorce within the Demon Royal family is no trifling matter. It requires meeting specific conditions and obtaining the approval of the Archbishop. Yet, the Long Princess exuded confidence, claiming, "Their love has long since waned. The third prince has promised me he will divorce her swiftly." "What do you mean by that?" Jun Xiangwei interjected. "I was captured in Qian Kingdom, and it was the third prince who rescued me. Had he not intervened, our 2 nations would have been destined to harbor enmity. You not only lack gratitude, but also seek to turn the tables?" Jun Xiangwei found little interest in discussing matters of diplomacy with a woman so enraptured by romance. Such concerns were better suited for the sage advisor. With a casual flourish, she brandished her scythe towards the Long Princess, who recoiled in fear. The Long Princess had not anticipated that Jun Xiangwei could be so shameless as to extort her for wealth. The several spatial rings she possessed contained the accumulation of her life's savings, her only assurance aside from her title. How could she possibly relinquish them to someone devoid of moral boundaries? Unfazed, Jun Xiangwei scoffed. If the world were to learn that the third prince of the Demon Realm had imprisoned the Long Princess of Zhixiao Kingdom in a dungeon and subjected her to unspeakable torment. "Dear Princess, do you not think that the relationship between Qian Kingdom and the Zhixiao Palace would unite in indignation against the Demon Realm?" The Long Princess dismissed the notion with a huff. "The third prince would never harm me. Ah, but if he does not, I certainly shall. Should you perish in the third prince's dungeon, it would be tantamount to his doing," Jun Xiangwei remarked, a sinister smile on her lips. The Long Princess shivered, realizing this woman intended to murder her and implicate the third prince. "How dare you? This is unforgivable," the Long Princess exclaimed, but Jun Xiangwei merely smiled benignly. "Your brother has sent you to Qian Kingdom to select a husband from the royal family, intending to forge an alliance to counter the Demon Realm's military dominance over the straits between our nations. Thus, the third prince would have every justification to eliminate you." The Long Princess began to tremble with fear. If she were to die here, the third prince would find himself unjustly accused, and as Jun Xiangwei suggested, Zhixiao Kingdom might indeed ally with Qiyin Kingdom against the demon realm. No, you cannot kill me. If I die, the third prince will not spare Qiyin Kingdom, and you surely do not wish for devastation upon it, do you? Jun Xiangwei chuckled softly. Who is to say who will not spare whom? But if you fail to surrender your rings, you will certainly never see another day. If I die, my brother and the third prince will surely uncover the truth and avenge me. The Long Princess protested. Jun Xiangwei continued to laugh. Have you lost your senses? If you perish in the third prince's dungeon, your brother will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. As for your third prince, no, he is not yours. Why would another man's husband seek retribution for you, a woman of Zhixiao Kingdom? Do you still dream that your brother would sacrifice national interests just to see you wed splendidly to the demon realm? Huh, do not jest. Upon your death, the emperor of Zhixiao Kingdom will sever ties with the demon realm and ally with Qiyin Kingdom in mutual enmity against it. You shall leave. The Long Princess cried. Since you refuse to accompany me and choose to languish in this dungeon as a gilded cage bird, then you shall compensate me for my troubles. Jun Xiangwei commanded Cheng Jingjing to strip the Long Princess of her rings, leaving none behind, ultimately benefiting the third prince. A true princess afflicted with delusions of grandeur is beyond redemption. Let her continue to dream of being the third prince's consort in this dungeon. Jun Xiangwei had no intention of rescuing someone unwilling to save herself. After recording the Long Princess's words, she proceeded to the third prince's quarters. He had been unconscious for 2 days and had just awakened. Not all members of the royal family are afflicted with epilepsy. Once confirmed, such an ailment precludes one from ascending the throne. During his incapacitation, his subordinates had apprehended all political adversaries on charges of conspiring against the prince, thus proving that the third prince was not ill but rather attacked by his foes. The third prince, surprised by the sudden appearance of Jun Xiangwei, regarded her with caution, a product of years of prudence. Pray tell, who might you be? What brings you here? His voice was steady and deep, betraying no hint of fear, which took Jun Xiangwei by surprise. He was not at all the same as the third prince who had tormented Minya in the lamb-roasting establishment. A piece of information surfaced in Jun Xiangwei's consciousness. Unlike the first prince's mother, who was merely a foot servant, the third prince's mother was the emperor's sister-in-law. While the demon realm adhered to a monogamous system as per the archbishop's decree, the emperor indulged in numerous mistresses and illegitimate offspring. Only 3 princes were accorded legitimacy. The first prince's status was mandated by the emperor, being the firstborn, despite his humble origins. The archbishop himself presided over the first prince's enthronement, for the emperor's first child, even from a servant, was seen as a special blessing from the heavens. Additionally, among the many illegitimate children, only the third prince was granted the title of prince. 20 years ago, the second prince had vanished, leaving only 2 princes in the demon royal family. Upon reviewing this information, Jun Xiangwei silently thanked the divine for the revelation. The third prince was indeed not as impulsive and irascible as he appeared before others. The truth-revealing spirit worm was ineffective against him, and Minya's soul manipulation would yield little against someone so shrewd. Jun Xiangwei resolved not to let Minya take unnecessary risks. Fear not, third prince, I am merely here to pose a few inquiries. Her calm tone and angelic visage did little to reassure the third prince, who remained skeptical of her intentions. With his right hand concealed behind him, he stealthily retrieved a small black metal sphere from his ring. Sign in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the immobilization magic pearl. The immobilization magic pearl could immobilize the target's physical form for 5 breaths, with a cooldown period of 3 hours. Jun Xiangwei was astonished that the divine presented her with the immobilization magic pearl at this moment. Based on past experiences, the third prince would undoubtedly possess such an item. Fortunately, the divine had provided a timely reminder. Otherwise, she might have fallen into a trap. She mentally noted, in the future, one must never underestimate opponents of lesser cultivation. Chapter 82. The Emptying of the Treasury, Part 2. The third prince, with his right hand concealed behind him, spoke to Jun Xiangwei in a calm tone. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask. Jun Xiangwei had already noticed his hidden hand, undoubtedly grasping the immobilizing magic pearl. It was nothing of great significance. She merely wished to inquire when the third prince would divorce the empress and wed the eldest princess. The third prince remained impassive, letting out a soft sigh. We truly love each other, yet fate has played its cruel hand. The Empress has committed no transgression, thus, it appears the divorce is unattainable. Jun Xiangwei smiled brightly, realizing that the third prince had never genuinely contemplated divorce. The third prince's consort's family held significant military and political power, far surpassing the noble and affluent Minya family. If the third prince could not obtain a divorce, why allow the eldest princess to harbor such futile hopes? I can offer her everything except the title of empress. Should she agree, the kingdom of Zixiao will receive substantial support from the demon realm and ascend as the foremost power of the Tianxian continent. Thus, the third prince had made such a promise to the eldest princess. Oh, is the eldest princess aware that the price is that you cannot marry her? Her Highness, the eldest princess, is astute. How could she be unaware? Jun Xiangwei chuckled softly. Truly, you play a splendid game of Tai Chi. I have no further inquiries. I shall take my leave. She feigned turning to depart, but remained vigilant of the third prince's right hand. As anticipated, seizing the moment she turned, he struck decisively. Jun Xiangwei was well prepared, teleporting behind the third prince, causing his immobilizing magic pearl to miss its target. Not only did the third prince fail to restrain Jun Xiangwei, but she instead captured him with the immobilizing magic pearl. How amusing. Truly immobilized. Your demon realm possesses many wondrous artifacts. The third prince found himself unable to speak or move his eyes. He silently counted to 3, aware that the immobilizing magic pearl's effect would last only 3 breaths. As time elapsed and he remained motionless, panic set in. That wretched woman. He watched helplessly as she removed his ring before thanking him and vanishing without a trace. The treasury contained top-secret items. How could it be known to outsiders? The third prince harbored a singular hope that the vexatious woman would take a moment to unlock the ring. Once he regained his mobility, he would replace the old ring with a new one, thereby rendering her theft merely that of a single ring. His ring was merely a conduit for spatial storage. The true treasure trove lay within his private treasury. He had multiple rings leading to the treasury. If one were lost, activating a new one would suffice. After a brief interval, the third prince finally regained movement. He hastily retrieved a spare ring, pressing a drop of blood upon it, successfully activating it. Upon inspection, he found it entirely empty. His treasury had been completely looted. The audacity. In over 30 years, this was the most humiliating moment of his life. Such a grudge must be repaid, regardless of how far I must search. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth, I will uncover her. Once Jun Xiangwei departed, she promptly used her mental prowess to examine the ring, astonished to find it filled with a plethora of items, far exceeding the capacity of an ordinary storage ring. Something is amiss. There must be an anomaly. She quickly summoned a deity to assist her in transferring the contents of the ring to her tower, instantly filling the National Master's tower to the brim. When she attempted to ascertain the true capacity of the ring, she discovered it now resembled an ordinary ring with no space whatsoever. This ignited a powerful curiosity within Jun Xiangwei. It was evident how deeply the third prince loathed her at this moment. Her reason for sparing the third prince was simple. She was with child and deemed it inappropriate to take too many lives. The third prince had no personal vendetta against her. For now, she would spare his life. Should all 3 princes of the demon realm perish, it would incite ambitious individuals to vie for the throne, a calamity for the Tianxian continent. Upon returning to her treehouse, Jun Xiangwei shut the door and began examining the artifact ring. Cheng Jingjing and Yi Buqing were tasked with inventorying the day's haul, compiling it into a ledger. With their wealth now substantial, only cash could be quantified precisely, while other items required sorting and recording. As Jun Xiangwei immersed herself in the study of the ring, Cheng Jingjing communicated through a sound stone, informing her that the eldest princess's items were too numerous. The tower could not accommodate them. Ah, I see. Jun Xiangwei realized. The third prince's possessions were indeed too abundant for a typical storage ring to contain. Even if he adorned all 10 fingers with rings, it would still be insufficient. Just as the eldest princess had amassed treasures galore, adorning every finger with multiple storage rings, the third prince had only ever possessed a single ring, which others assumed merely held personal items. In truth, his ring was not a standard storage ring, but rather a spatial medium, connecting to an immensely vast storage space. Yi Xiaobai commended his mother's wisdom. Her might was unparalleled, her intellect unmatched, and she would not entertain rebuttal. Actually, there exists a simpler method. Oh, do share. For if I comprehend it, my mother will surely understand. Host, peruse this information. It applies to any medium and can be activated via gestures or fingerprints. Very well. Send it to Qiangwei for her to ponder. The principle was astonishingly simple. One could connect to the spatial medium using their blood, fingerprints, voice, or specific gestures. Jun Qiangwei attempted to encapsulate the space before her, storing everything Cheng Jingjing claimed could not fit within. Indeed, she was able to retrieve items directly from the space via her earrings. Next, she linked her necklace with a fingerprint password, allowing it to connect to her stored space, enabling her to extract items just as she had with the earrings. If multiple pieces of jewelry could connect to the stored space simultaneously, what if one were to be stolen? She needed a security measure. Jun Qiangwei set up a new fingerprint connection, rendering the old fingerprint channel obsolete. Thus, if a theft were to occur, she could swiftly replace it with a new medium, leaving the old one merely as an ordinary piece of jewelry. The third prince likely employed this very method. However, he had been immobilized by the magic pearl and could not replace the medium in time. Jun Qiangwei chuckled heartily. The immobilizing magic pearl, intended as a surprise attack against her, had been deftly turned against the third prince. Had it not been for the delay caused by the immobilizing magic pearl, even if she had seized the ring, upon inspecting it later, she would have merely regarded it as an ordinary ring. The third prince's treasury had been emptied due to his own immobilizing magic pearl. Who could he blame? Blame Jun Qiangwei's formidable mental prowess, or the fact that the immobilizing magic pearl, a product of the system, had managed to extend its effect for an additional 2 breaths? Chapter 83. The Emptied Treasury, Part 2. Minya experienced her first separation from her children, a profound sense of reluctance weighing heavily upon her heart. Particularly concerning was her youngest daughter, who was merely 4 years old, leaving her unable to quell her worries. In the treehouse, she diligently practiced the soul-capturing technique. Aided by the potions provided by Jun Qiangwei, with her energy coalescing, she had already reached the mid-stage of the green realm at the age of 30, a remarkable achievement among women. Yet, she recognized that this was far from sufficient. Bearing her husband's unjust legacy and the responsibility of 3 underage children, she could not afford to falter. She had to press onward. Since her husband's passing, Minya had ceased to regard herself merely as a woman. She had taken on the role of both mother and father, striving with all her might to fortify herself. Aware of her own limitations, she understood that she needed to work tirelessly, day and night. Once Jun Qiangwei completed the fingerprint connection for her sealed space, she sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. This was troubling. Minya's eagerness to master the soul-capturing technique had resulted in a backlash. In an instant, Jun Qiangwei teleported to Minya's treehouse. Minya was already gasping for breath, her soul energy in disarray. She had consumed 2 bottles of potions. The soul-capturing technique required a tremendous expenditure of mental energy, and having not rested adequately while practicing, Minya found herself depleted and had suffered a backlash that jeopardized her very essence. Among all mystical arts, matters pertaining to the mind were the most difficult to master. And likewise, recovering from mental assaults was an arduous process. Minya, hold on. Do not succumb to slumber, Jun Qiangwei urged. Minya attempted to move her lips in a gesture of compliance. She could not afford to perish, not with her vengeance unfulfilled and her children still so young. Jun Qiangwei administered a potion to replenish Minya's mental energy while frantically searching for remedies for mental assaults, particularly those incurred during the practice of the soul-capturing technique. Despite having plundered the possessions of several influential figures, she was dismayed to find no relevant remedies. This soul-capturing technique was derived from the ring of Duke Diniuo, though its origins remained a mystery. If Jun Qiangwei could discover a solution, identifying the necessary spiritual herbs would pose little challenge for her. Yet, Minya's condition remained grave. Jun Qiangwei hastily summoned Yi Buqing and Cheng Jingjing to devise a plan. Simultaneously, she inquired within her mind, seeking guidance. What must be done to save Minya? Host, Minya's soul is already in a state of dissipation, the voice responded. Can you save her? Negative. According to existing data, only the undead can repair a soul. The undead? Indeed, from another realm. Information regarding the undead flooded into Jun Qiangwei's consciousness. Yi Buqing murmured, the undead. I believe I have encountered references in my grandmother's journal. Cheng Jingjing chimed in, recalling that she had glimpsed mentions of the undead among the possessions of the third prince. The two soon unearthed relevant journals and texts. Jun Qiangwei shook her head as she read, a soul sacrificed to summon the undead? Such a transaction is too sinister. It cannot be done. I shall attempt it, Yi Buqing volunteered. Jun Xiangwei firmly opposed this. While she wished to save Minya, she would not permit her husband to take such risks. It's fine, trust me. Yi Buqing, valuing Minya, was willing to undertake the perilous endeavor for his wife's sake. No, this kind of transaction with a foreign entity is fraught with danger. Cheng Jingjing insisted, eager to help her friend. Jun Xiangwei, Haven T, you always claimed to be a man. Why are you hesitating now? Act decisively. Will you save Minya or not? Jun Xiangwei scoffed at her. Rescuing someone requires an assessment of one's capability. Is it wise to trade with the undead? Yi Buqing interjected, calming the rising tension. The undead are merely souls of the departed, trapped in a liminal space. Most seek to trade with humans to achieve release, and we need not fear them unduly. However, some are malevolent spirits, akin to souls that invade the living. Should such a spirit be summoned, it must be eradicated immediately. Jun Xiangwei remained resolute against allowing Yi Buqing to take such a risk, adhering to the principle that caution is the key to longevity. Yi Buqing offered a reassuring glance to his wife. Do not worry, I shall ensure my safety. Time was of the essence. Minya's condition could not be delayed any longer. Yi Buqing pricked his finger, allowing blood to drip into a basin of clear water. Around it, he lit 7 candles made of cowbang. Then, he intoned the incantation, "By my blood, I summon the undead for assistance." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, as if something were descending from the heavens. Though they could not see the undead, a face slowly materialized above the basin of blood, accompanied by a haunting, somber voice that seemed to emanate from a realm devoid of life and hope. "Oh, it appears you possess the bloodline of the elven royalty. This visit may bear fruit. Speak, what do you seek?" During the practice of the soul-capturing technique, I suffered a backlash, and my soul has become disbanded. What do you require a male infant for? That is not for you to know. Unless you clarify your intentions, I shall not acquiesce to your demands. Shall I concoct a false pretext for you to believe? Negotiations between Yi Buqing and the undead reached an impasse. Yi Xiaobai swiftly questioned the system. What does he want with the male infant's corpse? Most likely to create a spectral entity. That cannot be granted. We shall not engage in such heinous acts. Indeed, Jun Xiangwei shook her head at Yi Buqing. They would not partake in such a transaction. Upon hearing that the ghost had set its sights on him, Yi Xiaobai exclaimed, "System, eliminate him." Simultaneously, Jun Xiangwei erupted in anger. Do not presume that being a ghost renders you invulnerable. With her ear studs gleaming, she summoned her energy, directing a bolt of lightning at the basin of water, transforming it into vapor, effectively obliterating the undead's presence. Yi Xiaobai inquired of the system, "Is it vanquished?" I seized the opportunity to eliminate it just now. Continuing to maintain a low profile, Jun Xiangwei awaited a moment. Sensing that the undead had not reappeared, had she truly defeated it? Well, I now have no fear of ghosts. Yi Buqing prepared another basin of water, allowing a drop of blood to fall within. Lighting another set of 7 cowbane candles, he proclaimed, "By my blood, I summon the undead for assistance." This time, a woman emerged, her voice gentler in tone. "My condition is to borrow a corpse to restore my soul. You must assist me in locating a female corpse that has died within the last day." Jun Xiangwei promptly refused, stating the undead should seek release, not a return to the mortal realm by borrowing a corpse. Chapter 84, Living in the Present, Part 1, The Restless Spirits. Reluctant to erase the memories bound within their essence, invariably possess their own reasons for resisting transcendence. The figure before me evidently sought to reclaim life, engaging in a transaction with the living. Minya's soul had already begun to dissipate, and time was of the essence. We could not afford to summon her repeatedly. I do not seek transcendence. I wish to return to life and find my husband. The visage in the basin vanished, along with a drop of Yi Buqing's blood. It appeared that the female ghost had departed, taking the blood as her recompense. Jun Xiangwei, pondering deeply, inquired within herself how to capture the recently dispersed essence of Minya. Suddenly, a tumultuous wind arose, accompanied by a sound that drew near. It was the echo of the royal bloodline of the elves, delectable and enticing, evoking laughter. "Ah, you must flee." The voice belonged to the earlier female ghost, tinged with profound anguish. In a moment of inspiration, Jun Xiangwei brandished the holy light staff to confront these malevolent entities, resolute that this sacred artifact would suffice. Indeed, the creature racing towards Yi Buqing revealed its true form, towering and dark, resembling a monstrous gorilla, a soul devourer. It expelled the female ghost from its maw, her pallid visage nearly translucent. She seemed youthful, having perished prematurely, unable to relinquish her memories due to unfulfilled desires. The soul devourer writhed in discomfort under the radiance of the holy light staff, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet, neither Jun Xiangwei nor Yi Xiaobai would grant it that reprieve. Their fear propelled them to strike, wielding the staff against the fiend, shattering its very essence. Ultimately, Jun Xiangwei incinerated it with bolts of thunderous fire, reducing it to nothingness. The female ghost prostrated herself before Jun Xiangwei, who evaded the gesture. This spirit, having endured the clutches of the soul devourer, still found the strength to urge them to escape. This act alone compelled Jun Xiangwei to extend her aid. The ghost appeared gravely wounded. Yi Buchan quickly grasped the situation. Her entrapment by the soul devourer had been due to his drop of blood. "Thank you for saving me," the ghost expressed. "As a token of my gratitude, I shall assist you in capturing her essence." With that, she vanished. Approximately the span of an incense stick later, Minyo awakened, her eyes meeting those of Jun Xiangwei and Cheng Jingjing, overwhelmed with joy at her second chance at life. She resolved never to rush her desires again. The female ghost seemed frail, on the brink of dissipating. Minyo confided in Jun Xiangwei, "Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the refusal to accept the nature of death, clinging to memories until they fade into oblivion, unwilling to be reborn." The gravity of the conversation rendered all four silent. Yi Buchan embraced his wife and whispered in her ear, "Pursue whatever you wish. But there is one condition. You must take me with you." Jun Xiangwei nodded, vowing never to forget to include her husband in her journey. Yi Buchan understood her intentions. She had discreetly summoned the ghost into the soul-collecting banner, an act unseen by the others. Yet he sensed that Jun Xiangwei would not neglect to repay the spirit. The ghost had perished 2 decades prior, her demise occurring in the southern abyss, within the territory of the Xiahou family, which was also the maternal lineage of Jun Xiangwei's adoptive mother and Cheng Jingjing's mother. Remarkably, this woman was her distant cousin. This location was also where the saintess had given birth to her daughter through a perilous cesarean. When the crown prince and his entourage pursued, they slaughtered many defenseless civilians. The female ghost had met her end at the hands of the crown prince's subordinates, who, oblivious to the whereabouts of the saintess, were deemed guilty of harboring knowledge. In a bid to conceal his movements, the crown prince ordered the extermination of all witnesses. Among the special forces was a necromancer who obliterated the souls of those present. The ghost narrowly escaped by hiding within a jade pendant. This fixation prevented her acceptance of transcendence. She preferred to linger in the liminal space, allowing the soul devourer to consume her essence, all to seize the opportunity to return and reveal the truth to her husband. After hearing this, Jun Xiangwei felt her vengeance against the crown prince was far from sufficient and vowed never to shorten the timeline again. Jun Xiangwei sought information about the ghost's husband, her distant cousin, now in his 40s. He had remarried and fathered 2 sons and 2 daughters. She relayed this news to the ghost, who appeared momentarily stunned. To her, the paramount concern was proving her enduring love and loyalty, rather than fleeing from their union. However, 2 decades had passed. The man of her past would undoubtedly wish to comprehend the truth of those events. Now his family's health and happiness were of utmost importance. Jun Xiangwei conveyed the ghost's unwavering sentiment. Upon learning that she had endured the torment of the soul devourer for 20 years solely to express her love and affirm her commitment, the man collapsed in grief, cradling his head in despair. "Why were you so foolish? You should have sought rebirth sooner, having lost so much of her essence. Even accepting transcendence now would only lead her to the fate of a beast. Was it worth sacrificing herself merely to convey her love and loyalty?" Jun Xiangwei reassured him. "It is worth it. You are her beloved husband. You are a good man, not scorned or betrayed by your wife. She would forsake rebirth for you, which speaks volumes of your significance in her heart." The man wept uncontrollably, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. 2 decades ago, when his wife had fled, it had shattered his self-confidence. Even with a gentle wife and obedient children, a part of him remained forever scarred, an untouchable pain within. Chapter 85. Living in the Present, Part 2. Jun Xiangwei wished to release the female ghost to allow them, as a couple, to meet. However, the ghost declined, feeling that her current spectral form should not intrude upon a blissful family. Her love for him, despite the disapproval from her family, led her to marry far away. This was her own choice. Similarly, To provide him with closure, she endured 20 years without reincarnation. Finally, she seized the opportunity to reveal to the man the truth behind her disappearance 2 decades ago. Even if she could not borrow a corpse to rekindle their romance, and even if her love bore no fruit, at least she had no regrets. Thank you, Jun Xiangwei. Please grant me peace. It is time for me to depart. She had died 20 years prior. Yet, she was unwilling to forget her love, her feelings. After 2 decades of steadfastness in the realm of spirits, she could finally express her emotions to her husband. But she was already dead. The living must continue. Another woman had taken her place by his side, bearing children and growing old together. Jun Xiangwei inquired of the divine being whether there was a way to replenish her aunt's soul power, allowing her to reincarnate. With a sigh of relief, she realized her extraordinary botanical abilities would come into play. As long as there was one seed among her spoils, she could cultivate 100. Yet, to her dismay, she found not a single seed among her recent treasures. How could this be? The demon realm was affluent. The treasure catalog compiled by Cheng Jingjing could fill several boxes. How could there be not even one humble seed? Yi Xiaobai had to remind the sovereign that the underworld was another dimensional space, unrelated to the demon realm. Jun Xiangwei received a response. The time-space scroll could indeed transport her to the underworld, but as a living person, her presence would be quite conspicuous. Only 2 living beings resided in the underworld, the king and queen of hell. Jun Xiangwei queried, "Do the king and queen of hell wander about the underworld every day?" She requested the divine being to locate the position of the soul-calming herb in the underworld. The Yindu mountain range was abundant with such herbs, situated in a remote area with few spirits. Was this not the perfect sanctuary for her and Yi Bucken? Without hesitation, Jun Xiangwei prepared to use the time-space scroll to teleport there, only to be informed that her weight exceeded the limit slightly. It seemed her indulgent escapades with Yi Bucken had taken a toll. She had gained weight rapidly this month. Therefore, she had to don the lightest white gauze dress, remove all her hair ornaments, and even forego shoes to lighten her load, finally shedding a couple of pounds. The mysterious time-space scroll instantly transported her to Yindu Mountain. Contrary to her imagination of a gloomy underworld, this place resembled the mountains of the mortal realm, albeit somewhat barren. Jun Xiangwei released Yi Bucken, and the couple joined hands in search of the soul-calming herb. The abundance of herbs here was astonishing. She needed not even utilize her botanical powers, as she could gather 100 within the span of half a stick of incense. "Bucken, it's quite barren here. Shall we plant some flowers?" "As long as you're happy," he replied. Jun Xiangwei scoured the mountain and found a few scattered, unnamed flowers. She chose her favorite purple one, using her powers to cultivate a patch. Counting them, she reached 9,999. Adding the original flower, it made exactly 10,000. "Bucken, in the future, let us select a picturesque place and fill it with flowers, living joyfully with Xiaobai. Wife, there's no need to wait. We can escape all troubles right now." Jun Xiangwei had yet to reveal her origins to Yi Bucken. Her intuition suggested that the Saintess and Xianyuan Huan were likely still alive. Until the previous generation's matters were resolved, their current lives would remain unsettled. "Bucken, not yet. We have not cleared all obstacles for Xiaobai's growth." Yi Bucken found himself unable to respond, even though he could hear his wife speaking. Gradually, his consciousness faded, as if he had entered a dreamlike slumber. Jun Xiangwei assumed he was merely exhausted and rested her head on his shoulder, eventually drifting off to sleep in his embrace. The system alerted Xiaobai. "This purple flower is Zime. It was thought to be extinct in the underworld." The system had overlooked this earlier. Jun Xiangwei inadvertently cultivated a patch of 10,000 Zime, a gift from the ancient Emperor Zikin to his beloved, who happened to be the progenitor of the elven royal lineage. The essence of the 10,000 Zime bestowed her with power rivaling that of the divine race. Yi Xiaobai retorted to the sovereign, "Isn't this a good thing?" The crux of the matter was that Yi Bucken's cultivation was too low to withstand such a tremendous gift. "No need to rush. I can assist in absorption," Jun Xiangwei remarked. Lacking elven blood, she could only absorb a portion due to Xiaobai's presence. Yet, Xiaobai was still young, with limited capacity, leaving most of the essence to Yi Bucken. Despite the gentle nature of Zime's essence, its overwhelming power rendered Yi Bucken into an unending slumber. Upon awakening, Jun Xiangwei felt her own cultivation had surged. Just as she began to rejoice, she touched Yi Bucken beside her, finding his body burning hot. The divine being informed her of Zime's origins, emphasizing the urgency of elevating Yi Buchan's cultivation to save him. In the days prior, Jun Xiangwei had amassed numerous treasures capable of enhancing cultivation. She diligently applied each one to Yi Buchan. After a night of effort, his cultivation reached the purple realm but could ascend no further. He remained feverish and unresponsive. Yi Xiaobai pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let me absorb some." After all, he was at the pinnacle of the yellow realm. The sovereign dismissed Xiaobai's words as jest, yet a miraculous event unfolded. The 10,000 Zime flowers instantly withered, and Yi Buchan's heat subsided as he opened his eyes. "Wife, I had a dream about the ancestors of the elven royal family. They were deeply in love, and Zime was their flower of commitment. Their descendants became the elven royal lineage." Before Yi Buchan could finish, Jun Xiangwei silenced him with a kiss, fearing he might fall into an endless sleep, echoing her aunt's regret. After much anticipation for his awakening, he spoke only of dreams, unaware of her anxiety. Frustrated, she pressed her lips against his incessant chatter. Yi Buchan's voice was hoarse, Weiwei. He felt a sense of grievance, as his wife ignited the flames of passion without extinguishing them. Meanwhile, Jun Xiangwei silently thanked the divine being, knowing it was their intervention that had saved him. "Host, wake up. Host, please wake up." Yi Xiaobai had fallen into a deep slumber, having absorbed most of the Zime's essence. This astonished the sovereign. Could a fetus at the Yellow Realm truly surpass the combined strength of his parents? "Host, it's time to sign in." The sovereign, undeterred, called out to Yi Xiaobai once more. Sign in. Chapter 86. Living in the Moment. Part 2. Yi Xiaobai, even in slumber, managed to issue a sign-in command, much to the astonishment of the sovereign. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Yinhua of Nether Power." The Yinhua of Nether Power is a unique form of energy found in the Yin Mountains of the Nether Realm. Just as living beings require spiritual energy, it is the essence needed by ghost cultivators. However, the Yinhua of Nether Power cannot be absorbed by them. It is meant solely for the living. The sovereign dutifully explained the reward to Yi Xiaobai, yet there was no reaction from her. "Do you wish to activate it?" Still, no response. The sovereign decided to duplicate the reward and store it within the system. She needed to manage her weight. Otherwise, this extraordinary scroll would become a mere burden. Having opted not to wear headpieces or shoes, she reluctantly ventured into the Nether Realm, knowing that as her belly grew larger, she would soon be unable to do so. She prepared a grand feast alongside Minya, but Jun Xiangwei succumbed to temptation, disregarding her weight control in favor of indulging in the delicious offerings prepared by the two beautiful ladies. After all, she was ravenously hungry. Minya appeared to be in much better spirits. Cheng Jingjing, adhering to Jun Xiangwei's instructions before her departure, utilized everything they had to assist Minya in nurturing her health. Jun Xiangwei produced all available treasures capable of enhancing their cultivation, with Cheng Jingjing and Minya's levels being rather low. They had previously been too preoccupied with gathering resources to focus on their advancement. Now, with time on their hands, it was imperative to elevate their cultivation levels to avoid any dire consequences. A pregnant woman must not be anxious or troubled. He was eager to grow stronger. No longer wishing for his wife to bear the burden of protection, he yearned to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding his family. As Jun Xiangwei pondered why Xiaobai had yet to kick her, she heard the voices of the demon sisters calling from the 7th tier. It turned out that the little snow fox was about to give birth. The sisters felt a mix of excitement for the new life and concern for the mother fox's safety. An entire hour passed, yet the little fox had not yet arrived. Their anticipation transformed into worry for the fox mother. The little fox remained resilient and silent. Jun Xiangwei gently stroked her belly, akin to how she would with Xiaobai. As she continued, her heart sank. There was only one tiny fox within. Typically, a fox would give birth to several kits. And with the mother fox's belly so large, the chances of complications were alarmingly high. They could not afford to wait any longer. The little one must be running out of oxygen. The demon sisters resolved to perform a cesarean section on the mother fox. Jun Xiangwei recalled the harrowing experience of the saintess, who had once performed a similar procedure on her own daughter, born before her time. She wished to spare the little fox from such suffering. An idea struck her, having learned the technique of sealing space just the day prior. She could utilize a medium to access that space and retrieve the kits. She envisioned the little fox's belly as a portal, connecting it to the hollow of a fig tree. This way, she could extract the fox pup directly from the tree hollow without needing a permanent location or backup. With trembling hands, She retrieved the wet little fox from the fig tree hollow. She had succeeded. Without the need for a cesarean, she had brought forth the fox's offspring. She placed the tiny pup beside the mother, who recognized the scent. This was her child. Despite her confusion, she instinctively began to lick her newborn, while the pup sought its mother's milk. The demon sisters wept tears of joy for this new life, and for the safety of both mother and child. However, after her initial happiness, Jun Xiangwei's anxiety deepened. Xiaobai seemed to have slept for an extended period, far longer than usual. Since entering the nether realm, she had not felt any movement from him. Concern gnawed at her, yet she wished to shield her emotions from the demon sisters, who were living in a tranquil state with the little fox. She anxiously inquired about Xiaobai's condition from the sovereign, but the response was silence, deepening her unease. Following the previous guidance from the sovereign, she burned 100 seeds of the soul-restoring herb to ash, allowing her aunt to inhale the aroma. It was evident to the naked eye that her aunt's spirit had solidified significantly. Thank you, Xiangwei. I cannot repay your kindness, but I wish you peace and prosperity throughout your life. The blessing from her aunt provided some comfort to Jun Xiangwei. Yet, her heart remained troubled for Xiaobai. A single word of blessing could soothe her turbulent soul, while a harsh word could be the final straw. Fortunately, she found solace rather than a curse. Xiaobai, her beloved Xiaobai, who had shared life and death with her, would surely emerge safe and sound. This was a mother's heartfelt blessing for her child. Not every parent embodies love. Some do not understand it, and may even inflict harm through words and actions. Children are a divine gift, a new life created through the union of parents. While not every child is the result of love or expectation, every mother instinctively bestows blessings and hopes upon her child during the 10 months of gestation. This is faith. This is maternal love. Yi Xiaobai awoke, sensing the light. He had been asleep for quite some time. Fragmented memories and a slumbering past cascaded through his mind, vivid scenes unfolding. He remembered everything. Gently, he caressed Xiangwei's belly. Overwhelmed with joy, Jun Xiangwei wept. Her Xiaobai was so well-behaved and understanding, greeting her upon awakening. Xiaobai, my dear Xiaobai, I am your mother, and I love you dearly. Yi Xiaobai smiled, realizing that his youthful mother was still but a child herself. Host, what of your cultivation? I do not require cultivation. There is no color. No cultivation needed. The sovereign could not detect Yi Xiaobai's level at all. Long time no see, sovereign. It hasn't been long, perhaps a day and a night. Yi Xiaobai fell silent again, so long that the sovereign grew accustomed to it, thinking of itself merely as a system program. Survival against the odds is a fine name. Do you recall how it came to be? It was likely named by my earliest master. Much of the information has been lost, and I cannot retrieve it. That is of no consequence. Living in the moment is far better. Host, do you truly not care about your cultivation? Indeed, I do not. I have no need for it. Living in the moment as a joyful Yi Xiaobai is quite sufficient. Elated, Jun Xiangwei devoured 3 sizable bowls of lunch. As for the extraordinary scroll, it could wait. The nourishment of her son took precedence over all else. Chapter 87, An Eye for an Eye, Part 1. Jun Xiangwei's weight had reached the limits that the interdimensional scroll could bear. She realized that in order to use it today, she must fast, refrain from wearing shoes or socks, and forego any jewelry. As her pregnancy progressed, her weight would only increase over the next 80 days. Although Jun Ma was not her biological mother, she had treated her as a daughter for many years. Deep down, Jun Xiangwei felt closest to Jun Ma. Yi Xiaobai, a descendant of the Yi family, had a mother-in-law who was merely Yi Buqing's stepmother. Jun Xiangwei felt embarrassed to trouble her with preparations for her confinement. However, Yi Buqing's rationale was sound. Denying his mother-in-law the chance to care for his wife during her confinement would invite ridicule and gossip. Noticing his wife's distress, Yi Buqing quickly offered comfort. Although he privately yearned for the harmonious life they once shared, he understood that she had established her independence, separating herself from both the Yi and Jun families. Jun Xiangwei, recognizing her husband's softened tone, explained that her earlier actions were due to offending powerful individuals. She had wished to spare both families from entanglement. Yi Buqing held his wife tightly, apologizing for the hardships she had endured in his absence. A woman bearing such burdens, even with fortuitous encounters, faced an arduous journey. Yi Buqing, well-read, understood the psychological differences between men and women. While men aspired to achieve greatness, women often longed for stability and tranquility. Violence and independence were not aligned with his wife's desires, and and he regretted the difficulties she had faced during this time. Wei, I have an idea. What idea? Please, share it with me. Yi Buqing kissed his wife's forehead, affirming that with a wife and children, he had all he needed. A harmonious marital relationship was not worth quarreling over trivial matters. My household registration still belongs to the Yi family, but I will transfer it to your name. However, we cannot forget that the Yi family raised me. I cannot turn my back on them. Jun Xiangwei nodded, confident that no fool in the Qiyin kingdom would dare threaten them now. Times had changed, and canceling his household registration no longer held the same implications as before. We cannot be separated as a couple. I can endure a little and follow your lead. Jun Xiangwei lightly scoffed. Have I truly made you suffer? No. It is my honor as a husband. Despite his words, Jun Xiangwei understood the local customs of the Qiyin kingdom, where marriages typically favored the bride moving into the groom's household, and any deviation would invite mockery. Yi Buqing's willingness to forfeit his registration in the Yi family and place it under Jun Xiangwei's name would publicly imply that he was living off his wife's success. Though it was indeed the truth, for men, pride often overshadowed reality. Even if he were to rely on her, it would still be expected for a wife to discreetly contribute funds to her husband's wallet, preserving his dignity. Regardless of right or wrong, customs dictated adherence to prevailing norms. Jun Xiangwei was touched by Yi Buqing's proposal, but was unwilling to let her husband lose face, not only for his sake, but also for their son's future. As a wise woman, she understood the essence of being a good wife. Even with her strength, she did not need to overshadow her husband's pride. Instead, she preferred that both her husband and son could thrive because of her. Why not establish your own household, and we can each take charge? Once our son is born, we can reunite. Yi Buqing appreciated his wife's understanding. A man's pride was not merely a matter of tradition. Very well, as you wish. I shall establish my own household first, and we shall merge once our son is born. Jun Xiangwei chuckled inwardly. The stubborn man had clearly intended this all along, yet insisted she voice it. Yi Buqing indeed harbored such thoughts. His grandfather had amassed considerable wealth in the demon realm, having escaped with numerous loyal guards and treasures during his youth. Over 2 millennia, those riches had purchased significant assets in the demon realm. As the adopted son of the Daylight Holy Monarch, Yi Buqing only inherited management rights, not ownership, which could only pass to blood descendants. The sudden passing of his grandparents left a vast estate in the demon realm shrouded in uncertainty regarding its heir. Yi Buqing could not bear to see his wife, heavy with child, running around, yet he also did not wish for them to be apart. He was unwilling for Jun Xiangwei to face the lions of the demon realm alone. Grateful for her decision, he said, Wei, thank you. Let us not speak of thanks. We are united as a couple. Indeed, no matter where we go or the adversities we face, our family shall remain together. The couple shared a tender moment, only to be interrupted by the sound of marching footsteps in the distance. Cheng Jingjing, having sensed the disturbance, emerged from the treehouse alongside Minya. A large contingent, clad in the uniforms of the Demon Realm Army and carrying lumbering tools, approached, halting less than 100 meters from the treehouse. Their arrival startled the nearby birds. Who are you to dare plant trees and build houses on the border of the Holy Realm? The 6 tree houses could accommodate 12 people. According to the laws of the Holy Realm, gatherings exceeding 7 individuals required prior approval. Furthermore, planting trees in the snow domain was strictly prohibited, a bizarre clause. Yi Buqing stood resolutely in the snow domain, unyielding. This was Jun Xiangwei's ecological park, which had transformed from a barren snowy expanse into a lush haven of green willows and vibrant flowers, attracting countless migrating animals daily. Ridiculous. This place does not belong to the demon realm. You have trespassed on a private property. The ungoverned territory had seen no investments or developments from any nation or group. Now that Jun Xiangwei had cultivated a thriving ecosystem over several days using her unique abilities, the envious men from the demon realm had arrived, tools in hand, displaying utter shamelessness. The commanding officer, disregarding the pressure emanating from Yi Buqing, replied with a harsh tone, "This is the territory of the Holy Realm. Regardless of who you are, you must vacate this area by the end of today, or face dire consequences." Chapter 88, An Eye for an Eye, Part 2. Yi Buqing wielded the oppressive power of the Purple Realm, advancing with unyielding force. The commanding officer at the forefront immediately raised a shield for defense. Stubbornly unyielding, the soldiers stood ready for battle at his command. However, before he could finish his words, The shield shattered into fragments. Bereft of protection, he coughed up blood, droplets staining the snow, a striking contrast against the white. The soldiers behind him were similarly affected by Yi Buqing's overwhelming presence. All weapons were trained upon the treehouse, poised for attack. Despite Cheng Jingjing's protests, Minya stepped forward, having recognized several familiar faces among the soldiers. With a voice amplified by the language of the Demon Domain army, she declared, "I am Minya, the former lady of loyalty and valor." Many soldiers stepped forward to salute her. Tears glistened in Minya's eyes as she recognized the loyal guards who had once followed her husband, now stationed at the border. Yi Buqing ceased his display of power, and the soldiers displayed evident respect towards Minya. Given their differing positions, as long as the opposing side refrained from aggression, he was not one to indiscriminately spill innocent blood. The commanding officer had also heard Minya's words. He was well aware of the once-renowned Duke of loyalty and valor, though he had been condemned for treason and met with a harsh fate. The valor and glory of his family remained etched in the hearts of all soldiers as that of heroes. Minya approached, exchanging greetings with the soldiers. The aftermath of her husband's incident had left those who once followed him with dire fates. Being assigned to the border was, in fact, a relatively fortunate outcome. With Minya stepping forward, Jun Xiangwei permitted Yi Buqing to retreat. A peaceful resolution was, of course, the preferred choice. In terms of territorial claims, this area belonged to the vast, snowy mountains of the Tianshan continent. However, historically, it had never been under the dominion of any national power. After the explosion connected with the Demon Domain, troops were dispatched to secure the entrance, naturally regarding the entire snowy region as part of their influence. The nations of the Tianshan continent had previously overlooked the question of territorial ownership. The Demon Domain had even enforced spatial restrictions in the snowy mountain region. The scrolls of the Tianshan continent could only reach as far as the mountain's base. This situation was akin to two families unexpectedly merging, with the porch and courtyard that once belonged to one family now entirely consumed by the other. The people of the Tianshan continent were planting trees and building homes on their own territory, only to be threatened with artillery fire by the Demon Domain's forces, compelling them to vacate. Even Minya felt a sense of shame regarding this predicament. Jun Xiangwei granted her the opportunity to address the situation, offering diplomacy before resorting to force. If reason failed, she would then employ her supernatural abilities. The higher one's cultivation, the more abilities one possesses, allowing for a calm and patient demeanor. This was an act of compassion, granting them a chance for self-redemption. However, Minya's discussions with the commander fell through. Those who had once followed her husband were compelled to return to their ranks. Military discipline was paramount. Their former commander had perished, yet they remained soldiers of the state, bound by the duty to obey orders. Minya continued her efforts. All these trees were planted by us. This land was barren, yet it has flourished. Why must you come to destroy it? It is a military order. We can only obey. Jun Xiangwei suddenly understood why areas with fire spirits were devoid of flora. It was the forces of the Demon Domain that forbade anyone from undertaking construction here. Without vegetation, the animals faced a perpetual lack of food, surviving in a state of hunger, much like the emaciated snow fox. When reasoning failed, it became a contest of strength. You wish to fell my trees? Do not blame me if I take your heads. Jun Xiangwei's voice, though soft, resonated powerfully, penetrating the air and reaching every ear with clarity. If anyone dares to cut down a tree, I shall sever that person's head. Indeed, some remained unconvinced, insisting on approaching to chop down trees. As one tree fell, so did a head, both hitting the ground simultaneously. No one witnessed how the woman struck. It was as if the tree and the man's head were inexorably linked, one blow resulting in both felling. It was almost as if he had severed his own head. Jun Xiangwei herself was perplexed. She had only threatened, not struck. Yet how had that man's head flown off? Yi Xiaobai, disinterested in concealing his prowess or name, saw no reason to hide his actions. Host, you seem quite pleased. Your Highness, you are quite mischievous. Was the previous sign-in enjoyable? It was satisfactory. I claimed a head. There are many more living heads to claim. Then let us see how they preserve their heads. This chain of events was triggered shortly before, when Yi Xiaobai completed his daily sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received the curse of the squirrel. You truly are incorrigible. The curse of the squirrel arose from the excessive felling of trees by these individuals, leaving countless squirrels homeless. A squirrel that had gained sentience cursed the one who had destroyed its dwelling. Is it a curse upon the trees where they reside? Host, you are quite the rascal. Even a sentient squirrel could only perceive from its own perspective, cursing those who harmed it. Host, you can even alter the curse of the squirrel spirit. Before the words of His Highness had faded, the head toppled alongside the tree. The curse of the squirrel spirit had succeeded. Jun Xiangwei's words had come to pass. The crowd stood in stunned silence, faces etched with terror and disbelief. No one had witnessed Jun Xiangwei strike, not even Yi Buqing, who was closest to her. Both sides were at an impasse, and no one dared approach to fell trees. Even with military orders as firm as mountains, no one wished to sacrifice their own head. The commanding officer valued his own head, yet cared little for others. You go cut down that tree. He was not a disbeliever. He simply had to try again. The 3 soldiers he designated trembled, daunted by the prospect. Disobeying military orders would result in punishment, but felling a tree could cost them their heads, leaving them with nothing. Yi Xiaobai had already cast his improved version of the squirrel spirit's curse upon every tree. Who would dare to cut one down? Those who did would be disregarding their own heads. Jun Xiangwei received news from the divine being, leaving her utterly astonished. If they retreated now, they would lose face. If they continued to chop down trees, no one would dare move. What should they do? The aroma of food wafted through the air, and several disgruntled bellies began to grumble. Minya called out to the soldiers she recognized. What time do you finish work? Once you're done, come over for a meal. This was a tactic taught to her by Cheng Jingjing to undermine the enemy from within. The food they were to consume today was entirely grown from the ecological garden. Jun Xiangwei had cultivated various exquisite varieties using her divine abilities. Even a simple baked dish was enough to entice the opposite soldiers. They could hardly withstand the temptation, eager to inquire if they might join in for a meal after work. Chapter 89, An Eye for an Eye, Part 2. What appeared to be an ordinary baked dish was, in fact, a culinary imitation of whole roasted lamb by Jun Xiangwei. For her, the 30-odd spices were merely a trifling task. Roasted corn, eggplant, and even pumpkin, along with braised chestnuts and stir-fried pine nuts, filled the air with delightful aromas. There was no meat, for the local fauna were too lean. Only the most resilient had survived. Jun Xiangwei forbade Cheng Jingjing from capturing them for sustenance, insisting they wait until the animals flourished in number and size before partaking. A few soldiers, unable to suppress their hunger, shamelessly inquired if they could join in the feast. Offering to pay, Cheng Jingjing, adhering to Jun Xiangwei's directive, declined. Our ecological garden is still in its infancy, sustaining only our small group. It is not that we refuse you, but merely that there is not enough to share. If you desire a lasting supply of delicious food, you must cultivate it yourselves. Cultivate. Their duty was to fell trees, leaving not a single one standing outside designated areas. The soldiers shook their heads, almost forgetting their responsibilities in idle moments. Though they could not comprehend the rationale behind the deforestation, orders from superiors were absolute. A quarter of an hour swiftly elapsed. The soldiers completed their shift, and those familiar with Minya fidgeted with embarrassment. Such commonplace vegetables, in times past, during the reign of the loyal Marquis, would have been deemed insignificant. Last year, when they were dispatched here, even a warm bowl of soup was a rare luxury, let alone these vibrant vegetables. Minya prepared a large pot, adding an array of spices that simmered vigorously, filling the air with an enticing fragrance. The greens were available for everyone to blanch as they pleased. In the absence of meat, potatoes and taro served as substitutes. Cheng Jingjing took charge of the grilling, while Jun Xiangwei conjured several small stoves using her powers. Each couple had their own stove, grilling whatever they fancied. Yi Buqing's grilling skills were exceptional. He could bring out the finest flavors for whatever Jun Xiangwei desired. No more. I cannot eat another bite. But this last skewer, aren't you fond of lamb chops? Jun Xiangwei laughed as she accepted it, relishing every bite. While others feasted on vegetables, this couple indulged in grilled lamb, marinated overnight from their purchase at Nanyuan the previous day, now perfectly cooked. Buckin, why do you think the demon domain prohibits tree planting here? I suspect it pertains to the energy or tectonic boundaries of the region, Yi Buqing speculated, only to see Jun Xiangwei shaking her head. Wait, what is your take? Where there are trees, there is ecology. Where there are inhabitants, there is no vast expanse easily managed. The snow mountain lies at the edge of spatial restrictions. What if we were to plant trees at the spatial barrier? Jun Xiangwei recalled her 6,000-year-old fig tree. The existence of such trees would unify time and space, rendering the spatial barriers ineffective. It is akin to the imperial cities of various nations, where trees are conspicuously absent. Most perceive it as a precaution against hidden assassins among the treetops. Only through her understanding of the laws of time and space did Jun Xiangwei grasp the profound implications of such prohibitions. Yi Buchan suddenly comprehended, in essence, there is no enduring life here to witness the historical connection of two tectonic plates. A history devoid of witnesses can be easily manipulated. Jun Xiangwei lavishly praised Yi Buchan, believing it imperative to extol her husband. The connection between the demon domain and the Tianxian continent was surely not a mere coincidental explosion. Someone aimed to deliberately obscure the truth, using erroneous causes to mislead the public. Wei Wei, are you afraid? Indeed, but fear cannot halt our progress. It is the fear of the unknown that deserves our utmost dread. They could live like countless couples, oblivious, shut away, raising children and leading mundane lives until the day when misfortune and death strike unexpectedly. Jun Xiangwei had already faced death once. She had no desire to meet it again. Having encountered the undead and ventured into the underworld, she knew reincarnation was merely a continuation. Even if everyone in this world insisted death was the inevitable conclusion, and even the Purple Realm could not surpass 300 years, she was resolute in her disbelief. She intended to live long and ensure her husband and son lived long as well. Yi Xiaobai chuckled, "My mother is both formidable and majestic. Fools perceive her as foolish and reckless, while the wise recognize her extraordinary intelligence. Many who consider themselves clever have not grasped as much in a lifetime as she has." Yi Buchan gazed at his wife in astonishment. "So you believe death is not the end, and the underworld is merely a temporary realm?" Jun Xiangwei nodded. "That was her intuition. We are confined, deceived. It is evident that someone does not wish for us to endure nor permits us to live healthily and happily within our limited time. Wei Wei, I have encountered the ancestral spirit of the elven royal family in my dreams. She is indeed immortal." They recalled how the Flying Star Holy Monarch confessed before his demise, that he desired the bloodline of the elven royal family to transcend human longevity. Jun Xiangwei countered, "But where is she? If she still lives, why does she not consider her descendants? Just like Xianyuan Huan and the Saintess, if they were alive, why did they not seek out their children?" Suddenly, a scream from outside interrupted the couple's conversation. Yi Buchan turned to see several severed heads scattered across the snow. The newly assigned soldiers, defying fate, had carelessly delivered several heads. "You cannot plant trees in the snow domain. This has been the rule for millennia," the commanding officer bellowed. Cheng Jingjing retorted even louder. "On what grounds? Why? There is no why. It is a military order. Even if a tree costs a head, it must be felled." Cheng Jingjing seethed. "You are obstinately foolish, treating lives as mere fodder. What are you all standing there for? Chop it down." His words fell flat. Yet no soldier was willing to approach the tree. As soldiers, losing their heads was an eventuality, but it was not worth it for a mere tree. The new commander stormed off in frustration, leaving behind a parting remark. "You useless lot." Shortly thereafter, a special forces unit arrived, fully armed and equipped with explosive weaponry. Without further ado, they opened fire on the ecological garden. Cheng Jingjing had no time to clean up the dishes. She grabbed Minya and fled. The thunderous cannon fires startled the small creatures that had made their homes in the garden, many of whom were injured in the chaos, fleeing in pain. Jun Xiangwei could no longer tolerate the ignorance and folly of these intruders. With a mere flick of her wrist, she unleashed a torrent of high-temperature lightning fire, annihilating the newly arrived special forces in an instant, leaving no survivors. The soldiers, who moments ago had enjoyed their barbecue, could hardly believe their eyes. In that moment, Jun Xiangwei, enacting vengeance for vengeance, resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 90. The Alliance of the Snow Domain. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The newly arrived special forces left no one behind. The soldiers who had previously been stationed in this area were only now beginning to grasp the formidable nature of this woman. They had thought her merely a delicate lady, sheltered behind the men. In hindsight, it was clear that the men must have feared her potential for ruthless violence should they provoke her. They felt a sense of trepidation, yet immense relief. Had they acted against the ecological garden earlier, they would now be nothing but ashes. However, as soldiers, surrender to the enemy was not an option, even in the face of death. According to military protocol, they were expected to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the newcomers. Yet, having just feasted upon the exquisite fare provided by their hosts, they found it difficult to act against them. In truth, it was the special forces who bore the guilt. Even if they were to fell trees, They ought not to target living beings or animals. Their intent was not merely to chop down trees, but to raze everything with brute force. Mina swiftly regained her composure and stepped forth, fully aware of military regulations. This group must fight to the bitter end. Yet, deep down, everyone understood that this battle was utterly devoid of meaning, with all casualties representing a waste of life. Mina addressed the assembly. Whether we once indulged in culinary delights or now partake in the simplicity of a vegetarian diet, our camaraderie brings us joy. As soldiers, it is our duty to protect our homeland. To stand resolute in safeguarding our country is ultimately for the purpose of allowing our brothers to enjoy the pleasures of life together, for our families to live in peace. Yet, why must we fight when we could live peacefully and happily? Her sentiment resonated. I refused to participate any longer. We enlisted to defend our homeland, not to indiscriminately slay trees and innocent lives. Moreover, these soldiers, having been relegated to this remote post, were already seething with resentment. Mina produced the 100 million gold coins she had previously allocated, offering them as severance pay to the soldiers. With 25 individuals, each was to receive 4 million. They all declined, adhering to the principle that one should not accept unearned rewards. The responsibility of providing for a family fell upon the shoulders of men. Although 4 million seemed substantial, in the context of a career buyout, it amounted to little. Each of the 25 felt undeserving, recognizing that according to military protocol, their only fate in battle was death. The demon realm would grant them a mere 200,000 as compensation for their families. Should they defy military orders, they would face punitive measures, and their prospects for legitimate employment would vanish, affecting not only themselves, but also their children, who would lose access to educational and medical benefits in the demon realm. In essence, they had no choice but to perish in combat. Day after day, they toiled from dawn till dusk, just as Mina and her companions cultivated trees and established an ecological garden in the snow domain. They found simplicity and joy even in a vegetarian lifestyle. Once clarity is achieved, entanglements dissipate. Donning this armor was meant to protect their homeland, not to engage in mindless destruction. Rather than enduring the humiliation of being a soldier, they would be better off returning to their fields. Jun Xiangwei harbored no regrets about annihilating these men. When they aimed their weapons at the ecological garden, they had sealed their own fates. She did not relish the thought of killing, nor did she wish to take lives. Why did these individuals always seek to deliver their heads on a platter? If soldiers are compelled to obey their commanders, then commanders must heed the orders they receive, and thus the onus of error lies with those who issue the commands. It is erroneous for a commander to follow flawed orders, disregarding the lives of their subordinates. If a soldier is expected to sacrifice himself at the behest of a superior, without valuing his own life, then what purpose does his existence serve? If there was a fault in Jun Xiangwei, it lay in her understated demeanor, which led others to believe that coming to kill her was merely a matter of delivering a trophy. In a burst of righteous fury, she unleashed her full power. If they would not allow her to plant trees, she would defiantly cover this land with greenery. The once modest ecological garden of 10 acres visibly thrived, restoring its vitality after the devastation of bombardment. Not only that, but a new ring of trees expanded outward, surpassing the original area and encompassing over 100 acres. Jun Xiangwei, who preferred transparency, recognized that flora and fauna are interdependent. The relentless deforestation in the snow domain left no sanctuary for the animals. The geothermal energy provided by the underground fire essence was more than sufficient to sustain the growth of the plants and animals in this vast ecological garden. All present held their breath, witnessing the miracle unfold. Jun Xiangwei took out her Tianin Wuyue, playing it towards the injured animals. Under the healing melody, their wounds began to mend. All living beings possess a spirit, and these small creatures sensed their safety restored and their home rebuilt. Cheng Jingjing's vegetable garden was also revitalized by Jun Xiangwei's powers, yielding produce larger and more abundant than before. Those who had lingered for a meal now understood that their earlier refusals were not due to a lack of sustenance. They had simply been considerate of Mina's feelings, caring for their old acquaintances. Yi Buqing embraced his wife, acknowledging that they neither sought trouble nor feared it. With the enemy bombarding their home, how could they coexist peacefully? Mina, too, felt a surge of anger. Since the previous year, she had not gone a day without yearning for justice for her husband. Yet now, she sought not only justice but vengeance. Those who profited from her husband's blood and flesh had no right to prosper. A bold idea took root in Mina's mind. She would contact her family's former allies and establish this place as her stronghold. Furthermore, Zhu Rong's haughty disdain only deepened her resolve. Yi Buqing harbored intentions of establishing his own domain as well. While this land belonged to the Tianxin continent, it was not bound by the spatial constraints of the demon realm. Among the soldiers who had received 4 million gold coins, over a dozen decided to relocate their families here. Yi Buqing, possessing the highest cultivation level aside from Jun Xiangwei, founded the Snow Alliance, welcoming all who were willing to abide by its rules, regardless of origin or race. It was said that during this period, prenatal education was crucial for ensuring the intelligence and strong learning capabilities of newborns. Mothers always wish for their children to gain an advantage right from the start. The monarch felt that Jun Xiangwei's aspirations were somewhat modest. Yet, Yi Xiaobai was delighted. Despite his mother's fairy tales being riddled with inconsistencies and lacking logic, he cherished them. For any story told by a powerful figure was the best tale of all. Chapter 91. 10,000-Year Black Xian Iron in the Snow Domain Alliance. Strict discipline is upheld, adhering to the ancient laws of the deities. Yet, it is also imbued with compassion and mercy, honoring the ancient system of forgiveness. Jun Xiangwei found herself increasingly hindered by her pregnancy, and Yi Buqing, unable to bear the thought of her following him on the arduous journey, suggested she remain behind. However, her desire to accompany her husband and their family of 3 was unwavering. Besides, with her current strength, who would dare to bully her man? According to the regulations of the demon domain, inheriting the assets of its citizens necessitates one being a citizen themselves. Yi Buqing, having been born on the Tianxin continent, could only attain resident status, akin to many affluent individuals who migrate there. Citizens are those born within the demon domain, automatically granted citizenship. In other words, immigrants from Tianxin continent, no matter how wealthy, are deprived of real rights and privileges. It is an unfair clause. Those who contribute financially and laboriously hold no rights. Taxpayer funds merely sustain local parasites and nobility. Yi Buqing proceeded to the verification institution. Despite his lack of inheritance rights due to his status, he sought to obtain management rights over his grandfather's estate, which he rightfully deserved. It must be said that the efficiency of the authorities in the demon domain was remarkable on the same day. They verified the familial relationship between Yi Buqing and his grandfather, issuing a notarized document. The verification process left Jun Xiangwei astounded, as both her grandfather and grandmother had their personal information stored in an authoritative institution. The mere comparison of Yi Buqing's hair was sufficient to confirm their direct kinship. Jun Xiangwei had thought such miraculous abilities belonged solely to the gifted, yet in the demon domain, they were commonplace. However, the cost was not insignificant. Each verification amounted to 6,000 gold coins, a price equivalent to 4 whole roasted lambs. Such an expense was unfathomable in the Qian kingdom. Jun Xiangwei was perplexed. While the high price of roasted lamb could be understood at 1,500 gold coins, how could such a simple certification command 6,000? Yi Buqing sighed, explaining, "This is the economic strategy of the demon domain. To inherit a legacy, one must undergo similar verifications at designated institutions. Not only must one verify identity and lineage, but various notarization fees and professional witnessing must also be accounted for to obtain management rights over familial assets, not to mention the inheritance tax. The total cost for today's notarization came to 75,000. Jun Xiangwei gazed at the seemingly inconsequential sheets of paper, realizing that in the demon domain, money seemed to hold little value. The thought of 50 roasted lambs spontaneously combusting made her heart ache. Had this been in the Qian kingdom, a few clan elders could convene and reach a decision without any expenses. At most, they would sacrifice a lamb for a communal feast. How joyous! Buqing. It seems that although our Qian kingdom is a small nation with few people, we do not squander our wealth on such superfluous matters, thus living quite happily. Indeed, my dear, he replied, commoners in the Qian kingdom can also lead fulfilling lives. In contrast, the commoners we have observed in the demon domain seem to lead joyless existences, devoid of smiles. Many from the Tianxin continent claim that this place is a paradise for the wealthy but a hell for the poor. While waiting for the documents, Jun Xiangwei purchased a modest serving of fried potato chips for 50 gold coins, a sum that would not exceed 5 in the Qian kingdom. It was no wonder that interactions between the Qian kingdom and the demon domain were scarce. The impoverished had little incentive to come here, as even the most generous compensation could not withstand the costs of living. The vendor, a spirited woman selling fried potatoes, overheard their accents and inquired if they hailed from the Tianshan continent. She, too, was from there, having lived in the Qingyuan kingdom for 20 years. Only recently had her circumstances begun to improve. She had just acquired a small studio in the suburbs. She expressed satisfaction with her earnings here, noting that a typical laborer in the Qingyuan kingdom earned 50 gold coins daily, whereas in the demon domain, it could be at least 500. She continued, many impoverished individuals from the Tianshan continent are eager to sneak across the border for illicit work. Yet, upon arrival, they discover that the laws here are stringent. Without proper documentation, they can only engage in illegal labor, lacking even the most basic legal protections for their income. As a result, they toil for years, earning meager wages, a substantial portion of which goes to unscrupulous agents. In unfortunate events, such as injuries or fatalities in this foreign land, they have no lawful means to seek medical treatment or proper burial. Each time she encountered fellow compatriots from the Tianshan continent, who hesitated to even purchase a serving of fried potatoes, her heart ached for their plight. Street food like this was not sought after by the affluent. It was the common folk who indulged. Those who migrated from the Tianshan continent were polarized, either exceedingly wealthy, disdaining such trivial fare, or impoverished laborers unable to afford it. Seeing the young couple before her, the potato vendor felt compelled to share more of her story. Pushing her cart year after year, she longed for companionship, even if her audience remained silent. Jun Xiangwei, noticing the vendor's delight in her newfound studio, casually inquired about the price and size. Located near the 6th ring, it measured 30 square meters and cost over 300,000 gold coins. Yi Buqing furrowed his brow, bewildered by the exorbitance. He had previously heard that prices in the 6th ring averaged around 50,000. Soldiers with 400,000 gold coins could afford a decent 3-bedroom apartment in that area. The vendor, slightly embarrassed by the inquiry, explained, I am not a local citizen. My tax contributions are insufficient for me to benefit from housing subsidies. After a brief pause, she added indignantly, while housing prices may only be twice as high, the tuition fees for children are tenfold. Jun Xiangwei, unwilling to engage further, took Yi Buqing's hand and departed. Each individual has their aspirations. Choosing a high-income path inherently entails high expenses. There are no sweet deals without compromises. Nonetheless, the demon domain's enforced waste segregation management is indeed worthy of emulation. This excursion allowed them to perceive the stark contrast between the demon domain and the Tianshan continent. Utilizing the flying star-breaking boundary spike, Yi Buqing transported them instantaneously, while Jun Xiangwei rested on the 7th level. Their destination was one of her grandfather's properties, situated in a mining area in the central demon domain. This site was also one of the earliest ventures of the Xianyuan family. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the expansive mining site, visibly owned by her grandfather. However, the number of workers appeared scant. The official records indicated over 10,000 workers, based on monthly payroll statistics. But where were they? Only a few could be seen in the distance. Host, it is time to check in. Checking in. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000-year black Xian iron. Oh, this is the finest material for forging inscription swords. I shall take 2 portions. Chapter 92. A servant's revolt. Yi Buqing approached the workers at a distance, inquiring about the usual number of personnel employed there. The men eyed the unfamiliar figure warily, unanimously claiming ignorance before hastily departing. Seeing this, Jun Xiangwei emerged from the tower. Your gentle demeanor is hardly conducive to eliciting the truth. Allow me to handle this. With a swift teleportation, she stood before the workers. Employing her botanical abilities, she extended long, thornless vines to bind them. Despite their evident apprehension, the men offered no resistance. As if accustomed to such restraint, Jun Xiangwei then deployed truth-inducing insects, extracting answers with simple, direct questioning. How many workers are employed here? Over 800. The discrepancy between 800 actual workers and the reported figure of over 10,000 hinted at substantial malfeasance. What is your monthly income? 10,000 gold coins. Yi Buqing clenched his fist. The mine's allocated expenditure for workers was 18,000 gold coins per person. The monthly wage expenditure should have been over 200 million. Yet the workers' actual salaries amounted to a mere 8 million. How can 800 people possibly manage such a workload? We have no choice. We are undocumented laborers from Tianshan continent. As undocumented workers, they lacked identification and legal protection, making them ideal for exploitation in such a place. 100,000 in travel expenses? That certainly wasn't through legitimate channels. Yi Buchen posed further questions, which the men answered truthfully, deeming the interrogation complete. He granted each of them 1,000 gold coins before releasing them. The mine's purported 10,000 plus workers were all registered citizens of the demon realm, complete with identification numbers. However, their positions existed only on paper, with certain individuals pocketing their salaries. This single mine alone accounted for 200 million in embezzled funds each month. Little wonder the business had stagnated for so long. The near parity between income and expenditure left scant profit for the owner. At that moment, several mine administrators arrived on horseback. Having heard of the new overseer, they came to investigate. Jun Xiangwei murmured to her husband, Buchun, in the profit-driven demon realm. Some become so consumed by greed that they abandon all moral restraint. There is no need to engage in insincere pleasantries with these individuals. Simply apprehend them and use the truth-inducing insects to extract the facts. Simple brutality, it seemed, was often the most direct and effective approach. Yi Buchun presented the legal documents verifying his identity, the very documents he had obtained with 50 roasted sheep. These papers established him as the legitimate operator of his grandfather's assets. More relevant officials gradually arrived, drawn by the news of the owner's presence. They greeted the young couple with superficial cordiality, their smiles masking a careful assessment of their mettle. Jun Xiangwei, disinclined to waste words, would wager 500 roasted sheep that not a single one of them was clean. She ordered them all bound and suspended upside down, using thorny vines to ensure no escape. Soon, the venom of the truth-inducing insects took effect, compelling them to confess. As expected, Jun Xiangwei's bet of 500 roasted sheep was secure. They were all implicated in the corruption, none were innocent. The mine's monthly embezzlement reached a staggering 200 million. They merely had to pay a pittance to those 10,000 plus ghost employees. These individuals, for a paltry 500 gold coins each month, were willing to sell their identities. Jun Xiangwei, as usual, relieved them of their storage rings, tallying their assets. Surprisingly, the rings did not contain vast sums of gold coins. Where did you spend the embezzled funds? On extravagant houses, luxurious aircraft, women, gambling. Without exception, it had all been squandered. How should they be punished? Jun Xiangwei had no intention of interfering. These men were all descendants of servants who had accompanied their master to the demon realm. The sins of the fathers were visited upon the sons, and their master should decide how to punish them. This was Yi Buchen's affair, and even as his wife, Jun Xiangwei would not overstep her bounds. However, she had not anticipated Yi Buchen's genuine desire to consult his ancestors in the netherworld on how to proceed. Jun Xiangwei shot him a disapproving glare. To the netherworld? Only the space-time scroll will do. With my current weight, I can't even wear jewelry unless I'm starving. Yi Buchun reluctantly abandoned the idea, resolving to postpone it until his wife had recovered from childbirth. Regardless of the outcome, he wished to visit the netherworld, not only to seek guidance on this matter, but also to locate Emperor Zichen, the ancestor of the elf royal family. Yi Buchun first compiled a list of each person's debt to the mine. Over the past 20 years, you have embezzled an average of 30 million per person. The men themselves were astonished by the sheer amount they had gradually pilfered. But where's the money? Where had they spent it all? Unbeknownst to them, they had squandered so much. The dozen or so men knelt together, begging for mercy. According to the laws of the demon realm, embezzlement exceeding 5 million could result in severe punishment. Leave the mine. I will not pursue the debts. Master, we were blinded by greed. Please, do not dismiss us. They had spent nearly all the embezzled money. Although they possessed the trappings of wealth, where would they go if they were expelled? They would squander their remaining fortunes. Moreover, they had families to support. Without their authority in the mine, those who depended on them would no longer respect them. Yi Buchen firmly refused, unwilling to employ such avaricious individuals again. Several of the bolder men, abandoning their pleas, stood up and challenged Yi Buchen's right to dismiss them. After all, Yi Buchen was not a citizen of the demon realm. He possessed only operational rights, not inheritance rights, and was not a true master. Even the esteemed Flying Star Saint, born in the demon realm, had only operational rights without lineage authentication. These men underestimated Yi Buchen, believing he could only conduct superficial audits, like Flying Star. A master without inheritance rights was merely a paper tiger, not to be feared. In essence, he was no different from them. They had dared to increase their embezzlement over the past 2 decades, confident that the old master had no heirs and that the assets would forever remain without a true owner. Without an heir, all the assets would, in effect, become the collective property of these servants. Though they were servants, they had managed their master's wealth for generations, representing the master and overseeing everything. By what right do you dismiss us? You are not an heir. You have no inheritance rights. Oh, you believe that if I have no inheritance rights, you cannot be dismissed? Yi Buqin smiled, unperturbed. It seemed he had erred in offering them a way out. Chapter 93. The Prince's Walk in Recent Days. Yi Buqin has been listening to his wife's accounts of events that transpired during his absence, particularly the harrowing occurrences of the last month. Born into a privileged family, Yi Buqin, like many of his peers, was initially naive, retaining a sense of purity and kindness within. The malevolent servants, through their deceitful acts of embezzlement and exploitation, have demonstrated their moral decay in the face of wealth. Can one truly be called human devoid of conscience? Jun Xiangwei's experiences have endowed her with a ruthless wisdom that surpasses her contemporaries, ensuring she would never indulge in misplaced compassion. Yi Buqin sighed, finding it almost laughable that these corrupt individuals had squandered their ill-gotten gains, ultimately achieving nothing of substance. One cannot speak of material possessions or hollow accolades. The world is rife with the pursuit of fame and fortune, a truth only the sage can see clearly. The evidence of their crimes is undeniable. Yet these individuals not only refuse to repent but also dare question his authority. They overlook the fact that should Jun Xiangwei bear a child in the demon realm, Yi Xiaobai would rightfully inherit the estate with legitimate status. In just over 2 months, the vast assets of the Xianyuan family would have a rightful heir. The realization struck the conspirators as they observed Jun Xiangwei deliberately accentuating her pregnancy. It jolted them to a moment of clarity. Their eyes exchanged furtive glances. As long as Yi Buqin lives, he can father a child in the demon realm, and that child will be the legitimate heir to his estate. Conversely, if Yi Buqin were to perish, his lineage would be utterly extinguished. What a blessing that would be! Alternatively, they could present Yi Buqin with women, offering their daughters to him. Should he father an heir of their bloodline, he could then be disposed of. Yet, this woman before them seems to possess some arcane powers. They must devise a cunning plan. This woman appears to be in the late stages of pregnancy and is no longer able to satisfy Yi Buqin's desires. All they need to do is present a beautiful woman at this opportune moment. Once their plan is realized, they could eliminate both the man and the child within her womb. Years of silent understanding allowed them to communicate with mere glances. They donned smiles and knelt, welcoming the young master with exaggerated displays of emotion. They insisted on adhering to the royal standards of the Qian kingdom in their reception of Yi Buqin. Were it any other man, he would undoubtedly succumb to the flattery of such sycophants. Even the Yi Buqin of 6 months prior would have never raised a hand against such ingratiating fools. It is a common misconception in social theory that for a man navigating the world, forming alliances and expanding networks is paramount, as there are no permanent enemies, only enduring interests, especially when these individuals are from one's own circle. Having survived considerable peril, could Yi Buqin truly be so easily swayed by such trivial machinations? Yet outwardly, he feigned the demeanor of a novice, suppressing his excitement as he acquiesced. Jun Xiangwei pretended to be reluctant to depart, cautioning Yi Buqin against drinking in the company of women. Yi Buqin waved her off with irritation. To the observing servants, he appeared to be a naive fool, easily manipulated. Stepping onto the crimson carpet, he was greeted by the kneeling servants as he approached a resplendent villa near the mine. Flanking the red carpet were several stunning young women, bashfully gazing at him, akin to concubines awaiting their sovereign's favor. Were he an ordinary man, he would surely be intoxicated by such attention. Yi Buqin too feigned a hint of arrogance. From her concealed vantage point on the 7th level, Jun Xiangwei scrutinized the alluring women through a holy crystal mirror. Their features paled in comparison to her own beauty, their skin lacking the same radiance. Yet their waists were slightly more slender than hers. Jun Xiangwei touched her belly, recalling that after childbirth, it would be impossible to reclaim the waistline of her youth. Nonetheless, she had Yi Xiaobai, which surpassed any slender waist in worth. Soon, Yi Buqin found himself inundated with copious amounts of wine, laced with potent drugs, no less formidable than those administered by the wily Fei Xing. These rascals seemed intent on using him as a mere vessel for their schemes. The more he loathed them, the more cheerfully he smiled. The poison in the wine could be countered by his bloodline, and his cultivation in the purple realm allowed him to easily dispel any effects. He deftly transferred the toxins from his drink into the cups of those toasting him, letting them taste their own treachery. Little did they realize that even as he maintained a calm facade, they continued to pour drink after drink for him. Only when their own faces flushed and their rationality succumbed to desire did they grasp the gravity of their folly. Alas, it was too late. The potent concoction would only heighten their eagerness to pursue the preordained women. Yi Buqing cast a protective barrier and teleported out of the dining hall. The opulence of this temporary palace served as a testament to the wealth accumulated by the Xianyuan family over 2 millennia, simultaneously feeding countless parasites. Yi Buqing summoned Jun Xiangwei, and hand in hand, they strolled around the perimeter of their temporary abode, contemplating the lavish life they could lead in such a prosperous realm. No exiled regime in history had thrived as abundantly as they. Yi Buqing smiled with satisfaction. Though they were united as one entity, they were still 2 distinct minds. Fortuitously, he and Wei Wei shared the same aspirations. It is often said that water flows to lower ground, while humans strive for higher places. Yet there are also sentiments of loyalty to one's homeland that remain unaltered. Speaking of unyielding ties to their homeland, they both found their thoughts drifting to the more than 800 laborers, toiling under the weight of an impossible workload, their bodies worn and spirits dulled. Yi Xiaobai was hearing such absurd, yet helpless tales for the first time. Is it truly worth it to expend 10 golden years, draining one's health for mere profit? Each has their own ambitions. If they deem it worthwhile, then it is so. In principle, any price paid that fails to alter one's fate is not worth the cost. Host, is it truly prudent for you to ponder such complex philosophical inquiries as a 7-month-old fetus? Why not? Shall I merely sign in? The time has not yet come. Haha, that's a valid point. Everything has its season. It's simply not yet time. Patience is key. Yi Buqing and Jun Xiangwei, fingers intertwined, felt a growing sense of intoxication despite his earlier efforts to shift the effects onto others. Wei Wei, Yi Buqing's voice emerged slightly hoarse. With their level of cultivation, they could still hear the sounds of revelry emanating from within the hall. Buqing Wei Wei, all right, then let us go. I just remembered, that laborer mentioned the smuggling fee was 100,000, and that it was via a special aircraft. It seems there is another entrance from Tianxian continent to the demon realm. If there are trees there, wouldn't it reveal the connection between the 2 worlds? Yi Buqing felt a sense of confusion, only able to see his wife's lips moving, unable to discern her words, overwhelmed by the urge to kiss her.